nigga here now, see?
My mind is so spectacular. Open up your aperture. You don't like the light that I be shining, bitch, you Dracula. Southern draw vernacular, flip you like a spatula. Knew that I was built to put this world up on my scapula. I've been on this road so long, my tires bald. I don't wanna text and no, I don't wanna call. Came in this shit running, bitch, I don't know how to crawl. We ain't never folding, I'm holding the highest car. Look, okay, grew up running post routes. Now I'm on the cash route. Better call the plumber, that boy spitting like a bass spout. All these bad women in this club, fuck is you mad about? Word to all my estheticians, boy, I'm about to lash out. Straight from St. John's to the east side, jigging since the knee high. Watch the way I put on for my state, nigga, yeehaw. Respecting no Aretha. Crazy how I made it to the league from the bleach eyes. Boy, my shit hair wrong, black, rich, and bare arms. Smoking on that yogi, this shit stronger than some bare arms. Goku, I'm in rare form, you cannot prepare for him. When I swing, it's like a carnival, this shit ain't fair for him. Brought intellect back to this rap shit. You niggas need chapstick. Shit been dry for way too long, and I'm the matchstick. You niggas Nickelodeon me, I'm more like Cap Nick. Cap a nigga, throw him in front of me. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said it, I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. About to blow like we just lit the fuse. We double dutching to this dough, I get this shit in twos. Push the button, get it started, put that shit in cruise. A little dust up on his heart, I barely get to use. A fool flatters himself, a wise man flatters the fool. Man, I just came to get it started like mechanics with tools. Cause in my hood, if you don't pack a tool, you planning to lose. These young boys deserve Oscars, they be acting a fool. A couple loose screws, but they hammer accurate. Ooh, I know some niggas stuck on drugs and manufacture it too. School of hard knocks, we all got our bachelor's. Food, no cap and gowns, but we all had the master. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said it, I don't get confused. I'm just a player in the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. I'm lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh wax, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Say she don't smoke, but she always smoke with me, yeah. Backwards in the air, back up in the ovaries, yeah. All my ops, they stay running like they over easy. Even my masseuses can't just get too close to me, yeah. Shout out to Next, soon as the ink dry, we count out the checks, yeah. I never flex, I bought up a business, you bought up a section. I'm at the top of my class, yeah. Y'all never learned from your lesson. Skywalker gave me the force, yeah. Turn this into an obsession, yeah. I couldn't wait on the team, cooking shit up with just me and play, yeah. Things never are what they seem, but we know the facts, yeah. Charging that shit to the game, but now I pull up with a battery pack, yeah. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and we can just leave it at fact. I'm dumb lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh wax, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Big bro, why they call you big bro? Every time we hit the bank, we deposit zip codes. Well connected with the streets like we out in Skid Row.
Well, this was the time to do it. Russell Westbrook was not going to be part of the team after this summer when his contract expired. And also when his contract came off the books, the Lakers would have less money to deal with in the free agency period this summer. So you had to do it if you wanted to get those pieces you could have part of the team moving forward. You get younger, you got shooting, you got switchable defenders. And as one source told me, you remove a vampire from the locker room. That meaning a vampire sucks the blood out of the locker room. Russell Westbrook moves on.
A vampire out of the locker room.
Well, this was the time to do it. Russell Westbrook was not going to be part of the team after this summer when his contract expired. And also, when his contract came off the books, the Lakers would have less money to deal with in the free agency period this summer. So you had to do it if you wanted to get those pieces you could have part of the team moving forward. You get younger, you got shooting, you got switchable defenders. And as one source told me, you remove a vampire from the locker room. That meaning a vampire sucks the blood out of the locker room. Russell Westbrook moves on.
A vampire out of the locker room.
Well, this was the time to do it. Russell Westbrook was not going to be part of the team after this summer when his contract expired. And also, when his contract came off the books, the Lakers would have less money to deal with in the free agency period this summer. So you had to do it if you wanted to get those pieces you could have part of the team moving forward. You get younger, you got shooting, you got switchable defenders. And as one source told me, you remove a vampire from the locker room. That meaning a vampire sucks the blood out of the locker room. Russell Westbrook moves on.
A vampire out of the locker room.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull-Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, a.k.a. B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull-Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe. Hit that like button. Y'all come in here. Hit the share, subscribe. Hit that Venmo at BJ/MATHEWS/1 is our Venmo. If you guys do not have Venmo, you guys can also donate to the Pull-Up Basketball Podcast at your own discretion by continuously, like I said, hitting that Cash App button right there. Hitting that $ symbol in the chat box. Y'all can donate that way as well. And as y'all continuously do that, make sure you guys continuously watch all of our shows. We had a great show the other day. You guys talk a little bit more about the show that we had the other day about who was he talking about? LeBron James. Does he make his teammates better? That was the last show we have. We have a lot of great discussions over the last month and a half, going on 2 months actually, just about different players around the NBA. Of course, LeBron James. We've been talking about him as of late, and I think some of the narratives are being espoused so much that we got another guy calling himself the narrative killer, which is actually the name that came from me, but I'll let you have that, my boy, but y'all gonna have to start giving me credit for that. I got to start copyrighting, trademarking my stuff. So, yeah, that's what we talked about with LeBron. We talked about, of course, Kobe. He's been on him for, all of like the last month and some change. Expounding a lot of narratives as well. And I think it's good to see that a lot of people are starting to wake up and understand what really happened around that time and not just believe what the media has put out there and have people just out there believe it. So Kobe Bryant, that one, you got Magic Johnson. We talked about him. He's the best offensive player of all time. We talked about Shaquille O'Neal, of course, his time with the Lakers. Is he the most dominant player of all time? Is he a top 10 player? Things of that nature. We talked about him. We talked about Steph, D-Wade, T-Mac, all these players, man. We just went into a big spill on everybody around. And we're going to get into another discussion, man. But before we do that, let's go ahead and let the people inside the chat. Let's talk about, what has actually been going on. And let me go into the comments real quick. We got my boy Frank, my man Frank in the building. It's been a minute. It ain't been no value since the Lakers. It's been the value. He's been done. He's done. He's been over with BJ. That shit is over. And I'm glad he's horrible. He was the most overrated superstar. He was nothing more than a stat patter. Okay. So let me go to David Rosca. He said he should come back and play with the Clippers, bro. I don't think that's going to happen, but I appreciate it. CJ said, I can't wait to prove how overrated Westbrook is. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get into that as well. Let's keep going. Danny Berry Sports Highlight said, hey, everybody, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, David. Danny Berry Sports. He said Dave McMenamin is a racist. Rap guy reloaded. What's good, brother? Walter X says, with the vampire. Yes, vampire. Question mark. Shout out to my boy Jack. Was good. Salute chat. Salute BJ. Was good. My man Pav says Russ has a great career by the number, but it's been shown he can't be number one option due to inconsistency. Top 15 point guard at best. All right, man. Appreciate you. But like I said, get comfortable. It's gonna be a great one for y'all, man. It's gonna be a great show. And we've been having a bunch of bangers as of late. So we're gonna have another one today. And obviously, this one's going to be stemming from, of course, you guys. Once again, you guys give me topics every day. Y'all don't think I don't have these long 11 to 13-hour shows and I don't get nothing out of this. This was presided by, my beautiful panel once again. We're having a discussion late into the last show on Monday, and it was surrounding the topic that we're about to talk about now, and surrounding Russell Westbrook and his career, right? Russell Westbrook and his career, and you had a group of people. They asked a question. You had my boy Rich asked the question. He was like, Russell Westbrook. They were talking about, was him or Chauncey Billups, who would they pick? And I don't know if it was Rich that came out and said that by himself, or if somebody, kind of hinted to it. But it became a damn near 30-minute discussion about Russell Westbrook and Chauncey Billups, who would they take? And then it spilled into Chris Paul. It spilled into Rajon Rondo. It just presumed to different topics, right? And with me, I was like, okay, well, this was something I was going to talk about anyway this week. I wanted to talk about, more different players and kind of spread it around. We had a month left until the season starts, so I got a month left of these long shows before I got to start doing full-time media with the Clippers. So I got nothing but time to do these, long lives. I might start picking it up even more, doing it every day. I just didn't do it yesterday because I had to do the Sparks. I had to cover the Sparks game. So other than that, I'm doing these shows every day. So you guys are going to get used to this for the next 30 days. But there was a question pertaining to, who would they choose between Russell Westbrook and Chris Paul. I mean, Russell Westbrook and Chauncey Billups. And I kind of paused. And I'm like, wait a minute. We're comparing a top 75 Hall of Famer, right? Clear franchise player in his prime and his peak, right? A guy who's averaged a triple-double for 4 straight seasons, which is considered history. We're comparing that to a player who's a role player who, quote-unquote, won a championship, not even as the best player. Yes, he won the Finals MVP, but the best player on that team, Richard Hamilton. And then you can say Rasheed Wallace, or Ben Wallace. Then you can say Chauncey Billups, basically played his role in 2004. But Chauncey Billups, throughout his entirety of his career, before he came to Detroit, struggled to even keep a job. He struggled with even being on a team. He struggled to even stay, relevant in the league, right? It wasn't until the right fit, the right situation came where he actually was able to at least play. So when you compare that to a player who came right into the league as a lottery pick, right? Came right into the league as a player that, impacted a playoff caliber team against OKC, a full-time starter, right, in OKC. Then you follow that up with 2 conference championships, an NBA Finals appearance in that same degree, right? You go to Houston, star player with James Harden, right? He goes to Washington, All-NBA player in 1 season. The Lakers, even though we're going to talk about that stop. Up until that point, he was already a star within 10 seasons, and he was consistent. And we're comparing that to a guy who fell into a right situation, had a great run, but for the most part, people don't really look at Chauncey Billups. This generation will not remember Chauncey Billups like that. We do because we watched him, but he's not going to be in them talks of top 75, some talks of top 10 point guards, top 5, not even top 15. So we got to start, how does that get compared to a well-known top 10 to 15 point guard right here? And some people may even put him top 5 based off of his history, what he did with the triple-double. So I said, we got to make this video. We got to talk about, the narratives, and I'm going to go full bludge into it. And I'm just gonna say I think Russell Westbrook's career has been devalued since the Lakers. And the reason I say that is because this stuff that people have been saying now about him was not said prior to him going to the Lakers. And we all know the person who was the, the main culprit. I mean, his, fan base's main culprit of putting the blame on him. I'm not going to say it was LeBron James intentionally himself, but, like I say, this is why I tell people when you are on his team, and this goes back to the point again, when you're a third option, because that's what he was with the Lakers, a third option. Kevin Love, Chris Bosh, right? Russell Westbrook, all third options, and they all got enormous amount of blame. And like I've said this before, I made this video, does this man make his teammates better? Right? So we all know LeBron James and Russell Westbrook play exactly the same way. So when you talk about basketball entirely, when you got two guys that are both ball dominant, two of the best ball dominant players or the most highly used players in the league who play exactly pretty much the same way. LeBron's a better 3-point shooter, Russell's a better mid-range shooter, but the way they attack the ball, the way they, have the usage to have the ball in their hands, even when they set up the offense on top of the key, they have pretty much the same similarity. So they have to for them to be the best version of themselves, they have to basically, have the ball in their hands. Now, LeBron James is better than Russell Westbrook with the ball in his hands because bigger, stronger, can see over the defense more. So those little things make him better with the ball in his hands. But, Russell Westbrook ain't too far off. Right. So let's talk about it. Let's look at what Russell Westbrook came into the league as first, and then we're going to go deeper into, step by step, because it's a lot of stuff to unpack when he talks about Russell Westbrook. So let me look at, first of all, Russell Westbrook's profile, his career. Y'all hit that like button as y'all come in here. So if we look at Russell Westbrook's career right here, he's played 17 seasons, 14 playoff appearances, 9-time All-Star, 2-time All-Star MVP, right? He's been on 6 teams. He's been on the Oklahoma City Thunder, Houston Rockets, Washington Wizards, LA Lakers, Los Angeles Clippers, and the Denver Nuggets. Okay, he's been on 6 teams, all in his 17-year career. His accolades consist of season MVP, 2-time scoring leader, 3-time assist leader, 2-time All-NBA first team, 5-time All-NBA second team, 2-time All-NBA third team, right? Was on the rookie team as well. Those are his accolades, right? His individual accolades. He's been to 1 finals. He's been to 2 conference finals, right? And when you look at his numbers, that is his numbers right there from the season up into the playoffs. Season numbers is 21 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 1.6 steals, 0.3 blocks. Playoffs is 22.5 points per game, 6.7, 7.1, 1.7, 0.3 blocks per game. Okay. That's his season to his playoff numbers. As y'all come here, make sure y'all smash that like button. Now, we're going to unpack this very, very, very swiftly because, see, we ain't really had a discussion about this. People don't really talk about Russell Westbrook's career, and he's another one. We've been talking about Kobe. There's a lot of context to his career, right? There's a lot of context to situation by situation. So you just put blanket statements out there and then call it the gospel. When you say that this man has not came into the league and he didn't start, well, we actually threw all that stuff to the side. We actually made it clear that, well, when you have a coach in Dale Harris who made it a point to not just bring Kobe Bryant off the bench, but bring him off the bench as a 6th man, right? They don't talk about in his second year he was an all-star. They don't talk about in his third year he was all-NBA team players, all-NBA third team his third year. A lot of people don't even point that out. But all of a sudden he just wasn't ready to play. You don't make the all-NBA team and not ready to play in his third year. And had he got the minutes he should have got his first couple of years, I'm talking about 25 to 30 minutes starting, you know what I'm saying, he would have been even more farther ahead. But, you know, to each is his own. There's a lot of context when it comes to Kobe Bryant's career, because a lot of context with the Kobe and Shaq years, right? When you talk about what he averaged throughout that three-peat, whether their 5 seasons together, Kobe Bryant outscored Shaquille O'Neal in those 5 years together, but yet Kobe Bryant got carried, right? That 5-year run where they were both co-partners, Kobe Bryant outscored Shaq. When you look a little deeper, when you talk about the playoffs, there were series that Kobe Bryant outscored Shaq, right? Against the San Antonio Spurs, right? Against the Sacramento Kings, I believe, one year, against the Portland Trailblazers. A lot of times in the Western Conference, Kobe was the one outscoring Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe was the one actually going into them series with the toughest matchups defensively, right? That first year, their three-peat, Kobe Bryant was all NBA defensive first team and all NBA second team. We had a discussion the other day. Was Kobe Bryant, when did he become a top 5 player? When you talk about him being all NBA first team, all NBA defensive first team, all NBA second team, having a 67-15 team record, right? The best record in the NBA with him and Shaq, and then turn around and win the championship with a pivotal game 4, which they had to win for them to win that series, right? You can't deny that was a conversation. You didn't even have to put the playoff, just put the regular season. When you're all NBA first, all NBA defensive first team, all NBA second team, and then you have your team at 67 wins and 15 losses. I mean, damn, you done accomplished pretty much all the big things. So you're at least in that top 5 to top 10 category. So when you talk about that, you are a quote-unquote all-star, borderline superstar. He's the best player at his position. You got more than Allen Iverson, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, Ray Allen. He was better than all them guys. But people don't point that out. They don't even know that. They don't even know some of the things that he accomplished in his years where he wasn't even given the opportunity. He was still being held back. Right? So because of that, there's context that has to be relived. If you didn't watch it, if you weren't there to see it, you have to do your due diligence and go back and look, because you're going to be hoodwinked every time. As y'all come here, smash the like button. So back to Westbrook. Speaking of which, we're going to play a clip between Kobe Bryant. And he's going to tell y'all his emotions about Russell Westbrook, how he feels about him, because quite frankly, see, when you got a person who has kind of the same mentality and they've been kind of given the same, you know, context by the media forced on them, there seems to be somewhat of a bond between those two people. So Kobe Bryant's going to speak about what his relationship with Russell Westbrook is and how he sees Russell Westbrook as a player and as a competitor. So here we go.
Similarities do you see between you and Russell Westbrook?
A ton. I mean, I didn't smile much on the court either, but he plays the game with such an energy and such an aggressiveness. You know, I think that needs to be appreciated. He needs to be appreciated. I mean, he's not out there trying to be cute with the basketball. He's not out there trying to make friends. I mean, these guys are playing hard every time down. It takes a lot of energy to be able to do that. And he just never seems to run out of it.
How many similarities do you see between you and Russell Westbrook?
A ton. I mean, I didn't smile much on the court either, but he plays the game with such an energy and such an aggressiveness. You know, I think that needs to be appreciated. He needs to be appreciated. I mean, he's not out there trying to be cute with the basketball. He's not out there trying to make friends. I mean, these guys are playing hard every time down. And it takes a lot of energy to be able to do that. And he just never seems to run out of it.
So that was Hall of Famer, Laker great, best Laker of all time, top 3 player on my list all time. Kobe Bean Bryant, speaking about how he sees Russell Westbrook as a player. Now, A lot of people don't even revisit this clip, and this is when Kobe was still playing. Kobe and Russell Westbrook had a relationship on and off the court. And much like we hear a lot of talking points from the media speaking about Kobe Bryant, about his downfalls and how he wasn't this, he wasn't that, he ran shot out, he wasn't, good enough to lead his own team, and he was selfish, he was, a shot chucker when he all the lazy narratives that get put on him are kind of similar lazy narratives put on Russell Westbrook. He turns the ball over too much. He has a low IQ, right? He stat pads. He does this, that, and the other. It's all talking points, right? So when you get two players who got some of the same baggage on them, there seems to be an understanding. These dudes don't know what the hell they talking about. So they don't watch the games. They look at the stats. They don't watch the games. They look at the moments that actually are negative, but they look at the one negative moment, but they miss the 10 important positive moments, right? This sat with this whole he's not a clutch player. We're going to destroy that narrative today. I don't know where that came from, that Russell Westbrook ain't a clutch player. He don't play well in the clutch. He turns the ball over all the time in the clutch. I don't know where that comes from. I really don't. And we're going to actually pull up film and stats to disbalance that narrative. Again, we have gotten to a point where this man they're talking about a guy who is not even a Chauncey Billups dude that's not even a top 20 point guard. We're somehow putting him in a class of a dude who holds the record of all-time triple doubles. This was a stat when Oscar Robertson held it. Nobody had nothing bad to say about the triple double. Nobody had nothing to say bad about the triple double. Oscar Robertson's on the list because of his triple double stat for one season. I'm gonna show y'all the list of players that they have in the top for triple doubles. Oscar Robertson's in that discussion because of the triple doubles. Nobody talked about it was a stat pad stat. Nobody talked about he was trying to pad his numbers and all. Nobody talked about that. But because you get a guy who makes it look easy, who does it consistently, right, and who's unapologetic about it, now it's about him stat padding, right? Magic Johnson, triple doubles. Nobody talked about him stat padding. Jason Kidd in that list. Did he stat pad? So again, people like to use certain narratives for guys they don't like or they do like. If you're gonna tell me this is stat padding, when Russ did it, you gotta do it. When Oscar Robertson was doing it, when Magic Johnson was doing it, when Jason Kidd was doing it, all great players who quote unquote have a high IQ. We're going to destroy that narrative too. This nigga don't have a high IQ, right? I destroy damn near every narrative when it comes to Kobe. You think this is going to be easy for me? That Kobe's narratives are 10 times harder to destroy than this because people's minds are so fixated on 20 years of bad reporting, right? On his career. So I have to go back and clean up the mess. This is going to be a breeze. But I'm going to start with this. You can't say he's a stat padder when all these niggas on the list who are all-time greats, the best point guard of all time, top 2, top 3 point guards, all on this list doing the same thing. It's just this guy does it at a higher level because how hard he plays, how fast he plays, and how many more possessions he gets to accumulate these numbers. As y'all come here and hit the like button. But let's get into it. Kobe Bryant ain't gonna tell he don't like you if you're not a person. He's not gonna speak this way about you if he don't like you. So any person that Kobe Bryant speaks highly of, that's a person I want on my team. He don't mess around with losers and loser mentality. So all this he plays for himself and he's selfish. I don't know where it comes from. Right? But that's beside the point. Let's get into Russell Westbrook and what we just saw at the beginning of the show. His career has been devalued since the Lakers. So we got to look back at what his career was before the Lakers and after the Lakers. Now, of course, Russell Westbrook started his career in OKC with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And in that time, like I mentioned, he went to 2 conference finals, 1 NBA finals, right? And he did it with Kevin Durant. Now, Russell Westbrook was drafted in 08, I think as the 5th pick, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th pick in 08. So he's already coming in the NBA as a lottery pick, right? Something Chauncey Billups never could do. And I'm not saying that you got to be a lottery. You can develop, but Chauncey Billups, from what I've seen, he's not on that level, right? So you want to compare Russell Westbrook, you need to compare them guys like Chris Paul, Jason Kidd, John Stockton, who else? Steve Nash, Oscar, like those players you need to compare him to. Top 10 point guards. Don't compare him to a guy who's not even top 20 point guard. And if you say, oh, he's better in the clutch, we have to disparage that narrative today, because once again, that's a media talking point. Like I mentioned, I think because of Russell Westbrook's aggressive mentality and his nature, people get it twisted that because he goes 100 miles per hour, which is not always the case, because people think he just always just going 100 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour, 100 miles per hour. Again, we going to watch film, but I think his mentality, his aggressive nature, it rubs people who don't know him the wrong way. And they think they mistake him for somebody else. For y'all don't know, I actually know Russell Westbrook and his family. His parents, I know his mom and his dad. I met his brother. I came across Russ actually last playoffs when they were playing the Clippers. I was in the back and I got a chance to see him and talk to him. One of the nicest dudes you can ever meet off the screen. All that stuff he plays on the court is all just his. That's what he is off the court. He's one of the most humble people off the court. And I know this is not about off the court stuff, but I'm just telling y'all, most of the stuff people are saying in the media are basically challenging his character. When you call somebody a vampire and you say he's sucking the life out the locker room, you're basically saying he's simply a problem off the court, like he's a tyrant. But you won't hear that from nobody around the league. That's the question I always ask. Why aren't the things that the media is saying matching what players are saying? Why can't we find one bad report about him off the court from a player? Why it's got to be somebody in the media? It's always got to be an anonymous source or a report, or somebody has something to say. You can't put a name on it, but it's a trusted report, it's a trusted source. I think people should be smart enough to understand the media has put up so much crazy shit out there that you have to almost fact check everything. You can't even trust what the media, the people who get paid to do their jobs can't even do it at the highest level, right? But I digress from that. Let's talk about his time with OKC. From 2008 to 2017, Russell Westbrook spent with OKC. Spent 8 of them 9 years with Kevin Durant. Now, we're going to talk about a few things. In his time with KD, Russell Westbrook and KD as a duo, right, beat teams as much as the Los Angeles Lakers, right, in 2012. They beat the San Antonio Spurs in 2012 and 2016. They beat the Dallas Mavericks. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's go ahead and pull this up real quick so y'all can see for yourself. So y'all don't think I'm actually making stuff up. Let's talk about their seasons together. Okay, let me look at their seasons together. I'm going to take this off the screen so y'all can see for yourself. All right. So when you talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder, what they have done, shoot. Gee. Okay, I gotta make sure I get this all in order. All right. So when you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, when they first got assembled in 07, 08, 08, 09, right? So their first year together, 08, 09, they were 23 and 59. Then they jumped all the way to 50 and 32 the next year, right? 50 and 32 the next year. 55 and 27, 47 and 19, 60 and 22, 59 and 23, 45 and 37, 55 and 27, right? All years from 2009 to 2010, all the way up to 2015, 2016, with KD and Kevin Durant, they were a playoff team every year, right? They had at least 50 wins every single season outside of two where they had 45 and 47. One of them years, KD did not play. That was the 14-15 season. And then one year, Russell Westbrook was hurt for the majority of the year. That was 2013, 2014, even though he did play. So outside of that, they were a 50-win team every year with their duo. They were a great regular season team, always at somewhere in the top three. So the reason I'm pointing all this out is because we have to expound the notion Russell Westbrook doesn't want to win or he plays for himself. You guys have to remember when they was together in OKC, Russell Westbrook and KD were one of the top duos in the league. Now, people are going to say, well, Kevin Durant was on that team. Kevin Durant was on that team. That's why he did what he did. Well, we're going to dispound on that as well. We have to talk about what actually was happening. If you're going to tell me this guy is such a loser and he doesn't play to win, he plays for his numbers, we have to look at what he was throughout the entirety of his career. When you talk about OKC, they're one of the best teams in the league, and they were beating top teams. They were going to the conference finals 2 out of their 2 years in OKC. Right? They're in the conference finals. Right? Actually, no, I'm tripping. 1, 2. They went to the conference finals 3 years. Right? Their time together. 3 years. They went to the finals 1 year. Okay, so you go on to 3 conference finals for 7 seasons, or 3 conference finals in 8 seasons, and then go to 1 NBA finals is pretty damn good. It's not elite as far as you're dominating, but you're still competing every year. You're top 2 to top 3 teams in your conference, in a stacked Western Conference. So he was off to a pretty good start. Again, when you talk about Russell Westbrook and OKC, he was a very, very popular player. Of course, because of his crazy highlight dunks, because of what he was as far as a offensive threat. There was a 2-year stretch from 2014 to 20. Russell Westbrook and Steph Curry were looked at as, are they the 2 best point guards? You can actually make the case before 2015, Russell Westbrook was the best point guard in the league. Derrick Rose was pretty much out. John Wall was around. You had Darren Williams was not there. Rajon Rondo was around. But Russell Westbrook, as far as his impact, as far as them going to the conference finals and going to the NBA finals, Russell Westbrook started getting a lot of noise. He was one of the top 2 point guards in the league at that time. When Steph Curry got them 2 unanimous MVPs, and then he got a championship, then he took over. When they beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in 2016 in the Western Conference Finals, then people put Steph Curry over Russell Westbrook. But all I'm saying is that when you talk about when he had Kevin Durant beside him, they went to 3 conference finals together. Kevin Durant was playing some of his best basketball next to Russell Westbrook. He went to the MVP. He had an MVP. Went to the NBA Finals. Right? Kevin Durant, after he left Golden State, he played on great teams, getting eliminated in the first round, getting beat in the second round. Right? He goes to Brooklyn, builds a super team. Right? The first year, Kyrie Irving and James Harden gets hurt, but the second year, you had Kyrie Irving there, and y'all get swept. You go to Phoenix, you build a super team there, right? Y'all get eliminated in the second round. Y'all go to get eliminated in the first round last year. Y'all get eliminated. Y'all don't make the playoffs this year, and then you get traded. All this notion that having Kevin Durant guarantees you a championship is just simply not true. And the guy beside him gave you the best chance as far as a duo. If you're going to keep telling me KD's this 50, 40, 90 guy, KD can play till he's all this, he's this, that, I'm holding to that standard. You put KD on any team, that should be guaranteed or close to a title, but that's not the case. He goes to Golden State, plays on a system that works well for him. He's a cheat code. I think people need to understand who Kevin Durant is. He's not a leader, but what he is, you plug him into a great system, he's one of the greatest system players that you can have. I don't want to say system. I'm saying he just wants to go out there and play basketball for the most part. If he got to do all that teaching and all that, I think he enjoys going to the gym and playing and hooping and all that. But as far as the day-to-day leadership, that's just not who he is. But that's who he was asked to be on Oklahoma City. So when you ask me, why can they get over the hump? You got to look at Kevin Durant as much as Russell Westbrook. I remember that series against Golden State. KD was the one flaming out in the fourth quarters. That was the player that was hot, was actually dialing it back. That OKC system, your turn, my turn, between KD and Russ, not a winning system. Nobody talks about KD did not come how he was supposed to come in them closing games. So he goes to a system that works better for him, which is perfectly fine. But then you talk about with Russell Westbrook, what he did after KD left. He had one season after he left in 2016, 2017. They went 47-35 that year. And they made the playoffs. Now they lost to, I believe, Houston Rockets. But for them to even get that team to the playoffs in itself, he was carrying that team single-handedly. And that was the year he won the MVP. The reason why he got the MVP, not just because of his triple-double number, but just how he's able to carry that team that had no business in the playoffs. That's the reason why he got the MVP. And I think they were, if I'm not mistaken, a 7 seed. When they lost Kevin Durant, people thought they were not going to do anything with that roster. And he took it as far as he could take it. That's why he got the. Unlike James Harden, which we're going to talk about in a minute, they have built teams around James Harden. They ain't built for Russell Westbrook. So when you see that they lost in the first round against that same Houston Rockets team, I mean, you look at the rosters, you can tell who had the better well-out team. And Russell Westbrook and James Harden are very similar. They're both ball dominant. So you have to put them shooters around both of them to be their best versions. People don't talk about well, Russell Westbrook is not a great first option. Well, I would agree with that. I don't think you win with Russell Westbrook as your first option, but you can win with Russell Westbrook as your starting point guard. You've seen it in OKC when you had another player beside him who was a star, borderline superstar. They got the 3 conference finals. They got to 1 NBA finals. Now, I heard Rich ask a question about this, and people forget. Smash the like button. I'll come in here. This was in the 2012 finals. He asked the question, why is it that the Oklahoma City Thunder lost? And he tried to put it pretty much on Russell Westbrook, part of the reason why they lost that series. Now, I recall watching every one of them games, right? So based off of what I saw, mixed in with the numbers that was actually put in there, this is what Russell Westbrook did in that finals. He averaged 27, 6, and 6.4 rebounds. Right? That's what he did in that series against the Miami Heat. Now, the way I look at a lot of this stuff, when you talk about giving your best chances to win, you have to, what do you do against your matchup? When you talk about Oklahoma City Thunder and the Miami Heat matchup, there were 3 guys matching up with one another. You got LeBron James and Kevin Durant. KD and this was when before KD and when he actually got to the finals. Kevin Durant averaged 30, 54 shooting, and 39% from the 3. LeBron James averaged 28 points, 47% from the field, and 18% from the 3. So you can say KD had a better series than LeBron. He shot the ball better. He scored more. Had a better scoring output, more efficient. You can say he had a better series than LeBron James. So it wasn't Kevin Durant. He came to play. When you look at Russell Westbrook, he averaged not too much far behind as the point guard. And again, this is their 3rd season together, or their 4th season. They're in the finals already. They're in the conference finals the year before against Dallas, with the team that won it all. They got a win off of Dallas, right? So again, nobody was saying none of this stuff during this time when they were winning. So it goes against the notion that this guy is just a simple loser and he can't win and he can't be your starting. Like all that stuff, I don't know where it comes from. Because I'm seeing nothing but them moving up, 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 up. And I'm seeing him carry his weight, much like Kobe. See, that's the thing. Like I told y'all, there's a reason why Kobe Bryant came out and said what he said. Much of the same way people wanted to give Shaq all this credit for them winning when he couldn't win nowhere else, where he struggled when he had great teams, until I come along as the second option. Now we can win a championship. Now we can get to the finals. But he's getting the majority of the credit. Now, Russell Westbrook is not anywhere near Kobe Bryant. But what I'm saying is the same thing they doing with Shaq is the same thing they're doing to Kevin Durant. That's what I heard on that show. I don't know who said it, but somebody said Kevin Durant was the reason why. No. You need somebody beside you to help you get to that level. When you talk about that series against the Miami Heat, Russell Westbrook showed up. And I'm not just going about the numbers and the statistics, but he showed up. He dominated his matchup over Dwayne Wade, actually. He beat Dwayne Wade in his matchup. Again, when you talk about who shows up against who, how did you play against your matchup? Were you big, not just throughout the game, but also in the clutch moments? Did you do everything you need to do to at least either match him, to either beat him, if not beat him, at least match him? And if you didn't, then we have to look at you. So it was KD versus LeBron. It was Russ versus Dwayne Wade. But you know the guy that actually didn't show up, who has a history of not showing up, and the person that made it pretty much until like why he actually was not even effective, and that was James Harden. Now, I don't know why people just missed this. James Harden was the one that crumbled in that finals. He was supposed to match Chris Bosh. James Harden was supposed to match Chris Bosh, and Chris Bosh outscored him. He was better from the field, and he was more productive in clutch moments. That is the reason why they lost, and that's why the Oklahoma City Thunder, who is a quote unquote, people can see, one of the best organizations as far as building teams, right, and structure, felt safe enough to get off of James Harden and give Russell Westbrook the keys, because the whole thing was they're trying to make it where James Harden and Russell Westbrook were somehow going to be the same on the same level. And Russell Westbrook at this time, as I mentioned before, was a better point guard. He was the better player. He was better in the playoffs. That's another thing too. We're going to get off this clutch thing. The people just say anything and then they just want somebody to take it. James Harden was the reason why they lost that series. So to my boy Rich, you want to ask the question why they lost? You seen it on the screen. He did not, and this is a history of James Harden. If your numbers go down from the season to the playoffs, there's a problem. Your numbers are supposed to either elevate or supposed to stay right where they're at. Your numbers aren't supposed to decrease in the playoffs. If you're getting the same amount of numbers, if not more, your numbers should not decrease. James Harden's numbers decreased in this series drastically. His job was to come in and score the ball and play defense. He couldn't play defense on Dwayne Wade, and he couldn't score on the offensive side of the ball. So he pretty much was a flat-out negative on that court. So when you talk about this and you talk about what James Harden did even in that same year, the round before in the Western Conference Finals, James Harden showed up against the San Antonio Spurs. That's why they were a big reason they won that series. They didn't have their third option. They had their third option against the Spurs. He averaged 18 points in that series against the Spurs. He averaged 12 points against the Miami Heat. That's a 6-point differential difference. And you shot less than 40% from the field against the Miami Heat. They needed you to score the ball and be that third option to match Chris Bosh, who I believe averaged 17 points that series. So he is the reason why they lost that series. It wasn't Russell Westbrook. That's why they kept him. And that's why they went to 2 more conference finals even when James Harden left. I don't believe they do that. I don't believe they win anything if Kevin Durant, if they got rid of James Harden, if they got rid of Russell Westbrook and kept James Harden. I don't see them going to no conference finals and beating the Spurs twice. No, I don't see that. Because in the playoffs, James Harden's play decreases. See, people look at what he does in the regular season, they're in awe of it, but they keep getting tricked by the same, and I don't understand how they get tricked the same way every time. They look at his regular season numbers and think that's who he is. When they don't look at his playoffs and they see, okay, damn, I got bamboozled again. They fall for the same trick every time. I saw a post and somebody put James Harden's regular season stats up to Dwayne Wade's regular season stats, and they made it seem like, wow, you think he's on Dwayne Wade's, you think on James Harden's level. And I'm like, you doing it again. When you put his regular season stats up, he looks great. But when you get deep into the water and you see what he does in the postseason, it ain't much to brag about. Oklahoma City Thunder was smart enough to see that. Hey, this guy's great in the regular season. He's a great piece. But if we're going to choose between him and Russell Westbrook, we're taking Russ. Now, with KD and Russ, KD plays some of his best, if not his best basketball next to Russell Westbrook. Right? They didn't win a championship, no, but the team they lost to was the Golden State Warriors. They wasn't losing to no bum. They were beating everybody else. They were beating all the top level teams in the postseason. And that team was not even the best built. It just goes to show you how great and talented these two are. But they never really had no system in OKC, if you want to be honest. Playing under Scott Brooks and them, but they had no system. They were just playing off of talent. And they still were beating teams that had systems. That's crazy. But KD leaves. He goes to Golden State. Hit the like button. Y'all come in here. Then you go to this duo with him and Paul George. Now, when KD left, they needed to get somebody who was the closest to Kevin Durant, and that was PG. Now, from a scoring output, PG is not Kevin Durant. But as a two-way wing, PG is a better two-way wing than KD. So it kind of like evens out. Paul George was pretty much at the point in Indiana where they was looking at like, and he talked about it in a actual whatchamacallit, in an actual interview. He said they weren't trying to win. He told his agent, get me out of here. Right. And that's another thing too. They were like in Indiana, they were like, he got the 2 conference finals. They lost to LeBron James. LeBron goes to Cleveland. They have their super team there, and then PG can't get over the hump. Right. So he said, like, okay, well, I need to find somebody that, or something that's going to be better suited for me to win. So he goes to Oklahoma City. He goes to Oklahoma City with Russ. Now, if we look at their first 2 years together, they're only 2 years together. Russell Westbrook and PG, their first 2 seasons were actually very, very formidable. Right? They had Carmelo Anthony as a third option, but he was out of his prime. He was a good player, but he was out of his prime for sure. I think they had him coming off the bench for a certain period, and I don't think Carmelo and PG played well together. You only need, if you're gonna have a wing next to a P, you gotta have somebody that's gonna play defense. And I think Carmelo Anthony, it would have to be one of the two. When you had both of them two on the court at the same time, I just think they're stepping on each other's toes. I think PG was a better player than Carmelo, but you can't have them on the court at the same time. Right? So I think that was kind of like you didn't really need to bring Carmelo there. I thought they should have brought a better bench player for the Oklahoma City Thunder. As y'all come here, smash the like button. So 18-19 or 17-18, 18-19 are the 2 years they were together. They were 48-34 and 49-33. Right? They had Coach Billy Diamond both those years. Now, again, before Russ came to the Lakers, you didn't have all these crazy memes and saying he was just a cancer, it's none of that stuff. You did have those people who just didn't like Westbrook and thought that he was a tyrant like Skip Bayless. Like a lot of stuff comes from Skip Bayless. He was the person that constantly was the only one on this dude's neck, show after show, and talking about how, he's such a tyrant. He basically ran Kevin Durant out and all that stuff. which we're gonna get into why he has a personal vendetta against Russell Westbrook. Has nothing to do with basketball, because y'all know that Steve Billups is from Oklahoma, right? So most of the time when people hear the negative, it came from him. You had other guys like Colin Cowherd and others, guys in the meet, but you didn't really hear to the level of Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless was probably the most. He was right there with LeBron as far as hating on a player, right? Talking about him every day, saying that you can't win with him. He's a tyrant. That came from him. But his first stint with KD, there's no evidence there. They were losing to one team, really. They were losing to Golden State. Or the 2016 team, they lost to Golden State. But they beat top level teams. They were a high level squatted team throughout the regular season. You go to Oklahoma City Thunder with Paul George, he had his best season. Paul George is an MVP candidate. Much like KD was an MVP, Paul George is an MVP candidate. And I personally believe, that 2018, 2019 Paul George, when he was third in MVP and third in defense, I thought he could have easily been MVP that year. Because the only people that was trailing him, was Giannis and James Harden. But when you talk about a person that's doing it on, y'all know I'm a two-way guy. If you're telling me you're third in MVP and third in Defensive Player of the Year voting, that's telling me that you on whole another level. Not a lot of people can do that. Not a lot of people can say, well, I was third in MVP. I'm not only the best offensive player in the league, I'm one of the best defensive players, top 3. Right? So he did that next to Russ. Again, this is just goes to I'm just pretty much piling in the notion that I don't know where this stuff comes from. He's just not a great he's not a player you can win with, or a player that does not make his teammates better. We're gonna go into more interviews around different people who speak about him. So let's hear what Paul George had to say about Russell Westbrook, his time with Russell Westbrook, what he did to help his game. Y'all gonna hear about how he was throughout the season. And so I'm gonna go ahead and play the clip and go ahead and put this right here real quick. All right, so let me go ahead and take this off, y'all. Go ahead and lengthen the screen and take this off, and we are going to get right into it. All right, here we go.
Always vouch for any time, any chance, that I can team up with Russ after that experience playing with him in Oklahoma. I'm gonna be the first to voice, like, because it goes, like, people don't understand, it goes deeper than the on the court shit. What he bring off the court to a locker room, to an organization, is shit that you, like, it's one of one. You know what I mean? Like, he's passion. He's, talk about somebody that's just all in and all about the team. And so when I got there, right away, similar to what I'm telling you, come in and be you, don't try to fit in.
Yeah.
That was the first conversation he had with me, and again, I'm feeling myself. Like, I'm top of my game. Obviously, I'm going into a different situation where somebody else is the leader of the group.
Yeah.
And for him to kind of open that door, be like, yo, come in, be you. Like, I'm going to adjust around you. We're going to adjust around you. So that helped instantly coming in to make me comfortable that I can play my style. But then just being on the floor with him, somebody that is going to give it their all. They're going to play hard. He don't care about, if people think stats is the last thing he cares about. He just plays as hard as possible. And because of that, he racks up the triple doubles.
Yeah.
But it was fun. He gonna set screens. He gonna, get out and run. He gonna rebound. He gonna put his body on the line. He gonna stand up for you. He gonna be the enforcer. you know, he just wears so many hats that for me, it was just all I got to do is just score the ball, play defense, get stops. And I think that's why we work so well, is because how good he is with the ball in his hands. I'm going to get you possessions. And with that, I'm going to get you some easy looks. Like that was kind of the tandem and the chemistry that we had, and why it worked so well is because we kind of had an understanding of one another, and we just complemented each other so well. So, you know, that was why it worked so well, you know, and just that whole group. I think, you know, as much credit I got to give Russ, it was really that whole group that kind of paid it forward of why I was so successful there, because we just had a good chemistry, and the coaching staff allowed me to just play and be myself. So it just worked out. But yeah, Russ is 101.
No,
100%. He 101.
That's
All right. So that is PG speaking on Russell Westbrook. As y'all come to smash the like button. So, like we just mentioned with KD, 3 conference finals, NBA finals appearance, top 3 team in the league every single year, pretty much in the West. There was a lot of success there. So you can't say he wasn't winning or he wasn't doing anything or he was holding anybody back. They got off of James Harden and let Russ stay. And they got to 2 conference finals when James Harden left, and they were beating the top, you know, caliber team. So you really couldn't say nothing outside of that. They lost. No, they did not win a championship. I get it. But again, we're talking about being guys who are quote unquote star role players being compared to all-time greats and making that a discussion. This is how far this has gotten to with this whole Laker thing, which I'm going to go after in a little bit. But you can't find nobody in the league that really has nothing bad to say about him, even his teammates, his competitors, and they break down stuff he is off the court in the locker room. That's why when I heard that whole he was a vamp, I knew that was bullshit. And this goes to making people better. The reason why Paul George had a great season with them that year is because of what leaders are supposed to do. They're supposed to dial yourself back to make you better. Hey, come in and be you. I'm going to fit around you. Don't try to hold back. So when the results, you get an MVP season. Now, they did not, those 2 playoff flameouts sour it up, right? They losing to Utah and they lost to Portland, right? The Utah series, like I mentioned before, I think they should have won that series for sure. They lost the series to a team like, you know, Utah, who was, you know, pretty. I thought there's no excuse for the other men to lose that series. You got no excuse for me. The Portland series, you had Paul George dealing with the shoulders situation. So he was pretty much a shell of himself, trying to play through it. A lot of times people don't understand when you're playing through serious injuries, you're going to have to compensate your performance. I think he averaged 33 points in that series, but he shot bad from the field. Like he wasn't, you know, playing like himself. So in result, it was like you're getting half of what he really is. But that Utah series, there was no excuse. They should have won that series because Utah was a rookie Donovan Mitchell. That sours the taste of it. But as far as him, quote unquote, winning and making teams better, this narrative wasn't put out at this point yet. If anything, Paul George got the narrative put on him, that the playoff P thing, right? But no narrative was put on Russell Westbrook yet. I'm seeing him sacrifice for his teammates. I'm seeing him make his teammates better. I'm seeing him taking his step from himself for his teammates. And then he put out a point. People look at the stats and think he's just selfish. When in reality, the stats just come. When you play basketball, you play as hard and you're going to accumulate numbers. That's what people understand. If you play basketball, you play hard, you're going to do things on the court. You're going to get things just based off of effort. You're going to get extra rebounds. You're going to push the ball and get the ball up to a person for an open shot. You're going to get extra second opportunities to score. That's the point. That's the whole thing of a triple double. That's how you accumulate them numbers. When you talk about him, it's just his effort to put his imprint on every piece of the game, and then he's doing it on the defensive end as well. You can't be telling me he's stat padding if he's just playing hard. And then when he say he's playing hard for himself, let me tell you something. Anybody that plays that damn hard ain't playing for their health. They're playing because they want to win. So narrative was not there yet. So I'm happy that PG put that out there, gave him more insight. But then after those two flame out losses in the playoffs, he then goes to visit his good LA friend James Harden. Now, this is a funny one. Now, James Harden, actually, this was right after Chris Paul left Houston. And from reports, and I'm going to go ahead and just say it, I think James Harden wanted Chris Paul out of there. Because you can't tell me that they get to the conference finals their first year, and then the second year they get to the semifinals, and you want Chris Paul to stay. Like, I think personally, James Harden wanted to change. I think James Harden in Houston, as y'all about to see, wanted to play with somebody that was more, quote unquote, kind of his homie. So they pick up Russell Westbrook and they trade him from Houston, or trade him from Oklahoma City after 9 seasons there. So y'all about to see another point that he's going to start taking it back. Now that you're going to a different team, and this is how I said, this is how I thought it worked. Once you go to somebody else's team, nigga, you forfeit your right to be that guy on the team. Now that Russell Westbrook is over on James Harden's team, he's having to now want to make James Harden comfortable. That is what Russell Westbrook is going to do. Right? But he's already shown he has no problem doing that. He has no issue trying to make somebody else the best version of themselves. He's been doing it, but because of, I guess I get the wrong idea. They think that he's just a selfish player and you can't win with him. That is not what's been exemplarized. No, a lot of people don't talk about the year in Houston. This was in 2019 and 2020. You got James Harden and you got Russell Westbrook together. So their year together, James Harden, I think that was the year he averaged his second highest points per game in his career. I think he averaged 34 points per game this year. But you guys understand why James Harden made it. Actually, the game was easier for him because of all the shit Russell Westbrook was doing. All the dirty work. Like PG said, he'll set screens. He'll dive on the floor. He'll get boards. You're not just playing out there for your help when you're diving on the floor. You're not just playing for your help when you're setting screens on 6'10" to 7' giants. You're not just playing for your help when you're stepping in for damn near every teammate on your team. He knows James Harden. He's been knowing James Harden since he was a kid. James Harden is not wired like that. He's not going to step in for every teammate. He's not going to be setting screens for teammates to get open. That's just not his style. He's not going to run through a wall. He's not going to go in the deep end. That's not who James Harden is. We've seen it every stop, and it's not to try to attack, but it's just the truth. So when you have that, you put yourself in a position very hard to win. James Harden is ultra talented. He's more talented than Russ as far as a skill perspective. He got everything in his bag. But there's something inside of you that in your chest if you're willing to go that on that deep level. And again, he is the reason why they didn't win. If James Harden even played and matched Chris Bosh his production like Russ did with Dwayne Wade, Russ actually outplayed him. And KD outplayed LeBron, but James Harden did not do his job. He underperformed drastically as a third option. And in Miami being really a better team, actually no, because I think OKC had the better record that year. Yeah, they did, because they were at home court those first 2 games. So they had a good enough talented team. Just their third option didn't show up. And you guys saw the pattern year after year, up until even last year in the playoffs. James Harden, for whatever reason, he just doesn't. When it comes to like the biggest stage, his game decreases. And I don't think it's so much I think he's so maxed out in the regular season that when the playoffs come, his performance drops, and you just kind of look at him like, what happened? Because his playground is the regular season, not the playoffs, and that's the problem. You can't be better in the regular season than the playoffs. How about you go win a championship? They don't work like that. Your play has to elevate. So when you talk about Russell Westbrook, he had to do other things on the court to make James Harden comfortable. Another narrative also people got to stop talking about is this man never had a jump shot. That's another thing, too, I'm tired of hearing. Like I said before, Russ, up until Houston, had one of the best mid-range jump shots in the league. I don't know if people forgot or people just don't want to remember that point, but he had one of the best jump shots in the league. But that for whatever reason, people say he can't shoot, he never could shoot, this, that, and the other. And I think, like I said, I can only guess the media is the one that's draining in people's heads, but he had one of the best mid-range jump shots in the league. You saw it even in the playoffs partially this year against the Clippers. He shot the ball very well. There's just going to be times where your jump shot's not falling. And I saw his jump shot really take a dip when he got to the damn Lakers. But that happens when you having to deal with being blamed for everything, and then the pressure of having to also go against not just the other team, but the media and your own teammates. Going to work every day with that on your mind, that will, yeah, your play might decrease, but you can't tell me this nigga can't shoot mid-range jump shots when I've been watching him for 17 before that happened, about 12 years prior, doing nothing but having one of the best mid-range jumpers in the league, right? But it's just another false narrative put out there, like, he can't shoot, and this, that, and the other. You got guys. You got Kirk saying Rajon Rondo. He can't fucking shoot at all. Nigga averaging 9 points per game in his career. Can't shoot worth a damn. And we want to put him in conversations he don't deserve to be in. So like Chauncey Billups. You fit in a role with a talented, great team. You never have to carry nothing. So we can't compare you against guys who have been asked to do more in their careers. It's just not a fair comparison. But like I said, this notion that he could not shoot middies and he couldn't is just all, again, it's a flat out lie. But his time in Houston was 1 year spent because, and this is something else, and I know I'm going through a spill, but off the court, not only is he very locker room oriented, but he's also professional. Something else that he doesn't get talked about enough is like how professional he is. He shows up on time for meetings, practices. He doesn't like to miss games, and he plays harder than anybody on the court. Those are all professional traits. That's you taking your job seriously, playing through injuries. That's not a person I want a person like that around me, who's going to take their job seriously, going to come to work and he's going to do his job at the best of his abilities and play hard. Despite mistakes like everybody makes, he's going to come to work. But I guess that's somehow people think of that as just like, well, you know, he's just so hard to play with. He's so hard to be around. He's so hard this. He's so hard that. I'm not seeing that from anybody who's actually playing with him. Right? So he goes to Houston, and the reason why he leaves Houston is because of the unprofessionalism in the Houston Rockets organization, and mainly surrounding one of his close friends, James Harden. See, I think Russ and James Harden are the type of people. I think Russ understands who James Harden is as a person. Yeah, I'll kick it with you off the court. You're one of my close friends. You know, but as far as you at work, nigga, you just nah. I don't want to be your co-worker because we just don't fit. We have two different mentalities. I'm professional, you're not. That's what I think that relationship is. That's why he spent 1 year over there. He spent 1 year in Houston and he got up out of there. He was actually trying to get out of Houston. And I'm like, why is it that he wants to get away from a person that he so close with? Nobody never asks that question either. Russ only spent 1 year in Houston. He was like trying to leave. And I'm like, why is he trying to leave Houston? And said, right here in the report says, Russell Westbrook appalled by Rockets team culture, which revolves around James Harden. Let's read. Between his report to he demanded a trade. This nigga demanded a trade and his training camp holdout. James Harden has headlined all the NBA drama leading the start of the regular season. But there's somehow more drama between him and the Houston Rockets lurking beneath the surface. ESPN's Tim McMenamin reported on Wednesday that the Rockets have let Harden run the show in Houston, which has led to a casual culture on the team. According to McMenamin, Harden's love of partying in certain cities determines the team's travel schedule and off days, and his inability to be on time has caused the Rockets to act like an organized AAU team, one former staffer said. While the Rockets hadn't necessarily viewed this as an issue in the past, those days appear to be gone. The team's culture, engined by Harden, may have played a part in driving away Russell Westbrook, who the Rockets recently traded to the Washington Wizards. Okay. Y'all see the title, Russell Westbrook appalled by the Rockets team culture, which revolved around James Harden. So basically, in a long story short, Russell Westbrook got tired of basically the unprofessionalism in the Rockets organization. Do I believe it? Yes, I do. Because I look at patterns. You can give James Harden the benefit of the doubt as much as you want, but the patterns have been with him. When he doesn't get his way, he will force a way out. Right? The fat suit. Right? And when things aren't going the way he wants it to go, you know, he's all good. He has to be the center of attention. He ends up leaving the same team, apparently, that's giving him everything. Now, I will say this. I'm not going to say James Harden didn't give anything to Houston, because I know he does a lot of stuff outside of Houston as far as the community and things like that. But he just has an inability to, he doesn't have good structure. And a person like Russell Westbrook, who takes being on time seriously, he wasn't trying to have that. So that's why he left Houston. My point is like, That's a person I don't want to. I want a person like that on my team who's going to be taking that seriously. And when you hear the notion of players who talk about him, they echo the same sentiments. Great locker room guy, professional, takes his job seriously, all these things, but nobody wants to be around him. All these things are quote unquote chemistry things that every player needs to have. These are quality traits you're supposed to have of your leader. And it wasn't an issue, like I said, until Russell Westbrook challenged his friend and said, no, this is not professional. It was nobody. It was fine. James Harden is good as long as somebody challenges him. But when you get called out and we have an issue, we can actually start digging into and actually talking about what the real issue is. And when you look through James Harden's career, it's been a pattern with him. He declines in the postseason. You have to take away yourself to be better for somebody else. And he doesn't really make players better outside of like LeBron, who have to fit around him. Russell Westbrook, he's going to fit around you despite his greatness. Paul George comes to this team, be yourself. I'm going to play hard for Kevin Durant. I'm going to play hard for James Harden. I'm going to do the other thing. I'm going to rebound. I'm going to set screens. I'm going to dive on the floor. And then you go to Bradley Beal in Washington. This one's documented. And I'm just going through all the teammates that, quote unquote, he can't, it's just so tough to be around him. Listen, we understand that winning is the number one thing. But for what he's pretty much doing for the teams he's being constructed, like I said, if you look through the rosters Russell Westbrook had, for the most, he needs shooters around him. If you look at his career, he don't have a lot of stretch shooters with him. He doesn't really have teams built around him like that last year in OKC. But right after KD left, that team was poorly constructed, and he took that team to the playoffs. When you talk about James Harden, he doesn't have shooters around him. Snipers. When you talk about LeBron James, that's all that nigga campaigned for is shooters. Luka Doncic, shooters. They all need the same thing because they're all ball dominant. They all turn over the ball, but they all can assist the ball. The Washington Wizards, this was the last time they even made the playoffs. That was 5 years ago. They have been in basketball hell since Russell Westbrook left. And even with Bradley Beal still being there, they were still at the bottom of the league. Again, all we're highlighting is there was no issues and none of them defined his character, how pretty much ran out the league until he came to the Lakers. And don't give me that shit about, well, the expectations changed to winning, because he was already close to winning and doing all that in OKC this first stint. He had expectations to win already coming into the league. Not expectations, but he was already being the starting point guard of winning teams when he came into the league. So you can't say he's been on bad teams his whole career. They've always been competitive. They've always been top 3 seeds in the West. And he's always competed against other top-level teams. In the 2010s, I would say about 8 out of 10 years, he was a top 3 point guard. With Steph, with Chris Paul, right? Damian Lillard sprinkled in there. I mean, those are the top point guards in the league at the time for the majority of that decade. Again, for the decade, Russ, I think he's All-NBA third team for the decade. I think that's what he was voted for, All-NBA third team. Or All-NBA second team, I'm sorry. All-NBA second team. So he's already a top 10 player for the 2010s. He was a top 2 to top 3 point guard for the majority of that decade. So you go to Washington and you team up with Bradley Beal. Now, Bradley Beal has somebody similar beside him in John Wall. After John Wall gets hurt, they bring in reinforcements. As y'all come here, smash that like button. We got 2 more teams to go, and I'm going to let y'all in. Bradley Beal brings John Wall in. John Wall tears his Achilles, hurt 2 seasons in a row. They trade him to Houston. But Russell Westbrook demanded to get out of there. I don't think Russ has ever demanded a trade. I think he never is like, say, I want to be out of here because I'm unhappy. I don't think he's ever done that. He generally tends to finish his contract out, and if a team wants him and trades for him, it's through the organization. The Clippers situation, contract was up. Or Clippers situation, there was no more space for him because of basically allowed James Harden to be their point guard. Right? So it wasn't really much space for him there. So you go into Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook. So what was his relationship with Russell Westbrook? Let's hear from Bradley Beal real quick.
What was your experience with him?
One, he's an amazing teammate. Like, he's the complete opposite of like kind of the picture everybody kind of paints him to be, at least character-wise. Like, you're his teammate, he rides for you. He doesn't give a damn if you're on another team. Like, Paul Pierce was like that. That's one thing I learned from P. Like, P, if he's your teammate, he loves you to death. Once you're on the other team, like, even if you're his boys, like, I don't rock with you. And that's how Russ is. Russ is the same way. He rides with his guys. He loves his team. And that's what he's all about. Even the staff, like, it's a respect factor from top down. And I enjoy playing with him. Like, we knew what we were getting in practice and in games.
So we got Kobe Bryant, we got Paul George, we got Bradley Beal. All saying the same thing, similarities. Rides for his teammates, great locker room guy, plays hard, and that's as the misconception of the media. All similar, all 3 guys. You got one guy with 5 championships. You got 2 guys with no championships with playoff success. Right? So I'm the type of cat, I listen to what the people say around you or around you every day, what it's like about you. And that gives me a good idea of the person I'm dealing with. If I got a person that's saying this guy's lazy, I got 3 people to confirm it, it's a good chance that they're telling the truth. If I got 3 people saying, well, he's a hard worker, then I got 3, I'm pretty much going to say confirms that. I'm going to take it as pretty much the truth because, listen, I get it. You got some people who are going to have different opinions about a person, but when you had enough time to really sit back and reflect and see a person for a number of years and you kind of already built your own opinion about them, and you just need other people around them who's been with them day in and day out to confirm it, it's kind of easy to see what you're looking at. Now, off the court and on the court, you're not going to find anybody who they're winners or they're champions. You're not going to find anybody who's going to challenge and say Russell Westbrook is not a great teammate. He doesn't help make their teammates better. Bradley Beal is another one. They're 1 season together. They make it to the playoffs. Bradley Beal misses damn near half the year. And Russell Westbrook was the one carrying them to the playoffs. He won all NBA third team that season. He won all NBA third team that season. Because just like the MVP year, right? Just like the MVP year, he led a team that had no business making the postseason all the way until the postseason. And just to prove my point, the Wizards haven't done little. They are a poverty team that they can't get off the ground. They're gonna miss the playoffs again next year, right? They're gonna miss the playoffs again. You can pretty much put them in the damn G League and nobody would even notice. That's how bad they are. But because people don't pay attention, they keep missing what's in front of them. You look at this roster right here, right? You had Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal. You had Rui Hachimura, a rookie Rui Hachimura. You had Thomas Bryant. Their third leading scorer was Thomas Bryant with 14 points per game. You had David Bertans. You had Daniel Gafford, a rookie Daniel Gafford. And Thomas Bryant only played 10 games that season. You had Rui Hachimura, right? Was a rookie. And like I said, Bradley Beal played 60 games that year. So he played more than half this season. But the reason why Russ got All-NBA third team was because of what he was doing carrying that team. Another thing people got to remember, Russ seems to do more with less. That year in Washington, he actually he carried that team to the play. He dragged their ass. They were the eighth seed too. They barely got into the postseason that season, but he dragged them until the postseason. Right? That was the last year he averaged a triple-double. 22 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists, and 11 rebounds. I don't know if y'all watch the WNBA, but there's this lady. Her name is Alyssa Thomas. She plays for the Phoenix Mercury. Y'all go watch the WNBA. I know some of y'all may be like, "What?" Go watch Alyssa Thomas. She plays for the Phoenix Mercury. She has set the record for most triple doubles in the WNBA. And you watch her play, because this notion is that if you average triple doubles, all of a sudden you stat padding. And it only came really when this dude started doing it. See, when somebody starts doing it more and more easier, they so quick to say it was a stat pad, right? Watching her play, she has elevated that team up through that same triple-double stat. She controls every imprint of the game. And that's what you got with Russell Westbrook. He's literally putting his fingerprints on every part of the game. That's not a loser mentality. That's a winning mentality. Ain't that called doing other things on the court than scoring? I thought that's what we call it. You're getting rebounds, you're getting assists. Ain't that what that's called? If you're affecting the game other ways, when is that a bad thing? And then you leading them into the playoffs, the team ain't got no business being there. When is that a bad thing? And again, I'm showing y'all these teams that he's playing, he's dragging to the playoffs, bro. Niggas should get more credit for what he's dragging to the playoffs. Again, these other dudes, people are so quick to say he's lost. Look at the teams he's having around him first before you pull that out. The same thing I talk about LeBron James or anybody. You can't say he's stat padding and not say these other great players who have the same stats doing the same exact thing. Piling up triple. It's just the fact that they can't do it at a higher level than him because he plays faster. And that's all this is. I don't know why people act so crazy. It's very simple. when you play faster, when you play harder, you're going to create more opportunities to do things on the court. It's just that simple. Just like anything, when you create movement, you're going to have some type of production good or something's going to happen. That's where I say you could talk about the turnovers, right? But you got to also bring up the assist. And my rule of thumb with that is as long as your ratio is 2-to-1, you double your turnovers, but you have more assists double, you're fine. The problem becomes when you start averaging you don't clear that 2-to-1 ratio when your turnovers outweigh your assists. That's what the problem is. Now let's go to the Lakers now. So Russ had a great season. Nobody's saying nothing crazy. No media is killing him. He just came off All-NBA third team, right? Just averaged another triple-double. The same triple-double he got a MVP with. I don't see how that's another thing. You get an MVP with the same triple-double. People saying it's a stat pad because he's doing it year after year on different teams. And because other people can't do it, it's you stat padding. Nah, that's just how great the nigga is. Nobody else in this 60-year NBA history has done it. And you mean it? And when Oscar Robertson did it, he got a hand clap. So he's fine there. He goes over to the Lakers. And he joins LeBron James and Anthony Davis, who campaigned for the nigga. So you can't campaign for somebody and have them be a bad idea, right? So he's fine. He's in a good space. He's not getting that scapegoat title. None of that. They campaigned for this dude to come to the Lakers. He wasn't even looking to go there. But what sparked his interest was he wanted to play for a team that had a chance of winning because the Lakers did win a championship prior to Russ coming there, right? And he also, I believe, just liked being at home. I think he wanted to just revisit being at home as well. So he takes a risk going to the Lakers and joining LeBron and Anthony Davis. Now, this is the part that's really funny to me. The same people that are talking crazy shit, saying like he wasn't never going to work, he wasn't going to do this. You have people in the media talking about the Lakers are going to be a championship team, even with the addition of him. Right? That same media who was speaking all this crazy shit, they're the same media that said that this was going to be a championship team. You had Shannon Sharp, Nick Wright, all these players, all these people saying Magic Johnson even said it. We have a MVP caliber player beside LeBron, right? They're putting this as a championship caliber team. That's what it was. So how does you go from that to all of a sudden, oh, Russell Westbrook, he just can't win. It's not what you were saying. That's not what you were saying before he got there. Like a lot of people were not saying. They didn't look deep in the fine print. My personal opinion, it could have worked, but you have to take a step back. Much like James Harden and LeBron, the James boys. James Harden, LeBron James aren't taking a step back for anybody. And that's part of the problem. See, Dwayne Wade took a step back for LeBron James, right? In Miami. They play similar at the time, both slashers, both attackers of the rim. Dwayne Wade, you can make a case, was better than LeBron because he had a title. But because he understands that LeBron James is important too. And because Dwayne Wade, like Russell Westbrook, has also been echoed as a person that was sacrificed, it worked. Because this quote unquote leader of the team, the captain, the team you came to, told you, I'm going to take a step back for you. I will do other things on the court. Just so you can be comfortable. Because it could have worked, because what you have with Russ is the damn same you have with Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic campaigned for Russell Westbrook. He took a step back for us to be comfortable. And that's why Denver situation worked. That's why they got to the second round of playoffs up into 7 games when Aaron Gordon messed up his hamstring. The Nuggets had a good enough chance. They could have got to the finals. Jokic, high assist player, high rebounding player, high point player, triple-double guy. That worked. It's because Jokic cares about team first. Everything else second. So anything could work. It just matters if you're aware enough to see what you have to do as a leader to make everybody else comfortable. But when the Lakers lose the first year, don't make it to the playoffs, right? And Russell Westbrook is having to sacrifice his game for LeBron James. You got to put the blame on somebody. And that was the downfall of Russell Westbrook. That's where the vampire comments came from, right? That's when all the, I remember there was interviews, Russell Westbrook, and I could tell he was getting to him because he couldn't even do an interview. I remember it was an interview he was doing in Dallas, and he just walked out the interview room because of all the flack he was getting. That Laker team was not even a well-built team. You had a lot of old guys on that roster. They got rid of all their glue pieces. And much like how LeBron James tries to orchestrate his teams, just try to stack them up with talent, that's not the formula to win. They got rid of 4 of their guys for Russ. They got rid of KCP, Montrezl Harrell, and Kyle Kuzma for Russell Westbrook, and they let go of Alex Caruso. That's all your glue pieces. But you think you bring in an all-world player like Russ on a team that's poorly built was going to help. There was way more bigger reasons that team failed other than bringing this nigga in. And even that season where he actually played so bad, he averaged 17, 7, 7 off of 44% field goal shooting. That's borderline close to all-star numbers. As a third option, you find a third option who averaged those numbers around the league. Numbers similar to that. All across the board, 17, 7, and 7. And I'm not even a huge numbers guy, but I'm just saying the way they made it sound like is this nigga just basically went 25% from the field. He couldn't score, right? He couldn't do anything. When in reality, all he was doing was the same thing he's been doing his whole career at a lesser role as a third option. Just like anything, you get more to a third option, your numbers are going to drop. That's natural. But he wasn't playing so bad where he got the flack that he got from that team. But when you got people like, Dave McMenamin and, super fans like Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless playing memes every day, then people watching, they think, oh, this must be the truth. This must be what it is. They forget all the stuff prior to the situation. Forget everything else. They forget the 3 years in the playoffs, the conference finals. They forget the NBA Finals appearance, right? They forget being the top 2 point guard throughout that entire decade. They forget all that. They forget them beating top level teams. They forget he made Paul George better. They forget he made James Harden a better scorer because he did other things on the court. They forget that this nigga had a great mid-range jump shot. They forget all that and just chalk it up. Well, he's just playing. He's just not a good. He's done. How you done averaging 17, 7, 7? How you done when you were just an All-NBA team player the year before? How are you done? So what happens is he's done. He's done with the Lakers. So what happens is Paul George, like he said in his interview, sees that Russell Westbrook, and that's what the title is, his career has been so tainted now that nobody wants to touch him. Nobody wants to touch him. And this is the Lakers. This is everything. This is on full display. You're playing with LeBron James now. So this is being on full display. So you do anything bad or you chalk anything, like it's going to be throughout the league. So his name has been scolded into the mud. That nobody wants to touch him. I remember recalling when he came to the Clippers, nobody wanted to touch him because they were traumatized of all this negative stuff the media put out about him and have people. It's amazing. A guy who is a first ballot Hall of Famer had his whole career devalued in one season. That just goes to show you how bad it was when he was with the Lakers. So he goes over to the Clippers, right? And he reamps his career. His season with the Clippers, he came at the trade deadline actually in 2023. Came in halfway, didn't even get a training camp in, right? He comes in halfway through the season. And that's another thing. When you talk about somebody coming halfway through the season, don't get trained. Now you have to try to play catch up. This is something else that goes to, it's nothing about somebody's IQ, man. I don't think people understand what they say. They don't know what IQ means. Are you saying because you turn the ball over, you have a low IQ? Like, I don't know what they say when you have a low IQ, you turn the ball over. Because when you look at the all-time turnover list, as far as people who turn the ball over a game, I'm going to show y'all what the list entails on who turns the ball over the most in NBA history. Let me pull that up real quick. Okay. So when you look at the players with the average, the most turnovers in NBA history, right? The person that leads it is Trae Young with 4.2 turnovers in NBA history. 4.2. Now, people will look at all the totals. I look at the average because you can't compare a Trae Young who's been in the league for 7 years to a Russell Westbrook who's been in the league for 17 years, playing heavy starter minutes, playing in the playoffs. It's not a fair comparison, right? So you have to do the averages because it's not about the totals. It's about when they're playing on a game by game basis. That's how you post the measure, not the total. So when you look at the total per game, Trae Young's averaging 4.2 throughout his career. Luka Doncic is at 3.9. Russell Westbrook's at 3.9. Magic Johnson's at 3.9. Isaiah Thomas is at 3.8. John Wall's at 3.7. James Harden's at 3.7. Allen Iverson at 3.6. Steve Francis at 3.5. LeBron James at 3.5. Right? And all this screams out to me when you're primarily responsible for the offense, when you have a high usage rate, you're going to have turnovers. Now, it's not about how many you have. It's about when you turn the ball over. Now, can please somebody tell me a specific time in the postseason, multiple times in the postseason, or a specific when Russell Westbrook cost them the game in the playoffs off of a turnover? You might say a missed shot or he's chucking, but damn, that's the same credit we give Kobe Bryant. We call that going off on your shield. When your person's up there trying to win the game and trying to make a way, we call that going off on your shield. But when this nigga do it, it's called chucking the ball. Well, when you got a Kevin Durant who's running away in the fourth quarter because he don't want to score, he don't want to look to shoot. When they need him to score, and you got the second best player saying, okay, well, shit, if he ain't going to do it, I'm going to do it. That's not you trying to hold the ball. That's you trying to make something happen because my number one don't want to do anything. I watched that series against 26. They lost that series because KD ran from the moment. He didn't know what to do because the system Golden State had overwhelmed. They were up 3-1. How could you look at the second option before looking at the first option? KD ran away in them fourth quarters in that series. The finals in 2012, James Harden was the one that crumbled. Like he's been doing his whole career, crumbling. Running away from moments. Now, his ass got turnovers in clutch moments. His ass disappears with 7-8 point games in closeout. He does that shit. Where does Russell Westbrook do that? Now, I agree. I don't think he's the number one option, but to act like he ain't no starting point guard for a championship team, you gotta revisit what he has done with teams. When you look at the assists per game, Magic Johnson with 11 assists, Trae Young with 9, Isaiah with 9, John Wall with 8, Norm Nixon with 8, Luka Doncic with 8, Russell Westbrook with 8. So he's averaging 8 assists for his career. And he's at 3.9. That's a 2-to-1 ratio. He's doubling his turnovers. You know what that means? It's not bad enough for him to be costing his team wins. James Harden, on the other hand, 3.7 turnovers per game. Assists per game, 7.2. Sir, that is not a 2-to-1 ratio. You are hurting your team, sir. You're not helping, you are hurting. Stop looking at the ball getting turned over and that's it. If you clear your assist turnover ratio, you are fine. And again, you can't recall moments in the playoffs Russell Westbrook is losing them games. If he's chucking up shots and that's your best argument, it's a good idea pretty much because his first option ain't trying to score the damn ball. When Russell Westbrook has a person beside him who's doing what they're supposed to do, he's going to give the ball up. But when somebody ain't doing their job as my primary scorer and they having an off night, now I can come in and try to take over. That's what you're supposed to do. Now, he goes to the Clippers. He has to reamp his career. Hit that like, I'm going to let y'all in a minute. He goes to the Clippers, right? And he reamps his career. In the playoffs, he averages 23 points per game. Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. Paul George misses the whole entire series. Kawhi Leonard plays only 2 games, and they now have to try to beat this team without their other star players. As I saw in this series as well, Russell Westbrook played at a level where he carried that Clipper team to at least make these games competitive. Every last one of them. This is who he's been throughout his career, making little out of nothing and making them a competitive team. Every one of them games against the Suns were competitive games. Every last one of them. If he would have had at least one of the guys, I think if he would have had Kawhi or Paul George, I think they would have won this series. But he made it competitive and he got that monkey off of his back for that year. But it's crazy that he had to even get that off of his back off of one experience. Because the media tried to destroy his career. And you could tell they tried to destroy it because look at the stuff they said out on his way out the door. A vampire. That's a personal shot. It has nothing to do with your game. That's a personal shot. And there's nothing backing that up from anybody he's came across in the league, he's played with, any of his teammates. And nobody came out and said anything from the Lakers even. I recall when Austin Reeves spoke about Russell Westbrook, one of the best teammates I ever had. A role player. Christian Bryant. Russell Westbrook helped me defend James Harden. I mean, just like I said, I'm the type of cat when people say stuff about you, that's why I'm going as pretty much I'm gonna go with that if it's the truth or not. If 10 people tell me the same thing in a row, it's a good chance it's pretty much true. Whether it's good or bad. So he goes against the Suns, who are quote unquote supposed to be such a top-notch team, and he takes them. They lose every game, but they're all competitive. It was easy to see they're overmatched. They should have been getting blown out. But it's just another example. He has a mentality he wants to win. Now, has he won a championship? No. But he has been competitive, and he has won big playoff games. And unlike James Harden, Russell Westbrook's game elevates in the playoff. It doesn't decrease. That's the part people got to start understanding. When your numbers decrease in the playoffs, when your level of play decreases in the playoffs, Houston, we have a problem. But what the Clippers decide to do, which I don't know what the hell they were thinking, they sit up there and give up his job and don't even, after that performance, they don't even give it time, right? They give up his job and they bring in James Harden again. Now, this dude just got away from James Harden for a valid reason because of unprofessionalism. But you want to bring him over again? Why? Why do you want to bring him over to the same guy that wanted to leave? So after that series against the Suns, let's hear what Chris Paul and KD had to say about Russell Westbrook after that series, because they played against him. Let's see.
No, I don't. No, not about criticism. I mean, people going to always criticize when you're successful and you're doing your thing for this long. Somebody gonna always find something that they don't like about you. But Russ has been resilient his whole life. He come to work, don't say much, just come hoop. So when he's retired, people are gonna really tell the truth about how they feel about his game. Right now, it's a fun thing to do is to make a joke out of Russ, but he the way he's been playing is since he got with the Clippers, showed everybody who he really is.
I feel like the only people to do that too is the people who don't know basketball.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying? And don't know what it's like to compete. I know for me, Russ is one of my closest friends. You know what I'm saying? And so people that do that, talk crazy, probably wish they could be in that situation. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Kobe Bryant, Paul George, Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, Chris Paul, right? Yeah. Anybody that watched that series, bro, yeah, he got his name back, but the Clippers brought back James for whatever reason. I don't know whose idea it was to bring him in, but that really just basically threw Russell Westbrook out the door again, because James Harden and Russell Westbrook are the same player, but now Russell Westbrook already sacrificed for James Harden again, or James Harden already in Houston. They want him to sacrifice his game again. Now, I'm going to tell you, before James Harden came there, if Kawhi was healthy and Paul George was healthy in 2023, they would have had a chance to get to the finals and win it that year. So you didn't give that a chance. And then they get to training camp. They have the best scoring trio in the league their first, I think, 5 games. Because I like James Harden, Russell Westbrook's a great regular season player, but the difference is his game elevates in the playoffs. It doesn't decrease. So who would you rather have? Somebody that's going to come, play great in the regular season, and then turn his game up in the playoffs, not just with his stats, but with his intangibles, or somebody like James Harden who's going to be all-world in the regular season, but you just know when it comes to playoff time, you're just waiting for the moment he's not going to be able to answer the call. And it's happened throughout his entire career. But you give up his spot for that. Paul George is the second best player on the team behind Kawhi. They try to make James Harden better than Paul George. See, and that's the thing. You don't want to sacrifice for anybody, even if they're better than you. And then Paul George gets pushed out and he becomes the scapegoat. When you watch the playoffs this year, Paul George is off the Clippers. Everybody's all like, oh, we're going to win. Niggas got walked down by the same guy you traded. You traded. You traded away the guy that you said claimed was the issue or said somebody was better than you. You kept James Harden. You kept Chris Dunn. And he outplayed the starting point guard. Russell Westbrook came off the bench and outplayed James Harden that series. The Nuggets do not win that series if Russell Westbrook is not on that court. I don't care if Nikola Jokic is playing. I don't care if Jamal Murray, because Nikola Jokic had an average series. He had one great game. The only person I could say who was as impactful in that series was Aaron Gordon. That was it. Russell Westbrook was impactful offensively and defensively. Somebody else, speaking high on Russell Westbrook, Denver Nuggets star claims Russell Westbrook helped him to guard James Harden. He knows his game. I want to evaluate this dumbass narrative. He has a low IQ. Sir, if you're telling me that I can actually teach somebody how to guard a prime scorer, right, like James Harden, that is not low IQ. If I can teach you something that valuable, sir, I have to have some type of IQ. Let's read. The Denver Nuggets defeated the Los Angeles Clippers in convincing fashion to win Game 7. The Nuggets now advance to the second round of the playoffs. James Harden put one of the worst playoff performances of his career. See, that's another. I'm tired of seeing that. It happens all the time. Every stop. It happened in Houston. It happened in Philly. It happened in OKC. It happened with the Clippers. Prime games, important pivotal games, he just disappears. And it's because certain matchups he has a hard time against, and they just take his ass out the game. You don't ever see that with Russell Westbrook in the playoffs. Nobody's going to take him out of a matchup. Don't tell me about Damian Lillard. Damian Lillard played better than Russ, but Russ didn't look like he didn't believe he belonged on the court. There's a person had his number that series, but there is games in series that James Harden you can't even recognize him. He just checks out. Christian Bryant, on the other hand, his former teammate Russell Westbrook was absolutely sensational, scoring 16 points off the bench. Westbrook spoke after the game about how he felt disrespected by the Clippers during the series, and he used that disrespect to punish them. What he did didn't hurt the Clippers with his play. In fact, one Nuggets explained how Russ helped him understand how to guard James Harden. Russell Westbrook helped me guard James Harden. Speaking after Game 7, Chris Bryant, who played elite defense on James Harden to hold him to 7 points, explained his approach. Bryant revealed that Russell Westbrook throughout the series helped him to guard James Harden movements and tendencies so he can guard him better. Let me go ahead and let's go ahead and pull up the tweet, shall we? Let's pull it up.
The biggest part was Russ. He's played against James. He's played with James, so kind of knows his game. And he was telling me, what looks to give him, when to give him this look, when to do this, when to force him right. When he's going right, this is what he's doing. And I learned that over the course of the series. I think I got better and better as we went. And then the guys trusted me, and the coaches trusted me tonight. We didn't want to switch, and they kept me on them all night. So the credit goes to those guys and the coaches, for trusting me.
You can't have a low IQ, sir, and tell somebody to guard somebody like that. You can't have a low IQ. Turn the ball over don't mean you have a low IQ when you are responsible for primarily offense. Now, somebody's going to yell miss layups to me. Look, and this is just the quote unquote truth. Russ has missed layups throughout his entire career. You've seen players in the NBA miss layups, miss shots. It just doesn't get on the big scale. He has turned the ball over, but I'm trying to recall How many times has he cost his team a game by turning the ball? I can't recall. If you're telling me because of his shot chucking or shots, I'm telling y'all, from what me watching Russell Westbrook through his career, if he's doing that because his second option is either running away from the ball or doesn't want the ball. So what do you want me to do? So Russell Westbrook, obviously, like I said, his career has been. When I heard that comparison, I'm like, yeah, this has gotten so bad that you got role players being compared to an all-time great like this. This don't happen to anybody. You would not compare a role player like Chauncey Billups, who was great for his role. But you put Russell Westbrook and Chauncey Billups head to head, man, Russell will kill him. Especially at his peak. And again, that Spurs team that Russ and KD beat twice, they beat the Lakers, they beat the Mavericks, they beat top-level competition together. Hell, even the Rockets, bro, even the Rockets in the bubble, bro, when they had Russ and Harden, they beat OKC and they got a game off the Lakers, bro. They got to the second round. They're not been great put around teams around this. It's just the truth.
It seemed like LeBron was gonna go, and he was sad he couldn't go because he had a knee injury. Did you give him any tips on what to wear, or how to handle that?
I don't know. I haven't talked to Brown, and I don't know how long.
I haven't talked to Brian. I don't know how long. Yeah. So he must think that LeBron has something to do with what's going on with his reputation. I recall a time when they were dapping each other up like they're before a game about to start. It was right after he got traded from the Lakers. Russ usually taps. Well, he doesn't usually dap up, but LeBron was dapping everybody up throughout the game, and it was against the Clippers, and LeBron dapped everybody up. Y'all can see right here. He's dapping everybody up. Everybody saying what's up to him. This is right after Russ left the Lakers. He's standing over there like he don't see him. So, I mean, I could play devil's advocate and say maybe he just was in that mode, locked in. But because how close it was from how, him, being removed from the Lakers and all that shit he went against, I'm going to take it as he just wasn't messing with LeBron, and as he's still not messing with him to this day. But all I'm saying is, I think his career has been devalued since the Lakers because there was none of this stuff was being said prior to that. And we can't sit here and try to compare dudes who have no business being in conversations over guys who have put in years and years of work and their resume to be on a certain level. Right? When you talk about the best point guards of all time, Russell Westbrook is in that top 10 category. Some people may say right side of the house. Okay, fine. And the reason why, to me, he's not where he, as far as an individual player, where he should be, is because of he ain't won a championship yet. When he got with the Nuggets, there was a chance for them to win. And people thought that wasn't going to work. But the difference is Nikola Jokic took himself and said, look, I'm going to make him comfortable. And he's the one that campaigned for him. And it worked pretty much very well, to the point where I think the reason why Russ ain't got a job yet because he felt he can get more money because they were giving him the vet minimum. But he outplayed his contract. we'll see if he gets another deal somewhere else. I was hearing the Sacramento Kings were showing high interest. They're trying to negotiate a deal, but let's just stop with this whole. If we're gonna have a conversation about best point guards, let's make it against guys who's actually on that level. I don't want to do role players and stuff like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all come in here. Let y'all get y'all take off. I've been talking enough. It's it's a lot. Let's see. Let me see something. All right. So the link is dropped. I'm gonna let y'all come in and y'all see it. Everybody came in, bro. Get my boy Matt in, and then Azare, and I'm gonna get my boy T-Ray. What's good, Matt?
Hey, salute everybody. Salute BJ. Everybody that joined the panel. You know, being a professional athlete, man, is it's a roller coaster, man. One day they love you, and the next day they hate you, and they'll put certain things on you and around you, and it's people forget, right, who you were, what you did. I've criticized Russ, right? I mean, I haven't always been the most positive guy when it comes to him, but I've never questioned his mentality. I never questioned his will to win. I never questioned his leadership or his ability to be a good teammate, right? In the locker room, outside the locker room, right? A good family man. He's always approached the game the right way. He's going to keep coming at you, make or miss. And so I like Russ, bro. I like his demeanor. I like his motor. And I like how he operates as a basketball player, right? This is a make or miss league. Everybody's not going to make shots or play well. But we've never questioned Russ's heart or his will to win or his intention to win. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I mean, he's been around some different teams as of late, and he's gotten a bad rep. But you see how when he's able just to play basketball, he can still impact winning. I thought he impacted winning last year with the Denver Nuggets, right? And again, he didn't always play well, but his effort, it trickles down. It's a domino effect, right? Like it's contagious. And so it was sad to see him go through what he went through back in LA on the Lakers, right? Not being able to play basketball, being the scapegoat, being around bad leadership, right? I mean, that was terrible, right? You had fans talking about him, his family, his kids, threatening him, putting the whole cojones on him. But you got LeBron and AD there, and they get no goddamn blame. And not once did those guys come to his defense. Listen, bro, I'm a Rockets fan. They said nothing but good things about this dude in Houston, bro. Right? He's a great teammate. He's a great locker room guy. He's gonna hold you accountable. He's gonna hold himself accountable. It's funny how he's only got that stigma or AKA that tag when he was with the Lakers, under that umbrella. And so, I don't like how Russ is being treated, bro. If I'm not mistaken, he's not signed yet, right? You gotta be goddamn kidding me. Like he can't help an NBA team? You mean to tell me that an NBA roster can't use Russell Westbrook, but I can scan the landscape and I can point to 12th guy, 11th guy, 10th guy, 9th guy, and they're better than Russ? Absolutely not, bro. And so let me close by saying this. I think the beginning of the end is starting to happen for him. I think what happened with Carmelo and Iverson as they've gotten older, the blackballing, the false narratives, the agendas, right? He's a bad locker room guy. He's selfish. He's a turnover machine. I think that has sunk deep around the league, and certain GMs and teams. Proof's in the pudding. I mean, hold on. What are we? August 27th, free agency is over. NBA guys are starting to report if I'm not mistaken, in the middle of next month. And so he's not signed yet. And so what the hell was going on? And so the proof's in the pudding. And so I don't know, man. I mean, he should be signed. He should be getting ready. He should be gearing up for another NBA season. Russ has never cheated the game, bro. He's always approached the game the right way. And for a player not to reap the benefits of the National Basketball Association, even at a time where he may not be who he is or used to be, but just out of sheer respect, bro. Just respect for the game and him. Like, come on, man, please. I mean, somebody sign him. Somebody sign this dude. And then here's my last point, bro. If you guys are going to praise other people for stats and putting up monster numbers, bro, then please use the same measuring stick for us, right? I mean, he's had some of the most historic seasons in NBA history. And it's funny how we don't put him on a platform or a level compared to some other guys, right? Is he the best point guard of all time? No. But is he the most athletic, one of the most best all-around point guards? I have to say, yeah. Who scores, rebounds, you know what I'm saying? Play makes, is he the best defensive player? No. But does he compete? Yeah. And so he needs to be mentioned in these conversations, bro. And I think the NBA should be ashamed of themselves that all 32 teams have not signed this guy yet. That alone is just it's devastating and it's disappointing, bro. And shame on these NBA owners and rosters who, in my opinion, have got behind a closed door and somewhat blackballed this dude coming into this season, bro. He played great last year for the Denver Nuggets, right? I thought he played great. Did he play great every single game? No, but who does? Who does? And so I'm going to praise Russ while he's here. He deserves to be praised. And I mean, his effort, the way he approaches the game, bro, it's refreshing. It's been refreshing. And so that's all I got for now, BJ.
I appreciate you, Mass. Let me go to Azariah. What's good, bro?
What's up, BJ? You hear me clearly?
Yeah, bro, we hear you.
Okay. Like, before I start this off, like, it's crazy how media narratives have, like, become, like, a big stigma in, like, today's modern NBA. Like, you can report the game incorrectly and you still keep a job, which is crazy to me. Miles touched on something that I want to touch on, too. When he said as soon as he went to go play with the Lakers, we never heard, like, none of those stigmatism. I used to be an OKC fan. And in my entire time following OKC, I never heard Russ Westbrook get called a vampire, a locker room cancer, a toxic on the team. I never heard any of that by Russell Westbrook. It's always been the most positive things about Russell Westbrook. Even when Kevin Durant left the Oklahoma City Thunder, he had dinner with Westbrook and they were still friends. Sure, you're gonna see competitive moments on the court, but they were still close to each other. KD was still sending his family gifts after he had a kid. So no, there was never no like bad stigma for Westbrook until he went to play with LeBron James, and I got to go there because soon he went there. I did not know he was averaging 22, 11, and 11 and 1.4 steals with Washington before he went over there. Like that's crazy. And as soon as you get over there, you drop to a third option. And Miles, correct me if I'm wrong. When have you ever seen anyone blame a third option for a team's failures? Like that's crazy to me. Like you got two franchise players in LeBron James and Anthony Davis, but you want to blame you want to blame a third option, which is crazy. Like in the point it got to the point like the media publicly went on like a campaign to discredit and to bash Russell Westbrook. They'll play his low lights constantly every day and night with clown music. I've never seen nobody do that shit. Not even Shaq and the Fool did that shit as doing consistently as they have. Like that's why to me playing with the Lakers immediately destroyed Russell Westbrook's image and like his whole like value. That's why I'm glad he left. As soon as he left and went to the Clippers, I didn't like when the Clippers brought in James Harden because like I already got a good guard. Why I need this choker? What's that? Well, I was like, why would you bring in this choker and James Harden? But I think Westbrook has had a bad shape. My only critique on Russell Westbrook, like any critique I had on Russell Westbrook, would be his decision making, especially come playoffs. He don't know when to slow it down. and sometimes he can have poor shot selection. But other than that, Russell Westbrook's not that bad of a player. And it's funny to me how BJ had a podcast, and it was does LeBron James make his teammates better? Well, Westbrook is the best example of that. If LeBron James make his teammates better, you and Anthony Davis, y'all struggling. But the only player that took Westbrook to the NBA Finals and multiple Western Conference Finals is Kevin Durant. If you make your teammates better, how come don't you using Westbrook as a scapegoat and you can't get it done with him? I'm gonna end off that.
All right, as I'm gonna go to the next person. Y'all can hit the like button. Y'all come in here. Let me go to T Ray. What's good, T Ray?
Hey, what's going on, player? Yeah, I just want to, man. I want to kind of chime in off what the last two cats were saying, Miles. And my man, I forgot his name, but Westbrook is the example of hard work, perseverance, and dedication, and not allowing his shortcomings to, to dictate, his impact on the game. He for every turnover he have or bad pass, he'll get back and hustle and knock the ball out of bounds. He might shoot an air ball, but then he'll come up with an offensive rebound and keep a play alive. So he's always in the game, regardless of who or what and what they got to say in the papers and all that. And for some reason, sports, nobody appreciates the hard working player anymore. Everything's got to be a narrative driven, efficient or what have you. But guys like Westbrook, in a normal setting would be praised. He would be, he'd be set up with a team by now. He wouldn't be out here in limbo. And, he'd be getting ready to have his flowers and have a send off, when he retired. Because what he's done, he's definitely a top 10 all time point guard. And he did it his way as a 6'3", 210, 15-pound player. And, he won't be appreciated. And what Durant did said was true. He won't be appreciated fully until he's gone. And then all of a sudden people, oh man, Westbrook was a bucket, or Westbrook was this and that. And it's sad that in real time that they marginalize him. And then you don't have these so-called leaders and these other players, like when he played with LeBron, he didn't defend him one time. You allowed all this slander, you allowed all this stuff to go on, and that makes me believe that you wanted him there so that when everything hit the fan and when you didn't win, he would take the brunt of all the jokes and all the blame. But like I said, he's still going on since then, playing league minimum and playing like, but still playing like it's game 7 every time he's in the game. So I always appreciate a guy like that who puts effort on both ends of the floor, flaws or not. And anybody in a locker room that's been in a locker room, they'll appreciate. They know that those kind of guys you appreciate because they up the level of play with everybody on the team. And then I fall back from there.
I appreciate you, T. Appreciate you. Let me go to Scott Warrior. What's good, Scott?
Don't just skip to me because I'm not a Russ fan, and if I go on, you're gonna have to kick me off. So just don't go to me.
No, I ain't kicking you off, man. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead. As long as it's factual shit.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try to be objective because my God, I got a lot to say about Russ, but I'm gonna try to keep it. I'm gonna try to keep it fair to Russ. For the time, I don't think Russ was I think he got more devalued when he went to the Lakers, but I think people always saw what Russ was. He can be a great number one option on a on a playoff team, but if you want to win chips, he's not your number one guy. He has to be a number two at best. He can't be a number one. Now, do I think Russ is he was okay. To me, there was never a time where he was the best point guard in the league. It was Steph, CP3. Then when Luka came, it was his turn. He was never the best in my opinion. Uh, to me, I'm gonna have to read, but I don't think he was ever a top 5 player either. Top 10, but I don't think he was top 5, and definitely not top 3. And for the low IQ point, to me, it's not just his turnovers. It's his defense is extremely questionable for a lot of his years in OKC. Not a great defender, not even a good one, and and a lot of questionable shot selection, a lot of questionable uh playmaking decisions. And don't ever compare him to James Harden, because James Harden clears Westbrook. Don't ever compare him. James Harden clears Westbrook.
Right.
It's not even close. Westbrook will be happy to even be in the same planet as James Harden. Harden destroys Westbrook. For the Lakers thing, I think it goes both hand in hand. I think LeBron, AD, and Westbrook, all of them had the role of destroying the Lakers. Now, was the criticism too much? Of course it was. But I think all of them should have been rightfully blamed for that colossal of a failure. Now, when he went to the Clippers and Nuggets, to me, I don't really care. He was a role player. He's still a solid one, still a valuable role player to the team. So I don't think he messed it up too much. So I'm not gonna hate him there. But to me, I got him like at the back half with the 10-point guard. I got Steph. Magic, Jerry West, Oscar, Chris Paul. Who else? I got Peyton is over him. Uh, Stockton is over him. Isaiah is over him. Uh, and yeah, I got Westbrook like at 8 or 9 or 10. But when Luca and Shea are done, they're gonna pack him up. So I can't wait when Luca and Shea are done with their
Yes, I
careers,
can.
because they're gonna pack Westbrook up. But hey, Westbrook, you're a top 50 player, top 75 player, number 2 on a championship team at best. You're number 1 on a playoff team. So yeah, that's my take on Westbrook.
All right, see, that wasn't bad. I mean, it was bad, but I didn't kick you out. I can
It
listen to
wasn't
what you're
bad,
saying.
bro.
I ain't gonna kick you out though, bro. Let me go to KB film room. What's good, KB?
Man, what's good? Salute to y'all, all of y'all, man. BJ, another good topic. Um, I want to say this, okay? I was part of the panel the other day when people were going in on Russ, and to me, I compare apples to apples. I'll never compare a guy who was taking a lesser role to a superstar, right? Compare superstars to superstars. Um, but I want to say this, man, about that whole Lakers experience. I'm a longtime Laker fan, and I knew what we were getting when we got Russ, right? And I think some people they judge players unfairly, and what I mean by how they judge players is they automatically wanted this guy to turn into something he never was. Russell Westbrook was a great point guard, but you know what he averaged for his career as far as turnovers? He averages 3.9 turnovers a game, close to 4 a game, right? That's who he is, right? To get mad at him because, the media and all that were going in on him for his turnovers. To get mad at him for his turnovers made no sense to me. That's what he does. That's what he is. He turns over the ball, right? He's a great point guard, but that's one of the things that he just does that you just gotta accept once you get him on your team, right? If a guy can't shoot, you don't automatically expect him to just start shooting. You know what I mean? That was managed fault. Second of all, the Lakers were losing before he got there. They traded to get Russ uh, on the team to improve the team. They didn't improve that much. When you look at LeBron, he turned over the ball too, right? That's one thing you got to live with when you get LeBron James on your team. He's going to turn over the ball. So the turnovers things never made any sense to me. Whenever I sat back, and this is where the politics comes in. Whenever I sat back and listened to the media, right? The media loved Russ when he was in OKC because they wanted to stick it to KD, right? So they chose Russ, and they were pretty much like destroying KD in the media, right? But when Russ got to the Lakers, it turned. And I've heard shit that I've never heard before when he was on the Lakers. I was sitting back and they were saying that he wasn't a good teammate, right? And I was like, wait the fucking minute. All you heard throughout his career was what his teammates said about him, that he was a great teammate. He would take guys out to dinner. He would host team events and things like that. He was a good chemistry guy as far as keeping teams together. And then you see him go to the Clippers. With the Clippers, Russ was actually performing well in the playoffs, like BJ said. This guy was balling. Now, they didn't get the results that they wanted. You could hold them accountable for each and every series, and that's fine. But it's not like this dude didn't have great games in these series, right? So I want to deal with the next thing is I want to deal with what Mass said. Mass said something that exposes everything, right? He said, you guys like stats, don't you? Right? So how can you completely crush? I've been hearing a whole lot of times that, oh, winning isn't everything. Oh, winning, you don't have to have the impact on winning like that, because winning isn't everything. It's all about appreciating everybody for being great until you get to Russell Westbrook, right? Until you get the people you don't like. Now all of a sudden, winning is holding people accountable. That's not my logic. That's their logic. So there's a lot of hypocrisy. There's a lot of politics, and there's a lot of bullshit in basketball talk when it comes to what do you guys critique a player for. And that's all I got to say about that. Oh, let me add something else before I give up the mic. This basketball is a team game shit
All right, you good?
should apply to Russ too. And that's all I got to say.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Y'all can hear me?
We got you.
All right. Um, how you doing, BJ? How y'all doing, panel? I mean, I understand what y'all saying. Like, he got a good mentality and good mindset and good motor. But I think for one, he the worst MVP of all time that they gave it to. His MVP season, he had the second most turnovers in NBA history, and he got like one of the worst turnover ratios in NBA history. He got the second most turnovers in NBA history. He got 5 seasons leading the NBA in turnovers. And the series he played without KD against the Rockets, he shot 38%. Against Utah, he shot 39%. Against Philly, he shot 33%. And versus the Blazers, he shot 35%. He got the lowest field goal percentage in the playoffs as an MVP from 2000 and now. Out of all the MVPs, he got one of the worst win shares. He had no playoff series he ever shot 50%. He a bad free throw shooter. He a bad 3-point shooter. Um, he got one of the worst field goal percentage in the clutch as an MVP. He don't control the tempo and pace of a game. He take ill-advised shots. And without KD, he 8-18 and he lost in the first round, I think 4 straight times as the number 1 option. So like I definitely think he a good player, but he definitely not a top 10 point guard. I can easily pick 10 point guards ahead of him.
Okay. All right. Let me go to shit. Who next? I'm gonna go to JM real quick. What's good, JM?
Hey, what up, BJ? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, what up? Hey, salute to you, BJ. Keep keeping up the fantastic job. I know you about to make some good ass paper because the Clipper season about to start. I support you. I'm gonna keep trying to do better. You know what I'm saying? Salute to the panel and the chat. As far as
Salute.
this, for real, BJ, you doing a good ass job, man. Honest to goodness, man. I just can't wait till I can do more for you. Cause you be
You good?
throwing
You
them,
good, man?
hey,
It's all
six
good.
hours, 6 hour shows. You should, jeez. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna wait till I can do something so I can even talk about that. So I'm gonna leave that alone. Now, as far as the topic about what is it, Westbrook and what? Westbrook and because I missed it. I was on the road.
Nah,
What's the
you
topic
good.
again?
His career has been devalued since the Lakers.
No, I don't think that's true. I I don't think Lakers. That means you had to say LeBron devalued Westbrook, and I don't think that because I think we was on this show earlier when I said LeBron is a type of player who's a role player, and he come in and bring everybody with him, but when they don't win, he blamed them. Westbrook has proven that he is a good ass player because he had 3 times, what, 3 or 4 times triple double king. Now, you know what I'm saying? So clearly Westbrook, but one thing knock I do got about Westbrook, and maybe LeBron might have saw it, that Westbrook does has his flaws. He averages triple doubles, but they've been 10, like, you know what I'm saying? They're like 12, 12, 12. Ain't like he ever went off for like a 35-point game, but he is a valuable player in a role that he does. His role is to be what he is, a triple threat king. That's what he proved it. But so he's a role player. And as far as the Lakers, that wasn't the Lakers. That was LeBron. So LeBron has crushed Westbrook like LeBron has crushed every player he ever played with. So I think that whole, as far as that narrative, nah, Westbrook is a very good player. If you expect Westbrook to hit a wide open layup, you're a fool. He only got to hit 10 of them. He was a triple double, right? Triple double for 4 years in a row. But he only had to hit 10 points. Now, if he running down the court like 20 times and he run faster, so he only got to make 10 points. So basically to answer this, the Lakers did not diminish what Westbrook was. If LeBron wasn't there, then Westbrook would probably average a fifth year of being a triple double scorer. That's how I can act. But he playing with LeBron, so it's a whole different ball game.
They went to the conference finals after they trade Westbrook, though.
Yeah, but still, Westbrook was still a triple double king before he
It
went to
just
the
it,
Lakers.
it it just wasn't a good fit. It just wasn't a good fit.
Right,
Westbrook,
I
LeBron,
agree.
that's not a good fit.
It wasn't a good fit. That's what I said.
You have two ball
It,
dominant players
Yeah,
that
you
play the
got
same
two. You got
thing.
two not very good floor spacers on the team. They should have never traded Westbrook in the first place.
I agree with you. That's what I said. I'll just say I wasn't. It wasn't a knock at LeBron. It was a knock.
Who is a
No,
good fit?
Westbrook was
no, I
doing his
wasn't even trying to
thing.
defend LeBron. They just shouldn't even. The
Who is a good
LeBron shouldn't
fit,
even never
LeBron?
ask for
No, no,
Westbrook in the
I'm not
first
a
place.
LeBron. Yo, that
LeBron
shit.
mad that they got
LeBron
Lakers.
wanted that
They want a
nigga
good
though.
fit.
LeBron wanted
Yo,
Yeah,
Westbrook.
that's why I
yo.
said LeBron should have never asked for Westbrook in the
Yeah, he
first
should never
place.
ask
So that
for.
wasn't smart
Who
of
is
him.
a
He's
good
supposed to have
fit
this
when
high
LeBron?
IQ. Hold on.
Yeah,
He
it
was
was
supposed to have this
smart of
high
him.
IQ. Why would he
Yeah,
want to
it
play
was
with Westbrook knowing that they got the same style of play? That's not
He
right.
high
wants his
IQ
LeBron too
basketball.
high
IQ,
You
his
IQ.
ain't switching
IQ ain't as
players,
high.
bro.
His
Yeah.
IQ ain't as high as his. See, I ain't gonna get into that, but his IQ ain't
But
that
but
high.
but you
Nah,
see
Let me
what
go
I'm
to E
saying?
real quick.
you're right, BJ. Because they gon' say, "Oh, he wanted DeMar DeRozan," but DeMar DeRozan wasn't as good as Westbrook at that time.
DeMar
But he
DeRozan will
should have
win another
need he
terrible
should have
fit.
need more
DeMar
so than
DeRozan will win
Westbrook
another
did.
terrible fit.
Man,
That'd
they
have been
used
more than
that
No,
boy.
Westbrook.
hey,
They
hey,
had that boy in the dunker spot, man. They put Westbrook in the dunker spot, bro.
man, hey, Westbrook, you forgot Westbrook averaged a triple double. That means rebounds, assists, and
Okay,
scoring.
but that don't
Yeah,
matter.
it mean a lot. What you mean? It don't mean nothing. He
I think
rebound.
triple doubles matter.
It didn't
OG,
translate to nothing.
if it ain't LeBron James, it don't matter.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
problem. But that's why
Nah, it
that's why I'm
still don't
taking on
matter.
the
What are they
topic.
getting? What are they getting with the
I'm
Lakers? When you
sticking
talking
on
about
I'm
with the
sticking
Lakers?
on the topic. I'm sticking on the
Bro,
topic. They
you really
said
grooming the third option, bro. Listen
no.
to
I'm
yourself. You
sticking.
became
I'm
the third
sticking on
option.
the topic. Rushbrook,
You said it right. You said it right.
No, Rushbrook.
Sound like the
No,
rest of the
no,
media,
no,
man.
no, no,
Hey, let
no.
me get to hold on, hold
He
on,
should
hold
have
on,
never
JM. Let me
missed.
get to
No, no,
Program.
no.
let me get to
He
let
should
me
have
get
never
to
missed.
hold on, let me get to E Leezy real quick. Go ahead, E.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, was Monty before me?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just so many people coming at once.
Okay.
So if you want
Well,
my
yeah,
ticket, I can give it to him.
I'll be short. I mean, a lot of people said a lot of good things. CJ, I think you really kind of just really discredited his whole career, to be honest with you. You picked a small sample size. He got 17 years in the league. You picked 5 of his worst seasons statistically as far as his shooting percentage. You
I
know what I'm
kept it
saying?
respectable. I had more things, but I just want to I kept it respectable.
I
That's
know,
all.
but if we're going to pick apart players, we could do that with every player in NBA history who didn't shoot well from the field, who didn't shoot well from the free throw line, who averaged high turnovers. He's 3.9 turnovers for his career. LeBron, and I hate to always bring LeBron up, but we have to compare him to LeBron has 3.5 turnovers for his career. That's
But the
point. Hold on,
but
that's
them
point
players,
four. Point four. That's what we're looking at. Point four. So that's not even a full turnover, bro. Like more than LeBron. Think about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And his assist to turnover ratio, basketball terms, if you guys played or know about basketball, your point guard is supposed to have a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio. Westbrook has that. So you can always point at his turnover. Now, I'm going to give you this. Later on in his career, they wanted to turn him into something that he's never been, ever. Just like they did Carmelo Anthony. I am not a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. Can he make threes? Yes, but he's a rhythm 3-point shooter. He's not a catch and shoot 3-point shooter. You get what I'm saying? A lot of shooters can shoot off of the bounce, but they can't catch and shoot. How many times have you seen Luka, fucking James Harden strictly catch and shoot with no dribbles? I'm talking about with no hesitation, catch, let it go. You
If
rarely
any,
see it.
not many.
They're not that type of 3-point shooter. They're all off the bounce rhythm. A lot of players can't really do all of that with the catch and shoot and do it off the bounce. A lot of players can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So to devalue Westbrook as a shooter, something that he's never been. He's always been a slasher. He's always been a player that plays in transition, who play with force downhill. He's never a player that's going to break you down off the dribble. He's just going to use his first step and his quickness and athleticism to blow past you. And he's going to use his physical attributes because 6'4", and he's physical as hell, strong. He's going to use his size to you know what I'm saying, kind of bang you to create separation, create space, then his athleticism to finish. You get what I'm saying? So we always want to throw all these percentages and shit around. Jason Kidd really wasn't a great shooter either. Look how he played
Terrible
most of his
shooter.
career. Look how he played
Terrible
most of his
shooter.
career. Can we arguably say that Jason Kidd is a top 5 point guard all time?
No,
Yeah.
no, no,
Yes, we can. You're
no. We
out your
can't.
mind if you don't think Jason Kidd is better than motherfucking John Stockton
John
and
Stockton's better
Gary
than
Payton
is greater
and
than Jason
Gary
Kidd.
Payton. Are you out your mind? Stop
Nah,
it.
nah. He can't
no
be.
team
He can
that
definitely be
added
a top 5.
J Kidd got a chip. So, and he was valuable in that chip the
Yep.
whole season. Jason Kidd
And,
actually became a 3-point shooter. That's how great you are. I'm not
yep.
a shooter, but guess what? later on in my career, I'm gonna show everybody I'm gonna turn into strictly a 3-point shooter. On the catch and
But
shoot, Jason Kidd was like top 10 or top 5 in 3-point field goal percentage for a non-shooter. Remember that.
And
So it's
everywhere
all
he went,
And
everywhere he
it's
went, he
all about
impacted.
it.
not,
Everywhere he went, he impacted
yes.
winning. So period, point blank. You
New
can say what
Jersey
you
But he a
want.
Nets.
better
New
he a
Jersey
better this
Nets.
Hey, but
he a
Jason
let me
better
Kidd
decision
won
maker.
2
He a
times
better
in a
decision
row.
maker, and he take better
Jason
shots and he play
Kidd.
better defense than
Yeah.
Westbrook.
I agree, but hey,
New Jersey
let's say this
Nets.
though. You can't sit there and say that
Westbrook don't got no
Russell
All
Westbrook is
NBA
not a good
defense, so he
defender.
not.
We
No,
can't
What
say
he
Westbrook
good? What he
nice.
good at?
No, Westbrook nice.
hey, we can't say that
No,
Westbrook is a terrible
no,
defender.
nah.
Westbrook
Nah.
is a good defender. Stop.
Westbrook actually
Westbrook
is a
not
good defender. His
terrible.
only
I don't give a
Westbrook
fuck.
problem,
Hey,
nice.
guess what?
he
Hold on,
gambles a
guess
lot.
Bro.
hold on, y'all. Let me finish. What you don't have to be the only thing that you guys measure great is making these lists. These lists are biased because of who's voting for the players. The media hates Russ like they hated Kobe. That's why Kobe only got one motherfucking regular season MVP. You can't tell me that Russ is not a good defender. That if you watch the games, he can guard. Did you see what he says? IQ. Did you see what he told Christian Brown on how to guard a player? If you it's no way that you cannot have an IQ and break down a player's
Hey,
tendencies like
hey,
Russ did to Christian
Hey,
Brown.
who stopped
It
hey,
it?
makes
hey,
no
Hey,
hey,
who
sense,
hey,
bro.
stopped
hey,
KD?
Hold on,
Who
hold on,
stopped
y'all.
KD?
Stop. Hold on, man. Let E finish, and I gotta go to the next person.
And then we already know when you play with LeBron, bro, what the narratives is gonna be. If you're not doing this and you're not helping him win a championship, if you're not the primary person that's helping him win a championship, you're garbage. Look at all the players that play with LeBron. Now they saying him and Luka don't fit. Now it's Luka fault. But guess what? Clutch. LeBron is mad that they're focusing more on Luka than him. It's all about emotion, bro. When you fuck with LeBron, they did the same thing to Carmelo Anthony when he went to go play with LeBron. They did the same thing to Dwight Howard when he went to go play with LeBron. Shit, Rajon Rondo helped his bitch ass win a championship in the bubble, and he didn't even have a fucking contract next year. He had to retire. Nobody picked up Rajon Rondo. So when we talking about all this shit, bro, y'all gotta put this shit in a proper perspective, bro, because numbers don't always tell your whole career, bro. It don't. You gotta really pay attention and break down the game, bro. Like, hold
No, I
on.
mean,
Hold on. Let me say this. I do agree with Russell Westbrook's decision making at certain junctures of the game and his inability to get a quality possession in the clutch. He has more of those instances than not, but I'm not finna take away from his overall greatness as a basketball player, bro. I'm not gonna do that because I can nitpick on every single player in NBA history, bro. Like real talk.
so so why the Wizards, Clippers, and Denver Nuggets gave him up?
hey, hey,
Denver
hey,
didn't give
hey,
him up. The
Because of the
Clippers,
hey,
media,
James
bro.
Harden. The Wizards,
hey,
the
hold
Wizards
on.
Media.
didn't give him
The
up. He
Wizards
got
wanted him to
traded
stay.
there.
He
The
turned
The
his
Wizards
he
Wizards
wanted him
turned
to
wanted
his
him
stay.
to
We didn't
stay.
give him up.
um
We didn't give
What
him
hey,
team
up
he on right
either.
now? What team he play
Washington
for right now?
Hey,
wanted
hold
him.
on, hold on,
That's the
hold
Washington
on.
wanted him.
narrative, PJ.
Hey,
But
Let
Stop.
me go
hey,
to. Let me
Washington,
go
hey,
to.
hey,
Hold on, hold
Washington
on,
Westbrook.
y'all.
would not have made that move. He would have been
Hold on. Let
with
me get to
Washington
Monty.
till this day if it
Uh,
wasn't for LeBron.
hey, hold
Let
on,
me get
hold on.
Monty real quick, y'all. Hold on. Let me get to Monty. What's good,
Hey,
Monty?
hey, what's up, BJ? Hey, salute to E, salute to BJ, salute to the chat, salute.
Salute,
Make sure
bro.
y'all, man, like, subscribe, and make sure y'all go ahead and comment on how y'all feel about this topic. I'm tired of this Russell Westbrook slander. I'm tired of everybody hating on Russ and what he's done for the league. He's never cheated the game. I want y'all to understand that. He never ran. He never ran. You know what I mean? He never cheated the game. CJ, you look like you was sitting right there behind the computer just reading everything Russ hasn't done. That's what your whole soliloquy. I promise you. You didn't say nothing from the heart. You ain't say
But
nothing
that
that you
separate
felt.
facts from
Bro,
opinion, though. That's
hold
what
on.
it's there for.
I
Do your
didn't
homework.
interrupt
You
you.
could do the
I
same
didn't
thing.
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I didn't interrupt you. I let you speak when you read off a computer, when you read off your phone. That's what it sounded like. I'm telling you, when you talk, you gotta speak from the heart, bro. Now we not gonna talk about his failures and what he didn't do. Russ he gave none but 110% every play of the game. His man left him and went to Golden State. Did you see what he did to the next season after? What are you talking about? Like, stop playing so much, bro. Do you see the teams that he had to play with? What are y'all talking about? Y'all keep talking about turnovers. How many assists did he average that year? What are you talking about? It was over 10 plus? What you mean? 4 triple doubles years straight. Y'all not about to keep playing with Russ, bro. Y'all not about to keep doing that, bro. You know what I'm saying? He gave it his all, bro. The media, all they did is hate on Bron after he went to the Lakers, bro. And he averaged 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists as a third option with LeBron and AD. LeBron ain't like Russ because Russ is gonna hold niggas accountable, bro. I'm gonna keep it a beam with y'all, bro. And I don't like how y'all just try to go off how y'all feel. We going off facts. It is facts. He has the number to prove all this. He got the numbers to back up everything you talking about. What you saying? He clears James Harden. James Harden was backing up Russ. James Harden was backing up him. Stop what you doing. Watch out. Come on, bro. What are y'all like? Come on, bro. What we talking about? Scout Warrior? You young as hell. Come on, you need to go back and you need to go watch what was going on. You know what I'm saying? You need to watch, bro. Real loud, I'm tired of this disrespect and this slanders. I got a whole bunch of screenshots BJ could put up right now. He got 100 screenshots he could put up right now. On my soul, he could check his phone right now. Y'all keep wanting to play with Russ. I'm not having it, bro. Today is not the day, bro. It's not the day. You know what I'm saying? CJ, I'm not about to let none of y'all do that. He was dunking on your favorite player. Whoever your favorite point guard is, he was dunking on him. He was dunking on him. Every point guard you want to name. Chris Paul, Steve Nash, who else? Who else y'all want? Chauncey Billups. What? You better wake up. Chauncey Billups ain't checking on Russell Westbrook in his prime. Y'all stupid. Y'all out y'all mind. They not even the same
They the number
conference.
one options to him. They were the
Bro,
number
I'm
one
not finna
options
hear
to them,
nothing.
and they proved it.
Bro, he's not,
I'm
bro,
just keeping it
in
real,
Russ
bro.
prime, Chauncey Billups is not doing nothing with him, bro.
And he went to the finals and represented too, didn't he?
Hey,
Give him his
I
props.
agree
Come
with
on, bro.
Monty. I
Hey,
agree
hold
with
on.
Monty.
I ain't talking when y'all speak. Bro, he went to the finals at 23. At
I agree with Monty.
23. He went to the finals at 23 with KD. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all know the teams they beat at 23? The Spurs. CJ, you're a Laker fan, right? Oh, the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? Come on, the Mavs. They just won the finals, didn't they? Come on, bro. Y'all gotta stop what y'all doing, bro.
They beat.
Stop what
Then
y'all
they
doing,
beat the
bro.
Heat too. They beat the Heat too, right?
Hey,
You
I
said
agree with
what?
Monty. I'm on your
Oh,
side, Monty.
oh.
I'm on your side.
Bro,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
look. We lost because we ran into a super team, bro. We ran into LeBron James, D Wade, and Chris Bosh. BJ just broke it down. Who
No,
didn't
I
show
had
up?
asked you 'cause I
Who,
forgot. My
bro? He
fault.
just hold on, CJ. I ain't talking when you read on your computer, bro. Like I said again, you read on the computer, bro.
You just
You ain't
said
say
about
nothing,
facts and
bro. I
get
didn't
our
talk when
feeling.
you was
Now you
reading on
talk
your
about me
computer,
reading a
bro.
computer.
You was reading on the computer, bro. That's what you was
No,
reading the
bro.
whole
I
time.
broke down his game, bro.
No, you did
Like,
not. You was reading on the
what's wrong
computer. You
with
didn't
reading off
break
his
down.
shit, bro? That's
You
his
didn't. You said,
game.
bro, he's not a good free throw
That's
shooter.
separate
He's not a
opinion
good.
from facts.
Come
That's what
on, bro.
separate
Stop
opinion
what you
from
doing.
facts.
Come on, bro. That's not facts.
It
Come on,
is
bro.
factual, bro.
Come
Everything I
on,
read
bro.
off is
Hey,
factual.
Monty, what position is Russell? A small shooting guard, a small guard.
He's a
He's a
point
point
guard.
guard. What do you
He's
don't
a
even ask
point
that
guard.
question?
Okay, right
He's
now.
listed as a point guard. He's
Okay,
listed
now
as a
watch.
point guard.
I'm agree with you. Watch this. I'm agree with this. There's something you might didn't know. Russell Westbrook is the best point guard in NBA history with his stats. Number one.
I already know that. I
I'm agree
already know
with
that.
you. Yeah, I'm
This is what
agree
I'm
with
trying to tell
you.
them. They don't know
Yeah,
this.
he's the best
And
point
Scott
guard
Warrior
in
talking
NBA
about it.
history. In NBA
Hold on.
history.
I got you, JM. Scott Warrior talking about. Oh, Russell Westbrook was never a top 5 player. He was never a top 2 point guard. What? Are you crazy? What? It was only one point guard at a time. And BJ could tell y'all this right now. It was only one point guard that I could say that was better than him at a time. It was Steph Curry. Because Steph Curry was having his way. He had a dynasty. He ran into super teams and dynasties, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like what? It was a point in time Russell Westbrook was the best point guard in the league. You know what I'm saying? In the
So we gotta
All-Star
get Chris
game,
Paul that
Russ was
same
harder.
excuse, right?
Hey,
Come on,
no,
bro.
no. Hey, wait.
Hold
Real
on,
quick,
y'all,
real
man.
quick.
Hey, y'all gotta let him finish, man. Let him
Oh,
finish.
my fault,
We can get
But I'm
through this.
gonna
We gotta
back
get
him
through
up.
this.
I'm backing him up. Okay, my
Yeah,
fault.
wait till
Okay.
he's finished. Wait till he's finished, y'all. Make till he's finished. Go
See,
ahead.
that's what I'm saying. Every time I say facts, y'all get emotional. This is what I'm telling y'all. This is why y'all can't beat the facts. Y'all can't beat the stats. Y'all can't beat what he's done, bro. You know what I'm saying? If y'all really tuned in, he just got his vows renewed last night on a boat. He on a boat shooting up shots. The season ain't started yet. Y'all drunk if y'all think he ain't playing. If he not playing this season, then it is what it is, bro. He had a great career, and I'ma live with it, bro. We gonna live with it, bro. But he never cheated the game, and he gave none but 110% to the game. I'ma let everybody go get their shit off. But it's no rush slander today. I'm here
Hey,
all day. I'm off. I'm here
hey,
all day. I don't work. I'm here.
Well said, Crunch
Monty.
Time. Well said, man.
Monty, all that I'm saying, Monty, is I agree with you. Russell Westbrook is truly the best point guard in NBA history because there's no point guard in NBA history who's ever had 3 years in a row with triple doubles. And he had four. There is no point guard. Russell Westbrook is actually the best point guard in NBA history. So I agree with you, Monty.
Hey, JM, they gotta stop playing. Did y'all see what he did when he went to the Wizards? I'm from DC. Are y'all crazy? Y'all seen what he did before? KD is from C Plaza and he never wore a Wizard jersey. And my favorite player came to the Wizards. Did y'all see what he did? Okay, they lost. They lost in the playoffs. It's about
Hey,
at the
look,
end of the day, it's
look,
about winning
22,
championships.
11, and
Come
11.
on, bro. Come on,
It's
bro.
all good. Hey, he get his numbers. Ain't nobody never gonna be able to deny him of that, man. It's just
Nobody.
he
So
wasn't able.
that
He
means
just
Russell
wasn't able.
Westbrook
He
is
wasn't
the
able to put it
best
together
point guard
to win a
in
title
NBA history.
when he was putting up
Russell
them
But
Westbrook
numbers. So
is
but
that
the
I
kind of
gotta
that
best
kind
I
of
gotta
point
get to
guard.
I gotta get to the next person. I got a question for that though, but I gotta get to let me get to Tyson, and then I'm gonna ask some stuff. I gotta get everybody in first, and I'm gonna start asking stuff. What's good, Tyson? Salute, bro.
What's good? Salute to you, BJ. Salute to everybody on the panel, man. Blessings.
Mhm.
Um,
Salute, Tyson.
I'm gonna start off with the good stuff about Russ. I think Russ is a great athlete. A very good point guard, has good vision, knows how to get to his spots, knows how to get his teammates involved. Um, is a decent defender, not a bad defender. A lot of people talk about his defense, but one thing about Russ, he's gonna give effort. He's gonna give you 110 every game. All those things that everybody already previously said about Russ. Now I'm gonna get a little. Well, I'm gonna give another positive. To me, Russ's greatest attribute is his floor raising. As far as a team, he can take a team that you don't expect much of and uh, lead them to a playoffs. Obviously the expectations are low for that team. So when they get put out in the first round, second round, whatever it is, we're not going to hold Russ to the fire because those teams weren't expected to win anyway. So he does a great job in those situations. He takes those teams and makes them relevant, gets the most out of those type of players that aren't expected to do much because of his abilities. But on the negative part of it, I just think Russ, his playing 110% at all times to me is a great gift, and it also is a curse at times because I just think he needs to slow down in moments and be more methodical and more aware of situations, time, and getting the ball to his so-called best player or the player with the best opportunity to score. I think he believes in himself. He got unbelievable belief in himself, and that sometimes that's a detriment because I don't have a problem with him not being a great shooter. I have a problem with the mentality that I am a great shooter, and I'm going to make this shot despite me being a 20 a 20% 3-point shooter or a low 30% free throw shooter, and I'm going to take this shot regardless when I think it's other better options to take those shots on the court at certain times. So those things I don't like about Russ, but you can't knock the mentality. You can't take away the stats that he put up, the accolades he has. Those things can't be taken away. But I just think his greatest gift is sometimes his greatest curse. And as a number one, I don't think you can win a championship with Russ. That's my opinion. And as a number 2 and a number 3, then his value was just a little lessened because his greatest attribute is having the ball in his hands and being that facilitator, being that downhill player. And those are his greatest attributes. But when you take him away from that, then his value is a little lessened. And so, you know, it like I said, it's a gift and a curse with Russ. So that's my pretty much my thoughts on Russ.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at I was just looking at the I was just looking at this.
I agree.
I was just looking at this and 81, 78, 84, 82, 80, 82, 83, 81, 84.
BJ,
CJ, when did
they
Russ
bad
become a
free
bad
throw.
free throw shooter?
Bad free throws. Come on, BJ.
I was about to ask
They don't
Tyson
know.
something. So
They
Tyson, you
casual.
wouldn't start your team with Russell Westbrook. You building a championship team. Like you won't pick him.
I
That's
wouldn't.
basically
No,
what you're
me
saying.
personally, no, not me. No.
BJ, I can answer your question, Sam, real quick. I'll be real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said when did Russell Westbrook become a bad free throw shooter? As a former Westbrook fan, like everybody remember Westbrook dunking the ball extremely aggressive. I think he dislocated like 2 fingers,
Yeah.
and that's where like you start to see like his mid-range jump shot and his free throw percentage start to slack off.
Yeah.
So that's a huge factor on why all his shooting just dipped like that. He messed up 2 of his fingers.
Why nobody talk about that?
You
his
don't think
last.
it was?
Is
You
it
don't think it
more
was
as
the
a? Is
Houston
it more of a
Rockets?
mental thing?
You
Because that's what we said
can't
with Ben
can't
Simmons. They
shoot.
can't shoot.
What's the
He went
mental
from
part though? What
he
happened
went from
so
You
bad
don't.
for
But
him?
you. But
2 of his fingers are like
y'all
Hold
don't think.
on.
dislocated.
Y'all don't
Bro,
think
he
it was.
He went from
almost
80s to 60s.
nigga, that's
Oh,
for
my
a
fault, bro.
decade, bro. What was mentally what happened so bad mentally where he can't shoot free throws?
Nothing.
I don't.
He dislocated like
Hey,
2 of his
BJ.
fingers.
I think it was the
That's
Houston
what I'm trying to
Rockets.
say.
I think it was the analytics department from the Houston Rockets probably told him to not shoot those mid range because they've been known to tell players don't shoot the mid range, right? And so he probably just went away from it for too long, and just you know what I mean.
No, but I get that part, but the free throws,
And
like
have y'all ever
yeah, you
seen
should be.
anybody that ever happened?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know what happened. It's his hand. Nobody talks about. He had 2 dislocated fingers, bro. That fucked up his
Yeah,
whole shooting thing.
he injured his hand. He injured his hand a couple times. Nobody talk about that though. These the little
Nobody. You
things that
don't. You
this what
can't just.
they don't bring up. He don't talk about that. He was injured last year in the
Not
playoffs when we played
not
the
just
Clippers. He was injured. His whole hand was broke. Whole
not just
hand
those
broke.
not just those 2 fingers, but in 2015 when OKC had serious injuries, he had messed up his wrist too when he was playing Portland. People don't talk about that either.
But
Yeah,
he's
bro.
not an excuse maker though.
All
Yeah,
that
that's
he
because he
can't
don't
shoot,
cry
bro. I
about it.
don't think.
That's not an excuse. When did facts
He don't
become an
cry about it. He
excuse?
just play.
Listen, I'm saying he ain't making excuses for that. That's so it's out here that he a bad shooter. He could easily say, man, it's because of this. But he don't even say nothing. He just like whatever. And he keep
He just
rolling.
go out there and
Yeah,
play.
cause
He go out there and play.
That sound just like. That sound just like. That's why I told y'all, bro, for Kobe to like stand up for him like he did, because all the stuff you hear about Russ, you similar to Kobe. He has a low
It's
IQ. He
similar.
has IQ. He shoots bad shots, right?
Yep.
He overshoots. It's the same shit you see about Kobe.
Mm-hmm. That's why
People
they had
look
like
at
a
numbers too
bond.
much, bro, and do not watch the games.
Right.
Well, I think Kobe's looking at Russ's confidence, his ability, his natural ability, and his gifts. And Kobe looks at guys as weapons and what they can be if they work on their game. You know what I mean? So he's not looking at Russ like a finished product. He's looking at Russ like, oh shit, like look all the stuff he can do. You know what I mean?
And
Look what
bro,
he can add,
bro,
potentially
but let
add
me
to a
add to
team.
that. Look at this. He also saw that James Harden was not playing winning basketball, and he spoke out on that. So he saw, whereas Westbrook is a dude that go out here and do everything. He might not be as skilled, but he go out here and go full tilt, and he probably see it like, well, man, he eventually will win something the way he plays. You know what I'm saying? But Harden,
Yeah,
you
he
see,
gives
Harden
it
ain't
his
won
all.
nothing. Right,
gives
But
it
you
his
don't put
all.
no
I
team. You
mean,
don't put a team. You don't put a team around Russ to actually try to give him a chance. So you had See, nobody can talk. They talk about he ain't do this. Can anybody name the teammates he had in Oklahoma City when KD left?
Steven
Yeah,
Adams. I
doing
mean,
Hold on.
and
I
it's
can name
and
them.
Andre
I can name them.
Robinson. So this the
Victor
team. Hold on, this the
Oladipo,
team.
Steven Adams, Andre Roberson, Anthony Morrow. I'm telling you, the difference is like once KD left. I'm
And I'm gonna
naming
touch on that too because
Alex Abrinas, Kyle Singler. I can keep going. I'm a real
Come on,
it
fan.
gets
man.
worse. It
And
gets worse as you go.
tell me
That's
who the
touch on
shooters.
that
done
too.
with D.
Tell me
Because
the
one
shoot.
year,
Now tell me who the shooters are on that team.
Okay, now
okay,
let me answer this. I'm gonna name the shooters because the problem with OKC was that's why KD left. When they put like certain players on the roster, KD said when he left, he felt like it was just him and Westbrook. When they put players on the roster, if you put a shooter up there, he's a defensive liability. The shooters are Anthony Morrow, Kyle Singler, Alex Abrinas. But when you put them on there, like he's literally giving up defense for doing offense. So it was like a darn
They're
catch
not
22.
starters. That's what he's saying. They're not
They're not.
starters, so they don't really.
I
They're
know
not
they're
worth.
not starters.
They're not
They're
worth a damn. So you
borderline
didn't
G
bring
League
you didn't put a comparable team around this nigga, and he still got you to the playoffs. See, James
Sound right.
Harden has had teams where it complements him. LeBron has
yep.
had teams that complement him. Luka has had teams that complement him. You
Derrick
haven't built
Rose.
the team around this dude.
Derrick
He needs the
Rose.
same things. He needs shooters.
Can I add to that?
That's what they not talking about, man.
I want to add to the Houston Rockets. Like you got the Houston Rockets playing on screen. That Houston team, I felt like they were a real good team that could have competed for a championship, but they went too small. Like they should have had a big on that roster. They went.
Did they have shooters?
Yeah, they had shooters, but they were too small. They didn't have any bigs. And when they went against the Lakers, and when they went against us, bro, they ain't had nobody. Like Russ had the rebound. Like your guards had to lead you in rebounds.
Well, KB, I mean,
I
we
think
traded away
Tyson.
Clint Capella, and we played PJ Tucker at the 5, so you're spot on. It was a Mike D'Antoni 5-out guard, and we got crushed, bro.
And Mons, I say right quick, Mons. That's why when I watched James Harden in Houston, I thought, to me personally, I don't give a damn about records. I always thought Kevin McHale was a better coach than Mike D'Antoni. I don't care. That's just me.
He is.
He was easy
Because he
Mike
didn't
D'Antoni
neglect.
never
He
won
didn't
a
neglect.
championship with his style of basketball ever.
But see, McHale never. He didn't neglect the other side of the ball. He made his players accountable defensively, and we know D'Antoni never did.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, Harden just choked me at Kevin McHale. 2015.
Hey, y'all, can I ask y'all this? Hey, can you?
The Warriors. That's all you got to pull up the game when Russ played the Warriors when KD when KD returned to OKC or when Russ went to Golden State. You know what I'm saying? That's all you. I mean, you gonna see the teammates he had. You gonna see who was on his team. Like, come on,
it was terrible.
Hey, but can y'all name a James? Can y'all name a James Harden playoff moment? Do y'all have a James Harden playoff moment?
Hold on. I can name it. 2015 Game 2 when the game was on the line, and instead of taking the go-ahead shot, he passes back to Dwight Howard at the 3-point line.
I remember that.
I never forget that.
Then game seven of that series, he had a quadruple double.
That shit was comedy right there.
It was game 2, game on the line.
So how y'all talking about Russ? Hey, hold on. Say what you just said about James Harden, bro. I'm talking about Russ.
It was game 2 of the 2015 playoffs. James Harden, he was the runner-up. This is where I solidified him as a choker. He passed it back to Dwight Howard at a 3-point line. Game on the line. I was like, oh, hell no, dude. You don't want it.
I remember that.
Hold on. What about when he got swatted by motherfucking Klay Thompson and Steph double teamed his ass and he fumbled the ball in the clutch?
Yeah.
What about when Manu Ginobili swatted his motherfucking shot and they lost the game on that one?
What about the quadruple double with turnovers in game 7?
Well, my goodness, come on, bro. Hold on. We still talking about Westbrook, or we talking about James Harden?
Man, I'm just saying, I ain't putting Harden ahead of Westbrook. I ain't doing it.
I got Westbrook ahead of James Harden. I don't care.
I do too.
I'd rather somebody go out on their sword than a motherfucker that just give up. Like, to be honest.
What did Westbrook do? What did Westbrook do in the playoffs? What did Westbrook do?
But we got
James Harden
Go
gave
to
us
the
a better.
finals.
What's funny
Go to the
about that,
finals in
CJ?
2012 and see
What's
what he
funny
did.
about that? What's funny about that? Westbrook's a better playoff former than Harden.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the crazy part about it.
Based off what?
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
funny part. That's the funny part about it.
We
He
gotta start.
produces
Right.
more. He produces more in the playoffs. Produces better numbers and has better
Hey,
moments.
Westbrook outplayed that nigga in Game 7 last year, and we talking about an older
James
Westbrook.
Harden led, but
Right.
James Harden was a better number one
Westbrook
option
sent
than
his ass
Westbrook.
home. That's why I say, get your ass up out of here. Take your ass
So what?
home.
James Harden
Russ
was a
told
better
the
number
niggas
one
that.
option than Westbrook.
Hey, easy. I saw Westbrook tell Paul George move out the way, and he clamped that hard.
Kobe never did say about Westbrook game that type of style of basketball don't win championships. Remember that.
Never said
Just
that.
remember
He
that.
never said that about him. No.
He said a fact. I remember 2014, Westbrook as a second option, he busted Chris Paul ass.
Yeah,
But I
people don't
think we
talk about
gotta
that.
start looking at
Right.
Westbrook's triple doubles. Like he had to get a triple double for them to win. Like if you look at
Pretty much.
if you look at his what's it called, his record when he got a
Record with
triple
the
double,
West. Yeah. Yeah.
they had a winning record whenever he got a triple double. So
He
like
won 3/4 of the time.
That's
his
called.
shit was
That's
helping
called.
him win.
That's called doing what it takes to win. People
Right.
got
Impact.
triple doubles. How you gonna say that he's stat padding his stats when all the niggas have triple doubles are top point guards of all time? I thought that's called doing other things other than scoring the ball. I thought
Right.
that's
Team was
impacting different parts
boxing
of the
out for him,
game.
letting him get rebounds, and when he was passing the nigga, they would just shoot as soon as he passed it. And when he went to the playoff with the
Hey, who
Wizards, them
was their
niggas was
second
34
leading
and
scorer on
38.
that team? Who was
Them
their
niggas
second
went to
leading
the
scorer?
playoff
Was
with a
Deion
losing
Waiters on that
record.
team?
Hold on, what year? What year you talking about?
That year when he kept taking OKC to the playoffs, averaging a triple double for 4 straight seasons. Who was on his team?
27.
No, but
2017. It was just him. It was just him and nobody. I'm be honest with you. 2018.
Who?
No.
Kyle
Hold on.
Singler? Who?
Paul
Andre
George came over
Roberson?
there.
Was it
He
Andre
had hurt,
Roberson?
yeah.
Oh
He
no,
had
Thabo
hurt.
Cephalosha came over there. Was it Thabo Cephalosha?
But they were supposed to have Andre Roberson, but Andre Roberson
Hold
got
on,
hurt.
but we got What OKC was the year before
Andre Roberson was a
the
bum, bro.
conference
Stop
finals,
it.
right?
Certified bum.
The chances of them getting to the playoffs is a high percentage. That's a high percentage of them getting to the playoff the next year because they just tanked for the conference finals.
That's why I don't like when people say, "Oh, Shea is a better Thunder than Westbrook and KD." But did y'all see the rosters that Russ and KD had? They're starting shooting guard. They're starting shooting guard.
Them rosters got them to the finals, conference finals. A lot of times they was losing because of injuries. Because Serge Ibaka got injured one year, KD got injured one year, so that's what was happening. But them rosters was good enough.
Answer me this: how far would you get when you're starting shooting guard as Andre Roberson?
Hold on.
I'm talking about role. I'm talking about his role on the team. He's a defender. Like he's one of their better defenders.
That's how they build their team.
But he kills a floor spacing.
Hey BJ, read out the names of that roster right there. Read the names of that roster right there.
Russell Westbrook, Victor Oladipo, Ennis Cantor, Steven Adams, Taj Gibson, Josh Huis, Andre Roberson, Doug McDermott.
Wow.
Yeah, bro.
Wow. Oladipo was hurt much that season. Oladipo was hurt.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why he won the MVP. It wasn't just a trip. He took this team to the point. Bro, they had a
That's the same reason why they shitted on Kobe, and Kobe should have got
You measure
MVP.
great players when you do more with less, bro. That's how you measure greatness. More
You're
with less.
not mentioning one thing too. Westbrook made Ennis. We're not mentioning one thing. Westbrook made Ennis Cantor look like a damn borderline all-star.
Ennis Cantor got a contract because of Russell Westbrook. Period. He got paid because of Russ.
And Steven Adams.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they lost Serge Ibaka. That hurt them too, man.
Yeah, it hurt. Mm-hmm.
If they would have been
And then
he would be great with him.
But I always say too, go look up offensive rebounds and see who got more between Westbrook and LeBron. Look that up.
Oh, it ain't even close, bro.
Go look that up.
Know what it is.
I'm just saying.
You already know. Let me see.
I mean, he used to stay at the free throw line. No guard do that. He stood at the free throw line chasing rebounds.
Hey, BJ, put that game on. I just sent you, BJ.
I got a quick question for all y'all on the panel. I want y'all to be 100 with me because I thought about this. Could you imagine like a prime Westbrook and his MVP in 2017 if he had a team like the Lob City Clippers?
Wow. That'll be some shit.
Think about it.
That'll be
You
some shit.
got Matt
'Cause you know,
Barnes and Crawford coming off the bench. You got a young Blake Griffin who's a lot, and you got DeAndre Jordan.
So they wasn't. How could we say that it was up 3-1 on the Warriors and KD left Westbrook because he don't like his style of play? We can't keep saying
That
OKC
wasn't the
had
reason.
this
Hold
team.
on,
Y'all, what happened with
hold
KD,
on,
bro?
CJ. Hold on, that wasn't the
One
reason.
game away
KD
from the
was
finals,
hold
y'all.
That was not the reason. Like,
KD
come on, bro.
used Russell Westbrook as a scapegoat. He was
That
the
was a
first one to
scapegoat.
do it, nigga. KD
AE,
folded. That's what
I
happened.
got you.
KD
Hold on,
I was
AE.
folded.
watching. I
Hold
watched
on,
that whole
hold on.
series. That nigga
KD
KD
folded,
ran,
and
bro.
then he said, "I want to
Remember
go play
Draymond
with
Green
Steph
was
Curry," and
texting.
then
Y'all
he
remember?
complained about that after he won 2 championships. Get that weak ass nigga up out of here.
CJ,
I
him
fuck
and
with you.
Draymond Green was texting, bro. They were
Elite,
texting.
I fuck with you, but I'm not finna keep
After they
I mean,
spreading.
lost,
Draymond was
after
texting.
we lost, they was texting,
Yeah,
bro.
they
KD
was
said I
texting
was
before the
punched. Come on,
postseason.
bro.
This what happened.
Yeah, he was
OKC.
already on his way to the Warriors if he would have won the series or not. It didn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm tell you what
exactly.
happened.
He was already on
Okay,
his way over there.
OKC,
Stop that, bro.
OKC lost. Elite, I'm not going. That's nasty. OKC lost to Golden State because they had zero floor spacing, and KD when he left, this is
Hey,
exactly what he
BJ, put
said.
that game up there for these
When
people,
KD
man.
left, he said, "I felt like it was just me and Westbrook on the court.
Yeah, I'll
Like they
put it up
didn't have
right now.
nobody else around him. Like it was just him and Westbrook. They had no floor spacing. Nobody else that can create their own consistent jump shot.
Hey, I understand that, but guess what? Guess
I
what?
mean, they had waiters
See, and this
that
this
year
is
too.
this is
Like
the
they had
thing that I be
solid
telling
players,
people
bro.
though. Guess what? You still managed to build a 3-1 lead even
That,
with
that, that, was,
cap
that was strictly off.
deficiencies.
That
That was
just goes
strictly.
to show you.
bro.
That
All
goes
you
to
needed
show
to
you how
do was
great.
win
That's what
one
you
Hold
how.
on.
game
But
out of
that goes.
3 games.
But
You
that
needed
goes
to
That was
to
off.
win
show you.
one
That goes to
game
show
out
you
of
how great
3
he is, bro.
games.
That goes
That
to
was
show you how
strictly off
great he is,
Westbrook
bro.
and KD. That's strictly off Westbrook and KD. Because
You
look at this
needed
right
to
here.
win one game out of 3 games. You lost 3 in a row. That's on you. I don't want to hear about not having enough. I hate that narrative, bro.
Watch it. Easy. You think it's easy to like beat a team like that? Don't be surprised. I knew we had the best chance out of everybody in the West against Golden State, but beating a team like that, and you got Westbrook and KD, zero floor spacing, and you got a rookie college coach. You really think that's easy? That's not
But
excuse.
you
That's
managed to
fact.
build a 3-1 lead and you had a double-digit lead on your floor in game 5. I don't get it.
Now we talking basketball. That's strictly off of Westbrook and KD. And when you got zero floor spacing, it's easier to target in on both of those star players, especially when one of them is not a good 3-point shooter in Westbrook. And your starting shooting guard can't throw a rock in the ocean.
That's crazy. They managed to build a 3-1 lead. Shit. What did Ibaka? Ibaka was solid. What happened to him?
KD choked. That's what happened.
He was a two-way big. He was a stretch big at that and one of the better rim protectors in the league. Serge Ibaka.
I could tell you
Y'all
what
niggas give
happened.
KD too many passes. Stop giving these niggas passes, bro. That's why I say these niggas be garbage to me, bro. Because it's too many excuses. That's an excuse, nigga. If you're a great player, Kobe won with Sasha Vujacic and Derek Fisher starting at point guard and shooting guard, nigga. I don't want to hear it, bro. And then Shannon Brown and them niggas coming off the bench. If you can't win with what you got. Can you imagine if Kobe had a Serge Ibaka on his fucking team? Come on, man.
Give Kobe a real wing.
So when KD came straight out on All the Smoke podcast, and he said the entire Golden State, they sold out on throwing the whole kitchen sink at just him because he was the only consistent.
Nah, I know what he's trying to make it seem like he's greater than what he is. I understand what he said, but the nigga capping though. You capping, KD. You're a capologist. You're a capologist, bro. Stop it.
Who else on the OKC team was a good shooter that wasn't a liability on defense?
Nobody. They didn't throw the kitchen sink. You can't throw the kitchen sink at KD and Westbrook at the same time, nigga. One player gonna get all. They gonna get.
Was not a consistent shooter. Yes, you can.
Hold on. Both things can be true, right? When you choke a 3-1 lead, that's on you, right? But at the same time, like the way the basketball is like chess, right? So the first team to run out of adjustments, they lose. So like that Thunder team, they couldn't make no more adjustments with what they had on the court. Like they like if you go back and watch, like this is just go back and watch the film. The way KD was guarded, they decided to just camp out on him in the middle of the lane, and they left everybody on the other side of the court wide open. They weren't worried about the niggas shooting.
KD said that.
Now he shouldn't have never left. He should have stayed and gutted it out, right? So I'm not giving him a pass for leaving, but because you're that close. But at the same time, like, yo, there was no space, bro.
Look, they only got up because of Westbrook and KD exceptional play. Like when you just,
But I'm supposed to keep James Harden and thought he was going to do. That's the problem. You think James Harden could have went to 2 more conference finals as his point guard? I'm not saying Westbrook's the number 1 option, but I can't take somebody saying he's not a championship point guard because I've seen the nigga got to the conference finals as a point guard twice.
I'm waiting for Elise to answer my question. What other
James Harden did that too, though, BJ?
Hey, I don't care, bro. Hey, guess what? Basketball is about adjustments. If they see you getting blitzed, nigga, you
did
can.
that at 15.
You
He did it with
beat
Chris Paul.
that, nigga. You're a great player. You can beat a blitz because guess what? When the ball swings, now the defense have to rotate. All you need to do is put the ball on the motherfucking floor one time, dribble. I draw the next man of defenders, and then pass it back to KD, and KD can take the shot.
Watch this. Then answer my question. What other consistent shooter they could have put out there that was not a defensive liability? Answer it. Go.
Look at go to the roster. Go to the roster. Pull up the roster.
Answer it. Okay. Pull up the roster.
Chal Singer was a decent shooter.
No, but he was a horrible door defender.
See, what game is this, BJ?
Like I said, and nobody expected Westbrook. Nobody.
No. Pull up the roster. Pull up the roster with KD and Russ. That roster when they lost that 3-1 lead.
That roster was poorly built.
I want to show them.
No, just pull it up though, because they were favorites. They were going like OKC was one of the favorites to beat the Warriors.
Okay, pull it up. I want him to answer my question.
They had Deion Waiters, didn't they? Didn't they have Deion Waiters?
What player
you could want me to pull up?
2016.
2016.
Was that 2016? 2016? 2016.
Go to one of the later games. Because I want to show
I coached the game, so I already know, bro. Like, nigga, my IQ is off the charts, bro. When niggas be saying this and saying that, bro, it's like you want everything to be perfect, bro. That's not the way sports work. Now, nigga, give me this nigga, and let's go. You feel me? Period.
I don't expect everything to be perfect, but like you said, it's a chess match. So I ask you a simple question.
So if it's a chess match, nigga, all you have to do is make the right move. Like, it wasn't impossible.
Like I said, most of they done good.
Pull that roster up, bro. I need to see the roster. I can't remember off the top of my head who they had.
So are we saying that in 2016 that
you could see it
didn't have enough, or I mean, what's the question, Azariah?
Oh, I'm telling him that
I can't really see who all them players is, bro.
My phone is that. Maz, what I'm saying is, even though I felt like OKC was the best option, I felt like it was just Westbrook and KD. Like if he's saying like if they got good shooters, I'm saying okay, whatever good shooter we had, they was also horrible on defense. So I asked them to name me.
What was the season series in the regular season? What was the season series in the regular season then between the Warriors and OKC in 2016? What was the season series?
We lost.
I don't look at it like that, bro. KD and Russ played not winning basketball in games 5, 6, and 7. And for me, it's just that simple. The two best players didn't show up. They made bad plays, turned the ball over. And especially in game 6, they didn't execute down the stretch, bro. And it happens. It happens. I can't blame shooters. I can't blame defensive players, bro. I have to put the blame on Kevin Durant and Russ.
It's appropriate. It's appropriate to blame them.
Hold on. Maz,
you act like they was playing with Smush Parker and fucking and Chris Mill, nigga. Damn.
Maz, I'm not denying that point. I'm saying it's easier to coach against that when you all your only two best players. You can coach against both of them, and one of them is not a good shooter.
I see what you're saying, bro. From a schematic adjustment standpoint, if I know Russ and KD are like
that shit is blurry, bro. It's blurry. Get something clear because I'm trying to enlarge it, but I can't really. It's blurry.
It's easy to coach against that, Maz. You'll start shooting guard.
It's easier to shrink the floor versus KD and Russ when they're not making the right play. But KD and Russ could have made the right play and played in a much more open space if they did things correctly. And so,
hold on, y'all. Hold on, now y'all niggas is lying. Hold on.
You gotta control the ball. You can't turn it over.
Hold on, nigga. I just seen that roster, nigga. They had DJ. Hold on, nigga.
DJ Augustine, old DJ Augustine.
Hold on, nigga.
Serge
Hold on.
Ibaka can
No,
shoot,
no,
bro.
I don't want to hear that shit. Nuh-uh. It wasn't old because DJ Augustine single-handedly won Orlando Magic, nigga, a playoff game against that Orlando team. I mean, against that Toronto team, and that was way after that OKC stint. Stop it.
This ain't Orlando DJ Augustine.
No, DJ. Hold on, bro. DJ Augustine, he can shoot, nigga. Went to what's the name?
He went to
University of
Texas.
Texas.
He went to Texas,
And they
yeah.
also had Randy Foye, nigga, who went to Villanova, nigga. Randy Foye, nigga, can also shoot. I don't want to hear that shit. Stop.
Yeah. Hey, Azariah, bro. They had good enough shooting, bro. Like, yeah. Katie and Russ didn't
Just
get done.
say that Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant just didn't get it done when they needed to get it done. Just say that.
Yeah, Morrow too, and Deion Waiters and Reggie
And they
Jackson.
had Deion Waiters, nigga. They had three players that could. They had four players outside of
And Serge
KD
Ibaka
and Russell
was a good
Westbrook
pick
that
and
can
pop
go get
four.
their own bucket, bro.
And
Period.
Serge Ibaka was a good
Anthony
pick and
Morrow,
pop four.
Anthony Morrow could shoot. Anthony Morrow.
And you gotta think about it too. They kicked that 60-win team Spurs out too that year. I think they kicked that team out. That Spurs team.
Anthony Morrow, defensive liability. Try again.
Man, we played good.
They was up 7 points, Azariah, with about 3 minutes.
I know that, Miles.
Oh no, that's
I know that,
at that
Miles.
point, bro. Like, just run good
what year y'all
offense.
talking about? What year is this? It's 14, 16, or
2016.
2016.
We didn't have enough. I
I remember games. We could have won a game 6.
enough this year. You know what I'm saying?
We could have won a game 6.
It was a
But
cool
with
roster.
the poor defense on Klay
roster,
Thompson.
but it wasn't enough. You know what I'm saying?
But how y'all say y'all don't got
People
nothing?
gotta
Y'all
get
said,
credit.
hold on.
So why didn't they play defense then? Why didn't KD and Russell Westbrook turn their defense up? You supposed to be great players, nigga. Go stop somebody.
Hold on. I literally just told you, like, our 3-point shooters, once we put them in, they weren't good defensively.
No,
So
but
it's like
hold on.
it's
See,
like
and,
3 points.
and that's where I disagree with you. Why do I need this nigga to do my dirty work? Why? How about I go
Everybody
play
got to do
defense?
dirty work. Everybody
How
got to do
about
work.
KD go? And that's why I measure niggas' greatness. Are you a two-way player? I can't measure your greatness if all you care about is offense, my nigga. Get off my team, bro. I don't want niggas like that on my team, bro. I'm cool.
Everybody got to do dirty work.
Even your star players got to do dirty work. So go guard somebody, Kevin Durant. Go guard somebody, nigga.
Okay, we want KD to guard.
Another thing to consider though is the Warriors went small into their depth lineup, so like you got to match up against that.
And not to mention too,
which they did, KB. They was up 7
OKC kicked
points.
the Spurs out too, and the Spurs won like 66 games.
Basketball is a game of adjustments and a game of runs, bro. Y'all keep making excuses. The Warriors were beatable. I'm a Warrior fan, nigga. Die hard, nigga. They were beatable. Any team is beatable in the NBA. Any team. I don't give a fuck your record.
I think Klay Thompson stole one of those games too.
Game 6.
So how does that happen? Tell me how tell me how you let Klay Thompson, a nigga who don't even create most of his offense off the dribble, steal a game. Tell me that.
I can tell you what happened. Hold on, I can tell you exactly what happened. I remember exactly what I was
He had like Klay Thompson had like 10 threes that game. Don't lie.
Klay Thompson went for 20, I think, in the fourth quarter. 20,
Nigga, you don't need to guard. You don't need to guard all them other niggas. Those are just placeholders. Draymond Green and all them niggas in placeholders.
Hold on. Niggas just
Kevin Durant on Steph Curry.
Niggas choked that
Kevin Durant on
series. So y'all
Steph
say
Curry,
Steph's
and you
choking
put
the
Russell
finals. So
Westbrook
niggas
on
choking.
motherfucking Klay Thompson, bro.
You
Period.
can't put Kevin Durant on Steph Curry.
Yes, all that length, 7 feet, nigga. You gotta shoot over that. What are you talking about?
You see what happened on a couple of possessions? He stuck Steph Curry.
Steph is running off picks. What do you mean put Steph on, put KD off?
Hold on. That's the same thing.
Guess what, Tyson? You know what a hard hedge is, nigga? You can hard hedge those picks, help and recover.
No, I'm saying off the ball. Off the ball. Off the ball.
Just like a few stops.
Force
Draymond Green to beat you. Force Draymond Green and them niggas to beat you.
So if you hit your off-ball screen, the nigga
that
that's screening cuts right to the basket for a dunk. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, force Draymond Green to have 40 then, nigga. You ain't scoring off of this screen.
And that's why Klay had 20 in the fourth quarter. That's why Klay had 40.
Tyson.
I didn't say Klay. I didn't say Klay. I said Draymond Green, nigga.
I remember that game 6. That game 6.
Guess what? That's a poor excuse because guess what? You know the screen is coming. You're not working hard enough. You're not working hard enough to get around the screen and get over the screen. You're not working. That's all that is.
That game
you have
6.
to work harder. You got to work harder, bro. Period. No excuses.
That game 6, we oversold on Don Gardner.
There's no secret plays in the NBA, bro. A screen is to get somebody open or get somebody else open off of the second action off of that screen. You know that. Your IQ tells you, okay, he's coming off to draw gravity to either slip it to the guy that's cutting, and he's going to make the hockey assist to the wing. So I need my wings not to sag all the way in the paint, but kind of just right there in between the motherfucking key and the 3-point line. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm a tweener at that point. I'm a tweener. So what you need to do, you need to fight hard to run through or over the screen and make either Curry or Klay Thompson put the ball on the floor instead of them having a wide open look. You have to work hard, bro, against that type of offense. They didn't do that.
But a lot of people need to go back and rewatch that series because that's not how we went up 3 games. We went up 3 games one because nobody expected.
I think y'all beat the game like 45. Y'all beat them niggas by like 40 one of them games.
Yeah, we blew that ass the fuck out. That's what I'm saying. Westbrook blitzed the fuck out of Steph Curry. We went up because
well, that's the point I'm making. That's what I'm trying to make, bro. Like they went off of talent. That system was terrible. But I gotta say this though: when you up 3-1, you gotta close that system.
Iggy said they was the best team that year too.
But BJ, watch this.
Y'all said the OKC team was terrible.
No, the system was terrible. That system
was good. I think they.
What was the system that was terrible?
Hero ball. That was
Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook system.
Thank you.
They wasn't just playing ISO ball. Kevin Durant was coming off for pin downs. Kevin Green was coming off for
they didn't run no plays. They didn't run no plays for Ibaka. They didn't run no plays for Ibaka or they did.
They was a good team. OKC teams was good.
I just pulled up the roster.
It was good. It was talented, but it was hero ball. That's why I said
they was coming off the screens. Won 67 games. For all type of action. They was running. They was running plays. It wasn't no.
The Spurs. The problem with
they didn't run up for none of their bigs. They didn't run plays for their bigs.
No, that's not the focal point of your offense. No, they didn't run stuff for bigs.
How did Toronto use Serge Ibaka against the Warriors? How did Toronto
if you beat a 67-win team,
how did Toronto use Serge Ibaka, y'all? Y'all remember that?
Toronto had a better coach than us.
That's on KD and Russ because you didn't use the talent that you had, nigga. You were being selfish.
Toronto had a better coach than us.
Serge Ibaka
killed us in the finals with that Toronto team, nigga. He killed us.
Toronto had a better coach. You say he better than Steve Kerr?
Who?
I said Toronto had a better coach than Billy Donovan with OKC. That's what I'm saying.
You talking about Casey? Or are you talking about the other boy, Nick Nurse?
Toronto had Kawhi Leonard, bro.
So explain Nick Nurse then, nigga. Because Billy Donovan explain Nick Nurse.
That's the difference, bro.
Hold on. You lazy. You really saying Scott Brooks is a better coach than Nick Nurse?
Scott Brooks?
Yeah, that's what we had.
Yeah, I think Scott Brooks is a better coach than Nick Nurse. I do.
Nick Nurse was nothing special. I mean, Nick Nurse.
Tell me something.
Nick Nurse.
What has Nick Nurse done without Kawhi Leonard?
Nick Nurse ain't did shit, nigga, without Kawhi Leonard, nigga.
I don't think he's a terrible coach, but I ain't gonna say he's some out of this world coach.
Nick Nurse is not a good coach, nigga. Have you watched his teams?
Nick Nurse and Budenholzer is the same kind of coach.
Nick Nurse was a replacement for the G League, nigga. He replaced what's the name for the G League. Period.
Let me correct myself. We had Billy Donovan, not Scott Brooks. So is Nick Nurse a better coach than Billy Donovan?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like,
I mean, they're about the same, bro.
I don't think so. I think Billy Donovan is a great college coach. I'm not taking nothing away from him. In the NBA, it doesn't translate all the time. You can't just take college coaches, put them in the NBA, and think they're gonna have the same level of success. It don't work like that.
And he a Timu Rick Pitino, man.
All right, we'll switch out Kevin Durant.
Exactly, Rick Pitino. What did Rick Pitino do in the league, nigga, with Boston and New Jersey Nets? I'll wait.
Right, exactly.
Switch out Kawhi Leonard in 2016, and I guarantee you, they up 7 in Game 6. Nigga, Kawhi closed that deal, bro. Period.
That's a fact.
One coach had Kawhi.
Guess what? If you take Al Horford, and substitute him for Ibaka, they'll win that series too. How about that?
Or if you take Westbrook,
no.
Al Horford would have helped them win that series.
I don't believe
He'd have did something. He'd have hit an open shot.
Yeah,
mean,
Al
Serge
Horford can
Ibaka
knock down
can't
some
hit open
shots. I,
shots.
I ain't gonna say whether they would have won or
Right. I
not,
mean,
but
Serge
Well,
Ibaka
you talk
can
about no
take him out, bro.
Ibaka. He a better defender though too.
Right.
He protect the
Exactly.
Not
rim
much.
too.
Crazy.
So
Not
Al
no,
Horford is a
his name
more
was Serge
Al
Serge
Ibaka.
Horford.
Ibaka is a
Al
better
Yeah,
Horford
rim
can do
protector, but
whatever.
Al
He gonna do
Horford
Yeah,
is a
whatever it
Serge
smart
take to
defender
Ibaka
though.
win.
is
yeah,
just
But
as
Al Horford
impactful.
gonna
yeah.
do
He
what
could
it take to
stretch.
win. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Al
I think
Horford is a winning player. I
But
think Al Horford is a winning player.
at that
They
time though,
both
Al
winning
Horford
players,
wasn't
Tyson, if you ask
shooting
me.
like major threes yet. Like
It had to
they
be
was
No.
getting him
threes. It
on
was
Boston.
Ibaka was
Hey,
missing open
Tyson.
jumpers.
Let's call a
I
spade a
think he was
spade, bro.
Atlanta at that
If
time.
OKC had Kawhi Leonard, bro, they get it done, nigga. KD was on the roster with Russ, and they didn't get it done, bro. Listen,
I agree.
players
And
matter,
I'm not
bro.
gonna say Kawhi Leonard
Yeah,
would have won.
yeah,
I'm just
players
saying they
matter, bro.
lost.
Yeah,
Why y'all
right.
gotta bring up my dude for? He ain't
Yeah,
bothering
I ain't gonna put
nobody.
him over there and say they're gonna win.
Nah,
They
I'm
got a
giving
better
Kawhi
chance. I
credit,
think
bro.
a healthy Kawhi Leonard to me is better than Kevin Durant.
I agree with
Any
that.
day of the
I
week.
agree. I
KD
agree with
kicked
that.
him out the round before that.
I agree with.
Man,
What that mean?
Right.
KD
What does that
is
mean?
Hey, all I
It's
know
close.
is
It's
without the
close though, Mars.
Warriors, KD would
KD
be a
did not
ringless
beat
superstar,
Kawhi.
bro.
I mean,
Period.
it ain't
Who?
far fetched,
Yo,
but
KD
watch
did
KD,
this.
not beat
KD would
Kawhi.
have zero rings without the Warriors up until this day. Fucking
Yeah,
zero.
Thank you.
Kawhi's
Yeah,
better,
Thank
bro.
I
you.
agree you with can't that. say that
KD
either.
ain't shit,
Kawhi's
man.
better.
KD a role
So tell
player,
me,
I agree with
man.
so
that.
if he stay on that OKC team, you think they win the championships the next couple
KD
years?
a role
2017,
player.
2018?
I
Role
don't
They
think
could
player.
so
have
because I
if
don't
they
think
added.
Okay
Russell
then.
Westbrook's a winning
Role
player.
player.
But
Nah, yeah, I don't
What you
think so
say,
that's
either.
my
Tyson?
opinion.
Anything?
I don't agree with
I ain't
that,
hear you,
Tyson. I
Tyson.
don't
My
agree
Weren't
with
fault. What
that
you
that.
far
say?
away from a chip,
I don't
though.
agree with
That
that.
team right there weren't that far
I,
away.
I
They
don't
just
think
needed
so.
to
But
add.
Hey,
They weren't that
when
You
far
gonna
away.
play
KD
that hard
left,
and not
I'm
care about
sorry,
winning.
cuz you can run it back with that roster, nigga.
hey, hey,
Healthy
hey,
Deion
hey,
Waiters,
watch this. When
Randy
All they
KD
needed to
Foy,
left,
do was make
DJ
minor
Augustin, and
changes.
then you
yeah, they
got
can run it back
bigs
for
too
sure.
that
They
can
But
can run it
BJ,
rebound
back.
you
and
know, there's a lot
defend,
of
and a
players that
man,
stretch
play
They
big
should have
hard
too.
ran that
Gonna
shit
win.
back.
I ain't gonna
man,
say.
stop it.
off
Hey,
of
They should have ran
pride
that
though.
back.
He
hey, when
nah,
Right.
you
KD
could have
left,
just ran that back. He didn't need to leave and go
hey,
nowhere, nigga. You built the 3-1
man,
lead.
Yeah,
Run it back.
Right. He said
when
Run
it
it
left.
back.
He said
KD,
it
Yeah.
left.
I
That
ain't
was
mad
some
at
I
him
soft
for
I
ass
agree.
shit.
I
Hey,
ain't
that
mad
was
at him
soft
for
Yeah,
as
leaving.
hell,
KD
wasn't it?
did
E?
that shit, man.
Hey, that shit was soft as
KD
hell.
left. When KD left, that's when Russell Westbrook got his 3 years in a row. When KD
Okay.
left,
Damn.
right?
Yeah,
KD
but it's
left.
3 years in a
Yeah, but
row.
he
He
Where,
had
started
no
acting
choice.
different when KD left.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he
KD
had no
yeah, it's
left.
choice
three
though.
Hey,
years
I
in a
still
row.
don't
That
agree with
No,
that
that
that's
was
shit,
not
nigga.
not.
In my
consistent.
eyes,
No,
we only
that's
got
not
two
when
rings, nigga. In
KD
my
left.
eyes, we only got two. I didn't like that shit either, nigga. Who you telling?
Yeah,
Man,
I
that shit
hated
was
that
soft.
We
shit,
man,
only got
Westbrook
two.
need.
and I
But
I ain't
still
mad
hate
at
it.
him.
KD legacy took a hit by
Yeah,
not
hey,
staying.
hey,
You
KB,
gotta
bro, I'm
count.
not
You
like
gotta
that,
count
bro.
all of them for the
Hey,
city though, Leezy.
I'm cool. I'm
When y'all
cool.
compare teams, you gotta
Oh,
count
okay.
all four of
Hey,
them now.
I value the two that we got without KD way more than the two. Even though we beat LeBron, I still value it, nigga, way more.
Yeah.
Those two
I
that
ain't
we
mad at
won
that.
without him, bro.
hey,
I'm
but
not
Because
mad
I'm
at
this,
not
that.
into that cheating shit, bro, or trying to get a competitive
Yeah.
edge, nigga. Hey, give me this nigga, give me that
Hey,
nigga, let's
hey,
go.
hey,
I don't
E,
give a
hey, E,
fuck.
let me
Oh
ask you
no,
this.
I'm
Let me
good.
ask you this. Do they win
I
those two
hate
in a row
building that
without
super
KD
team
though?
shit. That's dumb.
yeah,
You said
No,
I
what?
Do they
think
win
so.
you
those?
go
I
to
think
say
so.
Win those two in
no,
a row
no,
without
maybe.
I
KD
think
though?
If we
so.
run it back with Harrison Barnes, I think we could have beat them. Because guess what? We built the
that
3-1
wouldn't
lead, and
Nah,
matter.
our
Harrison
average
Barnes
margin of
is making
victory
them
was
plays. Stop
20 plus.
it.
Now
Harrison
that
Barnes will get
wouldn't
Our
smoked.
matter.
average, it
The
was bad
average
on
is
LeBron's
already
career.
inside of a
But look,
barn
look,
and
The
look,
only
back.
you
problem
know
they
why they
had was
did
the
that,
Luka
right?
got
Smoked
hurt.
out
They
there.
You
should
know
have just
why they
ran it
did
back.
that, right? right? It
Y'all
looks
would have
bad on his
won.
career if he lose to Harrison Barnes
Harrison
rather
Barnes
than
did the same thing
KD.
in Sacramento. Harrison Barnes, no.
Hey, y'all wouldn't have won without KD. No lie. That's
Nah, we
why
would have
I'm
won
not.
because guess
I'm
what?
not
We
a
built a
KD.
3-1 lead. Easy.
No,
We
they
was
would have
Y'all
blowing them
won.
wouldn't
niggas
got
They
out.
would have
We was
won.
KD.
Yes,
blowing
they
them out by
would. But
20.
they
Y'all
came
wouldn't
back
We
the
got
blew
next
them out
year
by
and they
KD.
went to
20.
game 7. So they
Y'all
would have
wouldn't
won.
got KD.
They would have
Y'all
won.
wouldn't got
We could
Yeah, I
have
KD.
beat
think
them,
so.
bro, with
I
Harrison
can't
Yeah,
Barnes.
they
say
kind of
wait.
No,
went
It's a
them,
We
Tyson.
could have beat
hypothetical.
them with
I'm
Harrison
not. I'm
Barnes. Now
not
that's a
finna
narrative
They
that
claim
beat
they
them
would have
he
without
won.
Kyrie and
created.
Love. As
I
soon
don't
as
He
think
Kevin Love and
created
so.
that
Kyrie came
narrative,
back,
bro.
they
They
still went
could
to
have
So
7.
won, but it would have been
They
No.
was
close.
They
on a
It would have been a
5-minute
lost.
closer
drought,
series.
but they
And
went
now,
on a.
but you
But
hold on,
it's
hold on, real quick.
circumstances why they
CJ,
lost.
CJ, CJ, you lose up a 3-1. That's never happened in NBA history.
Iguodala
Now,
back was
hold on,
hurting.
real
Steph
quick.
Curry had
Let me
sprained
finish.
MCL.
Now you got the psychological advantage as a team going into that next series because you came back 3-1. I'm not saying they would have won. I'm not saying they would have lost. But to just say they would have won based off of whatever is crazy to me.
Nah, they wouldn't have won because that's
I
why they
mean,
went and got
psychological, they
KD.
professionals, so I
Man,
mean,
y'all
Yeah,
they
but
didn't
you
get
got
No,
to
that
remember,
KD.
psychological
LeBron,
matters,
if
bruh.
LeBron
Y'all
was
didn't
coming,
have
why
no
can't nobody
Yeah,
say
it
nothing
Hey,
do.
though, bro?
Tyson, you right, but the
no.
psychological shit don't apply to the
Okay, so
Warriors,
tell
nigga.
me
We
what
had dogs on our
KD
team. We wasn't
Oh
scared of
my
shit, bro. That
God! If
shit
y'all
worked with
had dogs,
LeBron
y'all would have
James.
won
That
and been 3-1.
psychological shit
What are
worked
y'all
with
talking
LeBron.
Steph
about?
had
Hey, let me get
sprained
No,
to
the
hold on.
Durant,
Let me get to
psychological
bro.
Cats.
shit
Hey,
worked with
hold
LeBron,
on,
though.
hold on.
That's
Hold
what
on.
with
Let me get to
LeBron, nigga.
let me get to BK real quick, Brandon. We go to him real quick. What's good, Brandon?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
You there?
yeah,
Warriors wouldn't have
I
won
don't
without
agree with the
KD.
premise of this video because even though Westbrook later in his career, he had some good years. He had a good year in Washington. The main issue in LA, the main issue was playing with AD and LeBron. Westbrook had to play off the ball, and the players who age well, most of them are players who can shoot and play off the ball. Westbrook can't do that, and so Westbrook had value. He had value in Denver in the regular season when he played on the ball. But the main reason Westbrook didn't fit in LA was he just wasn't able to play off the ball with LeBron and AD. Westbrook was actually decent in AD when LeBron was out playing with Anthony Davis. But to be able to age well, you got to be able to shoot and play off the ball. And Westbrook has not been able to do that consistently most of his career. But again, Westbrook's not a winning player. Like the best is if you look at Westbrook in his prime, even when the Thunder had James Harden, the big issue Oklahoma City had was they had no offensive system. Just as LeBron's teams, Westbrook's teams, even with Durant and Harden, they had no offensive system. And so their offenses were dropping off a cliff against elite defenses. When Oklahoma City played Dallas in 2011, when they played Miami in 2012, when they played the Spurs 2013, and even against Golden State in 2016, the Thunder's offense, even with their elite talent, it didn't hold up against the top defenses because they had no system. Westbrook shoots 41% in the playoffs. It's not good enough. And like when guys say, well, the 2016 Thunder roster wasn't that good, if your roster is good enough to go up, if your roster is good enough to go up 3-1, it's good enough to win the series. And Curry wasn't even fully healthy in 2016. He had the MCL sprain. I mean, there are so many series. The best example is Oklahoma City against Memphis, where you have Kevin Durant in his prime standing in the fucking corner while Westbrook's going 1-on-3. Westbrook was an elite athlete. Pound for pound, Russell Westbrook's one of the top 5 athletic guards in NBA history. He was a good player, but he wasn't a winning player in the playoffs. He couldn't play in a system, and he wasn't a high IQ player. He just didn't make good decisions, and that caught up with Westbrook and the Thunder against the top defenses like Dallas, Miami, Oklahoma City, and San Antonio.
Hey, you made all great points. I don't have no pushback on that. So that
All
goes
right.
to
I just
BJ
want to
Huddle's
ask.
video.
I
That
got some
goes to your
pushback.
other
I
video,
got some
BJ. You
pushback.
feel me?
I got some pushback.
And
So
I think part of the reason the Thunder had no offensive system, Scott Brooks was not a good coach. Scott Brooks and Maurice Cheeks were fucking casual. They didn't make good adjustments. They didn't have a good system. There were problems in Oklahoma City that were not. Westbrook did get a little too much of the blame. Sam Presti didn't do a good job putting spacing around them. Like when you cite Randy Foye and DJ Augustin, those were not the players getting significant playing time. The guys getting most of the playing time, like against Golden State in 2016, that was Adams and Roberson. Roberson is one of the worst shooters for his era I've ever seen. I mean, that motherfucker was shooting 4% from 3.
yeah,
And
he's
so they
terrible.
didn't put a good team around Westbrook and Durant after Harden left. And Scott Brooks never had any offensive system either. And so I don't think it's fair to put all of Oklahoma City's issues on Westbrook, but he wasn't a high IQ player. And there's no excuse for a player that athletic shooting 41% for his career in the playoffs. That's just inefficient.
Well, I'm just gonna ask the questions like when you had them two a duo with Russ and KD, how did you feel about them as a duo?
I thought they were good, but they never never hit their potential. I mean, they were good enough to beat Golden State in 2016. They were good enough to beat San Antonio. But to me, that duo clearly became a failure when they blew the 3-1 lead to Golden State. I mean, if your roster is good enough to go up 3-1, you're good enough to win the series. And neither Westbrook nor Durant played well in most of the final 3 games of the series.
Right. So outside of Golden State, who was really beating them in their duo?
Well, they as I said, they also lost to they struggled against San Antonio. They struggled against the Spurs as well.
They beat them 2 out of 3 times together.
Right, but I'm saying they lost to they beat the Spurs when they had Harden. They lost when they lost to the Spurs when the Spurs were a championship team after Harden was off the team.
No, they didn't. They beat them in 2016 without Harden.
Right, but they lost to them without Harden too.
What I'm saying is they didn't struggle with San Antonio as much as San Antonio struggled without them. They beat them with Harden and without Harden. And they beat the Lakers. And they beat go ahead.
Right, the Spurs team that the Thunder beat. So the Spurs were nothing special after 2015. Because I mean that team was built around LaMarcus Aldridge. They won a lot of games in the regular season. The Spurs did, but after the Spurs teams that were championship contending teams were the 2 teams that got to the finals in 2013 and 2014. And the Thunder weren't beating those teams. When the Thunder beat the Spurs, it was a Spurs team that wasn't as good. That was the team built around LaMarcus Aldridge. And so but my main point is the Thunder were struggling against the top defenses. Dallas, Miami, the best versions of San Antonio and Golden State. The Thunder had no offensive system, and their offense dropped significantly against top defenses, even against Memphis. The Thunder beat Memphis because they were a far more talented team, far better offense. But even when Golden State played Memphis, their offense struggled significantly in part because they had no system. And again, Westbrook's not a high IQ player. I mentioned before, there are so many times at the end of games against Memphis, Kevin Durant was standing in the fucking corner while Westbrook is going 1-on-2. I mean, the Thunder just didn't play smart basketball.
That sounds like a coaching issue, man, not a player issue. So
I think
my
it's
thing
both.
is,
It's both.
I don't think, but they beat Memphis, they beat Dallas,
They barely beat Memphis.
but they're beating all the top teams in the West. They were a better season team than Golden State was. So they were actually winning with that bad system. So you don't replace Westbrook and you don't break that up. You go and get a better coach.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that point. I don't disagree with your take there. What I'm saying though is like when you say the Thunder were beating all these teams, the Thunder were beating teams they were more talented than. The Thunder were not beating teams that had comparable or more talent than them. They beat teams like Memphis that were less talented. The Spurs team they beat was definitely less talented than them. And so Oklahoma City was getting by on their talent. They weren't a smart team. And part of that is coaching. I don't disagree with you. Scott Brooks had no offensive system. Him and Maurice Cheeks made Mickey Mouse adjustments. They didn't make good adjustments. But part of it's on Westbrook. I mean, a player as athletic as Russell Westbrook should not be shooting 41% for his career in the playoffs. That shows that he just was not a high IQ player. And again, Westbrook, part of the reason the Thunder had no system is Westbrook struggles to play off the ball. He struggles to play off the ball. He struggles to play in a system. And so, while I do think Scott Brooks and the coaching staff, in my opinion, part of the reason the Thunder had no system is they didn't think Westbrook could play in a system.
Hey, you put the triangle offense in that with the Thunder team. Oh, they blowing everybody out.
Okay,
that's
hold
championship.
on. But okay, so I'm looking at his percentages. His first years with KD, 41, 44, 45, 43, 43,
yeah, no, I'm talking about the playoffs, yeah.
But even the playoffs, he's still giving you his career, he's a mid 40% 40% field goal shooter. And in them years in OKC, he was shooting 80 to 85% from the line. So he wasn't no bad shooter in his time with OKC.
Yeah, but
if you're gonna tell me the coaching staff was too stupid to put a system around these two, but they were smart enough to see that Westbrook couldn't play in a system. Are they too stupid to build a system, or are they smart enough to know Westbrook can't play in a system? I personally think, like you mentioned, the first point you stuck to, they were an ultra talented team with these two guys. They were beating teams with systems like the Spurs, like the Mavericks, right? Even Memphis had a system. They just weren't better. So they were beating everybody with a bad system. So it's like it was. I don't think it was ever those two. I thought it was more so they need to get a better coach.
Yeah, but see,
I got a question real
Another
quick.
thing, what happened too
I don't,
is
Well, their
again,
offense
I
is
don't
too
have a high opinion of
predictable.
Scott
Their
Brooks
offense
or
is too
even
predictable.
Cheek system.
Yeah.
But my
Why
this
do
the
y'all
thing.
why do y'all keep saying they didn't have a system?
the main
I,
reason
no,
Westbrook.
I agree with the other dude. Right? I agree with the other dude. Westbrook is skilled. He had 3 triple doubles, right? But his one problem is he does
Tyson, they didn't
not
run no
know how to
plays, bro.
control.
They
He
did
does
run
not
plays.
know how to
That's a flat
control.
out lie.
It was just
He
give
does
Kevin
not
Durant the
know how to
rock, and
control.
Westbrook
It was not
create
just
with your
give
grab
Kevin
and
Durant. They
roll.
ran
bro.
pick and roll with Serge Ibaka. Serge Ibaka was
That's
knocking
not
down
play,
mid.
Tyson.
They
That's
they
not a
ran
play.
pin
Pick
downs
and
for
roll is
Kevin
not a
Durant. They
system,
ran
Bro.
they
bro.
ran.
Actions.
That's
That's
modern day
bro. Watch the
basketball.
games,
Tyson, that's
bro.
not play.
This
That's
is
actions, bro.
I
Me
know
hitting a
you
pick
just
that's
and
a
roll
said
and
a
a
pick
play.
play,
The
and
that
roll
play
is
shit.
not a
is
That's
That's
based
what
off
pick
of
Drew
and
Holiday
roll.
action.
did in the
No,
conference finals, though.
James Harden does that shit all the time.
pick
That's
and
bad
roll is
basketball.
not a
No,
system.
no,
That's
That's
all
no,
I'm telling
predictable
you.
basketball.
James Harden is dribble at the top of the key, 5 out. That's not
And
what
high
they
No,
pick and
ran.
Tyson, no,
roll. And
Tyson,
high
he
pick and
does the
roll. Just
same
like
thing.
LeBron James. High pick and roll. Everything is a
Pick
pick
and
and
roll,
roll.
bro. That's bad
That's
basketball,
not all
bro.
they ran though. That's not all they ran. Kevin
That's why
Durant did get
Utah
all his
didn't win
buckets
a
in pick and roll.
championship
That's
because
not.
all they
They
did
ran
was
double
run
drag.
pick
They
and
ran double
roll, bro.
drags for
Tyson,
That's
Tyson,
why
KD.
but
They
they
Utah
don't
didn't
got
win
a
a
That's not
they
true.
two
championship.
good
That's not true.
teams.
That's
Listen,
not
listen,
true.
That's why
Tyson, listen,
Utah never won a
Tyson.
championship.
This
They
is
just
why I
ran pick
say.
and
This is what
roll,
I
bro.
mean.
But
Let's keep
Utah
it
It's
was
a
a
not
team,
being.
just
The
though.
pick
pick
and
and
roll.
roll
Hold
That's
on,
not
isn't
hold
a
just
on.
pick
I
and
got
system,
it.
roll.
bro.
Hey, Tyson, this is why I'm saying what a system. This is why I think when you talk about a system, Golden State runs a system. You know why? Because everybody's touching the ball. You're gonna have 4 or 5 passes before somebody shoots. These two, you getting like 1 or 2 passes and saying do something with it. That's the difference between running a system.
The Thunder were
Thank
always
Yeah, but
you.
more
Russ,
talented.
Okay, if you're
exactly.
saying that, but
They
you
were
saying I'm
always an
saying they ran
IQ
a system. It wasn't a
That's how
pass. It
basketball
wasn't a
gets
big
work.
I know, but that's not
high
the that's
pass
not a
system. No, I
system, bro.
agree
That's
with
what
you
we're trying
there.
to tell you.
But that is a system. It's just not a high pass system.
It's
No,
a
what's
Russ
a
style.
can't
system?
put in
So
no
what is a
system.
system then? You
Russ
just
can't
run a
put
pick
in
and
no
roll. That's a
system.
system.
No, it
That's just
wasn't just
playing.
pick
That's
and
just
roll
playing
though.
freelance
Everybody,
basketball.
no, bro. Everybody on the court
Trust
had
me,
an
Tyson,
assignment.
bro. It's a
What?
freelance basketball,
It
bro. If
wasn't
I'm just
But
gonna
that
run a
freelance. It
high
wasn't
pick
system,
and
freelance.
hold
roll
It
on.
wasn't
or
not
set an
freelance.
But
off-ball
That's
screen,
cap,
that's
bro. That's
really
cap.
that's not a
OKC went
Cap.
to
system, bro.
finals and 3 conference finals, so
Hey, I
that
coach
system
Tyson.
works
You can't
somewhere.
tell me what a system is, bro.
Nah, it was
I
their
know. I know
talent.
what a
No
system is,
system.
nigga.
So I
Thunder got
give
Every
the other
every
They
team.
were
part.
just talented, bro.
The
That
Thunder
high
But
Russ
pick
you
and
know,
roll
you
shit
can
don't
miss when you
work,
had some
bro.
type of good team and
You're not winning a
chemistry. If y'all
championship
getting
playing high pick
You
and
act
roll.
like
That's
they was
all I'm
just running
saying.
up there just playing
Yeah,
ISO.
they were
that's
They
successful.
ran
random,
Like
they
they
bro.
ran
wasn't
defense.
winning,
But
but
No,
they was
but
I
successful.
bro,
got
that's
a
it,
random
question. I got a
basketball, bro.
it
Hey,
wasn't
but
just
look,
ISO
Niggas
ball.
don't
They
know
was
who
running
gonna catch
plays.
the
They running
ball.
they running second actions off of plays. If Kevin Durant comes off that pick and doesn't have a shot, then Ibaka's coming up to set the pick. Then he come off the pick.
So
Now
why
he's
didn't they
looking to
win
react to what
then?
the defense do.
hey,
They
So
all
why
they,
didn't they
Russ
win?
ain't put in no
So
huh?
why didn't
system.
they win doing that?
Who are
Russ,
you
Because
Russ
they
talking
ain't
about?
put
lost.
in
Brandon,
no
I
They
got a
wasn't
system.
question.
effective. So if a
Good
team
Brandon.
loses, they don't
Them
have
the
a system.
stars,
What?
bro.
Brandon, I got
That
a
don't make
question
no
though.
sense, bro.
I got a question for Brandon though. How does
They
he?
lost, so they
Okay,
don't have
so
a
who do
system.
you blame? Who do you blame Brandon for that meltdown. I know they both did it, but I don't see how we look past Kevin Durant and go straight to Westbrook. Because from what I saw,
I agree.
when I seen KD go in that series, I seen when I see Westbrook playing with a second option, he's gonna give their second option the ball. Like James Harden gave James Harden the ball. Paul George gave Paul George the ball. Bradley Beal gave Bradley. He'll pass to you, but if you're not looking for the ball and you're not trying to make something happen, quite naturally it's gonna click in your head. Okay, you don't want to shoot the ball. You don't want to be a part of the offense. You stand around. Okay, I'm gonna do something with it because you don't want to take it upon your own. That's why I saw more so KD running in the fourth quarter. He wasn't coming to get the ball.
And that's what I want to say. Russ can't fit in the system. Russ is a good player. Yeah, but I
Hey, Russ would fit perfect in the triangle. I don't care what nobody says.
This real quick. Russ
You out your damn
cannot fit.
mind, boy.
Russ cannot fit in no
With that
system.
gravity?
He
Hold on,
can't.
hold on,
Durant
JM.
was
Let
known
Brandon
for
answer.
commanding the ball late in games. But again, and when someone talked about Westbrook in the mid-40s, Westbrook for his career is 41% in the playoffs. That's not efficient. And a lot of times late in games, Westbrook was trying to do too much. He was trying to take over. He wasn't deferring enough. And so even though Westbrook, I don't think Westbrook was competing with Durant, Westbrook never truly accepted that he was the clear number 2 to Durant. Part of the reason why Kyrie and LeBron worked together, Pippen worked with Jordan, is Pippen and Kyrie knew the pecking order. Westbrook was never fully willing to accept that he's a good player, but he's a 2, he's not a 1. And there were many games where Westbrook was not willing to consistently to defer to Durant when he needed to.
Thank
I don't
you.
think
Exactly what I
think
said earlier. Same thing I said earlier.
Russ is not a role player.
Hold on. If you think, I don't think he would have. I don't see how that's possible. The nigga won the. He helped him win the MVP.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
It's not like he knew.
We're talking about the playoffs, BJ.
But even the hold on. The only time I seen Westbrook take it on upon himself to do something in the playoffs is when his first so-called option don't want the ball. Kevin
Was that the case with Paul George, BJ?
Nah, BJ.
Hold on, yeah, Tyson's right. Even with Paul George wasn't doing what he was.
Yeah, and Paul George had a shoulder injury in the playoffs too.
No, I'm talking about 17, not 18.
Right.
18, not 19.
I believe Russ outshot Paul George by
exactly. But Tyson, I give that's, and you know that's Paul George, my dude. Right. I have to be honest. Paul George show up how he's supposed to show up, and Russ try to take it upon himself. That's the only time.
But don't you
I
think
see Russ doing that?
I give you that, BJ? But don't you think? Real quick, don't you think as a point guard, when you're talking about a Magic Johnson, when you're talking about a John Stockton, when you're talking about all these other great team leaders as point guards, don't you think that it's their job, in a sense, to get these guys going, to get these guys, and not just say, I'm going to take it over when I'm a lesser offensive player?
Right. Russ is not.
Can I ask y'all something? Is it a coincidence?
No,
now you guys going to make me defend Westbrook. No. The players themselves.
What does that look? Hold on, Tyson. What does that look like if you standing in the corner?
He's still good.
No. They running plays. I gotta see what you're talking about. I know there is plays when they're talking about, and I don't know if that was part of the game plan. But Russ, I've seen Magic point to a nigga like, "Hey, get your ass over there. Hey, do this." You know what I'm saying? Where you at? I seen those type of players. I seen John Stockton do that. I seen LeBron do that. Hey, no, shoot that. Here, Austin Reeves will pass it to him. He'll pass it right back to his ass. Shoot that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I think that as a point guard, you need to do that,
bro.
Yeah, Russ is the same thing.
No, I'm talking about in those clutch moments, in those times, BJ. I'm not talking about throughout the season.
Bro, Russ is hold on. Russ is probably the most vocal dude on the court. He's always telling his teammates where to go on offense. He's always telling them to go. He's always telling them, directing them. He's always
he does that. But I'm saying in those moments that we're talking about, BJ, he'll take it upon himself instead of focusing on those other, like I said, better options to score at the time to get their shots off. That's my knock on Westbrook. He got ultimate confidence. Like I said, he's not a great shooter, but his problem is he feels he's a good shooter, so he gonna shoot it. You know what I'm saying? When he's taking away, in my opinion, he's taking away from his team in those certain moments.
Exactly, because
is it a coincidence? That's not true because if he make the shot, we don't even have this conversation, bro. Again, but he's a 30% shooter. You know what I'm saying? That's the issue.
Hold on, KD led his team in shot attempts, right? If he wants the ball, he can get the ball. All this rush was throwing KD back from
the problem. He wants the ball too damn much. And nigga don't play no defense, nigga. We gotta watch the game. We see what we're talking about, BJ. We can point to moments, but you gotta actually visualize. You're not guarding nobody.
Hey, but Russ is
go guard somebody, bro. Fuck offense. Do something else. Go rebound. Something.
The thing about
go set a screen. What you standing in the corner for? Get your teammate open, nigga. Go set a screen or something.
Yeah, but more than anything. But
y'all niggas don't understand basketball, bro. It's not only about playing offense, bro. It's a whole damn game, bro.
He does all that shit though. Like he sets screens, he
Make
rebounds, he play
winning
makes,
plays,
he plays
bro. Go
defense, he
make a
drives on
winning
the
play.
he drives on the floor, he plays hard everybody on the court. He does everything on the court.
And then it's
But
his fault when he don't pass it to a one-dimensional ass Kevin Durant. Man, get the fuck up out of here.
But the main
Hold on, KD do play defense.
man,
Stop
goddamn,
lying, bro.
bro.
KD do play defense.
The main
We
problem
gave the
with
nigga the
Russell
ball in Golden
Westbrook's
State, and the
game,
nigga
bro,
still wasn't
He's the
happy.
best
is
point guard in
Motherfucker.
history. He
okay, I
got
ain't got
4 triple doubles. Point
That shit
guard,
don't
Russell
mean
Westbrook.
nothing.
Westbrook's not a point guard. No, he's
Yeah,
not.
What does that
yes, he
shit
is.
translate to?
He the best. Hey, 4 triple
bro.
doubles.
Go make
Is it a
winning
coincidence?
plays, bruh. That's all
Is
I'm
it
Nobody
a
Steph is a
does
saying.
that.
one-shoot
coincidence?
point king.
Y'all gonna see what KD
Nobody
in
does
Houston, nigga.
that.
Oh
KD
man.
gonna kill Houston
Nobody
this year. I
does that.
promise you.
Hey,
No,
nobody does
Houston will be
that.
Hey,
fine.
yo,
Houston will be fine.
I gotta go to the next. I gotta go to the next guy. What's good, Rich? How you doing, bro? You got it. Hello, Rich. You on? You on?
I'm up in this studio. Salute to everyone.
Yo, salute.
Salute, bro. What you? It's on you, bro. What you got?
Hey, I think Westbrook was one of the best point guards. I thought he was going to be better than
Then who?
Hey, we
He said
can't
D
hear you,
Rose.
bro.
We can't hear you,
We
bro.
can't hear you. We can't hear you.
We can't hear
You on
you.
mute. You on
You
mute.
on mute? You
Take
on mute?
yourself off mute. There you go.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
Yeah,
you.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm off mute.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying that I think Westbrook was one of the best point guards. And I thought he was going to be better than Rose.
You might have to take your earpiece out, bro. If you're talking on your earpiece, you kind of mumbled a little bit.
Okay, let me take it off.
Yeah, because I was having the same issue.
Steve Nash.
The point of the matter is, nigga, Kevin Durant is a cancer,
y'all
nigga.
hear me now?
Before Richard go, I promise you this Houston team is going to underachieve, nigga, with Kevin Durant. How much you want to bet?
Can
Anybody
y'all hear
bet
me
me right
I
now?
want to bet. I want to bet. I want to
Bet
bet.
it.
Yeah, we can
It's
hear
a
you.
bet.
We
What
can
you
hear
want to
you.
bet?
1,000.
Okay, go ahead, Richard. It's on you. Take it off mute. You on mute.
BJ, record this. What's your bet? They're not gonna make the playoffs.
No, I'm
They'll
not
make
betting
the
that.
playoffs. They'll
They'll
make
make
the
the
playoffs.
playoffs. They not winning
Oh,
shit though.
oh, they're gonna go to conference finals.
Never. Hey, take yourself off mute. You on
Yeah,
mute,
okay,
Richard?
that's the bet. That's the bet. Then going to a conference finals. That's the bet.
Yeah, that's the bet. Yeah, you good. You good now. Go ahead.
All right, I'm off my mic. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. You got it. Go ahead.
I'm going to have to drop down.
No, we can hear you.
I'm going
You
to drop
good.
down. I apologize. Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
No, the thing I was trying to say was that I'm going to drop down because I got to get this shit right. I can't hear y'all for some reason.
All right. Just go out and come
I'm
back
trying to
in,
get
bro.
in this. I
Just
want
go
to.
out and come back in. Just drop out and then come right back.
Hey, what
So
he gonna say is what I said. Russell Westbrook is true for life, the best point guard in history. He is the only point guard
No, he's not.
who got
Yo,
He's not
four
even better than
triple
Steve
Stop.
doubles.
Nash.
Stop
He got
saying that.
4
yo,
triple
check.
doubles.
Huh.
You
Yo, check this out.
JM
you can't
always know how to
name,
break that ice,
you
huh,
cannot
JM?
name
What you
one
saying,
point
Kobe?
guard.
Let Kobe
Hold on,
talk,
Name
bro.
one.
let me get
He
let
got
me get
4
him.
Listen,
triple doubles. He
Let me
got
get him.
4
okay,
triple doubles.
bro.
Hey, OG,
Name
Russell
one.
West,
Come on,
hey,
bro.
OG,
Stop it,
Russell
bro.
Westbrook's
Name
main
one.
problem.
4
hold
triple
on.
Steve Nash is better
doubles.
than
That
Westbrook.
nigga
OG,
Steve Nash is
averaged
better than
4
Westbrook.
triple
OG,
doubles.
OG.
Name
After
one.
hold on,
Name
OG.
Okay,
Hold
one.
on. Wait, JM. Hold on. Go ahead, Kobe.
okay.
KB. Go
So
ahead,
Russell
KB.
That's
Westbrook's to
crazy.
me, I don't think it's the problem that he has a problem falling back. I think what it is his limited, like his shooting ability. I think that's what holds him back. I don't think it's anything else. I think the difference between him, Kyrie, and all those guys is Kyrie can play play better off the ball, so he don't need the ball in his hands, right? And I think that's what happens when you get a guy like Russ. You need somebody else who could be able to. You need shooters around to
Right.
make up for the stuff that he doesn't do. And I think that's the main issue. When you don't have shooters to space the floor out for him, it makes his job harder because of his skill set.
And you
Wait a
also
minute.
make
Wait
smarter
a minute.
decisions too.
Hold
Hey,
on.
4 triple double. 4.
Hey, can I ask you a question, old man? Since you're saying 4 triple doubles, after
What was
all
that?
those,
Yeah.
hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question. Don't dodge it like you dodged last time. After all them damn numbers, you talk about Westbrook. How come he couldn't get out the first round after KD left?
And I said he the best point guard in history because there's no point guard ever
He's
who
not the best point guard in history.
So you're just going off stats.
He got out the. He got out the.
Yeah, he
Hold
just
on.
going
Hold on.
statistically.
Hold on.
He just going off
Hold on.
statistics.
I'm talking about when he was at OKC. I asked him that specifically.
Hey,
Did you see the
4
roster,
triple
bro?
double. 4 triple double.
Yeah, Paul George and Carmelo Anthony.
Right.
Didn't nobody
Four
Yeah,
who was
triple
going
doubles.
See,
they lost to
we're
Utah
talking
and
about the
Portland,
the
and they still
2017 year.
lost.
Okay, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about 2017.
4
Triple.
triple
No,
doubles.
I got no
4
excuse for
triple
that.
doubles.
That one has no excuse.
So what? So now, OG, tell me all them numbers. Why did he get outplayed by Ricky Rubio and a Ricky Donovan Mitchell
I
against
said
Utah?
the best. Only thing I said was he the best point guard in history. That's all I said.
Why he get
4
outplayed by Ricky
triple
Rubio?
doubles. 4
Why he
triple
get outplayed by
doubles.
Ricky Rubio? You just going by
4
stats.
triple doubles.
Oh my God! So now you want to use
Triple
that?
double.
So he
Last
got
time,
outplayed by Ricky Rubio?
He's a
yeah, he got
stats
outplayed.
merchant. He's a
I'll
stats
be honest.
merchant.
When?
He's a stats merchant.
When they
Hey,
play
all I
Nothing.
said was he the
When
best
they play
point
who?
guard in
Utah, you
history.
said?
You cannot
Westbrook.
find no point guard better than him. You
Westbrook might
can't.
be. Westbrook is not even the best point guard in his own
4 triple
franchise.
doubles. Name one.
Right.
Name one point guard did
Hey,
that.
That's a
I'm not,
good
Name
I'm
point,
not,
one.
Scott.
I got
I'm
him
not
Name
top
talking about
10
one.
you. You're a hypocrite. You're a
Name
hypocrite.
one.
for sure.
You
Yeah,
are you're a
Shea is
hypocrite.
gonna pass Westbrook. I hope you
Name
know that.
one. Can you
Shea is
name
gonna
one
pass
point
Westbrook.
guard? Name
You
one
are.
point
Did you
guard who
name
got
Steve
4
Nash? You
triple
said Steve
doubles.
Nash was better than him?
Yeah,
Four,
come on.
four,
Yeah,
Respect.
you
man,
smoke. You
triple
I know you guys
smoking.
doubles,
hate Steve
dude.
Nash, but
You
Steve Nash
smoking,
was
bro.
like that. Bro.
You
Steve Nash
Triple
was
smoking.
like that.
doubles. Triple
Like
You're a
what?
doubles.
hypocrite. You
For
are
He
a
was
point
like
hypocrite.
that.
guard.
Like
Steve
Name
what?
Nash at
one.
one point was a top 5 player in the NBA.
Hey, 4 triple doubles in a
So we're
row.
going off
You're
on
a
Weird.
hypocrite.
MVPs, bro.
Name
No,
one.
I'm not going off those MVPs. I don't
Name
think
So
he
what are you
one.
going
deserved the
off
way.
of?
I'm just going.
Name
I'm going
one.
off. I'm going off the eye test. How much? How
Your
much he?
opinion.
Yeah, yeah,
4 triple
yeah.
doubles. Name
Isn't
one.
everything an opinion?
By your
No.
logic, Westbrook a role player. By your logic, you're a hypocrite. Be quiet.
With me?
You got Westbrook got 4 triple
Him.
doubles.
No, him.
Only player in
No.
history. He's the
No.
only player in history.
Oh, you're gonna
But he
keep
ain't
saying
the
the
best
same
point
stuff?
guard. And he
He's
not
a
the
But for
best
you to
point.
put, but for you
Name
to put,
one.
who would you
Name
say your
one
10?
point
Hold
guard
on,
better
hold
than
on,
West.
hold on, hold on. Jam. For you to put, who's your 10, Scott?
Steph,
Who mine? Oh,
Steph, Magic, Jerry West, Oscar Robertson, Chris Paul.
Whoa! Why do you got Oscar Robertson that high?
What do you mean that high? He's a clearly better basketball player than
It's a trick.
Westbrook.
It's a
Time
trick
He's a
out.
bet.
No,
question.
no, 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 no. Why do you have him? Why do you have him in the top 10?
Because he's one of the greatest offensive players ever. At his time, he was one of the best scorers in his time. In his time, he was one of the best playmakers. In his time, he was able to lead great offenses.
Just say triple double, man. Just say triple double.
No, it's not triple double. See, I
Man,
don't.
Westbrook passed him. He passed
No,
him.
no,
He
no.
passed
Bro,
him.
Westbrook did not
He
pass
passed
Big
that's
him.
the
O.
I
type of
told
stuff
you
I'm
it's a
talking
trick
Hey,
about,
hey,
bro.
Sky
question.
Warrior, he
It was
You
a
passed
trick
him.
can't put him.
question.
You
He
don't.
passed
You
him.
never watch Oscar Robertson to think anything else. You put him there because of that damn triple double stat.
No, it's not the triple double. I didn't even get to. I didn't even say the triple double. He's a
You
way
said
better
off. You
scorer.
said offense. You said scoring. You said assisting. That's all in contribute to triple double.
Yeah, and he's a
Points,
way better
rebounds,
scorer than
assists.
Russ. He's a way
No,
better
not.
scorer than Russ.
he also
He's a,
Hey,
averaged
hey,
30 points
did
5
he
straight
average more
years.
than
So,
Russ? Did he
and
average
also
more
he
than
was a
Russ?
better
yes, he
playoff
did.
performer
He
than
did average
Russ.
more than Russ.
He's not a better overall offensive player than Russell Westbrook, man.
Yes, he
If
is.
this man averaged 4 triple doubles 4 years in a row, don't tell me about
Man,
offense.
stop
He's
it.
a better offensive
Man,
player.
stop it.
It's triple
Man,
doubles. Is
stop
not
it.
offense.
Hey,
Is just
Scout
not this
Warrior.
triple
Hey,
doubles.
Scout Warrior, stop the cap. You was too young to even remember Oscar Robertson, bro. You don't even know when
None
Oscar
of us
Robertson
watch.
played, bro.
Well, none of us watch Oscar in real time.
Man,
Besides, I get
stop
to
it,
rank
bro.
who I want to rank.
Man, stop the cap.
Oscar's better than
Man,
West.
man,
Oscar's
I
man,
better than
said
stop the
Westbrook.
cap.
Westbrook number
Stop,
one.
It's
stop
his
the
I
top
cap.
said
10, Crunch
Westbrook
Time.
Stop
number
That's
the
his
cap.
top
one.
10.
Man,
That's
Westbrook
how
stop
he
the
is
cap.
number
performed.
one.
Man, stop the
Westbrook
Robinson,
is
cap.
Oscar,
number
Big O
I'm
is
one.
just
an
saying, you
objective.
gonna
We
put
not gonna
Oscar
do that.
Robinson there.
Stop
You
the
damn
cap.
sure need to put Russell Westbrook
Yeah,
there.
you
Stop
gotta
the
No,
put
stop
no.
the
Here's
Westbrook
the
cap.
in
thing. It's
there.
not
You
off of
got
my. It's
to.
not off of the stat.
Man, stop the
It's
cap.
how
Wow, triple
Oscar
doubles,
impact the
Man,
man.
game and
It's
how
triple
great his skill
doubles.
set
CJ, Chris
was.
Paul,
Triple
No, they
doubles.
don't
stop the
put him
cap.
off of that, bro. They put
Hey,
him
Well,
off of
triple
the
that's how
triple
doubles.
that's
double
how I
stat.
rank him. That's how I rank. I don't rank
Hey,
off
who
of.
next? Who the next point guard then?
Okay,
Who the next point
I
guard?
got Oscar over him. I got Chris Paul. I got Jason Kidd. I got
They
Stop it.
Steve
ain't got no
Nash.
triple doubles. They ain't got
Stop
no
it.
triple doubles.
I don't care about triple doubles. It's
They
not the
Well,
got
then,
thing
more
you
hey,
impact
measure
on
off
winning
of.
hey,
as a
this
I
is,
number
don't.
one
I don't.
option,
I
though.
don't.
hey,
I don't
They
mind. I
got
don't
more
mind.
impact on
hey,
winning
I
as a
don't
triple
number
mind.
one
doubles,
option.
Impact
man.
on winning.
Okay, I don't
Triple
mind Chris
doubles.
Paul. I
Yes,
don't mind Chris
Man,
Paul.
CJ, you
He's
the
not better than
hater,
Steve
bro. Man,
Nash. He's
stop
not
that
better than
shit, bro.
Jason Kidd. He's not over
Stop
a
that's
it.
Gary
facts, though.
Payton.
Man, hey, Scott
Ain't
Warrior,
none of
stop it,
them
bro.
Yeah,
did with
Steve Nash is
Russell.
where
You
you lose
understand
me.
what
Hey,
you
Scott Warrior.
saying? Ain't none of
Hell
them did
no,
what
bro.
Russell Westbrook
Hey,
did.
hey,
None of them.
hey, Scott Warrior,
I
you
do
out your
understand what you
mind.
saying.
You're
None
out
of
your
them
mind,
did
bro.
what Russell
Hey,
did.
what?
You
None of them.
yeah. None of
What?
them lost to a rookie Donovan Mitchell. You're right.
He
You said
still
what?
got
Russell got
4
more
triple
Okay,
doubles.
turnovers
I don't see
than
how.
Steve
Okay, well
Nash
then,
and
then I
Chris
gotta
Paul
get on Chris
combined.
Paul. Now I gotta get on Chris Paul then, because Chris Paul again, bro. You talking about being a choker? That nigga has lost more 2-0 leads than I can remember. So we gonna stick to winning. He ain't a better winner than Russell Westbrook.
He is a better winner than Westbrook.
No, he's not.
Yeah, bro. Who you rather have on your number one option for a
Dog, he
championship team,
ain't made
Chris
it.
Russell
Paul
He
or
ain't
Westbrook.
made
Westbrook?
it.
The
He
fuck
made
is you
as
talking
he made
about?
as a he made it his 4th year to the
Man, they in
finals.
the same level
No, they're
as far
not.
as
Like,
winning.
Chris
like, what are you
Paul was
Yeah,
talking
the
about?
Sky,
best
you
player
on
on
that?
his
Neither of them
team.
on the
Scotty, you
same.
crazy?
On the
Westbrook
same
wasn't.
level, bro.
That's weird. Yeah, I'll be
They on the
Westbrook
overrating
same
Chris
wasn't the
level
best
Paul.
player
winning,
on his team. It was
Nah, you be.
KD.
Oh yeah, I forgot you overrate Chris Paul.
bro. None of them won shit, bro. They on the same level as far as
No, they're
winning.
not.
Exactly.
Chris Paul clears
Yeah, they
Westbrook.
are, bro.
No, he
They
does.
didn't win
It's
shit,
No, he does
disrespectful
not.
to Chris Paul to put
No, he does
Westbrook in
not.
the same
No, he does not.
stratosphere
bro.
as
They
him.
didn't
Hey,
win shit, bro.
Scott
Yeah,
Warrior.
and one of
And
them is a
Russell West,
clearly
and
Hey,
better
didn't
Scott
winner.
Warrior.
Westbrook beat Chris
Hey,
Paul?
Scott
Yeah, I
Warrior.
think
Do
at 13. Yeah, I think
do
at
do
Yeah, man,
Chris
thirteen.
they on the
Paul?
same
That was
level, man.
20.
Do
No,
Chris
they're
That was
Paul
20.
not.
got
They're
an
not on the
MVP?
same level.
Do Chris Paul
Hey,
got an MVP?
can I respond why I think Chris Paul is overrated to me? That's why I don't
Go
talk about
ahead.
Chris Paul.
Do Chris
Chris
Paul
Paul,
got an MVP? No, he don't.
No,
No,
dude,
this
Chris
he
Paul,
was
Westbrook got
never the
all
best player,
defensive
bro.
team.
this
Chris Paul blew the most 2-0 leads in
The
NBA history. He blew a 2-1 lead and he blew a 3-1 lead to Houston Rockets and went to the same team that eliminated him. Chris Paul either hurt or he chokes in crunch time. And when they met in OKC, it was game 5 where they was up 7 with 40 seconds left.
Oh yeah,
And
CP3 sold that. He sold that. I'm not denying that. He sold
you
that.
know exactly what I was
Man,
going to. He
Scott
Hey,
Yes,
Warrior,
choked.
bro.
he
stop
sold
it,
that.
bro.
but
I got
Westbrook
Chris
blew a
Paul
3-1
over
lead
Westbrook,
too, and he lost to
but
Portland and Utah as favorite. So
Yeah,
Oh,
but
I
yeah,
forgot.
Chris
when it
Paul.
comes
Favorite
to
No,
spot
winning,
in
who?
dog.
Portland he was hurt. Portland he was hurt.
Hold
I
on.
think.
It's
I think
one more
Portland he
no,
was
stat.
hurt.
It's one more stat I
Man,
forgot to
Russ
you
mention.
just
and Chris
talking
Paul is a
and game
regular
humble
season
him.
player, bro. Chris calling him but a regular season player.
Yes,
Honestly,
he
not being
is.
a fan. And I'm not even a
But
fan.
I've been watching
But
Bulls for a
there
long
is,
time. That's a regular season
there
player,
is
bro.
nobody better than Westbrook.
Hey,
I'm not even
CJ.
being a
Hey,
fan.
stop hating, bruh.
Bro,
Hey,
I'm
CJ,
not
stop
even
hating, bruh.
there is nobody better than
Joey, stop hating.
Russ is actually the best point guard in history.
Hey,
He
CJ, stop
actually
hating,
is.
bruh. Stop
Oh, I
hating.
gotta let Kirk. I gotta
I'm
let
on
Kirk
his
in. I gotta let
side.
Kirk in. My bad. I
I'm
Stop
gotta let
hating,
Kirk
saying
in.
bruh.
that
Carl
Russ
led his
is
team
actually
better than Westbrook as
the
an
best
O-line.
point
Man,
guard
CJ,
in
you was a hate.
history. I
CJ, you
said
a hater
Russell.
that read stats behind the computer. We gonna let Kirk
Oh
talk.
yeah, they can do
We
what they want, but the
Hold on,
fact
JM. Hold
is,
on, JM. I gotta let
Russ
Kirk
is the
in. I gotta let
best
Kirk in.
point guard in history. It's
Go ahead,
facts.
Coming
Kirk.
with facts,
Go ahead,
opinions.
Kirk. Hold on. Go ahead, Kirk. I gotta let Kirk in.
What's good, chat? What's up, BJ? What's going on, y'all? My boy Monty in here. You know, this your boy, bro. This your boy, bro. We
Yeah,
talking
they
about your
keep
boy
trying to
today.
disrespect them.
Yeah, we can't disrespect Russ for too long. I ain't gonna lie. Before I get to this Russ thing, I wanted to talk about that 2016 versus Golden State. I'm not going to talk about it for long, but if I encourage y'all to go watch the last minutes of Game 6. When Clay had that explosive game. Go ahead and watch the last 5. It's on YouTube because y'all was talking about it. I said, let me just watch what happened, and it was closing. I know they had 3 games to close it, but that was a very pivotal game in that series. And the last 5 minutes told me everything I needed to know about that series. And OKC was up, if I'm not mistaken, 5 points, and I think there was like 4 minutes left in the basketball game. Russ did have some crucial turnovers. I'm not gonna lie. And from what BJ said about Kevin Durant not asking for the ball, he actually was getting the ball. He just wasn't making the shot. He made one shot in that fourth quarter. But I ain't gonna lie, the defense on him, they were stacking up on him. But I ain't gonna lie, I think that they lost to me, and I agree with some of y'all. They lost that series because their IQ wasn't high. Golden State beat them just off of just playing defense on Russ and Kevin Durant. And Iguodala, I ain't gonna lie, bro. He had 2 strips on. He had 2 strips. He stripped Kevin Durant. OKC got the ball back, and he stripped Russell Westbrook, but it ended up being Golden State's ball. But their IQ just wasn't that high, and I pretty much agree with everything Maz said about that series. Their IQ wasn't that high, bro. But they was very talented. They should have won that series. But everything in that game, like I said, go watch that game, y'all. Game 6, the last 5 minutes of that game, because Curry and Clay were very clutch in that game, and they was just doing simple screens, bro. And Iguodala scored a layup too. Like it was just they was doing so many simple plays, and OKC was just running basically 2-man. And that's how they lost. That's how they lost that pivotal game in OKC. So go ahead and watch that game on YouTube, y'all. It's the last 5 minutes because OKC was up in that game, bro. And Kevin Durant hit a clutch shot before he missed like 4 straight shots. So, but let's talk about Russell Westbrook. I do agree his career kind of like took like a very bad hit after that Lakers, and y'all seen that when LeBron was having that meeting in the locker room, and then Russell was just like, "Hey man, just remember to have fun." LeBron looked at that boy like, "Yo, bro, we are not here to have fun." Like, and I thought that was very bad for LeBron. Just quote unquote, he's a great leader, but I think he's a good leader. But that was a bad look on LeBron because he looked at Russ like, "Bro, like I'm not trying to hear none of that shit." But yeah, bro, they wasn't using Russ right to me in the Lakers, but obviously like Russ is not really an off-ball player. But he was trying. He's not the best shooter. But the Lakers, they had, let me be honest, bro, they had way more problems than Russ. I think everybody knows that. Russ, like BJ said, and some other people said, he was the scapegoat on the Lakers, bro. They had way more problems than that boy. Like but Russell Westbrook was just there on the bad team because the Lakers was not a good team, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But if you want to be honest about Russell Westbrook, bro, high energy player, bro. I wouldn't say he's the smartest player, but like Monty said, he gives 110%. That's why I respect Russell Westbrook. He does give 110%. Him and Kevin Durant were very beast-like, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like they beat a lot of good teams, bro. I mean, that's just what it is. They beat a Lakers team that just won a championship not too long ago. They beat a Mavericks team that just won not too long ago. Like they beat teams with high IQs, bro. Like they was doing that. That's how talented that team was. That's how Russ, like he's a very impactful player. I give that to Russ. And if you ask me, actually, what he's done to me, like in his later career, defines him as a player, not what he's really done in his earlier career. Because Russ is an amazing player, but what I admire about Russ is his engine, his energy. Like he's a double machine, but I'm not gonna lie, bro. What he's done, like outside of him not being a superstar, I respect it the most because now you're basically saying it's not about you right now. It's about you trying to win the game. So what can you do? He showed he could play defense. He showed he could be a better shooter if he wants to. I'm not gonna lie. He was a very good shooter versus the Suns in 2023. Y'all can go ahead and look at those. He was knocking down threes, bro. I'm not gonna lie. He was very impactful, but obviously he had to. The Nuggets, obviously, he played good defense. Was running the second unit with Jokic, shooting open threes. Like I feel like his later years is what defines him, not what he really what he started with. Because Russ is he's an all-time great. Let's just be honest. Russell he's a superstar point guard, bro. Like he's in that D Rose, Allen Iverson class. Like he's in that. He's like something you've never seen before. And the thing about like the reason why we had those discussions, and just to talk to you, BJ, because we're not saying no one. I don't think anyone in this chat thinks Chauncey Billups is better than Russell Westbrook, but we said who do you prefer, and we're talking about like because at the end of the day, y'all, let's be honest, IQ is a very high thing. I'm not saying Russ doesn't have an IQ because obviously he does, but Chauncey Billups, his IQ to me was higher than Westbrook's, and the way he affected the game, clutch, or him just making sometimes a simple play is all you need to do. Sometimes you don't need to do the most. Sometimes Russ does do the most. I mean, every player has their flaws. We all understand that. But I was saying I prefer Chauncey Billups, especially in the closing moments of a game. But I wouldn't dare say he's a better player. I think people need to understand that. Like basketball's there's nothing wrong with IQ. That's the reason why, honestly, what I said about Rondo being a better point guard than CP3, even though CP3 both have high IQs. But at the end of the day, it's about how can you affect your team. So we're not talking about that. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, Russ has done. He honestly put, like I said, he put his career on the back seat. Not his career, but his individual accolades, stats. He's like, okay, I want to win. I never questioned him not like him winning. Like obviously he wanted to win. I think that's clear as day. He always wanted to win, bro. So that's not a question for me with Russ. And plus, I don't know why no team picked him up. I mean, he's played terrific last year. If anything, Murray was injured, Aaron Gordon was injured, and him and Jokic was pretty much helping the Nuggets stay in the playoffs, bro. So I mean, I give Russ, like I said, his engine, like it's like no other. Like I tell you that, bro. His engine is, I don't know, bro. That's like top 2, top 3. Like you're not going to see a player like that, bro. So you got to give him his credit where credit is due. But I think we all need to understand is about, like I said, like when you talk about players, because like I said, you have to understand like what they're bringing to the table. Like everything's not about I'm better than you or I can score better than you. It's not always about that with basketball. Y'all know that. Just like I told y'all how to watch those last 5 minutes of that OKC and Golden State. That wasn't about who's better. That was about simple IQ movements and simple reads that you had to do. And OKC simply didn't do that in 2016. We can blame the coach. We can blame the players, but there's just simple. And Dion Waiters was wide open in the corner multiple times. I know he's not the best 3-point shooter, but at the same time, you have to make that simple kick sometimes. Sometimes you have to trust your teammates, but they were just, like I said, 2016 wasn't the best moment for them. So, but other than that, they were still like I said, a top 3 team in the West. You just gotta give Russ where just give Russ where his credit. That's all I'm saying.
Good shit, Kirk. Good shit, Kirk. Good shit.
Let me get to Bookie. What's good, Bookie?
The series, the beginning of the series, they was moving the ball against Golden State, but Golden State figured them out after Game 5. Just load up on Kevin Durant because the OKC they didn't have great 3-point shooting on their team, so they just loaded up and forced them dudes into ISO ball, and then they caught on to their game plan and forced them dudes into one-on-one ball. I know everybody like to kill Russ, but KD got to take some responsibility too, though. It can't just be everything was Westbrook's fault. It was Kevin Durant's fault too, but Kevin Durant, he not a leader. Russell Westbrook was more of a leader than him. So that's I kind of it was both of they both played bad in that series, and then the Laker thing anyway. When I knew it was gonna be a bad fit anyway. When you got two dudes that need the ball, that need to dominate the ball, I knew that wasn't gonna work anyway. That was just a bad. They just got him. They got Russ to LA for him to be the scapegoat. That's all that was.
But I'm trying to figure out. Oh, my bad, Bookie. Go ahead. I thought you was finished.
Oh yeah. Then another thing. Everybody talk about Westbrook turnovers, but the same guy everybody praised, he turned the ball over just as much. So they always love to go on. They used to love going on TV showing his turnover bloopers. But the same guy everybody loved, the all-time leader in turnovers, they don't never criticize him for turning the ball over and stuff like that. But it is what it is.
I'm the one who said, "Hey, Russ is the best point guard in history."
He
I'm
top
on
10.
Russ side. Russ is the
I
best
got him
point
in the
guard.
top 10 though.
Yo, he got four. He got four triple doubles.
You're a
Yo, there's
hypocrite.
nothing beating that. There's nothing
He
beating that.
also led the league in turnovers 5 times
So what?
and
But
missed the
Hold
most
on, hold on,
shots
hold
name
on,
like
one point
multiple
guard.
years.
Name
hold on.
one point guard.
Hey,
Name
PJ.
one
Hey,
point guard
somebody got
that
an echo.
won.
Hold on.
Oh,
Echo.
my fault. My
I got
fault.
a
Is that
question.
me?
So I just had a question about this two ball dominant. Uh, isn't Jokic ball dominant? Yes,
Yes,
I
he is.
just.
So
Oh, my
hold on.
fault. Go ahead.
So
My
why did it
fault.
work with him?
because Jokic is more portable to work with. He's a great floor spacer that can help minimize rust deficiencies.
I
He
don't
more
consider Jokic a
efficient.
floor spacer.
Huh?
I don't consider Jokic a floor spacer.
Well, he's a great shooter that can make defenses
He shoots
that
30%, 30% from the three. That's average.
yeah, but he's an elite mid range shooter and he's a respectful 3-point
That's not
shooter.
spacing.
Mid range shooting mid range mid range is spacing.
They
Spacing just
have
counts as
they
three
have the
point
same
shooting.
style. Jokic
But
and
he
this is another
but
thing.
Jokic
Westbrook
And,
said
Yo-
people said that wouldn't work.
and Jokic
So
can
they both are ball dominant players like LeBron. So why can't LeBron do the same thing?
because Jokic is a better off ball player than LeBron.
How? How is he a better off ball player?
He
well,
is.
Jokic
He's a
a better low post player than LeBron and Westbrook. So I think
and
with Jokic it's different with
Jokic
his
is a
usage
better
rate
shooter
because
Oh,
than
he more
but
LeBron too.
efficient.
Westbrook
Wait
is
a
a
minute.
He
point
not his
guard, though.
turnover ratio not as high as Westbrook because
He's
Westbrook
a
Yeah,
not
and
point
Wait a
guard.
efficient
minute.
Is a
Wait a
or
better
minute. Wait a
shooter than
effective
minute.
LeBron,
as
so he'll
Wait a
make
Jokic.
the
minute. Wait
shit
a
more
minute. Y'all,
portable.
I was just
Westbrook's
told
not a point
Jokic
guard, though.
Is a high usage player, just
But
like
he's not a
Westbrook is.
point guard. Russ is a
But I'm
point
saying,
guard.
but I'm saying again, I just think this whole he can't play with another. You can play with whoever you play with if you just adjust your game. The problem is LeBron James didn't want to adjust his game, and Jokic did. You think Jokic don't want to have the ball? He said, "I will go off the ball. I will do other things on the court to make him comfortable." And they actually played well together. So I don't look at it like, oh, you got two ball dominant players you can't play. I just think LeBron don't want to adjust his game. He don't want to
No,
And
but
plus,
sacrifice that.
I think Westbrook
Russ is
adjusted
a
his
point
game
guard.
after the
Y'all
LA.
talk
He
about
became
three
more.
different positions. Jokic is a center. LeBron is a power forward who plays, and Russ is a freaking point guard. Like, how can you even compare them? I don't understand that. How?
No,
They're three different
Jokic
positions.
is a more portable player to fit with
No, he's a
Westbrook.
center. Jokic
Yeah,
is a center.
he's a better shooter than LeBron, so he can
But
fit
how
better
did
with
He
Russ
draw
come
Westbrook.
more
in this?
No, he's
gravity
not.
and he a better
No, he's not.
offensive player though.
But how you coming? How
No,
did
he's
I
Russ
don't
not.
know
come in
about
there?
that part.
And
He's
then
not
you
a better
said
3-point
Russ
shooter than
though.
LeBron.
He's a
But you
better
said
mid-range shooter
Russ.
though.
I'm trying to understand. How did you say Russ? Y'all talking about like three different players. So how did Russ come in this? That's one thing I'm wondering. That's all I'm asking.
I asked the question, JM. Because Bookie said that Russ and LeBron weren't going, and this is why I kept hearing they weren't going to work because they're both two ball dominant players. I don't
Oh,
agree with that.
oh.
I think it was more so you can have two ball dominant players, but you got to be able to share the wealth, and you got to be able to make the person who may not be as good with you on the ball, you got to make him comfortable. I saw Jokic make Westbrook comfortable. I didn't see him throw his hands in the air every time the dude makes a mistake and huff and puff and
But
do all that dumb shit. And I think
he had
that's the type of thing that you can't have a player who's a high usage player not make turnovers. Like every person who's high usage turns the rock over.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Oh, if that was the subject, then if I'm not yelling, Russ and LeBron doesn't work because Russ is a point guard and LeBron thinks he's a point guard. That's why that didn't work. They both point guards, same position. But the problem
And
is LeBron shouldn't have been the point guard. You got Russ. So anyway, whether you think Russ is good or bad, They whole problem with any point guard that has ever only one point guard has ever played with LeBron. It was Kyrie Irving, and then he quit because LeBron thinks that he's a point guard. So when Russ got to the Lakers,
Yeah.
Russ is a point guard, right? But then you got LeBron, who's also you got 2 point guards. So who they gonna pick? Russ or LeBron? They're gonna pick LeBron. So then Russ was the scapegoat. You can't have 2 point guards. Ain't like the dude that Lakers just fired. He wasn't that bad. What was that dude they with the dreads? He wasn't
Darvin
that
Ham.
bad.
Darvin Ham.
Who? Dom Ham.
But
Oh, I mean, no, not the coach, the point guard. Who's the point?
but
D'Angelo.
it's
D'Angelo. He wasn't.
but
Yeah,
you
he
gotta
wasn't
look at the
that.
time frame too. It's a different
No.
responsibility
Oh,
for
okay.
Westbrook
What
with
about the
Denver. He
point?
accepted
What about the point
he
guard
accepted
before
a
him?
role with
Then?
Denver. That was
Okay.
4 years ago with LA.
Okay. What about the point
You
guard
gotta
before
understand the
him?
year before that he was
Who's the
in the
point guard
playoffs and he
before
was
him?
a second option, so he had to accept a lesser role in Denver.
Okay, well, okay. Who's the point guard before him? You can go. You can. You can go.
He started a lot of the series because Jamal Murray was out. So when you had them both starting, they were still working together.
Right. So that's my whole point. Is like, well, BJ is saying a whole lot better than me. You could go all the way back to when LeBron had Rondo. My point is like that battle against like it's not a fair comparison because LeBron cannot play with a point guard. So the other team, long as Russ is playing with Joker, Russ is a point guard. So Russ could play with anybody like that. He did have triple doubles. He had to assist the ball to somebody. Like to have assists. He gave the ball to somebody. He had Ibaka for OKC, right? He played with Ibaka. That and OKC in their prime, you forgot about Ibaka. That was their center. Forgot about him. Okay, so LeBron, I don't know. It's just a weird conversation. There is no answer to it.
Yeah, what Russ?
It's about decision making, shot selection, and pace. Because Rondo won with LeBron as a point guard that can't shoot, so it's about the decision maker of Russell Westbrook. He's not a great decision maker or a great shot selector, and he
And
can't
Yeah,
also
space the
Rondo
floor
didn't
for
need the
nobody,
ball in his
and he
first
can't
Rondo,
year.
catch and shoot.
hey, but Rondo didn't average a triple double. So which one
No,
you
I know
rather
he ain't
have?
played. I know he ain't played. I know they split minutes and all that. Like it was other point guards too. But I'm saying Rondo and LeBron worked in 2020, even before like the season. If you want to just count the season and you
But
don't want
then
to count the
Rondo got
bubble, they
fired
still was
though.
hooping.
But Rondo got
Yeah, they
fired.
switched. I know they switched their team up, but I'm just saying. I just think Russell Westbrook accepted a role in Denver. That's 4 years removed from LA, so he accepted a lesser role in Denver. Cause you gotta understand, before he came to BJ funny as shit.
He wasn't no lesser role, bro. He
No,
was
but I'm saying
starting.
like
He was starting, bro, with this dude. And he putting up this. He was putting up shit. He was putting up in. When he was a starter, it's just you
no,
gonna get what you get based off of how you use them. If you're gonna use them as a bench player, play as a bench. If you use them as a starter, you're gonna put them as a starter. Like the same thing in him. It's just how you look at him.
I
I know,
agree
but
with
in LA,
BJ.
I feel as though he still felt like he was a starter. That's why I said he had to accept a lesser role when he got the Cause you gotta remember before he went to Denver, he was at Los Angeles. So I think he was comfortable with the role that he was in. Either he gonna start some games or come off the bench some games.
I
And that's
don't
No,
4 years
think
removed
no,
so.
from LA.
no,
They
no,
brung
no,
him
no,
in.
no,
They
no.
brung
That's
him
not
in.
true.
He didn't
No,
feel like no damn coming
no,
off the bench. He
no,
was
no.
a
That's hey, JM. I got you, JM. Well, he wasn't even comfortable with coming off the bench. This is what I'm saying. Like
I
casuals
know he
like
wasn't
CJ.
cut, but he accepted a role. I said he
No,
accepted a role.
bro. Listen, CJ, because you're a casual, bro. Listen, you gotta listen
Nigga,
to the
you a
context,
catch. I watch
bro.
basketball way
You're a
before
cat,
you,
bro.
bro.
Listen,
Just cause you're a
you're a
Westbrook
casual,
fan,
bro. Bro, you're a
bro.
casual,
Just
bro.
cause you're a
I'm
Westbrook
really
fan,
a
that shit
Russ
don't
fan,
mean nothing, bro.
bro. I'm not about to argue with you,
Your
bro.
man
It's
got kicked
facts,
out the first
bro.
round 4 years in a
Bro,
row
bro,
without
bro,
KD, bro.
bro. You can read everything on your computer all you want,
It's
but
not,
it's
bro.
facts,
It's
bro,
shit that happened. That's facts.
bro.
What you
Stop
talking
talking,
about?
bro. Listen, I'm about to talk to you. Listen, he came to Tyronn Lue and told Tyronn Lue, I'm gonna come off the bench. What the fuck are you
He
talking
accepted a
about?
role. That's my whole point. He accepted a role. That's why he
Bro,
did
it's
that.
not accepting. He sacrificed for his
Oh my
team. It's a
God.
difference.
All
What are
right,
you
he
talking
sacrificed
about?
for a team. It don't matter, bro. The
What do you
thing
mean?
about it,
It do matter.
he ain't had
It
that
do
same
matter,
mindset
bro.
in LA.
It
He
do
still had a
matter,
starter
bro.
mentality. He still wanted to start.
Fuck is
That's
you
just like
talking about?
Melo. Them niggas
You
had
out
to
here
accept the
tripping,
role
bro.
later in their career. They was number one
Bro.
options and
Y'all can
franchise
keep
players, bro.
listening to this casual if y'all want to, bro. You not about to keep slandering my man. He went to Tyronn and told him, I'm gonna come off the bench for the sacrifice for the team. Fuck is
At
you
the end
talking
of the
about?
day, why he ain't on the team now then? And why he with the 5 different teams every year? Tell me that.
You said what?
Why he not on the team now then? Why the last 6 years he been on like
Bro,
6
my
different
man been
teams?
injured, bro. My man been
Okay.
injured. The fuck is
Okay.
you talking about?
Okay.
Hey, so, hey, wait. Hey,
Hey,
let
and
me
you
handle
want,
that, my
hey,
brother.
hey, hey,
Let
hold
me
on,
handle
JM.
that,
Hey,
Monty.
hold on, hey, JM.
Excuses.
Hey, you wanna know why he on a different team? You wanna know why? Cause every team
Tell me why.
he can't play for every team, bro. They can't handle his energy, bro. He bring that leadership
Okay.
Yeah,
and he
he
put
bring the
people in their
pressure.
position, bro.
He
Fuck
bring
is
the
you talking about?
pressure. They can't
Fuck is
handle.
you
I
talking
agree
about,
with
bro?
that, man. They can't handle his pressure.
My man ain't no. He
Mm.
never ran from the ground, bro. Fuck is you talking about? Y'all not about to sit right here and
You
slander my
gotta give
man.
up your
You keep
rookie
wanna
ass
read off the
star to
computer,
fuck with
bro.
Russ.
Like, come
Yeah, you
on, bro.
gotta
You
give
don't
up
got
your
no heart.
rookie ass star
You ain't
to
saying
fuck
nothing from
with
the heart,
Russ.
home.
Paul
Yeah.
George left him. LeBron didn't want to play with him. KD left him.
Bro,
Hey,
Make
hey,
it make
keep talking
sense,
about
bro.
LeBron ain't want to play with him,
okay.
bro. LeBron is a
Yo, let
bitch,
me handle
boy.
that, Monty.
Fuck is you
Please
talking
don't
about?
answer that. Hey,
The
what?
fuck,
Hey,
bro?
Well,
Denver. He was
I
just
think,
with Denver. He
I
was
think,
just with Denver
hold on,
last year,
Jam.
right?
I
And
think,
he
LeBron
helped
is a
Denver
hater, bro.
win.
hold
Didn't
Fuck
he
you
on.
help
talking
Denver
about?
win?
Hold
I'm
Man,
on.
going
bro.
off events that happened. I'm not
Bro,
saying
you
my
He
you
helped
opinion.
reading
Denver
off the
win.
screen, bro.
He
That's
the
what you're
reason why
doing. You're
Denver
reading
got as
off a
far
Can
as
I,
screen,
they
G.
got
Like, come
let me,
last
on,
year.
bro.
What?
let me just say real quick.
Oh, my fault,
The
BJ.
reason why, well,
Oh,
Paul George, he left and he vouched for him back. So he don't have an issue with Russ. It's just the
No, he don't
situation.
got personally. Like I don't think people
I
got
don't
issues
think
with Russ. My fault,
even
BJ. Go
on
ahead.
the no on a basketball like if you just seen it, like he wants Russ on his. He wouldn't want Russ back on the team basketball wise. Like if you the reason Russ has a problem with James Harden, he don't want to play with him. I don't think Paul George don't want to play with Russ. I think KD left because he felt like he wanted to be in a better system. That's good for him. But you know, other than that, man, like I don't. Who else can we say just don't want to either play with him? He left Denver because he outplayed his contract. He played well last year, so he ain't been playing bad. He just, I mean, he wants more money. That's why he ain't got a job yet.
But
He
why
outplayed his
teams not giving
contract.
him more money though?
I don't. Well,
Why
I
they
heard
not giving him a contract?
Sacramento's trying to get him. They're trying to get off
uh,
of Malik Monk for him.
and plus, I'm gonna drop a jewel on y'all. Fucking LeBron not
Hey,
blackballed him.
CJ, let's keep watching, bro. Let's keep watching.
LeBron
You
not
think you know everything?
blackballed
Let's
him.
keep
That's
watching,
a
bro.
jewel. You heard it first.
I
LeBron not
watched Westbrook whole career, bro. You can't
blackballed
tell me
him.
You
nothing
said
about it,
what?
bro. I'm trying to tell you, I watched his whole career. I don't gotta
Bro,
keep
LeBron
I
watching
you
don't
is
nothing,
think
a
he's
bro.
the number
casual,
one
bro.
option, but I think
The fuck is you
I
talking
think in
about?
his. I think in his prime for sure he
You
could
ain't
be a
watching nothing,
championship
bro.
point guard. I
Man,
mean that's what
LeBron. I
I
mean,
think for
Russ can
sure.
play on any team right
Fuck is
now.
you
Look at the
talking about?
players in the league. You think Russ
Yeah,
can't be
bro.
on the team right
This nigga
now?
crazy, bro. Keep
He
talking
got
about my
Punch
man, bro.
time.
blackballed.
This
He got
debate, bro. You
he
too
got
emotional over it.
blackballed.
Just
Bro,
relax,
nobody
bro.
not emotional. Look at
No, he got
bro.
You
You not
spazzing
blackballed.
out for
emotional, nigga.
nothing, bro.
Bro,
Hey,
you reading
That's
off
the
a
think,
screen,
topic.
bro.
What's with the
The
topic?
fuck is
Everybody not
that?
going
think
to agree
about
on
Bro,
this.
your whole
everything, bro.
soliloquy, you
We
Hey,
got
reading
think
off a
about
different
screen, bro.
opinions.
you
The
think
We
ain't
fuck is
got
you
no
different
talking
team
about?
that
opinions,
picked up
bro.
Russ.
Bro,
You
it's
think
not
ain't
no
no
opinion,
team that
bro. You
picked up
reading off a
Russ.
screen,
You
bro.
see how good you
The
think
fuck?
But
Russ
that's
couldn't
facts.
even
Do you
bring
say
a
you like the
Bro,
backup
it's
facts?
player.
not
You
bro,
say you
it's
like
not
the
no
facts. You
facts,
want
bro.
my
Yeah,
opinions or
he
the
got
The fuck,
facts?
bro?
blackballed.
Come
Russ
on,
got
bro. You's a
blackballed by
hating ass
LeBron.
nigga, home.
Go
That's
ahead.
why
My
he
fault,
got
Jam. Go
that.
ahead, Jam. Go ahead,
No,
Jam.
no, no. Monty, right? Cause Monty always
Hey,
Monty Monty been a fan.
Thank you,
I mean,
JM.
not a fan, but he been for like 3 years. Like we've been
Thank
on
you, JM.
pull up
Fuck is
been
this
up
nigga
for a
talking
while.
about?
He's always represented Russ. So I'm not, you know what I'm saying? But I kind of agree with Monty. To me, You know what I'm saying? He got blackballed by LeBron. It sounds crazy.
Thank you. This is what I'm trying to
Come
Yo,
tell you,
on,
bro.
bro.
He's a
hey, now
casual.
watch
You
this. Let me
can't
say
say
He's
he
this
got
casual.
to him.
blackball. Getting
Hey, no,
blackball
no,
is
He's a
hey, hey,
Kennedy
casual.
hey,
Carter. She not in
He's
the
a
no.
league no
casual.
more.
Watch,
Westbrook was
Come
still
just
on,
on
bro.
watch.
teams.
Hold up.
Boy, you's a
Watch
bitch.
this.
Shut up,
Hold
bro.
up. Watch
You
this.
not
Watch
get.
this.
Watch your mouth, bro.
Hey, well, no,
Watch
hey,
your mouth,
watch.
bro.
No, hey, calm down. This
No,
internet,
I'm not
first of
talking about
all.
you. I'm talking about
Hey,
him because I ain't called nobody out
no,
their
he been
name, bro.
talking. He been a Russ fan. I'm saying he been like 3-4
All
years
right, but
since
you
he
don't
been
call
on
nobody the
here.
B word over a Russ John, bro.
Okay,
I ain't call
well,
nobody out their
I ain't
name,
hear
bro.
that. Okay, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I didn't hear that.
Man, you's a casual, bro.
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Nah,
I
I
got
bro,
like.
he's
nothing
a
with that.
That's
hater.
how I
He
know I
trying to
get
put
niggas
up.
triggered. You see how I get
Man,
niggas
he trying to
triggered?
put up a
No, I
bodybuilding
ain't got
picture of
nothing to
all
do
his
with that.
wrestlers
Yeah,
to shut
nigga.
ass up, bro.
Building
I ain't got
bricks,
nothing to do
building
Oh,
with
a
that.
man,
brick
Come on,
man,
house,
we on
stop
nigga.
it.
internet. Come
Man,
on now,
stop
we
it,
on
Brick
man.
internet,
City.
man.
Man, yeah, I'm gonna
Come
No,
on,
call
we
you
on
out,
I'm not.
bro.
internet.
It's
I'm
cool,
gonna
Come
call
JM.
you
on.
I'm
out, bro.
trolling him. I don't care
Bro, I'm
about
gonna
what he's
call you
saying.
out, bro.
I'm
You
a.
Well,
see why
no,
I
because
troll, bro?
Monty not gonna
I'm gonna
stop.
call you out, huh?
Yeah, Monty not gonna stop. So
Go ahead,
let's just
JM.
chill. Both of y'all, Monty, come on, man.
Go ahead,
No,
Relax.
I'm
JM. Go
chilling.
ahead.
I'm
Go
cool.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean Monty, that's my bro. 3
Go
years we've
ahead,
been
JM.
talking now.
Go ahead,
Yo,
JM.
honestly, right? Honestly, I think that first of all, I'm gonna start this off real simple. Are you telling why is Russ not on no team? Right now, what team wouldn't have Russ? I don't care if he could barely shoot or not, but his energy and he could play, right? And he's in the top. Like, I don't know too many point guards right now who could even match his energy. If you want to say that he could, he run too fast and miss a layup, fam, still, if I was a comedy, coaches would not pick him up. My long story short, when the dude asked said, how come Russ is not in the league? I truly think LeBron not blackballed him. Truly.
How did LeBron blackball to? He went to two different teams after LeBron.
Okay, okay, all right, I can answer that
Why
by
didn't they re-sign them? Why
okay.
didn't they re-sign them?
That's how you just answered my question. He helped Denver get further than Murray wasn't there. That was Russ. It was Russ and Joker. Am I lying?
No, you're
Denver
not
would,
lying, bro. He's a
okay,
casual.
so
You're not lying, JM.
Denver would not have made it that far. There was no Murray. That was Russ doing that. So you trying to tell me Russ not helped Denver and the Joker get that far, and now he not even on the team? How is that possible?
He was JM. He want more money. He not about to, bro. He not taking 4 million.
He was
To,
only taking, but he was only
he
taking
want more
eight
money. That's
million.
why he opt out. He want more
But
money.
yeah,
The
I
fuck
agree
you
with
gotta
that.
pay
So,
me. You
but
gotta
they
pay me.
could have, but they could. He went there making $8 million. That was his contract from the Clippers. So they couldn't give him more than $8 million.
That's what
And
I'm
he
saying.
has,
They should have gave him more than 8. He want
yeah,
more than that.
he came there with 8. Like people don't understand. That's why I said it's LeBron. It's a conspiracy theory for him, man. After that shit, I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing about that. But like you said, Monty, he came there making $8 million. He asked for 15, and that was a problem. And he
Yeah,
helped
like
the
come
Joker.
on, bro. Bro, he could
He
have
helped
he
the
hey
Joker.
JM, he could have easily be on the Nuggets right now if he would have opted in. He opt out.
Yeah,
He could
I
have
would
opted
opt
in.
out too for eight
He could
million
he
dollars.
he could have opted in right now. Before he opt out, he could have opted in and
Yeah,
been on
he
the
could
team,
opt
and
in.
y'all
Yeah,
would have talking. Y'all
yeah,
wouldn't
he
have had nothing
could.
to say. He
Wouldn't
opt
have
out
nothing to
because he want
say.
more money. What are you talking
Yes,
about, bruh? It's
more
a
than eight
business.
million. Then he came there with 8 million. He not helped this fucking big ass white man get all the way there. And he just he didn't ask for much. You know how Russ don't ask for a lot of money. He was like, "Fuck it, I came here making 8 million. I helped this dude when Murray was hurt.
Yeah,
And hey, give me like at least 15 million. Oh no, we can't do it. We gotta take man, come on.
that's a fact. Come on, JM. That's
That's how that
bullshit.
shit happened.
You gotta look at the
That's how
contract
that shit happened.
at that time. They didn't get off Michael Porter Jr., who had a big contract too.
Yeah,
But
nah, they did.
but
They
Russ
did.
came in there
You right.
making.
You right. They did.
Hey,
You right.
but Porter didn't help them get there. Russ did.
That
Porter
don't
was hurt.
that don't
Nah,
matter. You
nah,
gotta look at
JM,
the big
but
contract.
he already had a contract. He already
Oh,
had
I
a
see what you're
contract.
saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, Michael Porter already had a
Hey, Crunch,
contract.
can you please tell him how big Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray, and Jokic on Aaron Gordon contracts were?
Yeah, they contract was big. They had a lot of money,
Oh,
and that
okay,
because
I see what
That's
y'all
why they
they was
saying.
with
traded
them
them.
for a
That's
little
why they
minute.
traded Michael Porter and them for Cameron Johnson and all that.
Yeah,
Okay, I
you
see
know what I'm
what y'all
saying? They had a
saying.
lot of money
Yeah,
tied. They had a lot of money tied to them. So that's why they couldn't really offer Russ too much. They already had it. That's why they got off of Michael Porter like that. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah.
they had to get some money back. You
Me
feel what I'm
personally,
saying?
I think if they would have got rid of Michael Porter Jr. first, they would have re-signed Westbrook. That's me personally.
Yeah, they would have re-signed him, but it's fine, bro. Like I said to y'all, and like I said to Master Soliloquy, bro, I'm happy with his career. If he retired right now today, I'm happy what he's done, bro. He's a GOAT. He's in the top 5 point guard conversation. I don't care what y'all say. Facts is proving that, and facts to back it up. JM said it's facts that show that he's the greatest point guard ever. I'm a Russ fan. I ain't gonna go that far and say he the great because Magic is the greatest point guard, and then I got Steph behind Magic. But Russ is definitely in that conversation. Y'all not about to keep slandering his name, bro. And y'all not about to keep putting these point guards that's not on his level in the conversation with him. That is disrespectful to even put him on that conversation. People
I
say
got,
it's
I got,
Rondo,
I
Thompson,
actually,
Billups. Like, bro,
all
come
the hate,
on, bro. We gotta
all
stop that,
the
bro.
hate, I actually do got Don Westbrook as a point guard over Chris Paul. Chris Paul got too many chokes for me.
Yeah, hey, bro. Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Chris Paul,
Even though they overhyped on Chris Paul defense
yeah.
with all defensive teams, what was that when Westbrook torched the fuck out his ass in
Yeah,
2014?
Chris Paul is one of the greatest point guards that played this game. But Chris Paul is not no Russell Westbrook, bro. Chris Paul,
Hey,
he could
let,
shoot better. He could shoot better from the field. He got a little shot. But Westbrook has done things that come on, Chris Paul, come on, bro. Stop
let
that.
me tell you something. Let me tell you why I think Chris Paul is overrated. Chris Paul has blown the most 2-0 leads in NBA history. He blew a 2-1 lead, a 3-1 lead to Houston. And out of all the times he's been eliminated from the postseason, 6 times he got eliminated by a lower seeded team.
And Chris Paul loses a lot of his matchup. He loses his matchup to Durant Williams. He lost his matchup to Steph Curry. Like he be losing a lot of matchups, bro.
You know what
Like
I'm saying?
I ain't like Chris Paul. I ain't really high on Chris
They are
Paul.
like they are like Chris Paul or Tony Parker or something.
Yeah, nah, but I ain't. But niggas was disrespecting Chris Paul and saying that Rondo and all these other guys was better than Chris Paul. Now
Oh,
that's
I'll tell you
crazy.
straight up.
You know what I'm saying? That's
You probably heard
crazy.
me
We
last
ain't
night.
gonna do
I
that.
said straight up last night. I said I'm not saying Chris Paul is more talented and he's more skilled, but I will take Rondo over Chris Paul. That's me.
Nah. I mean, I feel that's a preference. That's more of a preference. But if we talking about facts, that's why I be trying to tell y'all, and I be trying to tell people. A lot of people be casuals and be looking up shit on computers and shit, bro. You gotta go with your eye test and what you seen, bro. Real life, like bro, ain't never cheat the game. Y'all say y'all hate LeBron, or y'all hate KD, or y'all don't rank them because they cheated the game. Russ has never cheated, not one game, bro. None but 110%. And I agree with y'all. That's my favorite player, bro. He's turned
That's,
the ball over. I agree with y'all when y'all say I feel as though he should have slowed the game down. I do agree with that. He should have definitely slowed the game down and kind of relax and settle into the offense. But that's how he played. None but 110%. So
you
you gotta take your wins with your losses, bro. That's how I look at it. You gotta
You
take
know,
your wins
when
with your
when
losses,
I
bro.
first came in, I said as a former Westbrook fan, Westbrook flaws to me are his bad shot selection. Sometimes he don't know how to slow the game down, and he can gamble a lot on defense. Other than
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with every
other
bro.
than that,
Bro, I was an
after
OKC fan, but I'm a Russell Westbrook fan from the heart. JM just told y'all how long I've been up here raving about Russell Westbrook, bro. BJ, my brother, bro, he could tell you, bro. Like
hey,
I'm not having that, bro. We not about to slander
that's
Russ. Like, come
that's why
on,
I'm
bro. It was a
glad you
point
came.
of time. He
That's
was
why
a
I'm glad
top
you
point
came in here.
guard in the league. It was a point of time. It was only probably one or two point guards you could say that was better than him. Like, come on, bro. We ain't even about to do that. Y'all forget a lot, bro. And,
That's why.
and I
That's why
don't
I'm
like
glad
that.
you came in.
Y'all used to the older Russ, the Russ of now. I agree with y'all, the Russ of
I'm the
now.
young Russ.
You know what I'm saying? That's what y'all like and all that. But in his prime, bro, it's not a lot of point guards that could touch Russ, bro. Real life. You feel me? Like I'm just gonna put it at that. I'm gonna leave it
That's
at
why.
that. But
That's why I'm
I'm
glad
not
you
with the
came
his.
in, and you. That's why I'm glad you came in, and you said the exact same thing I said when we played Golden State. I'm like, bro, it's easy. Like when you just solo in on fucking Westbrook and KD, and not worry about the fucking role players. Like it's
Yeah.
easy to game plan for that. And as soon as Don KD left, what did he do? He
Hey,
did
hey, hey, hey,
he did Billy
Israel, hey,
Donovan and he
Israel.
did
But
Rock.
this the thing. This what I'm trying to tell them, bro. When Russ was in his prime and OKC, I'm talking about, bro. We was beating the teams that we was going up against, and we were beating, bro. We wasn't supposed to beat them, bro. Bro went to the finals at 23, bro. Like even after that, like, bro, we were competitive. We were running into super teams. Miami, a la LeBron James,
The
Chris
Spurs,
Bosh, D
Memphis.
Wade. We ran into dynasties, a la Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Iguodala, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant. He left and he went. He said you can't beat him, join him. So you gotta understand and look at his mentality. This what I'm trying to tell y'all. Look at his mentality when KD went to the Warriors. He cut him off. He cut his whole water off. He cut him off. I don't even want to talk to you, bro. Don't even talk to me, bro. When every time we play, is that every time. You ain't call me. You
They
ain't
were
even
still
tell me you
cool.
was leaving.
They,
It is
they were
that,
still cool.
bro.
They were still cool after they left. That's a media narrative that they hated
Nah,
each other.
nah, nah. I mean,
You
I
know,
don't know
you gonna be
I don't know
competitive on the
personally.
court, but they
Personally,
were
I
still
can't
cool.
say. I don't know. I'm saying from the games what I
So
was seeing
so
from the
so
games.
we that's why I said you're gonna be competitive on the court, but off the court they were still cool.
Yeah,
KD was
I don't know
KD
if
was
they. You
sending
know what I'm
Westbrook on
saying? Yeah,
KD
I'm
was
pretty
sending
sure they
Westbrook
was.
family. He was sending
I'm pretty
Westbrook
sure they
family on
was.
gifts after he had his baby. So
But
KD,
Israel, what I'm saying is, at that time, you gonna feel a way, bro. Like Russ ain't he not the type of player that's just going. He just not about to forgive you in the next week or so or the next month. Like they been through some shit. They won and they lost together. Years, like 9 years together. And he go join the enemy. He not about to just be cool off of that. That's what I'm telling you. It was a time period. They wasn't cool. It took a lot of time. A lot of time had to go by for them to be cool, bro. Like, you
no,
know what I'm
they was still cool. I'm telling you, they was still cool. It's just basketball shit. Cause before KD even left, most people don't even remember this shit. Before KD left, Westbrook had dinner with Don KD. They didn't talk about nothing about trades. They didn't talk about KD leaving nothing. They just had a friendly ass dinner. That's all it was. They were still cool. That's why I said what Durant was still sending his family gifts and shit once Westbrook had his son.
No, no, no.
They was cool.
I
It just
believe
on the
that. But
court.
I'm
They
just
was
saying in
competitive.
the from the compare. I'm talking about on the court. I don't know about off the court. I wasn't there. I don't know. I ain't see. I wasn't at the dinners. I can't tell you, bro. Katie, I haven't spoken to them personally, so I can't say. Only thing I can say go off of what I seen on the court and what I seen, how I seen they react to each
Nah,
other. You feel what I'm
I'll
saying?
be honest with you.
When KD went to Golden State, he wasn't calling Russ a bitch for nothing, bro. If they were still friends and all that.
He
You
didn't
get what I'm
call him.
saying? That's not how
He
you
didn't,
gonna talk to your brother on the court.
he didn't
You feel
call
what
him
I'm
a
saying?
bitch. He didn't call him
No,
a bitch.
he did. He did. When I'm
He
talking about
talked his shit, but he
when
didn't call
KD
him a
came
bitch.
back to OKC, you BJ could pull it up. When KD came back to OKC and they both went forehead to forehead, bro. You synced it, bro. You seen the intensity and you seen what KD
That's
was talking.
basketball. That's
Nah, that's
basketball.
basketball, but I'm just saying.
Competitive. That's competitiveness on basketball. KD's problem, most people don't know this because a lot of people they from a distance. Most of them they didn't even don't expect us to go up 3 games to 1. But I knew we had the best chance to beat Golden State out of everybody.
Yeah, we
But
did. We
yeah,
did.
because Don honestly KD problem was with like management, like dead ass. Because as soon as KD left, what did he say? He dissed the coach Billy Donovan, who I said was ass, and he dissed like the roster, like the players that was on the roster. That's why he said it felt like it was just him and Russ out there.
Yeah, I was so mad when they got rid of Scotty, bro. When they got rid of Scotty, I was just like I was mad because I feel like they kind of took that
I was glad we got
relationship when they took that relationship that he had with
Can I
Russ.
can I ask y'all something?
What's
But be
up,
honest,
CJ?
you remember a lot of people was calling for
Why
Scottie to
do
get
What's up, CJ?
since 2000 to now, why do Westbrook got the worst field goal percentage from an MVP? Is he the worst MVP ever?
No, he's
to.
not the worst MVP ever,
I'm not.
bro.
Hold
This
on,
is
CJ.
this is
I'm
what
not gonna
I'm.
lie to
Hey,
you.
bro, this is what I be trying to say about y'all casuals, bro. It's context to everything, bro. You gotta look at the situations, the stories. You gotta look at
Coach, I
how
know the
hard,
context,
bro.
but
bro
I'm just giving you the facts. What the
CJ, I
like?
can
My
be honest
opinion
with
don't
you.
mean nothing. All facts
I can be honest
trump
with you,
our
CJ.
opinion.
I can be
Go
honest
ahead,
bro,
go
with
ahead.
you. Me
We
personally,
just talking
bro,
basketball, crunch time. That's all. All you
not,
gotta do is
bro.
answer the question.
You
That's it.
looking up,
I'm
bro.
finna
You
answer.
looking up shit on your motherfucking computer,
Me.
bro. That shit is,
Hold
bro.
on.
That shit is.
I'm finna answer.
Come on, bro. That shit is trash, bro.
I'm in
That
my
shit is
Stephen A.
trash. Your
Smith
takes,
bag.
bro. Your
I'm in my
takes is
Stephen A.
trash. You
Smith
talking
bag.
about? Oh, he had the worst
CJ, I'm gonna
field
answer your
goal
question.
percentage since winning
I'm in my Brian
MVP, bro.
Windhorse
If you
bag,
don't,
nigga.
bro, come on, bro. The fuck, bro?
CJ,
Is
I'm
you
gonna
a,
answer your question.
you
I'm gonna
sound
answer
like
your
an
question.
analytics guy. You more of an analytics in the back guy. You need to sit
Hold on.
behind computers in the back of the NBA and look up everybody analytics, bro. The
Hold
fuck
on,
is you talking about, bro?
Let me
Like, come
answer your
on,
question.
bro.
Yo,
Let
he
me
funny as shit.
Nah, bro. Hey, CJ, this me though. This just me on a everyday basis. This how I am.
No,
But
you
I'm just
good, bro. I
saying,
know. That's
I'm
how
just
you
begging
know.
with you.
It's this sports, bro.
I'm
I know.
begging with you for real. I'm
Trust
begging
me,
with you,
bro.
bro.
This sports.
Can
That's
I
what I
answer
know, bro.
his question? Can I answer his
Nah, I'm
question?
just saying, bro.
No, let me answer his question.
Go
So
ahead,
me,
go ahead,
I'm
Israel.
He's
Funny
not
as
lying,
shit.
bro. He's not lying, CJ.
me
He's
No,
telling
I
the
already
truth.
know. I already know.
Hey,
It's
hey,
like
hey,
it's like
Kirk.
brotherly
Hey,
love,
Kirk.
bro. Ain't
Hey,
nothing
Kirk.
crazy.
Hey,
We
Kirk.
talking about
Hey,
sport.
hold on, Israel. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go ahead, Israel. Hey, Kirk. Please tell them I'm like this in real life. This how I am on an
I'm not.
everyday
I'm so
basis, bro.
serious, y'all. He definitely is. He definitely
No,
is.
crunch time. I know, bro. Like, ain't no hard feelings and shit. Like when we
Nah,
debate,
nah.
it's
I
gonna
got
get
nah.
passionate.
It's
You feel
all
me?
love, bro. It's all love,
In
It
all
CJ.
just be
honesty,
funny
Devontae,
though. Like
he's a
that's
chill
why I got
dude,
to
bro.
vibe to build the
He's a chill
picture and
dude,
shit. I'm
bro.
like, yo, this nigga crunch time.
You can ask Kirk. I'm probably the funniest nigga he know, bro. And I'm like this around large groups, all that, bro. Like, bro, I'm telling you, like,
I mean,
I
yeah,
love
that's
this
how it's
shit,
supposed
bro.
to be, bro.
I love this shit, bro.
Yeah.
But
How is
go ahead,
Kirk in real
Israel.
life, Monty? Hey, Monty. How is
Oh my
Kirk in real
god.
life?
Oh
Is
my
What's
it?
up,
god,
man?
Is he
bro.
a capping ass nigga?
You said what, man?
Is Kirk a capping ass nigga in real life?
You
What?
said you said it's Kirk. You said it's Kirk a capping ass nigga in real life.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I'm gonna explain how Kirk is in
All
real
right.
damn.
life. So Kirk, I'm not gonna say that Kirk be cat. Sometimes he thinks about something or he believes in something, and then he goes back and he looks at the facts and he'll say that he was wrong. He just goes off what comes to the top of his head, his thought. He's going off a bunch of things that he thinks, bro. You feel me? And
Yeah, that's capping
how
then.
he
Yeah,
feels on
yeah,
his
that's capping.
basketball perspective.
Hey, Mons. He did
And
admit.
that's why I like to fact check stuff before I say stuff. That's why you say I'm an analytical guy. I'd rather be that because at the end of the day, I'm just going to delay facts.
Hey,
No. I
Mons.
feel that.
He did.
But Kirk just go over, how he feel about basketball and how
Hey,
he look at it. You know what I'm
he
saying?
did
I
admit
ain't
he
gonna
was
say he a
wrong.
Nah,
I
I ain't
always
capping
gonna
do
lie
that,
to
but
motherfucker.
hey,
us.
but
Funny as
but
shit though, Chris. I sound
but
like
I give
an
Monty,
Kirk a
analytical
Monty,
hard
nigga in the
hold
time.
on.
back.
Monty, tell
I'm
him
giving Kirk a hard time. He knows that. It's good,
Monty,
bro.
tell him how I play basketball, bro.
Uh, I ain't gonna lie.
He can play.
The way Kirk plays basketball on the court, I would compare it. Could definitely compare it to a Russell Westbrook or Jimmy Butler. Like
Oh, okay.
that's how he plays. Kirk is more of a more of a Jimmy Butler, like a defensive guy. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Kirk is gonna take his shot when he sees it open when it's here. But
Oh,
the way he
how
plays
tall are you, Kirk?
is similar to,
I'm not
you
that
know what I'm
tall, bro. I'm
saying?
only like 5'8", bro.
He's only
Okay.
5'8", but I'm saying the way he plays, he's giving
He
none but
plays
energy,
big though.
bro.
Yeah, he plays big and strong. I got you, bro.
Yeah, I will
Yeah.
definitely play. I love playing defense. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That's my. I
Okay.
don't know.
You guys in the
Oh,
boat in the
you a
same
hack
city?
that nigga. You a
Are you
I'm
hack
not
that
guys
a
in the
nigga.
hack. Go
same city?
ask him. I'm not a hack. Ask him, bro. I'm not a hack.
Are you guys in the same city?
Nah,
No,
nah,
I did. No, I
nah.
used to live in Maryland.
He used to live. He used to live down here, and we
I'm in
used to
Like
Pittsburgh,
work
bro.
together.
DZ,
We worked
DC,
together
like
for like
VA
5
over there?
years, bro. But
Oh,
there.
He from PA. He from PA
I met him in
though.
Maryland, bro.
He
Oh,
from
But I'm not a
Pittsburgh.
hack
He
though,
from
CJ.
Pittsburgh.
I strip you clean, bro. I ain't about to lie. I
He
ain't.
from
I'm
Pittsburgh.
not a hack,
Kirk
bro.
from Pittsburgh. So you know what I'm saying? But he lived down here for like 5
that's what's
years.
up.
So
That's cool
yeah.
that you guys can link
That's
up
how we
like that,
met,
bro.
bro.
That's
Yeah, I'm
what's
not
up.
gonna hack you, CJ. I will respect you. I respect offensive players, bro, but I will play defense. I'm not gonna lie. I will play defense.
Hey, Israel, go ahead, get your shit out, bro. Go ahead, say what you was gonna say, Brody.
Oh, with CJ question. Oh, before I say what I say, hey Miles, like Kirk will admit he's wrong. When we was talking about Kevin Love and Pau Gasol, and we was trying to say that we would take Kevin Love over Pau Gasol, and I read Kevin Love numbers before he went to Cleveland. He admitted he was wrong. He was like, yeah, Kevin
Yeah, I
Love
heard
does.
him. Yeah. But see, that's what Kirk does, though, bro. Like Kirk would say something in the moment, knowing he capping and he wrong and shit. But he'd be like, yeah, you're right.
That's
That's
not
good.
true. I honestly think that though.
This shit
I'm
crazy,
not
bro.
capping though.
But Kirk,
I like
say,
Miles though, because Miles come with the facts. I ain't gonna lie, because he spit facts about that OKC series. I said the same thing, bro. That was complete facts,
yeah,
bro.
but
I
That was
Kirk,
complete
appreciate you.
facts.
I
I just be
appreciate you,
teasing you,
Chris.
Kirk. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Are
I
you
mean,
still my
I
guy,
enjoy,
Mosh? We go like 2 years back, Mosh.
yeah, I mean, I enjoy shooting shit with y'all, bro. So I'm gonna crack jokes and fucking banter.
Yeah, Kirk. I ain't gonna lie, Maz been around. Like Maz, my guy.
Yeah, man's been
Maz,
around, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Maz met around. Like
I
Maz,
CJ, I
appreciate
just
that,
met
Maz,
guys.
you
you.
already, Maz, you know we locked in. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
It's
ready to
good,
come.
fellas. Yeah.
It's all basketball, bro. We all gonna have different. That's why,
That's
bro.
all it
That's
is,
why
bro.
we're up here. That's why we're up here so we can talk. That's
Hey,
Right.
hey, hey,
debate.
hey,
That's all it is.
hey, CJ, you wanna know what's crazy? Before you, Rich, and all y'all started coming on here, Mass used to play devil advocates all the time,
All the
bro.
time. All
All
the
the
time.
time, bro.
I
If
got you,
if
bro.
he
Yeah.
felt like if he felt like somebody said something and he felt like he was like me, like if he felt like everybody was agreeing, Mass to play devil advocate, he gonna bring up, oh, what about this game 7? What about this game? Like, what about this finals? Like, you feel what I'm saying?
Mass will
Oh
So
yeah,
definitely do that.
I fuck with Miles' work because I be seeing him on other outlets too and stuff like the Rated R
Yeah, that's what's
John
up,
when y'all be
man.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
football and shit. So I
yeah.
respect everybody in this area because this is my first. Like
For
I just
sure.
started coming here this summer and shit. So I'm still like learning at the angles to it and shit and all that.
And now
But
you
I
Yeah.
know
good.
how to debate, but I want to have my facts ready too. You feel me? I don't want to just
That's
debate
what
I
it's all
feel
and
you.
not
about. That's
fact
what it's
check
about.
shit.
I feel you. We appreciate you on the pull
I'm
up,
not gonna lie though,
CJ.
fellas.
We appreciate you,
BJ
bro.
BJ didn't have the hottest podcast all summer, fellas.
Yeah.
I can't
Hmm.
front. BJ got the
Yeah, you
hottest
can't lie, bro.
podcast this
This
whole
shit
side,
keep
this
me
whole summer,
occupied. I
bro.
ain't gonna
Hey,
hold
hey,
you.
hey,
This
Yeah.
hey,
shit,
CJ. Hey,
this
it's
shit
been
like a
like this.
job.
Hey, CJ. Hey, CJ. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
BJ. He been running this shit for 4 or 5 years, bro. He been doing this for. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 years. Same way though. Like he been having the hottest podcast of 3, 4, 5 years running, bro. Like you know what I'm saying.
Hey,
Only
hey,
he.
Crunch.
Yeah.
Crunch, I ain't gonna lie. No, next on podcast, one of the podcasts, hopefully in the future, I hope BJ exposed like that narrative that Bron can guard 1 through 5. I can't wait to don't cook on
Oh
that
yeah,
shit.
That is a narrative.
yeah.
I'm not gonna
Definitely,
lie. That is a narrative for sure.
that is a narrative. But Bron definitely say that. Bron say he say that like Bron. He definitely can guard 1 through 5.
But
He
but
definitely
Crunch,
can.
but Crunch. When I asked YD the question, I said when was it established that he can guard 1 through 5? Because
Oh,
why
you
he didn't?
said when? You said when
Yeah,
was it
because
established? Oh,
I said
I can't tell
I
you
said
that. I can't tell you
yeah, because
that.
I said why he didn't guard Dwight Howard, and then narrative killer had said nah, that's a good question because both of them 6'9". Dwight probably only got like 10 pounds over him, so that's a good question to ask. Why he didn't guard Dwight Howard in 2009? Why he didn't guard Tony Parker in
I'm not
2007?
gonna lie. That wouldn't be a smart matchup for him to do that. I'm not gonna lie. That's not a smart
Yeah, that's
matchup. He
not
can't.
smart.
He can't guard Dwight. That's not a smart matchup.
But Kurt, that kills that he can guard 1 through 5. And then I said
Right.
he got
You're exactly right. You're
he
exactly
got
right.
cooked. He got cooked by KD in 2017. He ran from KD in 2018. People don't remember that shit. Yeah,
I'll
old
say
man
this
Richard.
though. I'll say this though. When LeBron knows that his team is not like fully there,
He gonna
I
get
think he already knew. Like, there's like I can't do nothing with Steph, Clay, or nobody. He just Kevin Durant. He's not doing nothing with. I'm not gonna lie. So LeBron understands that more than anybody. That's why I keep saying like this is what I think when y'all be saying about LeBron. This is completely wrong. LeBron has a high ass basketball IQ. Y'all have to understand that he does not have a low IQ. His IQ is very high. The reason why everyone has flaws. You can clearly LeBron understands what's going on in the court every second. That's why he does these things in the court. Where you be like, why did he do this? Why did he do this? He understands. He understood when KD went over there. Everyone understood this, but he for surely understood. There's nothing I can do. He understands that. He's a very smart player, bro. But he's not the GOAT. I don't think he's the GOAT. But his IQ is as high as anybody's I've ever seen, bro. I'm not gonna lie. His IQ is very high. Like
Hey,
that's all he
hey,
knows is basketball. He's still playing at 40 years old, bro. Like, come on, you gotta give LeBron that because IQ's a
yeah.
very it's like Rondo,
CJ.
Magic.
Hey, CJ, can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, so when Russ was playing with OKC, the 2012 team with KD, James Harden, and even when James Harden left, when he was just playing with KD, those teams, you don't think that you ain't think in your heart that he had a chance to win a championship with those teams?
2014, I thought probably was
I
good.
mean,
No. Hold on, Israel. I'm asking CJ. Like you ain't and those teams that he played
but
and you watching. Did you think that those guys got a chance? They got a chance to win. Like did
but
you
that's
ever
that's
feel?
well, I did feel like that, but the thing about it is Westbrook took ill-advised shots and made ill-advised decisions, and a lot of times we give to KD it was late in the shot clock. So it's a lot of things because I watched that whole OKC run and stuff because they dealt with injuries too. Because like every other year, a key piece got injured, but I think
Thank
they
you.
I think they could have won because KD was like that great and the team around them was like good because they always was like top in rebounding and top in defense. So that kind of made up for like the 3-point percentage and all that. And they was good like 1-2 punches. So I think they could have made some noise and stuff. And to be honest, Iguodala said they was the best team in 2016. I mean,
I
Westbrook.
agree.
I mean, he a good point. I ain't gonna say he a bad point guard, but I just think he got a lot of like deficiencies in his game and shot selection and like the pace of the game and when to make like decisions. It's like it just be like at the wrong times. Like he'll not slow the game down and play a different role, and then him off the ball don't benefit KD as much as KD benefit when he off the ball because KD could catch and shoot. Westbrook
Hey,
off the ball, like in mid range, is like 29%, and from three, he like 30% or whatever. So
hey,
that's
Crunch.
why it's so hard to fit Westbrook in any system. You got to build the right system around Westbrook. But then again, as a number one option, I don't think he can lead his team to a championship. But when him being a number two, and he got a good team and the number one option, arguably the best player in the league, he got a chance.
Hey, Crunch. If you an OKC fan like I think you are, you remember like I'm gonna give you a perfect example what he meant when he said like his poor shot selection and IQ. You remember that game 5 versus the Clippers when we came back?
Yeah.
So KD was shooting bad, but he hit like that clutch ass three to cut it to like 5, I think. Cause he hit it over Baby Davis. So we down about 2. They inbound the ball. Westbrook grabs it, runs back out to the 3. Chris Paul on him, and he takes that darn dumbass 3-point. But luckily, Chris Paul fouled him. Was that a smart shot to you? Because we had hella time too.
Uh, I'm not gonna say that wasn't a smart shot to me. I know exactly what game you're talking about against the Clippers. Um, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't necessarily agree with every shot my favorite player takes. I don't agree with every uh decision he makes. But I'm not gonna lie. I believe it was a point in time where I believed in him so much where it didn't matter. I took my wins with the losses. I knew he was gonna turn the ball over, bro. I knew he was gonna take ill-advised shots. You feel what I'm saying? But you gotta realize he at a point in time he had the green light to do that. When you got the ball in your hands that much, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna come with mistakes, bro. You want to turn the ball over, you want to take ill-advised shots. It's all a process and it's all about learning and
So
learn
I'm
from your
saying,
mistakes.
I'm,
You feel
I'm
what I'm
say one
saying?
more thing.
So
I'm say one more
that's
thing.
how I looked at it. You feel me? So I just looked at it like I took our wins with our losses when we had a so great teams, but Russ always performed. You feel what I'm saying? And when we had great teams, but we didn't perform in the playoffs. I took our wins with our losses, man. I just don't like the slander and the hate that people throw on Russ, bro. Like you feel what I'm saying? It was a point in time where a lot of point guards couldn't check him. They couldn't stand in front of him, bro. He was dunking on them. Yeah, BJ didn't pull up the tapes where he was dunking on these niggas, bro.
Oh,
Like
I
real
remember you
live.
on
Like
Steph Curry. That shit was funny.
that shit was crazy. Like shit was crazy, bro. Like real life. Like these point guards were saying like they didn't want to check him, bro. They didn't want to check him, bro.
I think that was CJ. Was that you that said somebody had said Westbrook when he played with KD, it got to a point where he didn't want to be like a second option. To me personally, I think
Oh
after
no, that
like
was who was that?
me,
I think that was Scott Warrior or somebody that said that.
now Crunch, I want you to tell me if I'm wrong, but me personally, I think after both of them got KD and Russ got hurt in 2015, and Russ came back, he was going crazy. That's when the triple double shit started in 2015 because we didn't make the playoffs that year. I think that's when Westbrook was like, I'm not a second option, especially after he went off like that.
Yeah, hey Israel, I'm glad that you brought that up. I definitely I agree. I think that was the moment. That was the season where Russ was like, oh, he was like, oh, okay, I can do this by myself. We can win.
They gave him the
When
green light.
with me being the first option, or that I'm saying that he got that confidence, kind of like how Kobe, like BJ was saying, like it's very similar to Kobe. How Kobe wanted to win without Shaq. I feel like Russ had that same mentality, like bro, like he wanted to win without KD, like you feel me. But at the end of the day, it ain't work out for him. You feel what I'm saying? Cause he ain't run away from the grind. He never ran away from the grind. KD ran away from the grind. You feel me? He joined a 72 and 19 that he was up one of them 3-1. Russ never did that. Like you feel what I'm saying? If he ever went to another team, is he got traded or he got signed in free agency? So you feel me? I just don't like the Russ slander, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He's one of the GOATs. He's definitely top 10 point guard. You cannot name 10 point guards better than Russell Westbrook. I promise
Me,
you can't.
for me personally, I'm not dissing Shea,
I
especially like you
can't
did.
crunch time.
You say you
What
can?
point guards better than him? I
Yeah,
can.
All right. Hey, hold on, Israel. Hey, CJ. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and say your 10, right? But
right.
don't after you get the 4-5. Please do not say point guards that's not on Russ level. They got at least be
No,
putting up
all
the
of them
same stats, or they gotta at least be putting up. They gotta be on the same level as Russ.
or same like impact or more impact
And
or
more
impact or
more
T winning
impact.
too.
We talking about all
So
time rank. We talking about you got them all time rank
Said
higher
10
point
point
guards.
guards.
10
I
point
can't.
guards all
I
That's
time
a lot
rank.
of
we
point guards. I'm
You
not gonna
got
lie.
you
That's a
yeah.
lot.
Hold on, Kurt. You get 10 point guards. You got to name 10 point guards that more stats, more impact, more winning. 10 point guards all time ranked higher than Russell
after the
Westbrook.
merger or before the merger or after the merger, right?
Yeah, we talking about after the. I mean after the
To make it
merger.
easier for you,
Do
to make
do
it
do what
fair.
you man. Do what you gonna do. I'm just saying,
BJ's an asshole.
Hey, CJ. I know you're an analytic guy. I know you behind the computer and all that. Let's keep it. Let's keep it real and keep it
This nigga
debatable
funny as
and
shit.
understandable. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Crunch. Hey, Crunch.
Uh,
CJ going clickety clack right
Y'all
now.
see CJ's picture, bro? Look at Russell with the
Nah,
Bob the
I
Builder.
know that shit is
Bob the
crazy, bro.
Builder. Can't wait. All right, listen.
He's trolling, bro.
It's
But go ahead, CJ.
Steph Curry,
Hey,
Isaiah
BJ,
Thomas.
BJ, hold on. BJ just came back. BJ, he about to list 10 point guards, all time ranked higher than Russell Westbrook, and have a bigger impact, winning a bigger impact, and they got more stats. We about to see
All
if he
right.
make it.
I don't want to
We
get
about
no
to see if he make
explanation.
it.
I just want to hear rebuttals. I don't want to get no explanations. I just want to hear rebuttals. All right.
All right.
All right. Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas, Magic Johnson, John Stockton, Kyrie, AI, Gary Payton, Jason Kidd, Tony Parker,
Oh gosh.
SGA.
Oh,
I said Steve Nash,
Whoa.
well, keep
AI,
going though. That's a good one.
AI,
Though. Keep going. That's wild.
Luca, and Gary Payton. And I had dudes before the merger, like I had Oscar Robertson, Bob Cousy, but
But he played in the
I ain't
modern
put
NBA
them.
though, bro.
I know, but I'm just kind of keep it with like he played half his career. But look, and the team and the people that would have been better than him if they didn't get injured is Penny Hardaway, John Wall, and D Rose.
Hey,
Wow.
hold
Wow.
I
Wow.
disagree. I disagree with the John Wall.
hold on, Kirk, hold on, Israel. I got
Yeah,
y'all.
it's
CJ, hold
debatable
on,
with
hold
that
on.
one.
Hey CJ, name your 10 one more time. Name. I want the people to hear your 10, loud and proud. So name it for me one more time, bro.
All right, it's not really all right. Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas, Magic Johnson, John Stockton, Kyrie Irving, Allen Iverson, Damian Lillard, Luka Doncic, Gary Payton, Jerry West, Jason Kidd, Oscar Robertson, Steve Nash, Shea SGA, Tony Parker, Bob Cousy. I had Chauncey in front of him too, but that's based off of if I want to win a team. Like he on, uh, so I really like that's to the side. But if they ain't get injured, it's Penny and D Rose for sure, and
I'm about to say,
debatable
go
with
ahead, bro.
John Wall.
Man, stop it. Stop it. Stop the cap.
The
Please
Kyrie one's kind of
stop the cap. You said Luka Doncic. Like this what I'm saying. Like you feel
He
me?
better than
Like
Westbrook.
Nah, he ain't better
stop
than
it.
Westbrook.
Man,
That's crazy
man,
to
He
say.
better than Westbrook already,
stop
bro.
it.
Y'all can't
Hey,
say he
look,
not better than
hey,
Westbrook. Come
CJ,
on,
I ain't gonna lie,
Curry.
they both done the same thing. CJ, they both have a finals appearance. Actually, he only got an MVP. And
hey,
Westbrook got an
But he
MVP.
got MVP numbers though. He had MVP seasons. He did
hey,
just as
hey, hey, CJ.
Westbrook and Harden did, and he
Westbrook
led
got
his
more
team
scoring
to a
than him.
championship as the number one option. Westbrook never did that. He got first round
But he
exits
was like
4 years in a
50-50
row.
with KD, though.
Huh?
I said him and KD was like 50-50. He wouldn't have went to the KD wasn't going over well Russ to me. They both needed each other at the 2012. They both was going ridiculous though.
I mean,
CJ. Hey,
Westbrook.
that's a cool list or whatever. But I ain't gonna lie to you, Steve Nash is not better than no Russell
Yeah, like
Westbrook.
some of them, some of them, it could be like, all right, yeah, you probably got me on that one. But I'm just saying that, like in the facility of Westbrook, that's top. Like,
I will give you the Magics, the Isaiahs. I don't think John Stockton was better than no Russell Westbrook. We gonna
Nah, I
stop
agree with
that.
that one.
You know what I'm saying?
I can
Steph
make a case
Curry,
for
I'll give
Kyrie.
you that. Uh, I don't know who else you name. You know what I'm
He
I
saying?
said
can, I can, I can make a
the big
case for Kyrie.
They not better than no Russell
the
Westbrook, bro.
biggest name he said though, I ain't gonna lie, which is I mean SGA. That's a good argument. I'm not gonna lie. That's a
I
good
mean
argument.
SGA is
A
a
good
good
argument.
argument, but SGA career is not done yet, bro. That's not
Right,
fair.
I
but I
agree.
think
I
most
agree.
of them point
You're
guards
right. You're
outside of
right,
like
Lamar.
three, you'll start your team around them. Like probably not, like probably outside of Tony Parker,
And I can get why
Damian
you
Lillard.
say AI, but AI is a combo guard. AI Luca is a combo guard
But I
as
think
well.
he had more season as a point guard than a shooting
Luca is
guard.
not a point guard. Luca just became a point guard for real, for real. Luca came in as a small forward. He wasn't even a point guard. You know what I'm saying? So
That's true.
he's not.
That's true.
He can't be considered.
But it's kind
A,
of y'all did have Westbrook playing combo guard because y'all did have Eric Maynard in them before.
I will
Like,
say most of them guards is combo guards, Lamar. I will say that though. I
Yeah,
definitely
most of
will
them
say that.
guys he
Most of them guards
named,
are combo guards.
most of those guards he named are their combo guards. But
well, you probably could
Jason
take
Kidd,
AI out. 'Cause
I'm
I
not.
see what
I
you
ain't
mean
gonna
because
get
he always
mad.
known as a shooting guard.
I want
Oh, he's a
people
Well,
to
you
point
could
guard
take
though.
AI out,
the
He
Luka.
has a point
Magic,
guard
the
though.
Jason Kidd, the
But
Isaiah
he has a point
Thomas, and
guard
the
though.
Steph Curry. I ain't gonna get mad at. I ain't gonna get mad at them. You say Steph Curry, Magic Johnson, Jason Kidd. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna get mad at that. But you feel what I'm saying? After that, it has to stop. Russ, he's entered them conversations, bro. I don't know what y'all. I ain't gonna
I
let y'all
think
do
John
that.
Stockton's a good
And
name.
Chauncey Billups got strong considerations.
Yeah,
But
he strong. He got strong considerations, but it's not. It's levels to this, bro. Stop it. Don't be a casual,
I
CJ.
think that's a different
but
conversation though, because I don't think Chauncey's a better
if
player.
it's a
I
set
think he's a better
team, if
intangible.
it's a set team that's already like ready to win now, I think most people will pick Chauncey before they pick Westbrook.
Bro, that's
That's
a
fair.
preference.
This
I
Russell
understand.
Westbrook pitch is killing me.
Bro, like I said the other day, I get y'all. That's y'all preference. That's a preference. That's a preference thing. But if we going by facts and we going by what it is, Chauncey is not. He ain't on the same level as Russell Westbrook, bro. And we just going. This man averaged a triple double for 4 years. Are y'all not understanding that? A point guard, he can score. He can rebound. He can assist. He's doing everything for you, bro. And he's playing defense to his best of his ability. Serviceable defense. If you don't feel as though he's a great defensive player. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, bro, it's not a lot of point guards that's gonna give you that, and he's giving you 110% for how many years he's been playing, bro. Like, come on, bro. I'm just saying we not going we gonna stop the disrespect, bro. And that's the whole reason why BJ did this whole episode. He broke it down for y'all, bro. You know what I mean? He broke it down for y'all. You feel me? I'm just mad.
Why he never shot 50% in a
I'm just
playoff
pissed.
series and
I'm just
led the
pissed
league
that
in
my man
turnovers
don't got a
5 times?
ring. I'm just
Hey, I
mad.
can make
All
a,
he
I can
missed
make
is
a
the
case for
ring.
Kyrie Irving over him too.
That's
Yeah,
a good case
I
for
don't
him.
understand. I don't understand why you. I can understand why you say Kyrie. He said Kyrie because Kyrie got a big shot. You know, in
I can go
2016. You
beyond
know,
that. I
with
can go
he
beyond
got
the
a
big
ring.
shot
He got a
too.
ring. He got a ring with
I
LeBron.
can go
But
beyond. I can
but
go beyond that big shot.
but you can't really
Cause
say Kyrie because
watch his crunch. Watch his crunch. You see how you mentioned like during his 4 seasons of averaging like a triple double. I can
yeah.
go with one. Kyrie does have a darn season of averaging 50, 40, 90, but he also has 13 years of borderline being 50, 40, 90 on plus 20% scoring. Does Westbrook have that?
You said what?
I said Kyrie. I can say that Kyrie has a 50, 40, 90 season, but he also has 13 years in the league of being borderline being 50, 40, 90 on 20 plus scoring.
Who you saying Kyrie?
Yeah, that's Kyrie.
I mean,
That's
all
counting his
that's
injuries too.
bro.
all, bro,
That's a
all that's
that's a
cool.
crazy stat.
No. That is crazy stats. Kyrie is he has a different perimeter game than Russ. He can shoot. He can get to the basket from any hand. You know what I mean? Kyrie's
That's his
just a
game.
gifted. He's a gifted scorer, but that don't mean that he's a better player than Russell Westbrook. No, he's not. He
I could also say Kyrie as a second option. I've seen Kyrie as a second option outperform first options.
You said as a but Kyrie, he's in the same conversation. He's at best, he's better when he's the second option and not the first option.
But
But Kyrie,
like I just said, I've seen Kyrie as a second option outperform first options. And I've seen those same first options you talking to LeBron James and Luca. I've seen them defer to Kyrie in the clutch time.
no, that's correct. No, I agree with you. I don't disagree with that. I don't. Kyrie Irving,
I can also go like this.
Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie has a whole playoff series averaging
Kyrie
50.
Irving is he's a clutch player,
So
bro.
now
I don't
watch
I
this.
don't
This
I
one
don't
more.
disagree
One
with
more.
that. He's a
Kyrie got a whole series averaging 60, 40, 90. Does Westbrook have that?
No,
60,
Westbrook.
40,
The
90.
way, hey Israel, listen to me. Westbrook doesn't. I'm gonna put it to you this way, right? This how I look at it, right? You looking at stats. You now you with
You just
CJ.
brought up
Now you now hold on, hold on.
That's what
just brought up
debate
stats.
is,
Israel, hold
nigga.
on.
Don't you think we gotta do?
You
Israel,
just
hold
brought
on,
up
hold on.
stats. I named some even crazier stats that Kyrie
Nah,
had.
Israel, hold
You just
on.
didn't
Let
know
me
Kyrie
finish.
had all
Gonna tell
that.
the
Hey
facts.
Israel,
You
let
didn't
me
know Kyrie
finish.
had all that.
Hey Israel, let me finish. I agree with you. I'm with you. Kyrie, he was good. He had the 60-40 night. Okay. Oh, that shit cool, bro. You know what I'm saying? That shit cool. Now you with CJ behind the computer analytics and all that. That shit cool, bro. But so we
You
gonna
can't
really
do
look
that,
at
Crunch.
hold on.
You
We
can't
gonna
do
really
that when you just bragged
hold
about
on.
4 years
We
of
gonna really
averaging a triple double,
hold
and when
on.
I bring those stats, now it's
We
cool.
gonna look at
Now I'm
Kyrie.
behind the computer.
Hold on, we gonna look at
You
Kyrie.
can't
We
do
gonna look at
that.
Kyrie. We gonna look at Kyrie. So when Kyrie left the Cavs and he went to Boston and he went to Brooklyn, it looks nasty, bro. He has a lot of moments. He hits a lot of big shots, but it looks nasty, bro. You feel me? You thought you could be a number one option. You thought you can do what you want. You could win. You can't get your teams involved. Kyrie Irving's
Hey,
never averaged
hey,
over 10
you want me to tell
rebounds.
you want me to tell you how
Kyrie
that
Irving's
conversation?
never averaged over 10 assists, bro.
You want me to tell you how
Kyrie
that
Irving,
conversation gets killed?
I think Kyrie Irving he's only a three. He's only been on the first team 3 times or two
Hey,
times, bro.
you want me to tell you how that conversation gets
He
killed?
he's only a fourth. Like how
Westbrook
many
as the
All
first
Stars
option
do
couldn't make.
Kyrie got? Like, come
Hold on,
on,
hold on.
Kyrie.
Oh, you want me to tell you how that conversation gets killed right there? Westbrook as a first option, he couldn't make it out the first round after KD left. Kyrie at least made it out the first round with Boston as a first option.
Who did Kyrie? Who? Hold
That
on, hold on.
conversation gets killed
Hey,
immediately.
CJ. I just lined them. I just lined them up. Who did Kyrie have on his team, bro?
Rookie Jason Tatum.
Man, stop it, bro. Man,
Yep.
that Celtics team, bro. Stop
Hey,
it,
oh,
bro.
hold on, watch it.
Man,
Hey,
stop it, bro.
CJ,
Stop it. That
CJ,
Celtics,
CJ, watch
bro.
this. CJ,
Bro,
he
that
just lined
Celtics team,
no,
that
watch
Celtics
this.
team. Before
CJ, he just
Kyrie,
lined himself
hey,
up. Hey,
Israel,
Westbrook had a
hey,
top 3 in MVP
Israel,
voting Paul George and got beat by a
Israel.
rookie.
Before Kyrie
Are
got
you
there,
are you
they
gonna
was
acknowledge
already
that?
going to the playoffs.
Are
They
you
was
hold on,
already
hold on?
going
Are
to
you
the
gonna acknowledge
playoffs.
that? Hold on, no. We ain't gonna skip past that. Kyrie had a rookie Jason Tatum. Westbrook had a top 3 in MVP voting and Paul
Bruh,
George and lost to a rookie.
Kyrie,
Westbrook
Are you
had
gonna
multiple
acknowledge?
seasons averaging
bruh,
5
Kyrie got
assists.
traded for
Kyrie don't
Isaiah
got none.
Thomas, bruh.
Are you gonna acknowledge that though?
Kyrie got
All right,
traded for
hold
Isaiah
on. We're not gonna
Thomas,
skip
bruh.
past that. Kyrie had a rookie Jason Tatum. Westbrook had a top 3 in MVP
What you,
voting Paul George
man, that
and lost to
Boston
a
team was
rookie.
tough, bruh. That Boston team was tough, bruh.
Yeah, but y'all lost to a rookie with 3 Hall of Famers up there. That's worse.
Man, stop what you doing, bruh.
No, that's facts. So facts. So
Man, stop what you
that's
doing.
a fact. Am I
We lost
lying?
it, dog. We lost
So now,
early.
now I gotta stop because I'm cooking.
No, you not
Now I
cooking. You
gotta
not
stop.
cooking nothing. You
Now I
not
gotta stop
cooking.
because you get cooked.
You not. No, I can't get cooked, bro. I
I'd
promise you,
rather
I
leave
can't.
with a rookie
I
Jason
can't get
Tatum
cooked.
than a going MVP
I
caliber
can't
Paul
get
George.
cooked.
That's crazy.
I just told you
So which one is worse?
now you
Crunch,
sitting in the room with CJ
Crunch.
behind the
Which one is
computer.
worse, Crunch? Which one is worse? Losing with a rookie Jason Tatum or MVP caliber Paul George to a rookie Donovan Mitchell? Which one is worse?
Bro, we lost it down in
Answer the
Mitchell and
question.
them, bro. You gotta take
Okay
your wins with your
then.
losses, bro.
At least
Fuck is you
Kyrie got out
talking
the first
about?
round.
Bro, we
Y'all lost in the
lost, bro.
first.
We lost.
Y'all lost in
So
the
what?
first round.
Bro, we lost. So what? We lost.
Now
Kyrie
you
Irving is
trying to
not better
downplay
than
that,
Russell
L.
Westbrook. I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
You trying
I don't
to
care
and to
what
make
you
it
say.
worse, he got outplayed by fucking Ricky
Bruh,
Rubio.
I don't care. Bruh, Israel, what I'm trying to tell you, from an overall perspective, I don't care what you talking about. If BJ pull up their stats right now, he put their shit on the screen. Kyrie Irving is not a better player than Russell Westbrook. Kyrie Irving has 1 championship because of LeBron James, bruh. Stop what you doing.
And
Before
that
LeBron,
one
before
championship that Kyrie has,
Hey
he
Israel,
outperformed the unanimous MVP.
Hey Israel, listen to what I'm
It's
saying.
looking worse for you,
Hey
really.
Israel, before LeBron got there, Kyrie Irving was winning 20 games, Holmes. Stop what you doing, bro.
What did
Stop what you doing.
LeBron James
I'm not
win
even
when
trying to
Kyrie
hear
didn't
that.
play?
I'm not trying to hear that.
What championship in Cleveland did
Bro,
LeBron
that
win when
50,
Kyrie didn't
40,
play?
90, that shit cool. That shit cool and all. But
Because you don't
come
got no
on.
answer for it.
Come on, bro. Stop it.
Because you don't got no answer for it.
What you
13
mean?
years,
I got answers for you
40,
right here
90.
with I got answers for everything you saying.
Hey, all them stats for Westbrook, how come he couldn't win as a first, second, or third option?
You said what?
All them stats for Westbrook, he could win the championship as a first, second, or third, or fourth option.
Because he got one of the worst playoff win shares. That's why.
Look.
Thank you.
Man,
Body bag. Body
Israel, I
bag.
just told you. Man, Israel, I just told you. We gonna take our wins with our losses. You supposed to be a OKC fan, right? You was watching the games and you were an OKC fan, man. You gotta take your wins with your losses, bro. It is what it is, bro.
I'm being
I'm not gonna
honest.
sit right here. I'm not gonna sit right
I'm
here
not
and
gonna
deflect,
lie
and
just because I'm not gonna lie
I
because I
ain't gonna
fuck
do
with the
that.
team.
But
I'm not gonna lie because I fuck with the team.
Kyrie Irving ain't better than Russell Westbrook. Stop that. You
To
gonna
me, he
stop the
is. Yes,
cap?
he is.
No, he's not. Stop the
To
cap.
me, he is.
He's better than him from a talent perspective. Kyrie Irving is better than
And
Russell
off the
Westbrook
ball too,
from
he could catch and shoot. Westbrook can't,
off the ball,
and he
off
don't
the
turn
ball,
over as much. He take
off the
better
ball,
shots.
and a talent
He more efficient
perspective.
at the
He's better
3-point
than
line,
him.
free throw line.
So
Off
why?
Got
So
better
why?
handle.
off the
So
Create
ball,
his
why?
from
shot
a
better.
talent
Got better
perspective,
footwork.
from a
So
talent
why?
perspective,
As a
from the eye
second,
test,
first, and third
from the
option,
eye
Westbrook can
test, Kyrie
win?
Irving is better. But from the overall career, he not better than Russell Westbrook. Point blank, it's over with for him. He's done. He out the door. He's
So
out the door.
why as a first, second, and third, and fourth option he couldn't win a ring when he played with multiple Hall of Famers?
Hey, Israel, I'm not about to
It's
keep
a simple.
explaining
Just
shit to
answer
you,
the
bro.
question, man. Why you don't want to?
I'm not about to keep. I just
He had
answer your
Kawhi
question, bro.
Leonard. He had Kawhi Leonard,
Bro,
James
I just
Harden.
answer your
Then he
question.
had,
I'm not about
then
to
he
keep
had
explaining
KD.
something to
Then he
you,
had
bro.
Jokic.
Bro,
Like this,
you
then
not
he had LeBron,
comprehending,
and then
bro.
he had AD.
You not comprehending. We gonna take our wins with our losses, bro.
You got more
Fuck is you
losses than
talking
wins,
about?
though. You got more
Fuck
losses
is you
than wins,
saying?
though.
Come on, bro.
You got more losses than wins, though.
Bro, you could do that with any player, like Easy said, bro.
But at
Fuck
least
is you
Kyrie
talking
got a
about?
championship. Hold on, at least Kyrie got a championship and 4 finals appearances out of
Because of
8.
LeBron. Fuck is you
Hey,
talking about?
okay, watch this. That year with Luca, he did way more as a second option than Westbrook did as a first, second, or third option. Now what?
No, he did not. Stop what you
Yes, he
doing.
did. Him
No,
and
the
Oh,
fuck
Bryant.
he
okay.
did not. No,
That's
he
not
did not.
true. That's not true.
That's cap.
That's
That's
definitely not
cap.
true.
That's cap.
That's
We could put
definitely
it up
not
right
true.
now. How much you
That's
want to bet
not
right now?
true.
Bet your money. Put your
He
money on the
just said
mouth.
that.
Put your money on the ground right
That's
now.
not true.
I'll put my money on the ground. Put your money on the ground right now. Put your money where your mouth at right now.
So,
Bet
He
that.
just made that
Bet
up,
it.
bro. That's
hold
not
on,
Bet it.
watch
true.
it, watch it.
Bet it.
Who had more talent? Who had more
Bet it.
talent on the team? Hold
Bet
on.
it.
No, that's not
Bruh,
what
bet
you
that.
said, bro. That's not
Nah,
what
Hold on.
you
bet
Watch
said.
that.
it. Watch it.
No, you not about to run
Who had
away.
more
You about
talent
to
on their
get cooked.
team?
That's not
You
the
about to
that's not
get
Who
cooked.
had more talent on their team?
Bro.
Dallas or the
No.
Lakers?
You
Who had
not
more
about to run
talent?
away from that. You
Who
not
had more
running away from
talent?
that.
Answer
You
the
know.
question. Who had more
What?
talent on their
No.
team?
No. You
Who
not
had more
about to run
talent?
away from what you just
Who
said,
had
bro.
more talent?
No. You not about to run
what?
away
Who
from you
had more
said.
talent?
Yeah,
Who had a
You
bro.
more
said,
talented team?
bro. You said Kyrie averaged more than
No,
Russell
I said
Westbrook.
he did
Yes, you
more. I didn't
did,
say
bro.
he
That's what you
averaged
just
more. I said
said.
he did more.
He said next to
Bro,
Luca.
that's what you just said.
Next
You
to
said he
Luca
did
as a second
more.
option.
That's
I
not
said
true though.
That's not true. That's
Kyrie did
cap.
more.
That's
So
cap.
who
No,
had
he
a
did
more
not.
talented roster? Who had a more talented roster? The Lakers
Man,
with
stop it, bro.
Westbrook.
Man,
Answer my
stop it, bro.
question. Answer my
Stop it,
question.
bro.
Answer my
Man,
question.
stop
Who
it,
had
bro.
more
No,
talent?
you
Who
not
had more
answering,
talent?
bro. No,
Westbrook,
you
LeBron, Anthony
capping.
Davis, or
You
Kyrie
running
and
from
Luka?
what you
Who had more
said,
talent? Who had more
bro. You
talent?
running from what you said.
Who had more talent?
Man, it's real. I'm not about to sit right here and
Who had
argue with
more
you, bro.
talent?
You're an analytics guy too. I ain't
I'm
about to
not an
do that,
analytics guy. I'm just a facts
bro.
guy.
I'm
Who
not
had
about
more
to do
talent
that
on the
with you,
Well, you
bro.
team?
have to explain what you just said, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, bro. You sitting
Just
up here
explain what you
capping, bro.
said.
You did
I
listen to
said
what you
I
just
said
said,
as a
bro. Stop
second. I
running.
said as a second. Let me. Okay, I'll explain it. As a second option, Kyrie did more than Westbrook. I didn't say nothing about averages. I ain't say shit about averages.
But you
Because
said he did,
within that,
bro. You said he did more
you
than
gonna let
Russell
me
Westbrook
explain
as
or
the
you gonna cut
first,
me off?
second,
You gonna let
third,
me?
or fourth option. Stop what you doing. You
You
sound
gonna let me?
dumb.
You gonna let me
You
explain it?
sound, bro. You
Are you
sound
are you gonna
dumb.
let me explain or you gonna keep
You
cutting
not
me off?
realize he averaged a triple double for 4
You ain't
years,
gonna
bro?
you ain't gonna let me explain it.
All
You ain't
right,
gonna.
bro, cause you not
Nah,
about
how
to
you
sit
gonna
right here
ask
and
me to
cap,
explain
bro.
something,
You
but
not
every
about
time I
to
try to
cap.
explain it, you cut me
No,
off.
you not about to cap. You ain't about to cap. That's
So
no.
so you
Today is
want
not
me
the
to
day, bro.
explain something, but when I try to
Bro,
explain
I
it, you
told
cut
y'all.
me off
I already
because you
told
know you're
y'all when
gonna
I
get
came
roasted.
on here. I told
Because you
y'all
know you're
today
gonna
is
get
not the
roasted.
day. Today is not the day. Y'all gonna have to wait to another episode, bro. Y'all gonna have to
Nigga,
wait.
niggas waiting on episode.
Nah, bro. Y'all gonna have to wait to the
Waiting
next.
at the next
Y'all gotta wait
episode.
to the next episode.
Yeah,
Today is
nigga.
not the
I'll
day.
take Kyrie over Don Westbrook. I ain't saying he better, but I'll take Kyrie over him.
You
Okay,
gotta
that's a
explain. I want
preference.
you to explain your
Like I
point. You gotta
said, that's
explain
a
that point.
preference. That's a
I tried
preference.
to. He cut me off.
Lamar,
Every
let
time
him
I try
explain that point because I don't believe him, but let him explain that point because
every time I try
that's
to
a
speak,
Go
crazy
ahead, bro.
point to say.
Go
Because
ahead.
you know
Go ahead.
Russell led his team with Kevin Durant to the finals though. So
No. Go ahead, Kurt. I'm gonna let him go. Go
okay,
ahead,
go
Kurt.
ahead, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
All right, go ahead.
so like I said, within like that second year, because on Kyrie he had like some injuries that first year with Dallas. That second year with Dallas, immediately they went to the finals. I said he did more than Westbrook did as a first, second, and third option. I will say that Westbrook did perform better in the finals, probably. But
Ain't
as other than that,
ain't no probably. He did.
other than that, after
Are you
KD
talking
left,
about just for the playoffs or this like for the whole season?
uh, I might
I think
say
he's talking
playoff.
about
No,
playoffs.
he talking about. He said that he talking about the Dallas
Really?
playoffs, and he talking about the finals when they played Boston
I just
versus
said,
Russell Westbrook when he
yeah,
played Miami. That's what he talking about, bro.
Oh yeah, he was a turnover machine that final. I remember that one.
that's what I'm
Russ,
saying, bro.
but Russ
After
averaged.
he
If
put
you talk about his playoff run, he
What
averaged
Magic
13,
Johnson
5,
say,
and
Kurt?
5.
What Magic Johnson say, Kurt? I forgot.
Magic Johnson said, I've never seen a point guard play as bad as that in Miami.
He did say that, but I was gonna read y'all the stats of what he did for 2012. Magic
Thanks.
did
I be
say that.
forgetting stuff. My fault.
He
Thank
said
you.
he
I
said that
appreciate
after
that.
he said that after on Westbrook dropped 45.
Russ. I mean, Magic
So,
said
so
that, but Magic got A's too. Like nobody ain't
what
worried
the
about that,
fuck
bro.
A's got to do with this, bro?
Bro,
Bro,
nobody
that's
ain't
what
worried about
happened,
that.
bro. The greatest point guard of all time said he never seen a worse performance than you.
Man, I respect Magic Johnson and all that, bro, but we
You
ain't
don't
really trying
respect
to
it when you
hear.
don't
We
criticize
ain't, we
Westbrook.
ain't trying to hear what
But
he
what you
talking
got to
about.
say for him having one of the most like the worst win shares and like a bad shooting percentage and a bad clutch field goal percentage in the playoff?
Hey, CJ, do you not know this? How look this line? You said, oh, he has the worst clutch. Do you know how
Yeah, he
many
Euro stepped past
you
that
hey
question.
hey 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 you know how many clutch shots that Russell Westbrook got? You could pull them up. Fuck is you talking about, bro?
He Euro past that question,
Come
TJ.
on,
I
bro.
asked the question for a reason.
Like,
He
what you
Euro
talking about? Like I already said, we gonna take our wins with our
Russell
losses,
Westbrook
bro.
is the worst MVP in NBA. Well,
No,
since
he's not. No, he's not. No, he's
Who's
1980.
not, bro.
who's the worst MVP than Westbrook?
No, he's not.
Answer the
That'd be
question.
No,
Steve
he's
Nash.
not.
Hold on, Kurt. Hold on, Kurt. Go ahead.
No, but look, Kurt, Russell Westbrook got the worst
No, he's
PER
not.
as an
It's
MVP since 1980.
Steve Nash, and James Harden. Stop what y'all doing.
No,
Yeah, Steve Nash and James Harden.
James Harden should
No,
have got that
y'all
one that
not,
Russell
bro.
Westbrook
Y'all not
got.
about to
Listen,
keep
bro. Listen, bro.
disrespecting my man, bro.
Y'all salute to y'all niggas, man. But you niggas
Y'all
is
not about to keep
disrespectful.
disrespecting my man, bro.
Y'all niggas disrespectful, bro. Listen, bro. Y'all niggas is really disrespectful,
Oh,
bro.
man.
I don't give a fuck what Magic Johnson was talking about. The facts is, you go look at this nigga numbers. First game, he put up 27, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists. The first game,
Say it
they put
again.
up another 20. Then he came up, he put another 27. Hold on, read this off. Cause I done
Now
seen
who
worse.
reading
Cause
facts? Now
cause
who reading
cause
facts?
I done seen worse performances than this. First game he had 27 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists. The second game he had 27 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. The third game 19 points, 5 and 4. Okay, he went down. The fourth game he had 43 points, 7 rebounds on 5 assists. He averaged
That's crazy.
27 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists on 43%
What they talking
shooting.
about, SFM?
You
What
mean
they
the
Like,
talk,
game?
SFM? What
You
they
mean the
Bro,
talking
game
you
where
like
about?
when he
LeBron?
read numbers. He
Hey,
like when he
SFM.
read numbers.
Hey,
Now
SFM.
stop
What they
matter.
talking
Now
about?
stop matter.
Told you we analytic guys, bro.
Hey,
Everybody analytic
SFM.
guys, nigga.
It's
Hey,
crazy,
SFM.
bro.
What they talking about, bruh? What they? Come on, bro. They need to stop
But you see how
disrespecting
Hey,
he
my
broke
man.
it
time out,
down
time
and
out. Hold
rebutted
on,
it?
hold on.
That's a good
I got to
rebuttal.
let SFM. I got to let SFM to give his take. What's good, SFM?
what's up with it, BJ? Salute, BJ. What's up with
Salute,
it?
bro. What you got?
Man, look, this all I gotta say. Like, the Russell Westbrook did him. What's the type of him? Did him joining the Lakers like get him disrespected or some shit? Like
Yeah,
what?
the value is his legacy. Yeah.
Yeah, it did. Because I never seen Westbrook get more criticized than he ever did until he had got to the Lakers. But when you look at him the year before he was on the Lakers, he took a team to the playoffs that wasn't expected to make the playoffs.
Right.
Like, let's get this understood. Bradley Beal best year was with Russell Westbrook.
Right.
Like Russell Westbrook is the definition of really making players better. Victor Oladipo was one of them. You can say
Paul
what you want.
George.
Paul George best year was with Russell Westbrook.
He
You
averaged
feel
30.
me? You feel me? Kevin Durant best years just. Y'all want to talk about just the best years, regular season and all that shit was with Russell Westbrook. You can say what you want about the man. The man got a bunch of clutch shots, but if you go really look like everybody, go search up Russell Westbrook resume. Go search up his resume. Just if you search up Russell Westbrook resume, nigga, y'all gonna be like, what the fuck? Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck? Like, have you niggas really just looked at his resume and seen how
No, they
crazy his shit
didn't.
is?
No.
Like, how crazy his
I
shit
looked
is?
at his game and resume.
Like, he the youngest. Like, fuck. Okay, we could do the triple double things, but it's how he did the triple. He the youngest to do it. He did it. You gotta understand. Oscar Robertson 6'5". This nigga 6'3". He the youngest to do it. He had the most in one season. He averaged it for Oscar Robertson did it 1 year. This nigga did it 3-4 seasons straight.
Hey,
Who the average triple double for 3-4 seasons straight in the NBA? Nobody.
nobody.
Nobody in NBA history. It's only been done one time in the 60s. So for a nigga to do it modern day time, we gonna come on, bro.
Come on.
Come on, bro. We gonna look past that shit.
Now
Come
we
on.
You feel me? When the next motherfucker start doing it, let's have a conversation. But we don't know when the next motherfucker gonna do it. We don't know. We don't
Wait, I'm
know.
not gonna lie, bro.
Thank you, SFM. Thank you, bro.
Hey,
Like,
yo,
come
what's
on.
Thank you, bro.
what's going on? What's
Oh,
happening?
so
Thank
What's
you.
good,
Now we
P5?
going. Hey, now we gotta let P5 get in here, CJ,
What's good,
before you
P5?
go in.
Long time no see, brother.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's
I'm gonna
been a
come to
minute.
I'm gonna come to Marshall now. Your
It's
ass hot now.
it's been a minute, huh?
I'm gonna come to Marshall and bitch you up.
Come to Marshall. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. But what's up?
Marshall, don't
What's up?
you stay in Marshall, Texas?
I have no idea. Damn, so
Nah.
fed.
Go ahead, P5.
Damn. But what's up though? What are we talking about?
That's
Russell
my nigga.
Westbrook is a
I'm just fucking with P5.
nah for sure.
Has he been the value since the Lakers, or what's your take on his career right now?
I feel like if Russ, I don't know. I mean, like my take on Russ's career, like me personally, I look at Laker Russ and like anything post Wizards Russ as like past his prime. So like in terms of like counting it towards his, I mean, it counts on his legacy. Like people are gonna look at Russ way differently, especially because of his Laker team.
Oh, he just dropped.
You just cut out, bro. Or you dropped. You cut out.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead, CJ. Go ahead, say what you was saying, bro.
Yeah, you got it, CJ.
Hold on. No, I forgot what I was about to say.
What you was about to say, CJ?
I'm about to say, let me
Oh
say
no. I was about to say, so what you gonna say about Russell Westbrook in the playoff without KD when he shot 38% versus the Rockets, 39% versus Utah, 33% versus Philly, and 35% versus Portland, and he lost in the first round 4 years straight. And I'm keep telling people out of all the MVPs from 2000 and now, he got the worst field goal percentage in the playoffs. So that's why I'm trying to understand. Like, it's a lot of deficiencies in his game that we don't be talking about. I know we like
Nah,
Russell Westbrook and stuff,
CJ,
but we gotta keep it real.
understand that, bro.
that picture
We
of the Westbrook
we
brick is
understand. Trust me, I understand that as him being my favorite player, bro. Like I said, we gonna take our wins with our losses, bro. He lost. We lost in the first round. You know what I'm saying? It's over with.
Take that picture off, bro.
And got one of the worst playoff win
Kirk.
shares. That's
Kirk, stop
like
being
and
so childish, bro.
78%
CJ is gonna
free
troll
throw
you,
No, it's just
shooter,
that, bro. You gotta laugh,
mid
bro.
range shooter.
You can't
Nah,
So
laugh about it.
like,
That's a
bro,
funny picture,
there's a
that
bro.
lot
shit
of
is not,
holes in his
bro. That shit
game,
not
bro.
funny, bro. That shit not funny.
That's
That
a
shit is
funny
not
picture,
funny,
bro.
bro.
Come on, bro.
Bro,
You
that shit
gotta take
not
that
funny,
off.
bro.
I'm trying to tell him to take it off,
Y'all
bro.
take little shit and think that shit funny, bro. That shit
Listen.
not
Y'all can
funny,
say
bro.
it's a lot of holes in Russell Westbrook game. The fact is, it's plenty of players that they have not won rings like Russell Westbrook. Okay, just because these niggas made it to the Western Conference Finals or they made it to the second round, I don't give a fuck. Them niggas lost just like they did in the playoffs, just like Russell Westbrook.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Speaking of Allen Iverson, Chris Paul, nigga, Allen Iverson had times he didn't even go to the fucking playoffs, nigga. On the
Man.
76ers, this nigga had Chris Webber, and these niggas didn't even go to the playoffs with each other, nigga. I couldn't see Russell Westbrook doing no shit like that. I'm not saying he better than no fucking Allen Iverson. I'm just saying think about the man impact. When you really talk about him, nobody was talking about Russell Westbrook like niggas was until he got on the Lakers, nigga. Every team after KD.
No, they was saying that before he got to Lakers. They was saying he's a ball hog. He got passing more. He hold the ball too much. He passed it
They
too
was
late in the
saying that.
shot clock. They
He
was
They
saying
was
that
passed.
saying
before he
that.
got to the Lakers.
They was
Listen.
saying that.
How is he a ball hog? This is what I'm finna say again.
He got the green light.
CT, all these niggas' best years is with Russell Westbrook on the team. How is
I
he
was just
so
about
much
to
of a
say
ball
that, bro.
hog?
I ain't gonna lie. That's the biggest thing
But
you
all
said,
them
bro.
players got better PERs without Westbrook.
SFM. How he a ball hog and he
And
averaging
Durant won the
21?
MVP when Westbrook played 46
SFM.
games. Is it a coincidence that he
SFM.
won the MVP when Westbrook played the less games they played with each
SFM.
other?
That's why they gave him so much credit because Westbrook did not play, but his highest scoring season is with Russell Westbrook.
Wait, but you gotta give I ain't gonna lie, you do gotta give
Bradley Beal best scoring season is with Russell Westbrook.
I ain't
KD
gonna
best
lie.
scoring season is
Yeah,
with
that's what I'm
Russell
saying. You
Westbrook.
do gotta give
Paul
Russ his
George
credit
best
though.
scoring season is with Russell Westbrook. Victor Oladipo best season is with Russell Westbrook.
That's crazy.
And
That
some
says a
of their
lot
worst
though.
moments with Russell
CJ, this what I'm
Westbrook too.
saying. This what you not talking
Him
about,
and
bro.
Depot got gentlemen swept. Paul George and him lost to Utah, and him and Durant blew a 3-1 lead. So we can look at it both ways.
I will say, I mean, I don't know. That Paul George, I ain't gonna lie, he made a good point. I will say, I even say that about Russ. He does make his teammates when he wants to. I think he can make his teammates better because it's not a coincidence that Paul George had a crazy season. He actually was feeding Paul George that whole year. So I give Russ that credit for sure.
Why still averaging a triple double?
Yeah, I'm gonna say because Russ was very. I think I don't know. Like I said, like I
Bro,
think
he was
Russ is.
stat padding, bro. Ain't no
Bro,
guard set at the free throw line,
that's
wait
not
for
stat
rebounds,
padding, bro.
or
That's
get
not stat
box,
padding.
let players box out for him and get rebounds. And a
Bro,
lot of times
that's
he
not
passes the
stat padding,
ball
bro.
and told players to
Bro,
shoot
stop
after
it,
that
bro.
one pass.
CJ, do you know how much we all
I think
play
that's true. I ain't gonna
basketball?
lie.
If we all play, do you know how much effort it takes for a nigga to average 30, 10, and 10 or 30, 11, and 11 11 for a whole 82 games. Do you know how much effort they take? You think that
Thank
shit
Bro,
gonna
you,
he got
come with
bro.
stat
Like
padding?
Even
what?
if you try,
They don't.
even if you try to stat pad, that don't guarantee you going.
That's
At the
But
not
end
gonna
of
why
the
is he a
day,
guarantee
guard
you
at the
that.
free
you
throw
just
line
gonna have
though?
to give
That's
some.
small
Yeah,
forwards and power forwards and centers. Why is a guard at the free throw line?
He play hard.
I
He
mean,
always played
They don't got.
hard.
every
Come on,
rebounding, every
bro.
free, he's
Hey,
skying
hey,
for rebounds in the
hey, hey,
air.
hey,
He
hey,
blocked like
BJ.
he's not
So,
just staying at the free
so
throw
if
line.
But
you
no,
a
I'm saying
guard,
that
if you a
shows you that
guard,
he
you're not
chasing
supposed to be
them
in the paint.
rebounds.
If you a
Well, I
guard,
mean,
you
it could
can't be in
also
the
mean
paint.
just
No,
I
you
mean, he
supposed to
just
be.
but I'm saying he's already expending enough energy as it is. He's trying to find rest within the game. What player don't? Luka do that shit. LeBron do that shit. You gonna find players to find rest throughout the game in certain ways. He play
I ain't
But
gonna lie.
they
hard. Anybody
forwards though. He a guard.
Russ got I don't know. He
Hey,
got the
hey,
That's
highest
what
what
do
vote of
make
any
it
point
what
even
do
guard.
more
that mean?
impressive.
Just because
It
you're a
don't.
guard,
It
you
don't
can't be
mean.
in the
No,
paint.
what
You
I'm
can't
trying to say
rebound.
is point guard, like guards don't sit at the free throw line waiting for rebounds like he did. They don't do that. They usually be at
James
the top of the
Harden
Russ
do it.
perimeter.
was.
Luka Doncic do it.
What you
They
say?
be
He's
waiting
sitting
around.
in
They
the
don't.
free
They don't
throw,
get the
but you
same
can't
teams.
crucify him for putting in more effort on the basketball floor than everybody else.
I will.
Thank
Everybody,
you. Thank
everybody
you.
will say, everybody will say, most point guards that guarded Westbrook in your prime will either say that, oh, he was the hardest I had to deal with guarding because he's so effortless, because he's so
But that
I
was a
sent
effortless.
the video
sympathy
to
He just
BJ.
MVP though.
coming
They
at
Hold on,
gave
you.
him the
send it to
MVP off
BJ.
of
BJ can put
sympathy
the
though.
video
Hey,
up.
y'all remember
I
when
sent it to
Kobe?
him.
Y'all remember when Kobe was live and he had that week and
LeBron,
he said,
Jason Kidd,
he
all them niggas
said,
was talking about it. I
he
sent it to you, BJ, when
he
they was talking about him in his
he's
prime.
so
I sent it to you.
relentless. He just so coming at you all
I know
game.
he
He
is.
dealing
He
with a
all
nigga
that. He
that
got
ain't
the mindset. He relentless, all that. But he's still not
yeah.
a smart decision maker or a smart shot maker. Like, and he inefficient at the rim. He had plenty of seasons he shot under 50% under the at the rim. So like, where his value really at? Like, what is he great at?
His engine, bro. I give him that.
What is he great
'Cause
at?
he keep
Great
going.
at
He
great
his
at
his
great at.
energy, bro.
He a
His
great
energy.
listen,
Okay, energy.
listen,
That's what I said.
listen,
That's why I give Russ. Because I ain't
listen.
gonna lie. Like I told y'all, the end of Russ to me is a better Russell Westbrook mentally than the old Russ.
All
That's
right,
just to me.
you do this for me.
Because I think he changed his mindset to more of a winning mindset now than what he had in
Right,
OKC.
right. That's why I said
What's
he
the let,
took on a role and accepted it. That's why I was
Which he's
saying.
playing great at though. He's playing great. I'm not gonna
let me
lie.
But
ask you,
that shows. But that's
Yeah,
what's the
that's
biggest
a
difference
IQ though.
between what's
yeah,
the
What you
yeah.
say,
That is
BJ?
an IQ
Yes,
move, BJ. That
let
exactly,
me
is an
ask you
BJ.
IQ
something.
move.
That's
Let me
part of
ask
I
you
your
this.
agree,
What's the
BJ.
IQ.
biggest difference between Allen Iverson after 2001 finals? I'm talking about after 2001 finals and Russell Westbrook in his prime. What is the biggest difference? Please tell me.
He's just a shot jacker at that point.
What's obviously a more effective player, and I think he could carry his team better as a number one option in Westbrook, and he a
What
better
was he
like
effective?
shot.
What was he
He could
effective? I
create.
said after
He could
2001
create.
finals.
That's arguable.
Well, after
No,
2001 finals, what was he effective on as a player? What was the main thing he
I
was
mean it's
effective
apple to
on?
oranges because I both don't. I think he the second worst MVP at the Westbrook. So it's like apple to oranges. I don't think that high AI either.
No, no,
But
no,
what
no,
I'm
Yeah,
no.
trying to tell
I ain't
you
feel,
is
but he
he
led
no,
more
us
I
in
ain't feel
effective.
good.
battles though,
No,
bro.
no, I don't know about
He's
that.
the
No.
second
That's what I'm
worst, but he led
saying.
us
He
into.
more effective than Westbrook, and he could carry a team better than Westbrook. I think he a better decision maker than Westbrook because the AI is an underrated passer.
Steve
And
Nash is the worst MVP of all time to me. I don't give a
Which
damn.
one though?
but that's
Hold up,
the
you guys. Which
but he
one though,
had the
bro? Which one? It's not
but
both
this the
of them.
2000,
It's
thing.
definitely not
He
both.
changed his
2000,
team. I don't think he should have
2006,
got two, but they gave it to him because he improved his team for
2006.
like
Shit, no, 2006.
31
I wouldn't say
difference.
he's the
And then the
worst
next
one. If we
season,
really can go down to MVPs, I'm
Amari
probably the worst.
Stoudemire got injured. That's why they gave it to him. He still like won like 54 games
It's a lot of MVPs,
in the
y'all.
West.
Let me get to Posh real quick. I get to Posh. You've been waiting. What's good, Posh?
Respect, BJ. BJ, before I want to connect with you on Instagram, bro. Show too good. I like the show too much. Like I told you about the Cash App joint, so want to get in the DM and we sort that out so I can start support the show. You feel me?
All right,
So
I'll put
you
my
put up your
Instagram in the
Instagram
private
on the
chat.
joint, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah, I'll
bet.
put it in the
Yeah,
chat.
I bet. Yeah, cause it's the same with Garcia, but yeah. So Westbrook now. So I was yesterday, or when was it? The day before, I was saying, depending on the team and what we are going for, I would take Chauncey in terms of being a floor general. So for me, just like Jalen Rose said, positions are built so Navis can follow the game. I never class Russell Westbrook as a point guard. I have him as a hybrid, a shooting guard, or whatever may be the case. Just like Charles Barkley was what, like 6'4", playing power forward. Russell Westbrook plays too aggressive to me to be point guard. Not even Steph, not a point guard to me. If you average more than 12 to 15 shots a game, you're not a true point guard to me. You have to know how to use your weapon to the best of your abilities. That's why quarterbacks that's more of a running quarterback is not going to be as more successful as a passing quarterback. You got to be able to know how to be a floor general. And that's why for me, Magic is so high up on my list or whatever. If you can manage the game, it don't matter about your numbers. People go into MVPs and look at numbers. You have to get the job done. And if your role, you have a weapon like KD, you have to, and I think it's the clashing between him and KD make KD even leave. Like, be a subservient. Let KD know, bro, this your team. You're trying to prove too much that you're just as good as KD. You can take whatever amount of shots. So those are the things that stop them in Oklahoma to me. You have to be able to use your weapons as a point guard. You feel me? You have to be able to floor J. That's just what it comes down to. That Russell Westbrook plays aggressive. So you're taking so much shot and you don't got a good shot. You got the heart and everything. You're relentless. He's like the Tasmanian devil. You're running out of control. You can't averaging 26 and whatever in the finals. Yeah, that's a problem. At least 10 of that point should come off and go to somebody on the bench or one of your role players or even KD. You have to be able to use your weapons. You feel me? 5 beats 1 every time, just like what Jordan said to you. So if you have, I always use like Kawhi, you feel me? When he went to Toronto and everyone was averaging out double digits in the starting 5. So that's what he had more than enough weapons to truly compete them in OKC. And I feel like if he would have completely like, look, bro, it's you, KD. I think they would have stick together and possibly even went further. You feel me? That's pretty much my take on it. It's no disrespect to Russell Westbrook. Of course, individually, he's a better player than most. He's a better player than most, but you know, even miss dunks and stuff like that, Russell Westbrook do because he's out of control. It's uncontrolled rage. You feel me? So you're going to disrupt the offense, whatever the plan is. I feel like you're gonna go outside of it too much, and your selection as a point guard cannot be like that. So for me, I'm saying in terms of because it's like people will harp on people a lot and their careers and everything. Because I respect the hell out of Russell Westbrook, first ballot Hall of Fame and everything. But if we're talking about a point guard, a floor general, Russell Westbrook won't even be ranked to me. Like I'll rank him as a shooting guard, but like he can't be ranked. Not even Steph, I don't rank as. But Steph, when you're a hybrid point guard, you gotta be able to knock down shots. You got, bro. Most players can't shoot like Steve Nash. Steve Nash is one of the best shooters to ever go in the NBA. One of the best free throw shooters, everything. But he used his weapon. Steve Nash could have more than averaged 16 points or whatever. But he used his weapons as his disposal, and that is what a true point guard do. You feel me? So I'm not saying Chauncey would have won versus the Heat, but they would have stand a better chance because Chauncey is gonna play a little bit more better defense and he's gonna execute plays more. So that's just me on Russ. He's just too aggressive, in my opinion, for his position. Yeah, that's my
Man,
take right there.
I respect that. I respect that take.
Hey,
I
hey,
Definitely
Paz,
respect
hey,
him.
Paz. I
What's
respect,
up,
I
my man?
respect that, I respect that take. But I ain't gonna lie to you, Chauncey ain't on no Russell Westbrook level. Stop it, bro.
He's
At
not.
all.
He's
I
not.
At
respect, I
But
all.
if
respect your take though.
He
but
I
not
if
even
respect
he's
your
on
close
a
to
take.
his
team,
level.
he's not. But I'm telling you, he all right. The decision making is huge, bro. And just like I will count on Russell Westbrook to make the wrong decision more than the right decision in game time, game winning time. I would trust Chauncey more to make the better decision than Westbrook. That's all I'm saying. He's nowhere near Russell Westbrook.
That's why I
You
keep
feel me?
right.
Nowhere near.
That's why
You
you
feel
guys
me?
have to discern that, though. I think everyone has to discern that. You can discern who's the better player and discern that who is better, like impact winning wise. I think Russ right now, to me, is like I said, he's better winning impact wise than when he was in his career. But he still made it to the finals with Kevin Durant. So you can't take
Yeah,
everything away from Russ. That's what I'm saying. Like he's done things in his career
Chauncey Billups was the better decision than Allen Iverson. He was a better winner than Allen
for sure.
Iverson.
No, but he has good intangible though. He was clutch too.
Yeah,
So
he was
he
clutch too.
he played defense too. I mean, it's just
Like I don't listen.
you gotta
Like I
discern that, y'all.
understand how people come and wrestle, but I be like, bro, just compare to some of that shit to AI after 2001. After
No, bro,
2001
it's all
finals,
of
what
them.
was
AI
AI
was a
really?
shooting guard. Wasn't AI a
What was
shooting
a
guard?
okay? Well, what was he?
Point
Okay,
guard,
but he
shooting
was
guard.
a point guard, shooting guard. He was the main ball handler. What was his what was? I'm not talking about what was his most impactful attribute after 2001. What was his most impactful attribute on the floor?
I think scoring. That's it.
Scoring.
Scoring,
Scoring.
scoring.
It's
That's it.
always been scoring.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what? How far did he get with his scoring after 2001? Do anybody remember?
No, but why is it after
He didn't get
2001?
past the first round.
No, but I'm saying why is it after 2001 with Russell Westbrook triple double? He didn't get to the finals.
Well,
AI got to the finals
Westbrook.
as the lead dog.
First off, Russ Westbrook first year averaging a triple double. Nobody even expected that team to make the playoffs.
But
But
I'm saying he did it, but it didn't get him nowhere.
it added on to
Because
history.
to be a point guard, bro, or to be the leading, like if it's like you're the leader of the team and I want to sell tickets and you're box office, of course I'm gonna take Russ over Chauncey every time because I'm not
It didn't.
looking to win a ring.
It didn't get it.
But
Listen. But it got his team. It got his team that wasn't expected to the playoffs. They passed. What they did was pass. What's it called when I forgot when you beat the odds. That one was they expect you to do less, but you did more. That's what he did. Like I heard you
definitely,
bring up.
he
Like I heard you
definitely
bring
did
up
it.
Steve Nash. Like Steve Nash. Steve Nash in a way could have did more for his team. They needed more of a reliable score on that motherfucking team than just all that passing and shit. That passing and shit that shit was cute. And now that he could score, Steve Nash could shooting and all that shit. But all that shit when it comes to his scoring was very limited. That was very detrimental on his motherfucking team. He wasn't clutch either. He wasn't clutch. So it's like I don't give a fuck whether a motherfucker went to the second round or the third round. Or they went to the first round, nigga. At the end of the day, you didn't go to the finals and you didn't go win no championship, nigga. You lost, nigga.
Thank
You
you,
lost,
He
SFM.
did.
Thank you,
He
nigga.
did
You
SFM.
way.
Thank
lost.
you. Thank
Russell
you.
Westbrook did way more. He did way more than a lot of these people we talking
Like we
about.
were just talking
But
about
we
shit.
talking
Like
about
it's like when
who
we were
would
just
run a
talking about
team.
it just like when we were talking about CP3 and what's the
But
name and
Posh,
shit was arguing about
that's
John
your
Rondo and shit.
preference. Posh, when people be saying who gonna run their team, that's a preference, bro. That's not. We gotta talk facts. We gotta talk all time. We gotta talk what the facts is. There is not more than 10 guys better than Russell Westbrook, hands down, all time.
I
You
agree.
can't do it.
Yes, yeah,
All,
yeah.
all
And
time,
Whoa,
point guard,
whoa! You
all
said
time.
anyone guys better than him?
A point guard,
and
point
you mean
guard,
for point guards?
Nah,
You mean
it's
for
not.
point guards?
Nah, it's not. It's not.
point guard. You talking about?
All
You talking about
time,
point
all
guards?
time. It's
Point
not.
point
It's
guard,
not.
point
You
guard.
It's
being man,
not.
you just being a
It's
fan.
not. It's
It's
I
not.
not.
mean,
It's not.
I mean, to be honest,
Name
they're
the
probably
BJ
team.
could have
par.
put
Name the
that list
I
team.
mean,
up.
Russ.
BJ, put your list
I
up.
mean,
The
I'm not
top
gonna
10
lie
right there
though.
better
I'm not
than
gonna
him.
lie though. If anything though, Russ is like at the back of that top 10 list. He's like 8 or
I want
7
to hear. Okay, I
Okay,
want
then,
to hear
but
that shit.
9.
Okay.
either way,
Well, you
it's
niggas.
not
Well,
10
you
point
niggas.
guard.
Well,
Wherever
nigga.
you got
Well,
Oh,
him,
point guard.
wherever you got
CT,
him, it's
CT,
not 10. Point
CT,
blank.
make these niggas get a top 10, nigga. Or they point guards.
Magic's the top. Magic is better. Curry's better. Steve Nash is better. Jason Kidd is better. Just off the top of my head.
Oscar.
Oscar's better.
Nah,
Hey,
It's
nah,
J-
don't
nah,
help him.
nah,
Okay.
nah,
Don't
nah.
help him.
Oscar not
Okay.
better.
Don't
Keep
help
going,
him.
You got
Oscar.
Isaiah
No,
Oscar not
no,
better.
Thomas.
Let him finish.
no.
Y'all let him
P5,
finish.
finish.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
Chris.
Let him finish.
I
P5,
would say
finish.
Chris. I would say Chris Paul's better than Russell Westbrook.
Oh
I
no.
No,
don't think.
stop
I
it.
don't think that's a
No.
hot take. That's not a hot take. No,
Nah, nah,
Chris
nah. He
Paul's better
better.
than
He
Russell
better. He
Westbrook.
Chris
better.
Paul's
Keep
not
going.
better
Paul
than
is
Um,
way better than Russell Westbrook.
He better.
Nah.
He going.
As
Stop
a
well,
it.
okay,
point
that's in the
guard,
P5,
Keep going.
'90s.
stop it.
P5, keep going. That's
Russ is
six. That's six.
Russ is better than Stockton. He's better than.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
bro.
Hey,
I would say he's
hey,
better
hey,
than.
hey,
LeBron
I
doesn't
would
even
say.
P5.
give him
I
a
would
Hold
say.
on, let
I would say he's.
P5.
I would say he's.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I
Y'all
would
Let him
say
let him
he's.
finish.
I would say like him and Isaiah Thomas is a debate, and I can only probably get to like 6 or 7. I think Russ is a top 10 point
Isaiah
guard.
Thomas is a
Yeah.
debate. You must
Yeah.
be
He only
Wait,
that's
crazy.
only
so
7. He only named 7.
I think he's a top 10
Isaiah
point guard.
Thomas
Chris
is way
Paul's better
better than
than
Russell Westbrook.
Russ?
What y'all talking about?
Unless y'all throw out some other names, but like to me right now, Russ is probably.
Y'all think
I
Westbrook
said
better than
my
Tony?
I said my nut.
Y'all
Russell
think
Westbrook
Westbrook?
better
No,
than
Hold
he
on,
ain't
hold
better
on.
than Tony
Hold on.
Parker. He not
Yes,
better
Oh,
than
yes,
Jay,
Tony
he,
you
Parker.
yes,
saying
yes.
Yes, he
y'all think
Russell
he
is.
better
Westbrook
than
Yes, he
better
Tony
than
is.
Parker?
Parker.
Yes, he is.
Yes,
Stop
Russell
He's
it.
Oh
Westbrook better
yes,
hell
than Tony
no.
yes,
Parker. Nigga. Yes,
What?
yes. He is
yes,
better
He
than
not
Tony
better than
Parker. Yes, he's
Kyrie
better than Tony
Irving.
Parker.
He
yes,
not better
nigga.
than
Y'all
Yes.
Steve Nash. He not better than
nigga
He's
with
Jason
better than
Kidd.
two.
He
Steve
not better
Nash. He's
than.
better than Kyrie.
I think he is better.
He be,
I think I would take Russ over
Get
Kyrie.
out the
I think
door.
Russ is better than
Out the
Russell,
Kyrie.
door. Hey, hey,
Russell.
hey, SFM. They out the door. He's
These
better
niggas
than Steve
tripping.
Nash. He's better than Kyrie.
Bro.
Keep going. He better. He's
That
better.
Oscar
that's
He's not
that's
Robertson.
better than
that's
Steve
that's a
Nash.
Listen,
He's
debatable.
not
listen,
better than
listen.
That's
Better
Steve
than
A
Steve
Nash.
debatable.
Nash.
He
hybrid
is
point
He's better
Hold
than
on,
not.
hold
guard.
He
on.
is.
Do y'all know Oscar
He's
Robertson
not
missed the
better than Steve
playoffs? Do y'all
Nash.
know that
He's
Oscar
better than
Robertson?
Steve
Hold on. Do
Nash.
y'all know that Oscar Robertson in his prime missed the playoffs 3 years in a row? Stop it, bro. He's not
Yeah,
better than
he's
no
better than
motherfucking Russell
he's better
Westbrook.
than Oscar Robertson.
He's
Who
better than
who
Oscar,
who else
bro.
who else y'all want to name?
Bro,
Bro, a
I
hybrid
named
point
my
guard
players
is
already. I already
Westbrook
named
couldn't
them.
get out the first round for like 4 years.
bro.
What's the
But nigga,
point?
nigga,
A
not
Exactly.
even making the
hybrid
playoffs. Nigga, you not even
a
making the
hybrid
playoffs for
point
3 years
guard
in your
gotta know
prime.
how to
Nigga,
shoot. How can you be
nigga got a darn top MVP player and Paul George get eliminated by rookie Donovan Mitchell.
bro, a hybrid point guard gotta know how to shoot.
I have a question.
You
MJ in the
can't
chat.
shoot
What
40%
does?
and
How
29%
am
from
I?
three.
How am I ignorant of history if I think Russ and IT are on par? I mean, I don't think they're that far apart. I think they're both like towards the bottom of the top 10. I don't think they're that
What
far
IT
apart.
you
You
talking about?
think Isaiah
Hold
at the
on.
bottom of the top 10?
What?
Towards the bottom,
What?
he's definitely like more in the second half of the like the bottom
Oh
half
hell
than the
no,
top half of
I'm
the top
done.
10.
Bro,
Where do
you
you have
talking
Isaiah Thomas
Isaiah.
at? Where do you have
Hold on,
Isaiah
hold
Thomas
on.
at?
You
Nigga,
Where do
talking
you have
Jason
Isaiah
Jason
IT
Thomas?
Kidd
that
was
play for
better.
the
Jason Kidd
Celtics?
was better than
I have
Isaiah Thomas.
I would say Isaiah
I
Thomas is
got him in
like
my top
7.
5.
I would say Isaiah
What?
Thomas is like 7 or 8. He's not top 5. I
He's
That's
wouldn't
Oh
not
put
three.
him
my
in
true.
the top
That's
God.
not
5.
true. That's
Oh
not
my
true.
God. Here it
I
Yeah,
goes
wouldn't
top
put him in
now.
the top
five.
Here,
5.
here.
No.
Hey, they
Now
said
here
they
with the
got Isaiah.
bullshit.
He said he got Isaiah Thomas 7 or 8.
Isaiah
So
Thomas, two-time
so
I have
champ, right?
Isaiah Thomas like
hold
7
on,
or
hold on,
8.
hold on. So, name another player that beat Magic, Jordan, and fucking Don Bird in a playoff run.
Magic and Bird were hurt. Magic and Bird were hurt. Magic
Bro,
and Bird
you
were hurt.
don't even have
Try
to do
again.
that. I hate when people say name who beat who because it's a whole
Magic.
team.
Try
Isaiah got
again. Try
one
again,
of the best
Azariah. Try
handles
again.
ever in
Magic
history.
and Bird were hurt.
Isaiah Thomas
Magic and Bird
got
were
one of
hurt.
the better handles in history,
But
and
try again.
Isaiah Thomas is a better leader than any one of these motherfuckers. And he got one of the best handles in history.
He
And
probably
Russell
is one
can't
of
dream to
he
shoot like
probably is he
Isaiah.
probably is a great
No, you
leader.
gotta
Isaiah
go.
Thomas probably.
No,
I mean,
Probably,
how do you know he's a
top
great
three.
leader?
probably,
He's top three.
probably.
BG, this list has
Of
The
definitely
course
fact
he's
you
been.
top
said
three.
probably though.
He probably is. I mean, I don't know how great of a leader Isaiah Thomas was.
I got
He
Zeke.
probably
I
was a
got
great
Zeke.
leader.
Hey, I got Zeke at number 3 on my top 10.
Hey,
Top three.
Magic House all NBA.
Top
Yes,
three.
Yeah, oh yeah, that nigga say he
Oh
got
my.
Isaiah Thomas number 3. That's crazy.
Yeah, I gotta get the green in here.
How many great years does Zeke have?
He has the 2 championships he won really elevated him.
But how many years do you think Zeke had in his prime though? How many years?
About like 5 or 7.
Like anywhere from 5 to 7 years of prime.
That's still enough to be in top 3 though, bro. Because
top 3.
He used to average 10 plus assists. Then he took his assists down so he could start winning. So he actually was better than what you thought he was. So he used to average.
I didn't think. I still okay. So I'm assuming you only have Magic and Curry.
Isaiah Thomas a better point guard.
I'm assuming you only have Magic. I'm assuming you only have Magic and Curry.
Yes.
IT, right?
Man, y'all
You know
niggas
what's
is
crazy?
How is he?
crazy.
How is Isaiah
Jesus.
Thomas better than Chris?
Bruh.
How is Isaiah Thomas better than Chris Paul?
How is Isaiah
Because Chris
Thomas better
Paul.
than
Oh
Chris?
no.
What you
He's
mean?
a
How,
better
bro?
player. He's a better playoff performer. That's
He's
why.
a better playoff
No,
No, that's
performer.
because
Ain't that what?
he's just better than Chris Paul. Like what type of
how is he
question
He's a
is
better
better
than?
that?
Bro,
playoff
But how is he
bro,
better than Chris Paul? How is he better
He's
than Chris Paul?
he's
He's a
never
better
How he
folded
do
playoff
like
better
Chris
than
Paul.
performer.
Chris
JC?
Paul has folded.
Better playoff
What do he
He's
performer.
do better
never
than
folded like Chris
JCP?
Paul. He's never
What do
folded
I'm
like
he
Chris
being
do
Paul.
better
honest though.
than
You got
That's
to
what
name
you're saying.
situations
JCP?
where Chris Paul
That's what you're
folded.
saying. Okay.
Can
Okay.
we get the
I'm being
Even though I
honest.
JCP?
think
Zach.
Chris
Y'all
Paul's,
niggas please
even though I
answer
think Chris Paul's
JCP.
probably a better defender, he's a better
I think
passer,
Zeke
playmaker.
can play defense though. He can play
as far
defense.
as
Not like
IT,
Chris Paul
He
or
ain't got
Jason
better
yeah,
Kidd,
defense
for
than
that
nah,
matter.
Chris
IT,
Paul
JCP.
a better defender.
I
Chris Paul
Hold
a
on,
better
not like
defender.
far
IT
better
elevates the
defender.
Yeah,
team.
Far
go
better
BJ. Go
defender.
He
BJ.
And Chris
elevates
Paul's
the
also
team.
one of the greatest ball handlers the league has ever seen.
That has nothing to
What?
do with the. All right, that
So
has
is
nothing to do with
Isaiah.
the.
Yeah,
So is
Isaiah.
Isaiah. What are you talking about?
Bro,
I know. I'm
but
just saying. I'm just saying the reasons that y'all are saying Isaiah Thomas is good. Chris Paul's better than him in most of these things. I think
So
honestly, I think he's
PFAB. Hold up, hold
he's
up.
not a
So you
better.
got to
I don't think he's a better scorer,
PFAB.
but he's definitely a better elevator, better defender, passer, defender, or passer, playmaker. He's a really great scorer. He's played at MVP heights in the 2000s and the early. Yeah, I mean Chris Paul's that guy. He's better than Isaiah Thomas. I
So
think.
PFAB. So he let his team
I
achieve
can I
finals.
say this, Steve?
I don't think Isaiah Thomas
Bro,
winning two rings on
bro,
that
bro,
loaded Pistons team makes him better than Chris
Yeah,
Paul.
okay. Go look at his
Chris
bro,
Paul
stats,
let me
bro.
say
and
this.
Chris
Let me
Paul
say
and
this.
Chris
Because
Paul
somebody
also has
just said
far better
loaded
longevity.
Pistons team. Oh
Chris
my
Paul
God.
also
Bro,
has
let me
far better
Longevity has nothing to
longevity.
do with their
bro, let me
primes,
say
bro.
this.
Yes, it
Let me say
does.
this,
Yes, it
Steve.
No, it
does.
doesn't.
What?
Hey,
No, it does
bro,
So
not.
longevity has nothing to do with anything.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because
bro,
Chris Paul
can
has
I
nothing. He
say
hasn't
this?
done anything in his longevity. So what is it?
Hey,
Chris Paul
bro,
hasn't
let me
done.
say
He
this.
hasn't done anything. Chris Paul hasn't done
Listen,
anything.
how
He
can a
hasn't
nigga
won.
Bro.
listen?
Oh,
How
you
can
got
a
a
nigga
championship.
listen? I hate
Okay.
when y'all say that. How can a nigga? How can a nigga that led the
Hold
league in
on.
assists 5 times and led the league in steals 4 times or 6 times, so whatever the fuck? How the fuck have he not done nothing? You done led the league in 11 different
He's
damn
also
categories.
been in MVP talks.
What?
Also been in MVP talks.
So
Like top 3 MVP finishes, and he's done nothing.
Bro,
we're talking
let
about
me
Isaiah
say
Thomas,
this.
right? That
Let me say
he
this.
used to lead the league in
We're
assists.
talking
Took
about a
his
guy in Chris.
assists.
We're talking about a guy in Chris Paul who played at that level for like 12 years.
I'm about to tell
By
you
the
why
way,
he's better than. I'm
12
about to
years.
tell you why he could play
Okay,
defense like
tell me.
Chris Paul. He can assist
No,
like
he
Chris
couldn't.
Paul. Then he
No,
took his
hold
assists
on, hold
down.
on. Well, he don't got no All NBA. Chris Paul got like 9. Just to let you know.
Isaiah
How
Thomas took his
many
assists
of them
down
are
so he
first team?
can.
How many of them are first team, CJ? Just for the people in the back, how many of them are first team?
Isaiah
Because
Thomas ain't got no
What
All
is it?
NBA.
Six? Is it like 6?
Hold on. He's a
6
better
first teams,
regular
by the
season.
way.
He's a better regular season player,
Bro,
but Isaiah Thomas a better playoff performer.
That's
bro,
facts.
y'all
Why is
That's
gotta
Chris
fact.
Paul? But
hold on, bro.
why is he a better playoff performer?
Bro,
Because he hasn't
y'all
folded
gotta
like Chris
leave
Paul.
these. Bro,
Because
y'all
his
gotta
team didn't get
leave.
injured like Chris Paul's did. That's why. His
Bro,
team didn't
Okay.
get injured like Chris
I can
Paul.
name 3 times where
Y'all
Chris Paul's
gotta,
folded in a series.
y'all gotta
I
separate
can name a
these
few times. Chris
accolades.
Paul's definitely
Bro,
had some bad series.
hold on,
Okay.
bro.
Let me ask you.
Y'all gotta
Pause.
He's had some
separate
bad
these
series.
accolades from these players.
Okay.
Isaiah
Chris
didn't
Paul's just a
go
better
to.
player.
Hold on, bro. Isaiah didn't get elected to go to the Dream Team because Jordan didn't want to play with him. The Pistons were the bully of the league. Isaiah wasn't liked. So when
Bro.
somebody just said, hold on, bro, when somebody just said Isaiah didn't make an all NBA team, that is fucking crazy. We got to
I
separate
didn't
these
say that.
awards. No, somebody said it. But I'm saying if that is the case, just like how Kenyon Martin never made an all defensive team, sometimes we have to separate these players and use your eyes what you saw. So I don't know what it is, but just
And
like
championships are the same thing.
look, bro, just like Tim Duncan over Garnett, there is just something that Tim Duncan have that make him better than Garnett. Sometimes the eye test look at Garnett is better. Isaiah Thomas, probably I can't articulate it, but Isaiah Thomas is a better fucking player than Chris Paul. Better
I
leader in
agree.
my opinion. I probably can't articulate it did I like articulating my points, but it's just like what you would see, just like what
You
you would
can't.
see in, I know CJ laugh, but just like what you
So your
BJ
argument
laugh,
is just
just like
watch him
what you
play.
would see with
Did you watch him play?
Tim Duncan and Garnett, there is just something that says this motherfucker better than CP3. CP3 is a better defender if you ask me. What something is there. Is either he's gonna tell them how to foul Jordan, he's gonna install some
Look,
batteries in their back. bro, he's just gonna win.
Look.
He's
My
just gonna
question,
win.
hey, my question is, how the fuck is this nigga better than Jason Kidd? Can somebody please answer how the
I'm gonna tell
fuck
you why.
is
I can tell you
Isaiah
why.
Thomas,
I can
even
definitely
as a
tell you why.
playoff performer, better
Now
than
that's a good.
Jason motherfucking
That's a
Kidd?
good
Can
debate. That's a
anybody
good
answer that
Jason
debate.
question?
Kidd's a
That's a
40%
good debate.
I'm not gonna
shooter
lie.
for
I'm not gonna lie. I'm
he
not gonna lie.
inefficient
I'm not
too.
gonna lie. I'm seeing a lot of playoff series from Isaiah Thomas where he's shooting sub 40% from the field, and
Are they
like
winning?
he's dropping.
They win.
He's dropping.
Are they winning?
Oh, so
Who they
okay,
playing
so it's a
again?
winning argument. So it's a winning.
So
Yeah.
Jason
It's the
Kidd,
bad boy
Who they?
Pistons. The bad boy Pistons were good enough to win. Their defense was good enough
But
to
who
win.
they? Hold
Not
on. They
just
facing.
Isaiah
Hold on.
They
Hold on.
Thomas.
They
built the team
facing.
around Isaiah though.
Not
They
just
built
Isaiah
the
They.
team around
Thomas.
him.
Hold on.
I mean, because
They
They
I'm
built
looking
it
at
around
a
Isaiah.
lot of these playoff. I'm
hold
looking at a
on.
lot of these playoff numbers. I'm looking at a lot of these playoff numbers, and they're fine. They're okay. But if you look at Chris Paul's, every year they're going up almost. Like, I mean, I don't see,
Bro,
like, from a numbers perspective, from just even watching them play. Chris Paul's a fantastic playoff performer. It's just he's unlucky. That's what I think it is. I think Chris Paul's just unlucky.
time out. Time
The
out.
same way, the same way you can say
Time out.
you can say Joel Embiid was unlucky.
Time
And we
out.
talking about
I don't
Chris
think
Paul
they
was in the
highly of
what's the
Joel
and
Nah,
Embiid.
but Embiid
MG in
not
the
on
chat
that
and
list.
MG in the chat.
I don't think they highly of Joel Embiid. That's a
Hey,
poor
I don't
P5,
understand this.
I got a question for P5. So now go through the list of the teams that Isaiah Thomas was facing in the playoffs.
Isaiah Thomas in what year?
Go from 87 to they won a championship, or
87
86.
the
I'm
years they
sorry,
won the
86,
championship.
80,
The year, okay,
86,
so now
86.
now we're about to say Isaiah Thomas's numbers were down because the teams he played. Okay.
No, I'm
but
saying
CP3,
this is part of his greatness.
I'm about to go through them. I'm about to go through them. Chris Paul or Isaiah Thomas. I forgot how to use Basketball Reference. If I go to his playoff numbers.
Chris Paul was going through the LA Lakers, OKC, Spurs, Warriors.
Yeah. We
He had
talking about how strong that we talking about how strong
And
that
lost,
Western Conference was.
and lost.
That's the
And
West that
lost
Chris
by
Paul
that.
was in.
That's what I'm saying. And they were losing. Now Isaiah Thomas was beating.
Isaiah Thomas played injured teams the year. I mean, he played hurt teams. He played. He played the Bulls, right? He played the Bulls. He played Michael Jordan, right? And we defend Jordan all those times because we said those Bulls teams had nobody. So I don't know why we're giving the Pistons credit for being a team that had nobody on it, right?
The last
There's
couple
that.
seasons.
And then okay, so I got it. 87 in 1987. He played the Washington Bullets and swept them, right? In 87, he played the Atlanta Hawks, beat them in 5, lost to Boston. In 88, they beat the Bullets again. They beat the Bulls in 88, right? That was the year they beat Jordan. And then they beat Boston in 88, and then they lost to the Lakers in 88. We go to, and that was in the finals. In 89, they sweep Boston in the first round. They sweep the Bucks, and they beat the Bulls, and then they ended up sweeping the Lakers in the finals. That was in 89. In 90, the last year they won the championship, they swept the Pacers. They beat the Knicks in 5. They beat the Bulls again in 7. And then they beat Portland in 5. And that was their finals. And that was their finals run. And that was their last finals run. And then the next year they lost to the Bulls or whatever. Yada, yada, yada.
So for like a 5-year stretch.
In that Celtics series.
Hold on.
3 years.
Hold on.
3 years.
Let me respond. They got in that 5-year stretch, he did a lot of winning. And he was beating
3 years.
top level teams. Now go to Chris Paul, go through any stretch you want to go through. Go through his peak with the Clippers or whatever you want to do, and tell me what he was doing in his peak.
Okay. I'm going to ask you. I want to ask you before I do that, BJ. Do you think any team Chris Paul has ever played on is comparable to the Bad Boy Pistons?
Yes.
What team?
The Lob City Clippers were compared.
No.
They were as talented. No, we're not doing that. No. They were as talented as their Detroit Bad Boy Pistons. They had Blake. Yes, they did. They did. No. Everybody want to say they had. They weren't.
That team was that team. That was a great offensive team. Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, Jamal Crawford. They had DeAndre Jordan. They had that's fine. But that team.
They were loaded.
They were not loaded. They were a great team, though. I'm not gonna. They were loaded. They were a great team.
How you have a
they were a really good team
off the bench You got a 6-man count off the bench. You got Blake Griffin as your second option. You got DeAndre Jordan. You got a full level
DeAndre
team.
Jordan was made by Chris Paul. Let's not forget that. DeAndre Jordan was made by Chris Paul. That's a guy that Chris Paul absolutely made better. That's a guy that Chris Paul absolutely made better. But if I just go to this stretch here, let's go to Chris Paul. What is peak Chris Paul to me? Like peak Chris Paul's like the mid 2010s. I'd say peak Chris Paul's about the mid 2010s.
You're gonna find a lot of losing.
Yeah, but like I'm also gonna find a lot of situations where Chris Paul's second best player, Blake Griffin, is getting hurt, or where Chris Paul himself is getting hurt, playing hurt.
He got hurt one time.
Blake Griffin got hurt one time, just once.
He got hurt one time. He got hurt one time. Chris Paul
Who got hurt one time?
Blake Griffin got hurt one time.
Chris Paul. And what was the one time he got hurt?
He got hurt somewhere in the mid 2010s. He didn't get hurt every year.
So you don't know? I didn't say he got hurt every year. I'm just saying
I can't remember exactly.
Most of the times
he got hurt one time.
Chris Paul got hurt in 2014 or 13 against the Spurs. Still won that series, and then played the next series and still played well. And then in 2015, 2016, that 16, Blake Griffin got hurt, and then Chris Paul also got hurt. In 2017, Chris Paul played great. Blake Griffin missed the entire playoffs in 2017. In 2018, they made it to the conference finals. Chris Paul's playing incredibly well. They're about to beat the Warriors. Chris Paul gets hurt. In 2019, Chris Paul's also hurt. So to say Chris Paul did not get hurt once.
Hold on. He wasn't hurt in 2019.
He was hurt the whole year in 2019.
No,
he was hurt the whole year.
The year.
So now since he played, it negates all that. Since he played, it negates all of it. Okay.
Let me say 2019.
So what happened to Kobe Bryant in 2011? What happened to Kobe in 2011?
He didn't. Hold on. You said he didn't play. He played that series.
I didn't say no. I didn't say.
Hold on, P5. In 2019, he played. They got eliminated in 6 games. They got eliminated in 6 games against the Warriors. 2018, I give you, he hurt his hamstring. He lost also against the Warriors. He lost.
And then in 2017, his second best player misses the entire series. The entire series.
They lost to Utah.
Yes, without their second best player. Yes. The Clippers' second best player was hurt the entire series. The year before that, they lost in the first round. Chris Paul and Blake Griffin were hurt. The year before that, Chris Paul plays hurt.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You can't keep trying to overtalk me. Hold on. Damn. I'm gonna sweep this up. God damn. 2017, yes, Blake Griffin got hurt. 2018, Chris Paul got hurt. 2019, Chris Paul played and James Harden played, and they got eliminated. If I'm not mistaken, I think Kevin Durant missed that closeout game. They got eliminated. You have no excuse for 2019. If you're gonna sit up here and tell me they're gonna put them away in 2018, in 2019 they should have won that series with Chris Paul. They lost that series. And I remember one of the years they had Chris Paul and Blake Griffin available. So they had opportunities with Chris Paul. In 2021, you had the Milwaukee Bucks down 2-0. You lose 4 straight games. In 2020, was it 2020? When did they have them? 2022. I'm trying to remember what happened in 2022 against the Suns. Was the Suns in 2022? Who they lose to? They lost. They got beat by the Dallas Mavericks.
Got Mavericks in 7 games.
They got ran off the fucking court by the Dallas Mavericks.
I forgot about that series, BJ. I forgot about that one.
How could you forget? Shit, that was an embarrassment. That's probably the worst Game 7 loss at home I've ever seen. Chris Paul was front and center on that. Had 5 points.
That's why I don't understand. He said Isaiah Thomas though.
No, you got 5 points in a closeout, but that's terrible. And then in 2023, he got hurt again in 2023. And 2024, what happened in 2024? He played with the Spurs. They didn't make it. But I can name 3 countless times. What was that series against the OKC Thunder? Was Blake Griffin playing that series?
Wait, what series?
You said against who?
Against the Thunder, where he turned the ball over down the stretch of the game. They lost it.
What game was
that? Yeah, I think Blake was playing in that series.
Yeah,
I believe Blake was in that series.
They lost that series against OKC Thunder. I'm like, bro, yes, he's had injuries. Blake Griffin had injuries, but there's been countless, multiple times Chris Paul was perfectly available, and he ended up not getting the job done.
That's why I keep saying, bro. But Isaiah Thomas, he's the opposite, actually.
Does not know. All right, I find it funny how we have to talk about 36-year-old Chris Paul, an age that Isaiah Thomas didn't even play to discredit Chris Paul and say why Isaiah Thomas is better than him. I mean, if you want to gauge players on how much they win and how much their team succeeds in basketball, you can do that. I just look at it as I think Chris Paul is just a better basketball player. He was better on both ends of the floor, far better passer and playmaker. I don't care what assist numbers you throw at me. I would say Chris Paul is a far better passer and playmaker than anybody that has 10+ assists. Chris Paul's a far better defender. He was a great scorer. He was a great playoff performer. I don't care what you say. Every year, literally, when you get to the Clippers, the year after year, they're playing teams. They're either hurt or they're playing the team that's just better than them. I don't understand, and that's fine if you want to discredit Chris Paul for not beating the Thunder, right? He had that bad moment against the Thunder, but if we're going to talk about the Thunder, the team that made it to the finals, and you want to discredit him for not beating that team, that's fine. If you want to discredit him for not beating the Spurs, who made it to the finals, that's fine. If you want to discredit him for not beating the Golden State Warriors, that's fine. If you want to discredit 36-year-old, 37-year-old Chris Paul when he's in the playoffs playing an age that Isaiah Thomas didn't even play to discredit Chris Paul, you can do that. That's fine. Chris Paul played longer. He played at a higher level longer. He played at a higher level period, and he was just a better basketball player. I think Isaiah Thomas had the luxury of being on the bad boy Pistons an era where they could play defense the way that they play defense.
That's crazy.
And they also played injured. The year that you talk about so much, the year that people love to talk about, they played an injured Magic Johnson and an injured Larry Bird. And I keep hearing people give him credit for beating Michael Jordan. So when I start discrediting Michael Jordan for losing in the late 80s, I don't want to hear anything about him being on a bad team, because we give other players credit for beating that bad team. So it's just ass backwards, and you're just constricted. This is the same thing people do with Allen Iverson. You're only talking about 2 years of Isaiah Thomas compared to a decade plus of Chris Paul. So like we can go through Isaiah Thomas's failures if you want to, and we can get into the years where he was fortunate enough to be on that good of a team and play injured competition.
That's crazy.
You can do that if you want to. That's not crazy. That's just how it happened.
You know, Isaiah Thomas was injured before it happened.
Hey, look.
That's
at this.
just how it happened.
Kirk, check this out. So again,
that's fine, though. He's still not better than Chris Paul.
P5, check this out. What happened in 2022?
What's up?
What happened in 2022?
We're talking about 36-year-old Chris Paul.
No.
They lost to the Mavericks. They lost to the Mavericks in 7.
No, they didn't lose. They got embarrassed. And
they got blown out.
They lost.
I don't want to hear about this age shit, because they were the number 1 seed.
What do you mean this age shit? We're talking about a Chris Paul's not even the best player on his team anymore. He's not even the best player on the team anymore. He's not even the best player on the team. He's not even the best player on the team.
He was the MVP candidate.
Not in 2022. Not in 2022, BJ. Not in 2022. Yes, he is. He's 36. This is past his prime, Chris Paul.
BJ, you can go to that series with the Rockets.
And you know what's crazy? And you know what's crazy? And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? A past his prime Chris Paul is still good enough to be the second best player on a 60+ win team.
So again, hey Kirk, check this out. I'm gonna go to that series.
But we're still gonna criticize him.
No, at the end of the day, you can't give Chris Paul anything because he's failed everywhere he's been.
That's what I keep trying to say.
When P5 talks about he's too old, okay, I go younger. Oh, he didn't have the right team. He got better teams.
I didn't say he didn't have the right team. I didn't say he didn't have the right team. That Clippers team could have won. That Clippers team could have won. That Clippers team could have won.
That's my point.
That Clippers team could have won. They could have won.
That is my point.
If they stayed healthy, and they didn't run into the Thunder and the Spurs every year.
No, that's what I'm saying.
What do you mean no?
That's what I'm saying. They were playoff caliber teams that Chris Paul didn't get the job done. The Thunder series was plainly on him.
I don't think it was plainly on him.
The Spurs in 2015, they beat them. So what changed so much they couldn't beat the Spurs again?
In 2015, what do you mean? In 2015, yeah, in 2015 they beat this. Yeah, Chris Paul hit the game-winning shot against the Spurs.
I remember
Yes,
that.
he
That
did.
was
And then
they blew a 3-1 lead.
and then the next year, the next series, Chris Paul could barely walk. And then the next, he couldn't barely walk. He was hurt.
He was playing though, right?
He played hurt again.
He was playing. He was.
So as long as you're playing, so as long as you're playing, okay. Okay, so as long as you're playing, all right. As long as you're playing, it doesn't matter. Okay. So what happened to Kobe Bryant in 2011, BJ?
And then 2021,
you don't want to answer that question.
He has a 2-0 lead.
You don't want to answer that question.
This dude has blown the most 2-0 leads in his career, and I'm supposed to give him a gold medal. Like, though,
the Bucks are better than the Suns.
He was. No, they weren't. Now, how the hell did the Suns
Yes,
get the
they
number?
were.
How'd they get the home court advantage then?
Because they won more games in the regular season.
So how are they better?
That's how you measure who's better, BJ?
Hey.
That's how you measure who's better? By who wins more in the regular season? That's how you measure who's better?
Now, I vouched for Chris Paul the other day, but I ain't going to lie. He is not. He is overvalued for losing. He's a great regular season
that's why
player.
That's why I was trying to say.
No, bro. No.
That's why I keep saying what has Chris Paul.
If Chris Paul actually had bad playoff numbers, if Chris Paul actually was a playoff dropper, I would understand where you're coming from. But he's just not.
He is a playoff dropper, though.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he is not. How is he a playoff dropper? How is he a playoff dropper?
All the moments. Hey, Kirk, go through the moments. Go through all the moments, Kirk. You got it.
Go through the moments of his career. Not just going to talk about the fact that Chris Paul.
I don't know how
Chris Paul,
you can say he was injured.
Name one bad playoff year. Just name one bad playoff year. Name one.
Let's
name
talk about
one year. Name one. Give me one playoff run. Give me one playoff run. I'll say the 2010s. I'm not gonna let y'all use.
Look how he's trying to spin it. He's trying to spin it.
How? How am I trying to spin it? How am I trying to spin it? Because I'm gonna let y'all use 36-year-old Chris Paul to compare against prime Isaiah Thomas.
Bro, hold on. So
what are we doing here?
Into the finals don't win anything.
He couldn't win in his prime. He couldn't win at his
What does that mean? He wasn't the best player on that team. I don't think. I think Devin Booker was the best player on that team. I think Devin Booker led that Suns team to the finals. I think Devin Booker led that team.
He's lost in his prime and his peak. Don't matter.
So it's all about winning and losing. That's just
question. What was the Suns' record in 2020?
In 2020 they were like a 30-something win team.
And what were their record the next year when Chris Paul got there?
They were a 64 win team. 60-something win team. They weren't 64 wins. They were like the 2 seed that year.
That was a big reason why they won.
51 because they wasn't enough to be 60. But I get what you're saying. Yeah.
DeAndre Ayton was also so it's not just Chris Paul. It was DeAndre Ayton and plus the other guys, Jay Crowder, Mikal Bridges.
DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, he was. He was the second best player on the team.
What happened?
DeAndre Ayton and Bridges was also there the year before.
But do you think Bridges was a better player in 21 or 20?
21.
He was the same player.
No, I think players don't develop year to year. Kirk, that doesn't make sense.
He was definitely
better. What? Kirk, that was dumb. What you just said. That's like saying Curry was the same player. That's like saying Curry was the same player in 14 as he was in 15.
They literally swapped Rubio and Oubre for Crowder.
All right, so what would y'all say about Chris Paul blowing a 2-0 lead in the finals and a 3-1 lead to the Houston Rockets?
The 3-1, the Houston series, the Houston series is bad. The Houston series is bad. That's just bad.
It's very bad.
You said the Rockets blew a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, they did. No. The Clippers still blew 1-3.
Oh,
the Clippers. Yeah. And that series, yeah, 2015. That series, Chris Paul didn't play good. No.
And how do you lose to James Harden, bro? That's a bigger choker than you. How do you lose?
That's not how that works. That's not how basketball works.
I don't think that's how that works.
I know how it works. I played.
It wasn't even James Harden that played. I don't even think it was James Harden. That if anything, it was just the fact that the Clippers played so bad, and the
He
fact
didn't
that
choke the James Harden. He
the
choked to the
Rockets role
Rockets.
players.
Kevin McHale pulled James Harden out in Game 6 and put Josh.
I know,
Smith
yeah,
in.
it wasn't even James Harden. It was Josh
not.
Smith and Corey Brewer.
Right. So
It was Josh Smith and Corey Brewer.
how the hell you got the cards in your favor and you still turn out with a loss? This dude has done it every stop. He's had leads.
You say every stop. That's not true. Every stop is not true.
What happened in the finals, though? That's my thing. What happened in the 2021 finals? Like, that's my thing. Like, come on, bro. He led his team there.
Chris Paul I think Chris Paul had one really bad game in the finals. He had one really bad game.
I didn't know Drew Holiday was dead or something.
Drew Holiday was there. Giannis was there. Chris Middleton was there. PJ Tucker was there.
But like y'all said, he was fourth in MVP vote in that year, I believe. So,
but I'm so
confused. Being fourth in MVP is not going to stop you from getting locked up by Drew Holiday. That's not how that works.
Well, that's the
But I'm so confused.
I don't even think he got locked up by Drew Holiday. I just
don't mean he get locked up. Drew Holiday ain't locked up everybody in his career. I seen Drew Holiday lost to Jimmy Butler in the AC.
I think the fact that Giannis
Jimmy
averaged
Butler,
35 and
6'8",
12.
continue.
I think the fact that Giannis averaged 35 and 12 on nearly like 60%, 55% shooting is the reason why the Bucks win that series. I think that's why.
This is what it is right here. Paul is the same player in the playoffs as he is in the regular
He don't
season.
elevate, and that's
And look who typed that chat. And look who said that. Look, come on. Look who said that.
I think
look who said that.
He don't elevate.
Chris Paul has years in the playoffs averaging 20. Chris Paul has years in the average. Chris Paul has years in the playoffs going from 18 and 19 to 23, 24, 25 points a game, and he's not elevated.
He'll get you to the dance, but you won't win it.
So he'll have years where he's averaging 18, 19 points, and then he'll go up to 24, 25 on the same efficiency, and that's not elevating. That's not rising. That's not playing better.
He doesn't elevate his teams in the playoffs.
If you're winning almost 60 games in the Western Conference with Blake Griffin as your second option, you got to be good.
I don't think they ever did almost win 60 games. I think they were always.
They did that year in 2015. They won 56 games in 2015.
Okay.
He just
every other year they're like sub 50, mid 55.
Yeah, like 50, around 50. Yeah.
I think that Lob City. I'm not gonna lie. After 2015, that Clippers team was not a contender anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was
2015.
And the year after that, they won another 56 games in 2016, I believe.
Then that was the year Chris Paul and Blake missed the first round.
He got hurt. Yeah, I think he got hurt, and they lost in the first round to the Blazers. I don't even think.
And plus that team had no depth. No depth. I think Paul Pierce.
How the fuck did that team win 50? Damn.
Bro, did you see the Eastern Conference? I mean, the West plays the East.
No, but I'm saying
the West
like
plays the East.
How many games did they win? They won in 2016. Let me see.
That's just how good Chris Paul
They won 53. They won 53 games. They were the fourth seed in the Western Conference. Now,
not contenders.
Mind you, they're not. They don't have to. They're not running against Western Conference teams the whole year, but you got to run up against teams like the Warriors, the Spurs, the OKC Thunder. And mind you, we give other guys credit for winning 50+ games with the average talent on their team in the Western Conference. Oh, he did that in the Western Conference. I'm not going to say any names because.
Do we give Russell Westbrook or do we give Chris Paul any? Are we going to give Chris Paul any credit for what he did in 2020?
2020
with the Thunder?
with the OKC with the Thunder team? No, niggas don't give him credit.
Are we going to give him any credit for that? I'm asking BJ. I'm asking Kirk.
He gets credit for that.
They not. No.
Okay.
Hell no.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure y'all give him that credit. Because that sounds like a lot of elevating and making guys around you better. Because that team, that sounds like a whole lot of making your team better and elevating guys. And
he gets to a team.
Stuff like
he gets to a team. He gets to a team.
They instantly win,
and they get better. The year that he gets there,
they instantly win.
He gets to a team, and it's like they add 20 wins. They go. He'll get to
Magic Johnson was injured when Isaiah Thomas faced him.
What?
I believe so. I know Bird was for a fact, but I believe Magic was.
Which game was he? I got to look that up. I don't know how true that is. P5.
I'm pretty sure Magic was hurt the entire series.
Even if he
or
was
a majority,
P5,
or a majority of it.
why couldn't Chris Paul beat Giannis then if he beat Magic? And Magic's a better all-time great player than him.
Who beat
Do you
Magic?
think?
What?
I just got done saying Magic wasn't healthy.
I gotta look that. I don't even know how true that is, bro. Because I gotta look that shit. I gotta look that shit up.
He's supposed to beat
I'm not gonna
Giannis.
lie to you,
That's
bro.
insane.
You
Supposed to beat
the same
Giannis.
Giannis the same Giannis that's putting up 35 and 12. The
The
Shaq
fucking
numbers.
Is he
MVP.
better than Magic, bro? Is he better than Magic?
This is Shaq.
You
No,
know
I didn't say
Giannis
he
is
was
better
better
than
than
Magic.
Magic.
Don't say that.
I didn't say he was better than Magic. But the way he played in the finals, I don't think Magic ever played in the finals the way that Giannis did.
2021 Giannis is one of the
I don't think
all-time great
Magic's I don't think Magic's
Doesn't
ever
matter
had a
if he's better
finals
than
like
Magic
Giannis
or
did in
not.
2021.
Still great.
I don't think
2021.
Magic ever had a finals like Giannis did in 2021.
Not statistically, but you talking crazy right now. I'm not gonna lie. Hold up 1 second, bro.
What year did he have? What year did he have that finals?
2021.
I got you. Hold on 1 second. I got you.
He's about to look up something.
That year, Giannis
What was the conversation though? We were talking about Russ. I mean, I don't even think. I think you could say it's Isaiah Thomas is better than Jason Kidd, but Chris Paul. Chris Paul's a different level.
Gotcha.
Chris Paul's a different level.
I don't think he had enough to win other than the Suns and the Rockets.
Yeah.
Some of them teams, I don't realize how they won 50 plus games with some of them teams.
I don't think though. I really don't think those Clippers teams really ever had a chance against the Spurs.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think those.
Not talk about.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Paul like that then.
I mean, we are supposed to hold Chris Paul accountable though. Some of that, you know,
like
you can hold him accountable,
That's just
but
excuses,
don't say
Brian.
that he's a
That's
bad
excuses
player.
to me. That's excuses.
You can hold Chris Paul. I'm fine with holding Chris Paul accountable. Don't say he's a bad playoff performer because that's just a lie. That's
Not a lie.
That's just a lie. That is a lie. That's a lie. Chris Paul lost. Chris Paul lost, and he has.
First of all, why
Go
are we
ahead, Moss.
saying that a player doesn't have enough and gets the Spurs? Nah, bro. If you hold Chris Paul to that standard, then if he's on the court with the guys around him, then you gotta get it done, bro. And Chris Paul has not been.
If you put Isaiah Thomas on that team, they still lose.
Hold on, hey, P5. Hold on, I'm talking, big dog. Chris Paul is a very, very good point guard. He has all the intangibles, all the gifts you can ask for in a point guard. But there's been moments in big playoff games where he just hasn't gotten it done, and he's made the mistake, right? I mean, that 3-1 lead versus my Houston Rockets. Come on, bro. Game 6, you're up by 19 points in the third quarter, and you blow that lead, and then Game 7, you do a no call, no show. Listen, I don't think Chris Paul is better than Isaiah Thomas. Like, this is sports. Like, when do we not praise winning? Like, winning has to play a role,
of course,
in professional sports at some point. I do agree with BJ though. I think Chris Paul is a better regular season player than Isaiah Thomas from an offensive standpoint. But
defensive
I value impact. I value
defense
played in
too. They like two-way players.
Era. He played in a tougher era. Chris Paul played in a soft era. So I mean, I don't know
which one played in the more.
And also, I'm going to read this off because Kirk doubted the truth behind Magic Johnson's injury in the '89 finals. He strained his hamstring in this third quarter of Game 2. He was playing on a bad hamstring. Just so you know, Kirk.
Yeah,
wait, hold on. I have a question for P5. So Isaiah
okay.
Thomas outplayed Bird and Magic in playoff series. So if I replace Isaiah Thomas with Chris Paul, do you think he could do that? Yes or no?
Hell no.
Against an injured Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, yes.
Bird or Magic. Can Chris Paul outplay Larry Bird or Magic Johnson in a 7-game series? Yes or no?
When Bird and Magic are healthy, no.
He couldn't even outplay Westbrook.
Hold on. This is the difference between Isaiah and Chris Paul.
But the thing is, Bird and Magic weren't healthy. They weren't healthy.
I know. That's
they
not my
weren't
point.
healthy.
What I'm saying is the key difference, this is why Isaiah is better than Chris Paul, is that a number one on a championship team can scale up. they can consistently scale up and give their team what they need him. So if Joe Dumars is struggling, Isaiah can drop 28. If Joe Dumars is cooking, he can scale down. Chris Paul cannot scale up at the level you need to be the best player on a championship team. And so the key problem with Chris Paul is not a good number 2. He's a ball-dominant player. He's not a good enough off-the-ball player to be a number 2 on a championship team, and he's not good enough as a number 1 to be Chris Paul's not good enough to be a number 1 on a championship team. He couldn't do what Isaiah did. If I replace Isaiah Thomas with Chris Paul, the Pistons not only don't win a title, they don't even get to the finals.
So you saying Zeke is the better off-ball player than CP3?
Brandon Katz, I have a question.
Is Isaiah Thomas a better off-ball player than CP3?
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing.
Fuck no.
No, what I'm saying is neither Isaiah nor Chris Paul are anything special off the ball. Isaiah was nothing special off the ball. What I'm saying, though, is Isaiah is good enough on the ball to be a number 1 on a championship team. And the Pistons were one bullshit foul on Bill Laimbeer from winning 3 straight titles. And so Isaiah can be a number 1 on a championship team. Chris Paul cannot. The data's in. That motherfucker's been in the league 20 years. He cannot be a number
Brandon
1.
Katz, do you think Brandon Katz? I'm going to ask you. Hold on, wait, Brandon Katz. Do you think? All right, go ahead.
My fault. I ain't trying to cut you off. I just want to say something. I just want to say something. Add up P5. Remember what you like. Keep your train P5. Brandon. So a little known fact. Chris Paul has the most blown 2-0 leads. He blew a 2-1 lead and he blew a 3-1 lead.
I like Corey Brewer.
And he been eliminated from the. I like 6 times he's been eliminated from the playoffs. Like that, he's been eliminated 6 times to a lower seeded team. That's it.
Yeah, no, and the other thing is Chris Paul is
he was eliminated 6
polar.
times by a lower seeded team.
Chris Paul is also very polarizing. So there are players like DeAndre Ayton that liked Chris Paul, but there are a lot of teammates who didn't like Chris Paul. And one of the issues on the Clippers, JJ Redick talked about this, is the Clippers didn't have chemistry on the court. A lot of the players on the Clippers didn't like the offense. They thought Paul had the ball too much. Isaiah was a better leader than Chris Paul. Chris Paul is a guy who you do it his way or he's going to treat you like shit. Isaiah was a better leader than Chris Paul too, and that matters on championship teams.
Break down how he was a better leader, because I want to hear about this. I'm not arguing. I just want you to hear you break it down.
So JJ Redick talked about this with his podcast.
Talk about Isaiah Thomas as a leader, not Chris Paul. Talk about Isaiah Thomas.
Man, Isaiah won 2 chips as a leader, man. Like why is this even a fucking argument, bro? Why are we comparing a fucking loser to Isaiah Thomas for, bro? Like, this is so disrespectful.
Anyways, what I'm
Brandon, bro, like, I mean, come on, man.
He asked me. What I'm
the
saying
hell is going
on
right now?
I know.
I'm basketball, bro.
The question he asked me. Hold on. So what I'm saying is that Isaiah proved he can be the leader on a championship team. He proved he can build championship culture. Again, Detroit didn't just win 2 titles. They should have beaten Boston if not for the fluke steal by Dennis Johnson. And without the bullshit call on Laimbeer, they've got 3 straight titles. And so what players like JJ Redick talked about this on his podcast, and he said the Clippers had horrendous chemistry on the court. He talked about how they were friends off the court, but they didn't get along on the court because there were players on the Clippers who wanted more ball movement. They didn't want to stand around while Chris Paul dribbled for 20 seconds, which he did because he was a ball-dominant player for most of his career. With the exception of when Chris Paul was in Phoenix, he was a very ball-dominant player. And part of the reason the Clippers' offense almost struggled in the playoffs is Chris Paul was so ball dominant, the Clippers didn't have enough fluid ball movement to cook enough offensively in the loaded West in the playoffs. But Chris Paul was a guy who was polarizing. Half the team did not like him. Half the team liked him.
That's true.
Isaiah was much more liked and respected. Isaiah was a better leader than Chris Paul. Half of Chris Paul's teammates don't even like him.
Now the teammates not liking Chris Paul.
Just real quick, P5. Hey, Brandon, bro, check this out. No team that Chris Paul was ever on, in my opinion, took on his identity. The Detroit Pistons, when they came to town, or you went to Detroit, bro, like they took on Isaiah's identity, bro. Like he had a direct impact on that team
before they got Isaiah.
They built the franchise around him.
Okay. What's your point?
Yeah,
They
but
were
he won.
they were building
building
around
a team
they were
around
building
Chris
around
Paul.
him for a decade. I don't.
They built
I don't
around
understand.
CP3, and he choked everywhere he went. What's the point?
They built around. Okay, whatever.
They built around CP3
Yeah,
and
they
multiple
tried to, and it
cities,
didn't
and
work.
he choked. What's your point, bro?
Having Chris Paul for 2 years and not building around him, you're trying to win a championship when you get Chris
He
Paul
was
to
with
your
the
team.
With the
Clippers.
Clippers?
Especially when you're in with
He was
Houston.
with the Clippers for more than
He was with the
2 years.
Clippers for
I'm
more
talking about
than 2
Houston.
years.
I was talking about Houston. I was talking about Houston. And also,
No, you're saying
those
Houston
Clippers
right
teams
now. No. You're saying
Those
Houston right
Clippers
now.
teams.
And BJ asked you a question, bro. When
the
KD
Clippers
got
is
hurt
not a
in
good
Game 4,
example of building around them.
when KD got hurt in Game 4 at the end of the third quarter in Oakland, right? Series tied 2-2.
Yeah.
What did Chris do, bro?
I've discussed this in 2019.
Nothing. He did
Chris
nothing.
Paul,
He did nothing.
Lose.
Yeah, he lost.
They lost in 2019. They lost in 2019. And I'm still under the impression that Chris Paul that entire year played non-fully healthy.
They
That's
lost
just
to the
me, though.
Warriors, right?
Because
Bro,
that was
Isaiah Thomas damn near ankle size of
It's
a goddamn
crazy.
volleyball.
Hey.
Dropped 25
Yeah,
points.
Isaiah Thomas had 30
and
in
you're
a
missing
quarter
an
on one
injury.
fucking ankle.
It's crazy. It's crazy how the narrative changes on Chris Paul.
Hey Brandon,
But,
he's mixing injuries while Isaiah Thomas on the size of a volleyball ankle dropping 20 plus points in the fourth quarter when it matters the most. And P5 has the audacity to mix in he's injured. What are you talking about, bro?
Some guys play better through injuries
we
than
haven't
others.
like players don't like players haven't been caked for injury.
No, Chris Paul either injured or he choked. It's one of the two.
Moment. He hit a game.
No. In 2015 he choked. In 2015 he choked against the Rockets. That was a choke.
What happened 2014? What happened 2014? Hold on, P5. What happened 2014?
What year was 2014? Was that the Thunder year?
When they played OKC. When they played OKC.
That wasn't. I don't think that was the Thunder year.
Yeah,
I don't think that was the
he
Thunder.
traveled at the end of the game.
Hey, P5. You know what's funny? You know how they
Was that the Thunder year?
Hey,
Yes,
P5,
that was
I
the
got a
Thunder
question.
year.
Hey, P5, you hear me?
I thought that was 2013 or 2012. What's
No,
up?
that's 2014.
P5, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I feel you. Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
Nah, I said, you know how you talk about they lost to injured teams. You know Chris Paul benefited off beating injured teams.
Did he ever play an injured team in the finals?
He played an injured Clippers team, my team, where they wouldn't have got to the finals. Because, of course, Kawhi.
Again, we're talking about 35, 36-year-old Chris Paul.
Giannis had an injury.
We're talking about 35, 36-year-old.
That whole run, they played injured teams. They played the Nuggets. They were injured, missing Jamal Murray. And then the following year, and they missed Anthony Davis against the Lakers. And
I'm not arguing that.
Zion wasn't playing. So
I'm not arguing that.
He ain't.
Zion.
What playoff?
Are you talking about the next year? Oh.
How many playoff moments can y'all give me with Chris Paul? I know 2015 with the Spurs. How many playoff moments can you give me with Chris Paul?
Maybe Game 6 from 2021. That's it. I mean, I give him that.
Kawhi was hurt.
2014, he just got cooked. Like straightforward.
Bro, he's just I don't understand this, man. Like Matt said,
I just think Chris Paul. I just think Chris Paul. I just think Chris Paul's overhated because he didn't win a championship. But it is what it is. I don't understand. I don't understand.
He don't elevate his game, bro.
That's a fact. I don't understand how Isaiah Thomas.
Chris Paul never averaged.
If Isaiah Thomas never won those two If Isaiah Thomas never won those two championships, man, y'all be talking about.
Wait,
the exact same way. The exact same way. Championships elevate players so much. It's
he went 3 times.
You gotta get it done.
Back champion too.
It's unbelievable.
Hold on, so P5. So after they
how much credit do you give Joe Dumars, Bill Laimbeer, Dennis Rodman, and just the entire team in general? How much credit? None. Exactly. Okay.
Defensive player of the year,
but hold on, I'm gonna say
I give
them no credit.
Hold on,
give them no credit.
Hold on, I'm saying.
I think it's Dawn. If you give Dawn, I think you give Isaiah like that Dawn Lob City Clips. I think they'll be better than it was with Chris Paul.
No, they wouldn't.
I think they're worse. They're worse.
No, they
are
wouldn't.
worse. Far worse.
They wouldn't be
far
better.
Worse.
That's just
Chris Paul.
Far worse.
You're just chatting.
They would be worse. They would be worse defensively and offensively. They would be worse defensively and offensively.
That doesn't mean that if he goes to the Clippers, they would be better. That you're just chatting at this point.
He's a choker.
Now you're chatting.
He just chatting. He just want to talk.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this.
Now you're chatting.
Hold on, I'm
He's
gonna
a
say this.
choker.
Hold on,
He's
I'm
a
gonna say this.
choker.
Hold on, I'm gonna say
That's
this.
why he
Whatever you
keeps saying
say,
the
bro.
same shit
Whatever you
over and
say.
over. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on, I'm
Okay,
saying
so
this.
okay, so why he lost in
Hold on, let
2019
me
and
no,
KD
no, let
got
me say
hurt?
something. Why this is even in debate though? This shouldn't even be a debate.
Because they entertaining this dumb shit.
Nah, this should not be a debate. No, this should not be a debate ever.
Because I had the audacity. I had the audacity to leave Isaiah
This should
Thomas
not
outside
be.
of the top 4 point guards all time. I had the audacity to do that.
This should not be a debate. We should not.
What shouldn't be a debate?
No.
So what should be a debate? Give us a topic.
I agree, Esjon. This
But
shouldn't
this
be a debate, bro.
like Chris Paul and Isaiah. Nah.
Right.
All right. So what's the debate then? Come up with something.
Anything.
Well,
Give us some. You're a big Kobe. Give us some. You're a big Kobe fan. I'm sure you have many debates lined up. You're a big Kobe guy.
Tell me you a big CP guy. So.
No, I just think it'd be pretty crazy. I think it's pretty crazy.
What other point guards you gonna compare to CP to? You're a CP guy, so.
I still think Rondo better
Who
than CP.
who am I comparing? Who am I? You said Rondo's better than CP?
Kurt, don't say that out loud, Kurt.
My opinion.
Don't say that out loud.
You did not say that. You did not say that out loud. You didn't say
Rondo?
that.
Hey, at least he got 2 chests, bro.
No, the fuck he didn't say Rondo's better.
Rondo better than CP3?
Yeah, he just said Rajon Rondo is better than Chris Paul.
No, sir.
The 60% free throw shooter. The nigga that averaged 9 points for his career. Nigga that got one
It's not even that. It's not even that. You're giving Rondo credit for those 2 rings. Rondo came off the bench for one of them.
Hey, I think
Rondo came off the
Parker's
bench
better
for
than
one of them. That's
the same
horrible.
Rondo that was being guarded like Draymond Green as a 6'1" point guard.
That's horrible. No, he's not. No, you're not better than CP because you play with Tim Duncan. That does not make you better than Chris Paul. No. If Chris Paul played with Tim Duncan, I don't think that's
Tony Parker ain't better than Nash either.
Tony Parker's not better than Steve Nash. That's another one.
Or CP3.
Tony Parker.
That's
Tony Parker's not based off of winning bias.
Tony Parker's not better than Russell Westbrook.
What?
That's debatable. That's debatable.
No, he's not. No, he's not better than Pete Westbrook. You're not going to tell me that a Westbrook that was averaging 30, 12, and 12 with scoring titles, winning MVPs is not better than.
You're not telling me Tony Parker. You're not telling me Tony Parker's better than because he played with Tim Duncan for his whole career.
Yeah, like come on.
You're not telling me that.
I mean, Westbrook played with KD. Westbrook.
Now we're just chatting.
Westbrook played with KD.
I don't know. I mean,
To be fair, Westbrook played with KD.
I mean, Tony
Westbrook led league in turnovers 5 times. He had the second most.
And he's
turnovers
still a better
MVP
passer.
season.
Still a better passer than Tony Parker. So
Come on, bro. He got the second most turnovers.
That hurts your
ever,
argument.
bro.
He's still a better passer than Tony Parker.
I have a question.
We talk about.
I have a question.
He's still better. He's still better. I'm a basketball player. He's a better basketball player. Period.
What does Tony Parker? What does Tony Parker do best? What is the best thing that Tony Parker does?
Nothing.
No.
Except to shoot threes. That's probably it.
Shoot 3.
Okay, no. Okay, now you're chatting. DJ. What CJ, what is the best thing that Chris Paul does or that Tony Parker does? What is the best thing he does on the floor?
Floaters.
I think
floaters.
floaters. He aggressive
drive
driver.
and finish around the rim. Drive, finish around the rim.
He not play off the pick and roll. I think he a good shot taker. I think he had IQ play. He played through the system.
So if you think so if you think Tony Parker, so if you think the best thing that Tony Parker does individually is get to the rim, and I told you that Russ is far better than him.
I said multiple different things, though. I said he's better.
I just asked you for one.
You asked what makes Tony Parker better than Westbrook, right? P5.
I can't.
What makes Parker better than Russ? I mean, if Russ is a far better passer, playmaker, he's a better
That's
scorer.
What I said. I said Tony Parker does nothing better than Westbrook.
I mean, I would even argue consistently probably not, but
he control the pace of the game better than Westbrook.
No, the fuck he don't.
He played the. Yes, he do. It shows because Westbrook league of turnovers like 5 times. And
that doesn't mean he's better at controlling
Tony
the game.
Parker led the Spurs in points for 5 years straight. And Tony Parker is a playoff performer. Tony Parker got a Finals MVP. Tony Parker got 4 rings.
That does not make him better than Westbrook. You're throwing out accolades.
Tony Parker,
who's a better basketball player.
You're
take better
breaking
shots
finals
and make less
MVP.
mistakes.
Tony Parker never makes it to the finals if he's not on the same team as Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, coached by
And
Greg
you can say that
Popovich.
about
Have we
Westbrook.
seen
If he
Tony
ain't play
Parker as
with
the number one
KD,
option?
he probably never make to the finals.
I don't care. I don't care what situation you put Tony Parker in. He's never playing at the same level that Russ did in 2017. I don't care what team you put Tony
He
Parker on.
didn't.
He is
Never.
not playing
Never
at
in his
an MVP
career.
level. Never will happen.
Well,
I don't even
that
care.
depends
I don't
on
even
the
care.
usage rate. He got a higher usage rate than Tony Parker, so you don't even know that
No,
because
no, no,
Tony
no,
Parker
no,
had
no,
high
no.
usage rate
Well,
and
Russell
too bad.
so
Westbrook.
teams.
Too bad.
You can't say
You're
that.
better.
So you gotta
You're
go
better.
off what he did.
Too bad.
I
Too
mean,
bad.
Okay. I'll say this. I'll say
That's
this.
too
I'll say
damn
this. I'll say
bad.
this. Even when
his career,
Russell Westbrook,
he comfortable in his
even when
career.
Russell Westbrook is playing with Paul George and Kevin Durant, Tony Parker was never playing at the level that Russell Westbrook did. I don't think that's a hot take, and I don't think that's a hot take.
No, this not should be a
I don't think that's a
comparison.
hot take.
This should not should be a comparison. Russ is a combo guard. Russ doesn't play like a typical point guard. That's not his style.
No, we're not doing this.
No, yes, we are. That's not his style, though. That's not
No,
Russ'
we're not
style.
doing this. Russ is a point guard. Tony Parker's a point guard. So we're comparing.
No, it's not. Russ is not a point guard. No.
Russ is a point guard. Russell Westbrook is a point guard.
What position does Russell Westbrook play?
Look, hey, S. Young. As far as I hate to tell you, I hate to tell you this. Russell Westbrook is the same. Russell Westbrook is a point guard the same way Curry's a point guard, the same way that Ben Simmons was a point guard.
Yeah, they always do that
Magic
shit to run away from
Curry's
shit, run away from the truth.
They're all point guards. They're all point guards.
Curry's a combo guard.
What was Magic Johnson?
He's still a point guard.
No, he's not a point guard.
What was Magic Johnson?
A legitimate point guard. He's a playmaker.
He was a legit. Oh, so it's the 6'9" Magic Johnson was a legitimate traditional point guard.
He's a point guard, yeah.
Ben Simmons, was he a point guard? Was Ben Simmons a point guard?
No, he's not a point guard. No.
P5. The only way you could be a point guard is if you're a high volume passer.
Ben Simmons is a point forward. No.
Why was Magic not a point forward?
Has he ever played forward in the Lakers? Does he ever play a forward?
Yes, he played center. He's played center for the Lakers. He played center.
He has played forward.
He's played center. He's played 1 through 5 for the Lakers. He's played 1 through 5. He's played 1 through 5 for the Lakers. S. Young, the guy who has the 1 through 5. He played 1 through 5 for the Lakers. He played 1 through 5.
You know that legendary game in the finals where Kareem got hurt? He started off at center, moved to small forward, and played point guard too.
So yeah, is he a traditional point guard, S. Young? Because he has a lot of assists. Or are we gonna take into account that Magic 6'7", 6'8", played multiple possessions?
He's a point guard. Magic's a point guard.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He don't know.
He don't get it. Any nigga that says Westbrook is not a point guard is just clueless.
Russell's not a point guard. No, he's not.
So what makes him not a point guard?
He's a combo guard. He's an athletic.
What makes him a combo guard?
What's the combo guard? Yeah, ask him that, P5.
He's like that.
What's a combo guard?
He's like the.
Tell me what.
He's like a Steve Francis type of player.
So wait, Curry's not athletic. Curry's not some athletic freak guard.
But he's a combo.
So what makes Curry a combo guard?
Dude, when he didn't his rookie when he first got to Warriors, Don put him as a shooting guard.
That doesn't fucking make him not a point guard.
Yes,
what the fuck?
He's a placer too. He doesn't run the.
Russell Westbrook in college played shooting guard. Russell Westbrook.
When Monte Ellis left, what position did Curry play?
Oh my!
Curry was a point guard the entire time he was there. Monte Ellis was their two guard.
He didn't run the floor.
Yes, he was.
I know. We know that P5, but I'm asking him when Monte Ellis left, what position was Curry?
So did he run the floor? Did Curry run the floor?
Yes. When Monte Ellis left, Curry was undoubtedly the point guard. S. Young. Hold on. So S. Young in 2012, 13, 14, who was running the offense? And
Draymond
wasn't on the team.
So
he wasn't there in 2012.
He play off the ball. Curry plays off the ball.
What years? S. Young. What years? Yeah, what years was Curry a combo guard and not a point guard?
19, 20, 21.
You do know why he don't bring the ball up the court all the time. You do know that, right? You watch the games, right? You know why he don't bring the ball up the court all the time, right?
S. Young.
He gets double teamed when he passed the half court line. He's double teamed.
Off the ball.
S. Young. Who was their point guard in
He don't have a
14,
choice.
13, and 12? Who was their point guard those years? Who was their point guard those years? S. Young. Who was the point guard in 14, 13, and 12? S. Young. Who was
You
the
talking
point
about
guard in
years with
14,
Derrick
13, and
James and
12?
Steph? Oh, my fault.
Does Curry play off the ball?
Stop asking the question with a question. Ask the question
S.
again.
Young.
P5.
S. Young. And 14, 13, and 12. And 14, 13, and 12, before Draymond got there, who was running their offense?
He was.
Who was?
Okay, so he was a point guard. Who?
I'm asking both of y'all questions. Did he play off the ball?
And not in the years I just named. No,
I'm not talking about the years. I'm not talking about after those years. Did he play off the ball?
Did Steve Nash play off the ball as well?
No. Don't dodge that question. Don't ask the question with a question. Remember?
No.
Did he play off the ball?
It's a valid
Everyone
question.
knows that Curry plays off the ball. Everyone knows that Curry plays off the ball, but he's still a point guard. He's still one of the best playmakers of all time. He still create open shots.
This argument is so tired.
You don't have to be
he's not a traditional point guard like a John Stockton, Steve Nash. That's what he's trying to say.
Cool. That doesn't mean you're just not a point guard. What kind of shit is that?
Well, I know what he's saying. He's talking about like he's not traditional. That's what
I get it. He's not a John Stockton. He's not a Spud Webb type of guy. But that don't mean he's not a point guard at all. That's ignorant.
He heard Paul Pierce say that shit and he just ran with it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. He heard Paul Pierce say that shit and ran with it. But no, Curry's a point guard. The same way that Ben Simmons is a point guard, or the same way that Magic is a point guard, or Russ, or yeah, you can say a guy's a combo guard, but that doesn't mean he's not a point guard. I mean, there's point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, center. You can name someone as a combo guard, but at the end of the day, the guy still plays point guard.
Cat isn't a center because he shoots threes. That's still stupid. At the end of the day, he's still a center.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
Because he doesn't play in the post all game. He's not a center. That's stupid. Got to stop with this traditional stuff.
Curry is more. Curry is more a 2 than a 1. His assist numbers are more like a 2 than a 1. I don't understand. Like now we're saying point guards are point guards based off their assist numbers. Okay.
Yeah, that's stupid too.
Now we're saying it's based off the assist numbers.
People do P5. I know you know this. You know that the playmaking is not just based off of passing. Your gravity also is your good playmaker.
Curry's one of the Stephen Curry is a top 5 playmaker of all time. He doesn't even need the ball to do it.
His gravity alone.
That's how great Curry is. He doesn't even need the ball to be one of the greatest playmakers of all time.
And that's why we telling people about, because when people bring up like, oh, they can't put him in top 10 or something because they say his defense, but I say his off ball is just as good as his offense. Like he create for others and he create all them backdoor cuts and all that too. Like his impact on the court is like lethal. That's why I be telling people, man. That's why I think highly of Curry. He in my top 5, so that's how highly I think of him.
Right.
I know his impact on the game because he demand double teams.
Thank you.
Like every pitch, you just gotta think the gravity that he create. Like
that's playmaking. Thank you. Not just dimes and 10 assists plus a game. That's not the only thing that makes you a good playmaker.
No, because you gotta look at the teams with Curry not on the court and we on the court too. Like
I just think people try to over
half of them shots they can't even get when Curry not on the court. Go ahead.
People try to overcomplicate what a point guard is. I think it's very simple. If you play basketball,
use that traditional logic shit.
If you, I think it's very simple. I think it's very simple. If you play basketball and the position next to your name says PG,
you're a fucking point guard. Thank you.
Simple. I think it's quite simple. You're just a point guard. You don't need to overcomplicate it.
Hey, P5.
Is Zion Williamson a traditional 4-man? Does he do the dirty work? Does he do all that defensively? Is he the guy that connects like the 3 to the 5? I don't think so.
I dare nigga to call him a fucking shooting guard or some dumb shit like that. He's a power forward.
I dare somebody to call Zion Williamson a point guard because some possessions, Zion's the one bringing the ball up the floor for the Pelicans. Some possessions, so I dare somebody to call Zion a point guard. I dare.
You should have asked that dude, is Draymond the point guard? Since you're giving Draymond all his credit.
No, he would have said he's a point forward. It's easy to tell you what he would have said. He would have said he's a point forward. Like I don't. But to be fair, though, the Warriors did run positionless, so maybe they didn't have positions.
Correct.
Maybe they didn't have positions.
Like the modern era, positionless.
I think what it is too is if you look at how the guards is now, how they can impact on passing and scoring. That's why they trying to separate it. Because if you look at it now, you got guards like Trae Young, and Luka. They'll clear John Stockton if you just say, "Oh yeah, they're a better point guard," but they'll use the traditional to separate them still. But if you look at the whole,
so they can't let go of the pass. Yeah.
Hey, to Jay in the chat. Tim Duncan only started playing center like post 2007, 2000. Like he started playing full time center post his prime.
When he got old.
When he got older.
It was something that's what it was like on AI. They said he played point guard more than shooting guard, and it's like something I think Tim Duncan played center more than he played power forward.
He played center he played center like the second half of his career.
The same niggas that says Curry and Trae Young aren't point guards are the same niggas that say Iverson was a point guard.
Name a great point guard in today's game that doesn't score at a high level. Or doesn't like the traditional point guard,
Halliburton, maybe,
I guess, right? I
mean,
Halliburton
caliber ones.
Like Tyus Jones. I guess Tyus Jones is a traditional point guard in today's day and age. I guess.
Yeah.
Like he's 6 foot, for sure. Like 6 foot nothing. Can't play defense at all.
Mike Conley.
Right.
Mike Conley, I guess at this point, yeah.
The 6 foot point guard.
Brendan Katz, I didn't say Tyus Jones was good. But
no, I know what you. I know what you're saying. Like traditional
point guard is
that shit is out the window.
Hold on, the traditional point guard. You said traditional.
Yeah, man. The traditional point. The traditional point guard in today's NBA is just dead.
Can I say Lonzo?
I don't think Lonzo doesn't run the offense. Lonzo doesn't run the offense. He doesn't run. No, he spots up. He plays defense and he runs in transition.
He had that injury, so he barely played like a lot of minutes anyway. Like he coming off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Lonzo Ball. If anything, is like Lonzo is a combo guard. He's a point guard, but he is a combo guard. That's a good example of a combo guard, but not. No,
so are there
Tyus Jones is?
I don't think Lonzo like a combo guard. I think he a traditional.
I don't think so. Outside of Tyus, not any all-star. Not any star caliber ones. I don't think.
I know, but see, a traditional point guard.
I think Halliburton is the only star pure point guard. Go ahead.
Doesn't have to be, but he's not no traditional point guard, bro. But to be honest, though, I don't want my point guard to be the star player like that, though, bro. I don't. Like your job is to be the point guard, and so I have a scorer, I have a 3, I have a 4, and so I don't think your point guard being the star player is actually a good thing in today's league.
As much as they run pick and roll today, the point guard has to be a high volume scorer as well today.
Well, that's what we said. There's no prototypical point guards in today's league. So,
back, it's different from back in the day where you had a post dominant big in the post where you can drop the ball off to the post. But now the big is setting screens at the top of the key,
right,
running a lot of pick and roll. So they want the point guard to not only get you 10 assists.
There's no Mark Jackson.
Right. They want him to get 30 points as well.
Terry Porter's. Listen. I mean, I'm going to say Kevin Johnson, but Kevin Johnson averaged damn near 20 points for his career.
If you say is Darius Garland, like is he
No.
Hell
no. But KJ averaged like damn near 9 assists for his career. Kevin Johnson.
I'll say he's a combo guard as well. Darius Garland,
combo guard, yeah, but.
But that's my point. Like one of them, like guards like him, he kind of like both. Like he can score.
He can score and pass. Yeah, he's a high scorer and a high volume pass.
Just like Trae Young.
25. They're 25 and 10 type of guys.
Yeah, but it's a lot of getting in the paint, dishing out the corner threes type passes nowadays.
Right.
Like go watch Mark Jackson, John Stockton, Terry Porter, Kevin Johnson. Even Isaiah Thomas, guys like that. Like they were real. Jason Kidd in the mid 90s. I mean, these guys play the position the right way. Every Johnson on the Spurs. Derek Harper on the Knicks. I mean, we're talking about real point guards who were really pass first. So, yeah, man, I don't know, man. I mean, but I will say this, though. After you get past Steph, Isaiah, Magic, and John Stockton, if your next name ain't Jason Kidd, I don't respect your point guard list, bro. Jason Kidd, to me, has a case to be a top 3 point guard of all time.
Kidd is definitely top 5. He's definitely
That's
top
how
5.
I look at Jason Kidd, bro. Like, I think Kidd was just one of the best to ever do it. The best to do it, bro.
And he played both ends.
Played both ends. And a very, very high IQ, bro. See,
guard
listen,
multiple positions.
I need my point guard to hit his IQ needs to be almost like a nerd type shit, right? Like, because if you're the point guard, you have to just like the quarterback, you have to dictate everything, bro. And so, like, you have to know the in and out of an offense. You have to know everything. And I think a lot of guys in this era, they lack IQ, right? They just do. Bad shots, bad timing. Like, you got guys not even knowing that they had a timeout, bro, coming out of a timeout. LeBron James, 2018. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what are we doing, bro?
Now the shot selection argument, I wouldn't really say that that's bad IQ. I just think that's just the style. Like, you got people like Curry shooting from half court. So when the young guys get into the league, like the Lucas, the Halliburtons, and all those guys, they think, oh well, I grew up watching this guy do it. He won championships doing, so I'm gonna try to do the same shit.
Yeah, but Steph Curry is a one-off, so I don't mind him doing it.
It's not many shots you can say it's a bad shot for Steph Curry.
Right, but taking a bad shot, bro, to me is low IQ. Because as a point guard, you need to understand the flow of the game, who's got it going, who hasn't touched the ball in a few possessions, who wants the ball in this spot. Like, that's your job as a point guard, bro. Your job ain't to be shot jacking and not getting guys involved, right? And so, nah, I mean, your name is Io or Eo? Yeah, I disagree, bro. I think shot selection is a big form of low IQ.
And you just described Russell Westbrook.
Well, I mean, CJ, I described a lot of players, bro. It's not just him.
I think it's when you
It's a
shoot
lot of
it. I
players.
think it's more when you shoot it than what type of shot you shoot. It's when you shoot it. Like, if you shoot a logo, if it's like the last few seconds and we need a good efficient shot, like, you could, as a point guard, you need to have a floater game. You go to the floater, okay, cool. But if you shoot a 35-footer and we need a more quality look, like somebody's wide open in the corner and you jack up a 30-footer, okay, that's bad. That's a bad shot.
So we don't remember Westbrook trying to get into a shootout with Damian Lillard.
That shit ain't end well for him.
No,
Russ
that was
has
a
some
bad
bad
idea.
possessions, bro. I mean, he's had some bad possessions, but if I'm a point
Definitely
guard,
has.
bro, and I'm in,
And
if
that's
I'm a
how they
point
lost to
guard,
Utah, because he let his emotion gets over him trying like.
in Utah, bro.
That's why I said Rubio outplayed him. If you watch it,
Now I'm gonna say he
he shot the
outplayed
ball
him.
99 times.
I'll say Westbrook just overplayed the game and like was out of control.
No,
I wouldn't say he
Well, he shot
outplayed
the
him,
ball,
though.
CJ, 99 times in 3 games, bro. Games 4, 5, and 6. He shot the ball 99 times.
Oh damn!
I'd say
he shot like 36% that series, so he had what that last game. He had like 45, but he shot like how many shots he shot? Like,
Yeah, but I don't want to single him out because there's been guys. I mean, like, let's not make it seem like Russ is the only dude who takes bad shots, misses shots. I mean, it's not just him. So I'm not going to single him out. But you guys are talking about that individual series, so I'm saying that. But Russ ain't the only modern player, bro, who plays like this. Like,
I'm talking about like as a
that basketball.
guys and a superstar like kind of a player that y'all claim a superstar. I'm saying he the worst MVP that ever got MVP. If you just look at everything.
No, he's not, bro. No, he's not.
The shooting
No, he's not.
percentage and the playoffs, the turnover ratio.
No, he's not, bro. I think Joker is. Can I tell you why? Because even when Russ got the MVP as a 6 seed, don't forget Joker got it as a 6 seed as well. At least Russ was averaging a triple-double. Joker wasn't doing that, bro. And so, no, I would argue that Joker.
But I think Joker was dealing with injuries, though, and I think Joker
I don't care
more
what he was
efficient
dealing with,
and more
bro. He was a
effective.
6 seed, and he wasn't doing what.
But
Russ
it's context of why.
I think Russ team was worse than Joker's. That's me personally.
It was, bro. Yeah, it was worse. Nah, Joker to me got the worst MVP, bro. As a
It's not a
bro.
big gap though between the two teams, though, for
But
sure.
but as we in today, don't it like validate that he deserved it because he got 3 and Westbrook never even like.
I don't value MVPs, bro. Like, listen, I don't
I
value
mean, it's
old
not.
white
I
men
ain't saying value. I'm just saying like we
and
just talk about like the
biased
worst
reporters who sit
MVPs
in
and
a
stuff.
dungeon who don't like certain players and vote for MVP, bro. So I don't put too much emphasis or credence on MVPs, anyways, bro. Like that's not how I gauge, that's not how I judge players. I
Hey,
can care less
Mom.
about a goddamn MVP.
Miles, these the same media people that said Steph Curry and KD can't get an MVP
Exactly, but
but
they
gave
give
But
LeBron
LeBron
if we
James
look at
back-to-back
MVPs.
sports in general, the people that got the most MVP is mostly top 5 players, though. So it's
I'm about
not
to say
like it's
MVPs
no
do. I
value
mean,
in
they
them.
do matter. They're not the end all be all though. They do matter, but they're not the end all.
No, Kirk. They matter to you, bro. They don't matter to
I mean, but they matter. In,
real.
so,
No,
Mr.
bro. A
Maz, why do
casual
you
fan
have?
like you, it matters to, bro.
Let me
A
ask you a
real
question, then,
diehard
Mr.
fan like
Maz.
me, the shit don't matter, bro.
Let me ask you a
Because I
question, then, Mr.
understand.
Maz. Why do
I
we even
understand
have
the
the
biased
award
voters.
then?
Nah, it
The
don't matter,
problem
bro. No,
the
it don't.
problem that you got is, man, it's just like Kobe got wrong. That's why the MVP was like they
Yeah,
did it
it don't
different with him.
matter.
That's why like
MVPs
he
don't matter,
deserved
bro.
more.
But
But
bro,
all the people
so
that
here's
got
my
it
thing
kind of
though. So why
deserve
even
it.
have the award then? What's the point then?
That's a question for the NBA, bro. So just
In
because, listen,
2021, go
It's
ahead.
the same thing like championships. They don't matter,
just
huh?
because they vote for
MVPs
the
matter,
award,
bro.
bro, doesn't make it right. I mean, you
But
can
they
go
but they
against
matter
what
in
they're
a
doing.
sense though. You can't say they don't matter.
Nah,
They
it
do
don't
matter.
matter. No, it doesn't matter. To
So
me, it doesn't
so
matter.
MJ winning for
To you, it
MVPs
does. To
don't
me, it
matter.
doesn't. Yeah, to me, it doesn't matter.
I ain't gonna lie, man.
Once they,
A lot of MVPs in the top 10, bro, and they do
MVPs do
matter.
definitely matter.
They definitely matter, bro.
Because
And
Kareem got like six of
listen,
them.
to y'all it matter,
Kareem
bro.
got
Kareem got
6.
6. Magic got
Jordan
3.
got 5.
I
Jordan got
don't
Larry Bird
5.
got 3. They
bro.
don't matter now.
Listen,
What?
I can make a case for Kareem. I can make a case why Kareem and MJ are top 1 and 2 without the MVPs, bro. I don't need to factor in
I like.
6
Okay, that's a good
MVPs.
take. Okay.
I don't need to factor in MVPs to make my argument for my top 5 players, bro. Magic, Tim, Michael, Kareem, and Kobe. I can say where they're in their spots without even bringing up MVPs. Bro, once the league gave Nash 2, once they gave LeBron back-to-back with Wade and Bosh, and like Isaiah just said, they did not allow Steph and KD to win 1 with each other, and Kobe and Shaq has 1. Bro, I lose all faith in the voting system, bro. Like, I don't even factor those things into my decision where I put guys at certain spots. I can't do it.
Okay, that's fair, Mr. Maz. But I'm gonna say
That's what I'm
this, though,
saying,
with
Kirk.
Steph,
That's what I'm saying, bro.
No. I hear what you're saying because that's a good point. I'm gonna say this though about the Steph and KD thing. If one of those dudes had an impact, like a very impactful year, I think they had no other choice but to give him MVP. But
It's
I feel
not
like
about that.
they both
It's not
kind of had this 50-50 to me. I'm not gonna lie.
It's but
the media was
this the
wrong for
thing
saying
though.
that though. I will say that. They was definitely wrong for saying that shit.
Hold on,
the same
CJ.
thing with Kobe and
Hey,
Shaq.
Kirk.
My fault.
What did
My
Steph
fault.
You
bro.
good.
What did Steph or KD not do that LeBron did in 2012 and 13? As far as impact goes.
That's a good take.
Yeah,
This is what I will say about that though.
I know.
When LeBron was MVP. Fortunately for LeBron, unfortunately for D Wade, his knees started to act up. And
That's not what I asked you, man, bro. You going to something else right now?
No, I'm just
what does that have to do with it? This is
no. So when I said
what are you talking about, bro?
No. So when I said that, Mr. Maz, I'm saying the reason why LeBron won his
why
MVP
we part ways, Kirk.
I was going to explain. Let me explain it real quick. Hold up.
All right,
you got to hear what I'm saying. The reason why I think LeBron won MVPs and Steph and KD did not is because I thought LeBron was clearly the most impactful player on that team, and that's why I said I said my first point. If Steph or KD was like very impactful, they would have no other choice but to give one of them the MVP. But they both were 50-50 in my eyes because they both averaged like what 28. I forget how many points they averaged.
No,
KD's
they
points
both
actually
didn't
went
average
down.
28. No. They both did not average 28. No.
Okay, I'm gonna say I don't know, but I know Kevin Durant's points went down when he first played with Steph Curry. So
So do you know what
actually
LeBron
sacrificed
averaged
their
compared to
game, bro? I'm not gonna lie. They both sacrificed their game.
The year before, so the year before KD got to the Warriors, Steph Curry was a fucking unanimous MVP. Keep going. Go.
So what did
his
LeBron
numbers
average
dropped
for
after
D-Wade
that?
then, bro? In 2013?
His numbers dropped. Say that one more time, Mr. Maz.
What did LeBron average? Well, I'm looking up right now. What did he average with D-Wade in 2013?
Like
because it's not, bro. Most valuable player it's not all based on your points per game. Like
that's true.
It's
that's
most
right. That's
valuable. It's most valuable.
Okay.
So why we keep putting in points in PPGs to dictate who had more impact? That's not.
My thing is,
I don't know why y'all use
points.
No. That's a part of the conversation, though. I'm not saying that's the end all be all. I agree with you, man. So it's the points. You could say it's the.
So
playmaking.
LeBron averaged 26. D Wade averaged 21. D Wade averaged more steals. They both averaged the same amount of blocks. D Wade averaged less turnovers. Rebounds. LeBron gave you 8. Wade gave you 5. Come on, bro.
Which year is this? How many assists?
This is 2013. No. LeBron gave 7.3 assists and D Wade gave 5.1. Not far off. That's 2 per game. I'm looking at field goal percentages.
What about the rebounds?
Okay. Bro. Damn. D Wade shot 52%. God damn, bro. Chris Bosh shot 53% from the field that year.
That's tough.
D Wade shot 52% and LeBron shot 56%. Come
This
on, bro.
2013.
Yeah, talking about some goddamn.
You got a good
Well, look,
point,
you
man.
got
Come on, bro.
So nobody gets credit for that,
right, bro? Yeah,
they switched their criteria with MVP a
Wait,
lot.
no. So go ahead. Wait, go ahead. What was you about to say, bro? I don't even know your name, bro. Too old.
Who that? Olo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like with the percentage point now, everyone doesn't have to subscribe to this logic, but because I know that Mario Chalmers brought the ball up the court or whatever sometimes, and Wade is a solid playmaker for his position as a shooting
Yes, he
guard.
was. Yes,
But I think that the field goal percentage, LeBron could get some credit for that.
LeBron shot 56 though.
Whoa, hold on, bro. Say what you just said again,
shot
bro.
40% from the three.
No. Say what you just said again.
In terms
about D-Wade.
In terms of the gravity and the playmaking part.
This is crazy, bro.
D-Wade was an amazing playmaker next to LeBron. That's because he's
Kurt. Go ahead, bro. Say what you just said again, bro.
D-Wade was an amazing playmaker with LeBron.
No. The gravity part.
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't me. I don't think that was me.
Yeah, no, I said LeBron's gravity during that time, which was arguably his peak. Well,
that was his peak.
Right.
So
It's his peak.
So you can't say the same thing with Steph Curry?
Yeah, exactly. Which is why Steph Curry deserved those 2 MVPs because the gravity.
Steph Curry played better in 2016.
But Dwayne Wade has shot. Hold on. But listen, bro, that argument goes out the window because years before LeBron even got there, D Wade has shot 2 or 3 years within a 6-year span of 49% from the field. So I'm confused. It's not like D Wade goes from like 45, 46 to 52. He was already hovering around 50% anyways before LeBron even got there.
I didn't even know he was shot over 50% when you read them stats.
Well, I said no. Listen, 49% 3 years before LeBron got there, and in 2014, the same year where people say D Wade was hurt, he didn't play. His knees were damaged. He shot 54% from the field that year. 54.
That's crazy.
So if he's already hovering, I forgot your name, bro. Io or Io? Olo. He's already hovering around 50% from the field before LeBron even gets there. So doesn't that kind of kill that argument, bro, a little bit?
But I mean, I'll say this: the stats, like you said.
Notice I didn't give LeBron all of the credit for them shooting that well.
No, of course you gotta give D Wade some credit. I'll say this, man.
Miles, you can do me a favor and pull up Steph Curry and KD numbers.
Yeah. I got you.
LeBron stats, and then I ain't gonna lie, what LeBron was doing. Like if you watch them games, you like, oh, this nigga was. He was definitely MVP.
Both of them niggas deserve MVP.
No, he wasn't, bro. What do you mean? What he was doing, bro? How can you gauge it if he's playing with Wade and Bosh? How good is he? How do you come to that conclusion?
I mean, he had.
How good was Bosh?
Well, that's not.
I'm not gonna lie.
You can be great with other players.
No, hold on, Kurt. I ain't gonna lie. When you playing with all-time great players like that, it covers up your flaws too.
So here's my thing, Israel. I'm not gonna lie, bro. D Wade didn't have stats like LeBron or Kevin Durant next to LeBron.
But then D Wade,
he did.
Hold on. But then D Wade had to take a step back. D Wade had to take a step back so LeBron could get those.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yes, that's why LeBron won MVP. That's exactly what it is. Yes, he took a step back.
But I'll give you 2011 though, because Wade was still like that.
Look at
2011.
2012 and look at
he started well in
2013, bro. LeBron was, I ain't gonna lie, bro. He was
Miami
clearly
Heat was
MVP
just like a
both
efficient
years.
team. Like they just
But
was
them
a
last
efficient
2
team.
years though,
Good
like
on fast
13,
break.
13 and 14,
Nah,
Wade
13
and
he was
Bosh was
clearly
falling off.
MVP, bro.
So
You got their numbers, Miles?
But
MVP.
they
yeah,
always
I
was
got him, bro.
competing and
Yeah,
in
yeah,
it
yeah, I
because
got
they
him,
was
bro.
always efficient and took high volume
Yeah, I
He
got
shots.
actually
him.
shot a career
Hey,
percentage from the three
don't
too. He
forget.
was wild that year. LeBron was wild that year, man.
Hold on,
Okay,
cuz.
so
Hold on. I want
And
Miles to
3-point
say.
That was the best
Shooters.
defense we seen LeBron play.
Hold on, cuz. I
so
want Miles to say his number.
here's where I think KD could have got the award, right? Because
Okay.
that year the Warriors won 67 games, obviously best in the league, and Kevin Durant and Steph Curry both averaged 25 points a game. But guess what? Kevin Durant for the season shot 53% from the field. Steph Curry shot 46. Yeah, bruh. Yeah, a bigger gap between Wade and LeBron James.
But who won the MVP that year though?
I think it was
Westbrook. So why are we not arguing? Why are we not arguing
but-
between KD getting the MVP and Westbrook getting the MVP?
I said Westbrook should have got that MVP.
Listen,
I said Westbrook should have got that.
Okay, hold on.
That's my point. Why he the worst? He shouldn't have got that shit.
So watch this then, bro. One of those MVPs that LeBron got in Miami, OKC had the best record. They won 60 games. Kevin Durant led the league in scoring. Why didn't he win MVP?
2014.
I'm gonna say, this is my point to that, man. That's
Kurt,
a good point.
I just asked. Hold on, Kurt. I asked
I'm
a
gonna
question.
tell you why. I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
tell you why I don't think that Kevin Durant won MVP. He had a historic run that year too. They had the second best scoring streak we've ever seen in NBA history. It's 27-0, bro. And LeBron, I ain't gonna lie, like I said, he had his best year defensively and offensively.
Man, I don't know what the hell Kirk is talking about, bro. The OKC Thunder won 60 goddamn games. The best record in
I
the
just
goddamn
told you why they
league.
gave it to
KD
LeBron. They went on a
hold bro.
27-0 streak. What?
I could have sworn it was a 20-something. I could have sworn it was a 20-something win streak they went on. And Wade and Bosh were Wade and Bosh were not the same Wade and Bosh. Wade and Bosh were not the same Wade and Bosh, and they still went on that winning streak.
Hold up, I'm gonna tell you what that means.
How was that impressive? You're playing with
I'm
Wade
gonna tell you
and
what that means. Hold up, Mr. Maz. I'm gonna tell you what that means because the way the same year that Steph Curry won Unanimous MVP, he started off the season 24-0.
Washed up Wade and Bosh. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to tell you, like that stuff matters, bro.
Oh my God,
that stuff matters.
Hold on, Kirk. Olo just said that Wade and Bosh were washed up.
They were.
No, hell no. I'm not going to say that. Hell
but
no.
D Wade shot 54% from the field in 2014, but he's washed up in 2013, bro.
From the field is crazy.
Hey,
and 2014. Oh shit!
Hey,
what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Listen to this real quick.
Shit in my pen, bro. I
cannot argue 2013 LeBron MVP. That's crazy.
Kurt, hold on. D Wade made a conscious decision to dumb down his game because
that's why I try to tell him. Yeah, right. He did.
He's role.
That's why LeBron won MVP.
In order to let LeBron win. Why couldn't LeBron do that as a master playmaker in 2011?
Because he's ball dominant, that's why.
Y'all talking about wash up and everything because he's not good enough. Don't talk about he's ball dominant. His skill set is not good enough. He cannot play a role to facilitate his team.
That's facts. He can't do that.
Hold on. Hey, Paul, let me piggyback off that. And if you say in the narrative that you say he make his teammates better, then D Wade shouldn't have to take a step back for his ass.
Exactly.
But I ain't gonna lie, bro. When they took a step back, they went on a 27-0 streak.
No, this lead y'all to talk.
Why is Kirk praising a 27-0 streak?
Bro, bro, I'm not gonna lie,
nigga. 27 games straight.
That's
nigga.
crazy, bro.
This lead y'all to talk crazy about Bosh and D Wade because they toned down their game for that bum.
I said they went on the streak. I said, and they won the chip year. That's
man. It's a regular season award, Kirk. So why make a championship, bro?
I'm just telling you. Said, what does the streak mean? I'm just saying, like that's a
the streak more validated because they won a championship.
Hey, Kurt.
Okay, so take the championship out.
If you win nine laps,
my Rockets won
22
straight games, bro.
Someone else come win the race in the 10th lap. What the hell did you do? Talking about 27 win streak. Who had the better record?
OKC Thunder did exactly.
Oh, what year y'all talking about? Miami Heat won 66 games that year.
What?
Miami won 66 games
They won 66 and 16. Oh yeah, I'm about to say what the heck?
No, the year that I'm talking about, OKC had the best record. So maybe
what year was this?
Mixed up.
What year was this?
You talking about 14, right?
Kevin Durant won MVP though, right?
Right.
No. It was a year that OKC won 60 games and they were first in the league. And
Oh,
KD led the league in
2012.
scoring.
He probably talking about 2012.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, probably
We
12.
got the years mixed up, bro.
My
bad,
Wade
guys.
and
My
Bosh
bad.
was
We got
still
the years
good that
mixed up.
year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't
We got
tell
the
me
years
about
mixed
Yeah,
up.
they wasn't
Oh, my
watching. They
bad.
wasn't
That's why I was
watching.
like, I don't know how we argued in 2013. That's a wild year. But
So again, bro,
2012.
why is Kirk saying it's a wild year and he's playing with Wade and Bosh?
But he still
Why
had
you
a
saying that
historic.
for, bro?
Mr. I'm trying to tell you, he had his best. He had his best. Like he was
He's
playing his
playing
best
with
offense
D
and
Wade and
defense
Chris
that
On a
year.
Paul, bro. So
super
how good is
team.
he?
He was
You
historic
praising him
that
playing
year,
on a
bro.
super team.
But he
You
was still
praising him.
historic that year. Like LeBron individually was still historic.
How are
That's
you
what I'm saying.
historic, bro? And you're playing next to great players. It makes your job easier.
That
Like
just sounds like
you're
y'all making.
skipping over
I ain't
that.
gonna lie,
You're
bro.
skipping over
It's
that
not y'all
point.
making excuses, bro. Like, come on, y'all. Like, I'm not. I can feel that. I'm not saying that he's not playing with great players. I'm just saying what he's done. It's an MVP. That's just what I'm telling you. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. What do you want me to tell you? Like, it's not an MVP. Like,
So Kevin,
I don't understand.
no, he wasn't, bro, because he wasn't the most valuable player. He wasn't the most valuable player in the league. He wasn't. How could he
Are
be?
you sure? Because he was very dominant that year.
How can you be the most? How can you
How
be
you the
very
most
dominant
valuable
that
player?
and you're playing next to
Hold
fucking
on,
Chris Paul and D
How
Wade?
you the most valuable player when you got two other franchise players in your
Exactly.
team?
Make it make sense,
That's
bro.
the only.
That
Hold on. That
shit
is the
don't make
only
no
thing y'all
sense,
can
bro.
tell me, bro. Y'all cannot tell me about his stats
That's
or his
just
impact.
fact. You can't
It's
They
not
dispute
had
that
the
about
shit.
best.
That's a
stats.
They had the
fact.
It's
best
not about
record in the
stats.
league. Like, I
It's
don't.
not about
There's no
stats.
context to that, bro. What is the context to?
You
Hey,
praising the
Azariah,
man
bro.
for
The
Kirk don't
man
know
shot
basketball, bro.
40% from three. Like,
this
what
shit
y'all
is
want?
Kirk
crazy,
don't know
man.
shit about basketball, bro.
You
No,
praising the
bro.
man for doing winning with a super
Okay, so
team.
y'all. So
This shit
tell me who should
crazy.
have won MVP in 2013, and then like y'all can have this discussion. Who should have won? It should have been LeBron. So who should have been? I don't understand who should have been. Like Kevin Durant.
I'm not
Like
sure, but definitely not his ass.
Nah, that's just y'all sound like y'all hating now. Okay, I ain't gonna-
They are haters. They
Definitely
are
not his
haters. They
ass.
are haters, bro. They are haters.
Hey,
They can't hide
and
it no
guess
more. They
what?
are haters.
Hey,
Bro, like
hey,
that's LeBron's best. Hold up, that's
this
LeBron's
dude,
best year. Like in
this dude,
his
They don't
in
give
his
a fuck.
season,
They
bro.
gonna
That's his
hate.
best.
Olo says that D Wade was washed in
Why?
13 and 14.
No,
He
you
wasn't
had the
washed,
years
bro.
mixed
You
up. I'm
did
thinking
say
you talking
that.
about
You did say why.
No, bro. You said washed. You said
You
washed.
said watch, bro.
you talking about
You said watch.
2014 or 2013.
Bro, that's LeBron's best year.
What
Like,
did he
and
average
that's
in
his
13
best
and
year,
14,
bro.
Olo? D Wade.
What?
That he's washed.
Man, y'all about to maybe look at this. I gotta
Hold
look
on,
at
Kirk.
LeBron did.
Is you
I'm asking
talking
the
about
question.
12, 13, like the year they played OKC in the finals, or the year
No, they're
after
talking
that?
about when the San
Man,
Antonio,
I
bro.
just named 2 years, bro.
He's talking about
2012 to 13
2013.
and
LeBron
13
should have won
14.
in 2013.
How was Dwayne Wade washed, bro? I'm asking you specifically, bro. Answer that question,
Nigga
please.
averaged 26,
Respectfully.
8, and 7.
How was he washed, bro?
What the Wade average? What the Wade average in 2014?
If you don't know, then why would you say something? I mean, what are you arguing in? If you
You
don't
said he was
know,
washed. You should know.
You see, the
right?
main thing is
If he
they're
washed,
going
you
at
should know what he averaged.
numbers.
Come on,
Bro,
bro.
they're going
I
at
gotta look what
numbers
LeBron
when
did
D
this year,
Wade
bro.
toned down his
Get
game.
LeBron.
And they're still using numbers when D Wade toned down his game for this bum
I
to
hear
win.
what y'all
Right,
saying, bro. That's
exactly.
true. That's true and all, y'all. That is very
So why
true.
y'all
But
using numbers?
what else were you supposed to use?
Hey, bro, we're
Your
waiting for
ears.
What
Olo
else
to
we
answer the
supposed
D
to
question,
Wade
do?
bro.
toned down his game. Use your ears
Hold
and
up,
your
y'all. I'm about to look
eyes.
at the MVPs for
We're
2013.
waiting
D-Wade
for
toned down
Olo
his
to answer the
game.
question. When
Hey,
was D
Paul.
Wade washed, bro?
Hey,
Okay,
Paul.
so
LeBron is
in
the most valuable
2014,
player in Wade takes a step back.
2014, Wade played 54 games,
Okay.
and then he gave you 19 and 6, or 19
What
and
do you shoot
5.
from the field? What do you shoot from the field?
He gave you 28% from the 3, and then he gave you 54 from the field. So he was
Okay. So is
That's
that
not a
washed?
lot. Yeah, that's
he
not a
shot
lot.
28. He shot 28% from 3 on like
He's not a 3-point shooter.
Okay, no. Hold on,
0.6
bro.
attempts.
You
Hey,
scramble.
And that's why he's
54%
washed.
from
But
the
I'm just
field.
pointing it out.
How is that washed?
What in the finals? Let's see what they average. Like 14 points in the finals.
Oh my God.
Crazy,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Oh my God.
You saying because you saying he's playing with all the time. He's playing with Wade and Bosh and all of this stuff, but they weren't even at their prime or their peak the whole stretch of the 4 years.
I just want to go back to that
Hey,
2013.
hold on. Hey, just real quick, Kirk. Hey, Olo,
Okay.
bro. Who do you think played better in their finals? Scottie Pippen in 1998 or D Wade in 2014? Who played better?
1998.
98,
Hold on,
98.
Kirk.
Scotty, what the fuck?
D Wade for
Listen,
sure.
listen to the question, bro, because
D-Wade.
I'm asking for a reason here. Who do you
It's
think
D-Wade.
played better? Scottie
D-Wade.
Pippen in the 98 finals or D Wade in the 2014 finals? Who played better?
D Wade.
This man Kirk ain't paying attention. You keep answering the question and shit, bro.
Oh,
Go
my
ahead,
bad, my
Olo.
bad. Oh, my bad.
And the 98 finals.
Well, I mentioned 2 finals, bro. 14 and 1998. Who played better, D Wade or Scottie Pippen? You can guess, bro. It's a question. This is crazy.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
Bro. It's Dwayne Wade, bro. It's Dwayne Wade. Okay.
And the 2014 finals.
Damn,
This is
bro.
That's a long pause. God damn.
Wait, but can we go back to that 2013, y'all? Because LeBron was almost unanimous, just like Steph Curry that year.
Look, Kirk won a harp on 2013 and shit. Why you got?
I'm just trying to tell you, like, the reason. Like, I'm just going to. I'm like, he got 120 first place votes.
I don't care. So what?
Hey,
I didn't vote for him.
Kirk been capping. Kirk been capping
he is,
since
bro.
the
Yeah, he
beginning.
capping, bro.
Wait. Hold on.
I'm watching you, Kirk.
Nigga said, I'm watching you.
Yeah, he capping again, bro.
It was funny as shit. I think everybody and their mama know I ain't capping about LeBron.
I would say he's capping.
2013, y'all. I don't have to explain that, y'all. Come on, y'all.
I was just playing, man. I don't even know what you're talking about.
The fact to me, the fact Wade got to take a step back for you to be like that great.
Right, that's true. He
Right,
definitely
that's
did.
my point, Azariah. Yeah,
He for sure did.
Bro. And you supposed to make your teammates better and shit.
Hey, man, Azariah. And then when Wade takes a step back, bro, they blame him. They blame him.
Hey, Mars, you missed last screen, but I had said something. I said, you look at the stats. Doing D Wade took a way bigger step back than doing Steph Curry did for doing KD.
Yes, he did. Facts. He for sure did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but Azariah, you know why that is, right?
Because on how KD plays, how they don't.
Because Kevin Durant is a more versatile player, and he can play in multiple ways.
He can play off the ball,
off ball, on ball, off picks, off screens, off everything. LeBron can't do that, bro. He's one dimensional. You feel me? He can't share the rock. You feel me? And be effective. This shit crazy, bro.
Not like Steph. I'll say this though, because Steph's not getting that many
take a step back
looks.
Then we blame
Steph
you.
Curry being impactful. If Steph Curry's not impactful, Kevin Durant's not getting that many one-on-one looks. I would dedefinitely say that.
Kurt,
for sure.
Kurt, when I looked that shit up, I was surprised. I was like, damn, Steph still thinking.
Kurt, bro, KD was scoring 30 points a game without Steph Curry, bro.
No, I'm saying that like that he opened up his like KD's games. Like I know he was. I'm talking about he was. There was no help. Like it was just you and Kevin Durant.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Hey, Mons, you saw
Kevin Durant and that 2019. Like I said, that's the best Kevin Durant I've seen. 2019. That shit told me.
Mons, Steph just said
unstoppable.
What do you say, Azariah?
You saw what Steph just said recently?
No, what do you say, bro?
And they was on talk about the Finals MVPs, and he said first he was like he was kind of like, I'm paraphrasing. He was kind of like at first it was something that he was gonna have to deal with, the Finals MVP, especially making the Finals that many times. Then he straight up and came out and said, yeah, KD deserved like both of the final MVPs that he had. Like especially in 2018 when KD tried to give it to him, but I had that one bad game, but KD played great all 4 games.
Yeah,
so I understand why they gave it to him.
Yeah,
so that kills the narrative, bro. Yeah, that kills the new narrative that people trying to start that Steph was the best player when they played together. No, that shit was KD. You could tell.
And he said that. Yeah, he said that.
So Steph can be the best player, but I think Kevin Durant played the best in the series. Both can be true. I think Steph was their best player, but I think Kevin Durant played the best.
That's
especially in the finals. And I love Steph's answer because that's an unselfish answer, bro. Because at the end of the day, he got a ring around his finger, 4 of them.
That's what it's all about.
That's what he said, Mr.
Right, exactly. So he's not selfish.
And another thing y'all gotta understand too is he sacrificed because look at it like this: if he got both of them Finals MVP, Durant wouldn't even got no credit at all. So I think he sacrificed in that aspect too to let Durant do it because the team they played.
He did, bro.
I mean, they knew they was going to beat Cleveland.
Hey, Mom, this also what he said too. This is why I respect Steph too. Steph said, I'd rather have the 4 championships than have the MVPs. I want the championship.
I totally agree
with him, bro. Of course.
I totally agree with you, bro.
But that's why we gotta respect Wade too, though, because Wade sacrificed too. Like Wade was the man.
He
So
sure
like,
did, bro.
I know LeBron helped him too, because Wade was dealing with injuries and stuff and getting his knees ejected and all that. But
Man,
at
D
the end of
Wade
the
helped
day,
him more than helped him, bro.
right, he
That's fact.
sacrificed for LeBron to come over and take over his team, because that's like his
Right.
city, the team that
He
drafted
definitely
him and the
did.
team he won a
Hey,
championship with.
can I address something real quick? I just
Sure,
want to
bro.
address this whole narrative that playing with other superstars is hard and all this shit, bro. Playing with other superstars make your job easy. The more superstars you got in your team, the easier your job gets.
It depends on the fit of the stars. To me
I
personally,
totally
Man,
agree.
look,
But
bro.
that's why, that's why they're a great
Man,
team.
look, bro.
like
There's no time in NBA history where playing with more stars makes your job harder. If so, name one.
That's why, hey, basketball's a simple sport, y'all know. You got two of the best players in the NBA, you gonna win. That's what happened with Steph Curry and Kevin Durant. 2 top 5 players,
I
man.
mean,
You
it's
won.
not you got it's not that it's not like it's still got to be chemistry. The team got to
Oh, for
fit.
sure.
Everybody be
Nah,
on the
bro,
same page.
But basketball, but for
You
sure, but
gotta
it's
basketball's
know
still
not hard, man.
it's
easier.
gonna
Basketball's
make
not a
your
hard
job
sport.
easier, but it's not
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
guarantee wins.
No, it don't. No, that's two different things, though. It's not gonna guarantee wins,
Right.
but your job is easy as hell. Like you ain't really got to
Oh
work
yeah,
as hard unless
We
somebody
talk
gets
about two.
hurt.
If you add, I ain't gonna lie, you add 2 of the top 5 players, D Wade, LeBron, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant. That's a guarantee. That's a win, bro. That's 2 of
Yeah,
the
like
top
it
5
don't make
players
your
in the league,
job
man.
harder, bro.
Because D Wade and LeBron were top 5. Steph Curry and Kevin Durant were top 5, and they joined together. They automatically went to the finals immediately, like immediately. So
That's what I'm saying, bro. It
yeah,
makes
that
your
makes your
job like
job. That's what I
there's
say.
no way
Basketball,
in
like
hell somebody
yeah.
could pitch to me that Steph Curry's job got harder by adding
Oh, his job
KD.
got way easier. That's why I'm
Right.
not
So
mad at
with that
spending that
being
money,
said,
bro.
then Kirk. So with that being said, then Kirk, because you're doing it again right now, how do you value the MVPs for LeBron James, then, bro? If it's easier, then what are you valuing?
I still value
well,
the
I
impact
mean,
that he brought to
the
the team.
impact on that season, I think, and another thing, he shot 40% from 3,
Yeah,
and I
LeBron was still
think
impactful that year. But that's the
like
most
just like
impactful
what
Yeah,
he's ever
I
been, though.
call cap on that though. It
what
Right.
wasn't
Polo
that
Exactly.
said, he
it
did
wasn't
create
that
a lot of
many,
gravity
but
and
CJ,
playmaking for the
He
I agree
team.
with everything else you said except for that, bro. He won't shooting that many threes. That
but
I
he
know,
still, but
but
you know what's
the
crazy? He
ones
didn't
he
have
shot,
to.
he made, and all that. I'm just saying, like his percentage was at like a high rate,
no, it
and
was a
another
high
thing, they won
percentage, but
27 straight games. Like that's like kind of impressive to
yeah,
me.
they were
You
But
won
they were
nobody
busting
27
fails. We're
people
straight
talking about
ass.
games.
LeBron shooting more
Nah,
threes this
bro.
year.
Nah.
When he
KD,
shot,
don't
he
come
was
on,
getting
KD,
better every year
bro.
from the 3, bro. He was shooting.
They
He's
were
I'm
not
not
busting
hitting
people
impressed
shit.
by
But
ass, bro.
Miles,
KD.
that's
Come on.
impressive. 27 straight games though. That's like
Bro,
the
they
third
on the
most.
That's why.
In a
No, that's
week
the second
East,
most,
no,
bro. That's the
no,
yeah,
second
no,
but
most.
no.
who
I'm more
was the
impressed with my
first
Rockets
most?
winning 22 straight.
The first most
What's
was
Who
the
more
was
Lakers,
impressive? What's
okay?
more
The Lakers
impressive?
had who? The Lakers had
33.
who? No,
Hakeem,
no,
they
no,
had
no.
Kareem and
They had
Magic,
no, no,
right?
no. That was no.
Oh,
That was Jerry West and that was Wilt.
Exactly,
oh
Kirk. Learn
wow.
basketball, bro. Yeah, learn basketball.
I ain't gonna
That
lie,
was
I didn't
Jerry.
know that.
Magic.
I
That
did
was
not
Jerry
know that.
West and
But
Wilt.
that's crazy. So
So
they did it in
We
the
know you
modern
didn't know
era.
it, bro.
you said what?
This man's crazy. He crazy.
My Rockets won 22 straight, bro. With Bobby Jackson,
Hey,
T Mac, a hurt Yao Ming halfway through the streak. I mean,
hey,
that's more
Ky-
impressive than
Though.
any streak.
Yeah, T
hey,
Mac was going in
Kyrie,
there
Kyrie
too.
don't.
27 is still crazy though, bro. I remember that
Yeah,
shit. That
but
shit was
No, no,
the
crazy.
it's still a
the
It
Heat
was
great
got the
squad.
crazy.
job done though. They won a championship off it.
And we're talking about
Rockets,
they was
they got
blowing teams out. They was blowing teams out,
Yeah, they
man.
were whooping ass.
They was whooping
and
that. Like, it was
Chicago
ridiculous
and they
teams.
streak. Chicago
Yeah.
had ended their streak and
I
shit.
remember that. I
Yeah,
remember
I
that.
don't
That was a
value the
crazy
streak, bro.
game.
Yeah, I don't value the streak at all.
That was like that's LeBron. That's LeBron at his prime.
But
That's
the
why
I don't
but the
value.
that's at his peak
40%, so
prime,
all
bro.
that 40%,
I was at his
you're not
prime
shooting
when he
that
played
many
with Wade
threes.
Boston. We just keep skipping on that shit. This is
Oh my
crazy,
gosh.
bro. Yep. And I'm gonna keep
But you act
saying
like
that.
LeBron. But you act like LeBron hasn't done anything outside those players though, like before or
Huh?
after.
I
You act
mean,
like
What do you mean
LeBron hasn't
before,
done
bro?
anything
Hold
before
on,
Wade
hold
or
on, Kirk.
Bosh.
funky
Hey,
paper.
Because he
hey,
still was
hey,
a two-time
Azariah.
MVP and still led his
Kirk
team to the
just
finals
said,
before he
quote,
got with
you
Wade.
act like, hold on, Kirk just said, quote, you act like he's never done anything before those players. He was
What
losing.
did he do before them?
Right, he was losing, Kirk. What are you talking about?
Right, but you're talking about. Hold up. So
what do you mean he's right?
So no, I'm going off his point because we're talking
bro.
about. Hold up. The whole conversation was LeBron's MVP. He said, "How did he get MVP?" I said that was his best year. So he said, "What is he like?" If we talk about what LeBron has done before, he was a back-to-back MVP before he got over there. So it's not like it's impossible for him to get another MVP because he played better. LeBron played better in 2013 when he played in in 09 and 0. I mean, in 09 and 2010.
So you don't value
You look at the
the
stats.
back-to-back. So you
his impact was undeniable, bro.
So you value his MVPs in Miami more than the ones in Cleveland?
I value his stats. Yeah, because he was the most that was the best LeBron.
You can't make this shit up, Azariah. You can't
that was the best LeBron. Bro, what are you trying to say? What I'm trying to tell you is that he's done it before, so him doing it on the team.
What y'all trying
no,
to
that's
say?
not yeah.
But I can see if LeBron look, but your point would be valid if he didn't win MVP.
Say it again.
Your point would be valid, bro. Your point would be valid if he didn't win MVP before he went to that team. You would have been like, oh, well, he only won MVP.
That's not what I asked you, bro. See, you off on a tangent again, bro.
You don't want to say it again. You don't want to say it
bro.
again.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, what was the question?
My question is, do you value his MVPs in Miami more than the ones in Cleveland?
For sure, because he won. He won with those MVPs. Yes, I value that. I value his impact on that team.
MVP
for sure.
has nothing to do with him winning a championship, bro. It's a regular season award.
Yes, well, then I value.
And
Yes, bro. The reason why I value his MVPs.
So watch this, KB in Azariah.
Oh my gosh, bro.
But you hold on, but you've argued on this panel and said that in 09 and 010 he had no help.
Oh,
What does that have to do with his MVPs in Miami, though?
So the MVP is more impressive because he did it with no help.
Got him, bro.
No, so here's my here's my point to rebuttal what you just said.
We to that.
Here's my point to rebuttal to that, Mr. Max. There is a point to rebuttal if you listen and y'all stop being emotional. So he was
hey, Kirk, you always go into that emotional shit.
Yeah,
because I'm being.
Kirk, you watch Yu-Gi-Oh growing up? Oh, you triggered my trap card.
Finish my point real quick before you start talking your shit, bro.
Hey, Kirk, funny as hell.
I just want to finish my point real quick. That's it. I'm hearing y'all. Y'all want to hear me real quick or nah?
Go ahead, Kirk.
So he was a better player. He was a better player in 2012 and 13. He was a better player. That's why he won those MVPs in Miami, because he was a better player in the same Eastern Conference that he was in when he was on the Cleveland Cavaliers. His teammates were better, but he was a better player with a better impact. And just like what y'all just said, D Wade took a step back and he showed LeBron how to win better, that's what he was doing when he won his MVPs. Other than the lockout year, other than the lockout year, like he was a better player. So MVPs is the best player on the best team usually. LeBron's impact you cannot deny in 2012 or 13.
But
that's what I think. I'm saying, bro, but I can't deny his
impact. Bro, you lost me again, bro. Hold on, CJ. If you've argued in the past that he's had no help in Cleveland and he won back-to-back
Russell Westbrook had no help, and he won MVP. What does that mean?
Sir, can I finish what I'm saying, bro?
Go ahead.
Please.
If you've argued
in the past that LeBron's had no help in Cleveland and he did it all by himself, and he won back-to-back MVPs. Okay. How was that not more impressive than him doing whatever he did next to Wade and Bosh, right? It doesn't matter if he played better or not, bro. He's next to...
Yes, it does matter. That's why you win MVP.
What?
Because you played... Hold up, bro. So, yeah, it does matter because we're talking about... So, if we're talking about LeBron's MVPs, and then now we're rating his MVP, so how do you rate
Was his job easier or harder?
You say rank MVPs.
Right, exactly. This is crazy, bro. Kirk, was his job easier or harder in Cleveland?
Harder in Cleveland.
So why would you not value that more than it's harder?
Because he wasn't as impactful as he was in the Heat.
How is he not more impactful if he's harder and he won?
Because look, Mr. Maz, as much as you don't want to talk about the MVPs, and as much as you don't, hold up, I'm gonna tell you. Hold up, I'm about to respond to you. You gonna let me respond? As much as you don't want to talk about the MVPs in the playoffs, he won MVPs and won. He was clearly more impactful.
He's saying
you can't factor in winning because
what Mass is saying
playoffs.
is that Mass is saying this. Mass is saying he did more with.
I mean, he's wrong, but he can keep going.
But he's basically saying like, how is it more impressive to do more with more instead of doing more with less?
I'm gonna say this, bro.
But
I'm
I
be
think
completely serious about this.
Go ahead.
When he did it in 2013, bro, you going on a 27. I don't give a fuck what team you got. Going on a 27-0 streak, and you not doing that in Cleveland is more impressive, bro. I'm sorry, that's more impressive. And you shot a career high from the three and you played the best defense of your career. That's more impressive than what he did in Cleveland. I'm sorry. So that's how we're gonna end that conversation right there.
He played the best defense of his career, but he didn't lead the Heat in blocks or steals. That was Chris Bosh and D Wade. So
How is it more impressive when he playing next to Durant? How is it more impressive when he playing next to two franchise players than when he doing it by himself, leading his own team to doing back-to-back?
Exactly, as a right. Shit, crazy, bro.
This is crazy, bro. The math ain't
right. This is crazy, bro. Y'all talk about LeBron's best years, like in his.
So
in his career.
basically, what it is, like LeBron can never get like credit for no awards since he on like stacked teams. That's like the argument.
I don't know.
It's a bad argument though, because
I'm just here to troll.
CJ. CJ.
It's a bad argument for y'all,
Don't you
bro.
think that his job is?
Hey, Kirk, I'm just here to troll you, dog. That's all I'm doing.
No, I see a point that y'all making. I know y'all both. I know both of y'all angles. You saying like Kirk's saying is his impact on the team. Like no matter if he joined the super team or not, he still impact the team. And y'all saying is y'all going to discredit him regardless because he stacked his team and his job is less like.
No, bro. All I'm asking is this, bro. Listen, Kirk can say what he wants to say, bro. But all I'm saying is this: I would value the MVPs in Cleveland way more than what everybody anything in Miami because of the road traveled and how tough the road is versus Cleveland to Miami. Like if I'm next to Wade and Bosh, and
that's what I'm saying,
Kirk, right? And Kirk is supposed to be a basketball savant, and he's trying to stand on business, sounding like a straight fool
because
defending the shit. But he's argued that LeBron's had no help in Cleveland. Now he's saying, yeah, scratch that. I'm more impressed with 13, 14, or 12 LeBron over Cleveland LeBron, who he's arguing says he's had no help in Cleveland. So which
the
one is
reason
it, bro?
why
Like, you kill your own argument.
If we no. So we're talking about MVPs and we're talking about what LeBron has done, not what his teammates have done. The context does matter, right? Yes, it matters. But we're talking about LeBron as an individual player. He was a better individual player in 2012 and 13 than what he was in 09 and 2010. That's why I said he was more.
Okay, I'm about to go downstairs and chill out. But I got to ask Kirk one more question before I go.
He averaged less points in Miami.
It's
and still won MVP. That's how impactful he was.
Let me ask Kirk one more question before I go because I was listening last night and you said something, Kirk, that made me real mad, bro.
This has nothing to do with the MVP talk.
Give them math. Bring
I'm
up
about to
something
tell
else.
you, bro. And listen, this is how I know Kirk. This is how I know Kirk don't know shit about basketball.
Don't read math.
Said last night. Hold on, Kirk.
Is nobody gonna help me? I'm just talking over here, like no help.
Yeah, BJ said last night, quote, I need to get Josh Powell on the stream, blah, blah, blah. And Kirk goes, who is Josh Powell? Bro,
no.
You don't know basketball, bro?
You know it's crazy, bro. Why can't you not know one person and then I don't know basketball? This is kind of like that makes no sense.
Crazy, bro.
Come on,
goes,
bro.
who's Josh Powell? You don't know who Josh Powell is, bro? Who played with
I literally
Kobe in the late 2000s?
I don't know.
Play with
the cornrows. You didn't know that, Kirk?
No, I ain't gonna lie. I definitely didn't, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I might have to get a hit on that.
NC State.
Oh, this is crazy, bro. Right,
why am I getting? Hold up, man. So he gonna change the MVP conversation because he know I'm right, and then he gonna change it to that shit. Like what the fuck, bro? I don't understand. Bro. If you ask anybody in their right mind, bro, which LeBron you want? I'm taking 2012, 2013 LeBron. You're tripping, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You're tripping off that.
Do it. When I'm about to tell you something about LeBron in 2013 too.
To get an MVP, like you don't understand how
he had the best. He had the best record. He had the best record in the league. He wasn't on that 27-game win streak. He led the NBA in win shares. He led the NBA in offensive win shares. He finished top 3 in defensive win shares. And he led the league in box plus minus. So that's what I'm saying. It's hard. The reason I think they talking about he disqualified regardless because he had like a super team. But I know the point that you making, like his impact on that team was great. But I understand where he's coming from too, because he's saying he's doing disqualified because he on a super team. So they don't know how
he's an individual. His game did progress. As an individual.
That's all I'm saying.
But I guess what they're saying is, it's like, yo, like winning all those games help you win the MVP. And so since you have all that talent, you're going to win MVP. That's probably what.
I mean, but he was like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I remember that year, bro. He was undeniably the MVP that year.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Like doing anything that year.
But historically, Like it doesn't matter what you do as an individual, your team has to be in a certain spot
Right, and he
to win
exactly,
to
but
win the
that
award.
right. That's a good
That's
point.
probably
That was
what they're
his
looking
story.
at.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like if you take LeBron, I mean, of course he has great teammates. I know that. If you take LeBron off that team, bro, come on, bro. I mean, They're not doing historically what they did that year.
Nah,
That's
they're
a
not
team
doing all that.
collective. But he was a very impact. Like he was, bro. That was the best LeBron I've seen, bro. That's why I'm like what the hell? That's he was in his prime. Like that was the best LeBron. Like there was not too much you could do with him.
Yeah, they were there. Yeah, I mean, they needed him to do that streak.
Right. And like you just said, D Wade basically said, have fun, bro. Go ahead and take over. And what did he do that year, man? That year was, if y'all just remember that 2013 year, that was a crazy year by Heat. That was a crazy year.
I probably didn't break it.
It's a wild ass year, man. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I
I remember
watched
that
that
year,
year.
y'all.
I watched that
Crazy
year.
year.
Yeah, I don't.
Good in the playoffs, though.
That was his best MVP year, actually. That's why I was like, you want to take his best MVP year away? Like, damn, bro, that's the best. Oh, okay. I'm like, shit. Like, I come on, bro. Like,
Yeah,
he
I
was
was
almost
I was just
unanimous
rooting.
too.
I was just rooting against you. I didn't know what y'all were talking about.
I know you was, nigga. He said, get him, man. Fuck.
Get his ass, man.
Like I never. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like that run. Like the reason why I'm so like crazy about that run is because that's what actually made LeBron who he was. Because like that 2011, and then he had that crazy game in 2012, and then after he won his first championship, he just went off. Like he just jumped off. It's like he jumped off the porch. Like he just went crazy that year. I was like, oh, like he was playing the game with so much ease. I was, oh my God. Like we could talk, like, bro, he wasn't even doing that in 2012. Like he was, but 2013, he was like on a different, he was on some other shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He was on some other shit. Like D-Wade pretty much really gave him like, this is just shit, bro. And he took off running, bro. So I gotta give credit where
The
credit's
crazy
due.
part about it, he was taking like 18 shots a game, so he
That's what
wasn't like
I'm
jacking that
bro.
shit either.
He averaged 26 points a game. Like what?
But it's gonna always be hard for people to analyze it because they're gonna always point to the fact he won on a super team. Like that's why I think it's gonna be like hard to, you see what I'm saying? So that's what people gonna hold against
Fair,
him.
bro. But if niggas watch that team, bro, man.
No, I know. Trust me, bro. I seen that whole run, so I know how great they was on defense and offense and hitting shots and all that. Cause that was a good team. Then it was good on a fast break too.
Man, that fast break, they was
That's
ridiculous.
not,
I'm not going
so
to,
was,
like, it was
a
borderline
good
what Steph
all around
did.
team.
Right. It was borderline what Steph did in 2016. I feel like what Steph did in 2016 is better, but they both were very, like, you could just see, they'd seen a game at a different level that year. That shit was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. It's like seeing a game.
LeBron and Wade?
I'm talking about, LeBron and, wait, what'd you say, Kobe?
No, I'm saying who's they? You said they. I'm saying who are you? You said LeBron and D Wade that year.
Yeah. Well, I was saying LeBron and Steph Curry had very similar, like.
Okay. You talking about LeBron and Steph? Okay.
Yeah, when they won they back-to-backs, and they both, like I said this earlier. Well, when I was having that Steph Curry discussion, when they both went on a streak, and they both was just historically this good that year. Like you just said, his LeBron. I gotta look at his, like, CJ already read his stats historically 2013, but he was just, I don't know.
2016 Steph would never be duplicated ever again.
Nah, I agree. That stuff was crazy. Oh, that stuff was crazy.
Yeah, 2016 Steph, if you watched it live, Steph was demoralizing people with the shot.
The most.
Like people were like they had this look of they were fucked when he was wide open.
It got to a point.
It wasn't even it was even when he passed half court, they were in their boots and shaky.
No, Kobe films ain't lying, bro. He used to kill the Wizards, bro. The Wizards used to hate them niggas. Oh my.
It got to a point where Steph didn't even need to play in the fourth quarters.
Right, exactly. That's you know who had another year like that too. Like SJ Borderline had a year like that last year. He was not playing in the fourth quarter.
You gotta look at Kobe and Mike back when they were busting people ass with the Lakers and the Bulls. Bro, them niggas is sitting out full fourth quarters, bro.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They work is like, so when you look at like the numbers, scoring numbers, they could have scored, like Kobe probably could have had 80 a couple of times. Like he probably had
Kirk,
80 points like 6 times, bro.
Hey Kirk, if you remember that 2016 Steph Curry run, notice that fucking narrative did not start until after he lost that finals because Steph Curry was proving that he was clutch as shit that entire
Yes,
entire run.
that's facts. Hey, it's
Until he
kind of like
lost.
the stick, right?
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah, he was
16
sitting out.
Steph, 16 Steph is a top 5 peak of all time. It's
Yes,
a
it
top.
is.
I kind of
It
would have
is.
put LeBron as top 10 because that definitely is a top 5 peak for sure.
Bro,
LeBron in 2013 top 5. He probably was like top 10, top 5.
Steph was
Around
so
that.
dominant that year, dog.
He was dominant as shit,
Like
man.
niggas, like, bro, the way dudes look, like when he had the rock, they look like they ain't want that shit. They ain't
It's
want no
only
trouble, man.
In
it's only
2000,
three.
right? Nah, niggas
It's
didn't want
only
no smoke.
hey, hold on. It's only 3 point guards that will actually go back at stuff like that, and that wasn't scared.
But
That was Westbrook, Kyrie, and John Wall.
Definitely
Those
John
are
but
Wall. But John Wall used to get fried. I remember
yeah.
them. He used to get fried by
you
Steph.
talk about the
Oh
year they
my
won
god.
73 games.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because Steph dropped
Yeah.
like 50 and John Wall dropped like 40 on him. Like, that
yeah.
shit used to
John Wall,
beat
he
the
ain't
All
never been
right.
afraid to drop
So
nobody.
this what I'm gonna say about that. Cause I know I've been saying it too, but I'm gonna keep the energy like y'all did. So at the end of the day, LeBron season, like if you take away who he joined or whatever, to be honest, he was supposed to get defensive player of the year that season too. And on
That's
top of
crazy.
that,
Nah.
they won a championship and Steph Curry lost. So I gotta look at the end picture too. If we're going ranks like top 5 MVPs.
You can't name me 5 peaks better than 16 Steph.
I will say this
But
about Steph's
I'll
peak, but
go
they
with
should have. Oh my
I can go
god.
with Shy. I could
No,
probably go
no,
with
no.
I can
No, I ain't
because
gonna lie.
I
If
can
y'all
go with the dudes
hindsight,
who
bro,
had good seasons and got the job
I'm
done.
not gonna lie. Hindsight,
I
what
can
Shea
just do
did
it
this
like
year
that.
was crazy, but
Hold on, you name it
No,
five. You name
we're
it
gonna
five
overrate, bro. We're gonna
runners
I
better
overrate
than
don't know
I
about
could
them
Shaq.
say
five. Though. I gotta
I
really
could
look at
say
that though.
Shaq.
I
I
gotta
could
really
say
look at that.
Shaq.
That's
I could
two.
say LeBron.
Hold
Okay,
on,
LeBron.
no.
That's good.
Which LeBron year you saying is good as that 2016 stuff? Which year you saying is good?
2013 LeBron for sure.
Okay.
13
Yeah.
Impact
LeBron,
wise,
21
Yeah,
impact
I could
wise,
say
impact wise.
LeBron. I could say Shaq. Who else
Yeah,
I
straight.
said?
Shane's
You
not
can say
bad.
Jordan
Shaq.
too,
Shy,
1991.
92
SGA,
Jordan.
SGA,
92 Jordan.
1991 Jordan.
96 Jordan.
Jordan. I could use
Bird.
a lot of.
But really, when he first started winning though, like
I could
94
use two
1991
94
Jordans.
Jordan.
Akeem, 94
I could use
Akeem,
two Jordans.
Yes, you
Akeem
can.
in
Oh, you
You
could
94,
do that.
use
Cause at the end of the
Bird. You
day,
use Bird too.
and at the
We
end of
94
talking
the
about
day,
winning.
because
Akeem,
You
they
got to
won
win
it.
the chip. We talking about the year you got to win the
Right, you
chip.
got to. If it's the best
Yeah, but
MVP season, you gotta get the job done.
Oh,
No,
MVP
to me,
season. Okay.
I think Jordan number
Yeah,
one,
I
because
think Kobe's
1991. That
best
might be
Steph
season
number
wasn't
Curry
one.
had
even
a
a win.
great season. Like I said, it like
Yeah,
that was one
not
of the
it.
best teams.
It's
But I gotta keep it real. Like
it's
if they don't get
92
the job
Jordan,
done, I
dog.
can't put.
It's
I'm
Oh,
gonna
it's
that's
say
either
I can't put him
92.
1991,
ahead of
bro.
dudes
So
who
what
got
It's,
the
about
job
it's
done.
Shaq?
close.
Bro.
I
What
like
about
that.
Shaq MVP?
92 Jordan tough.
I
that's
said
yeah.
that, Pa.
Everybody says the
Shaq
best
joint
year
Oh,
too.
ever.
man. No, but wait, real quick, Kurt. That means to you, LeBron 2013 is more impressive than Dirk 2011.
Yes. Like as a player, you talking about as a player?
Nah, I
As a
don't know as a
whatever.
play. Oh,
As
oh.
a whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as a
20.
player,
Yeah,
LeBron was more
2030.
impressive than Dirk for sure.
I don't know about all
Oh, you
that.
said more impressive. You said more
Yeah, I
impressive.
don't know about all
Yeah.
that now.
Okay, yeah. If you want
He
to say
might
more
have been a
impressive,
better player,
Dirk was
but
more
Dirk,
impressive. If you ask me
Oh,
who's
no,
greater, LeBron
yeah,
was
that
greater.
run was
Dirk
no,
crazy.
was more
because the
impressive.
way you are talking about
But if you
this
look at the
2013
whole, just look
season,
at the.
I hear people asking you, like, Kurt, like, if you can't beat a dude by yourself and you go get two of your friends and then you beat him, like, what we gonna say about you? You jumped him.
Right, King. But
LeBron
I'm
didn't
talking
beat
like
Dirk
if you
though.
just look at like this is what I'm
No,
saying
we are
about
saying we
basketball.
But hold
can't
on though.
measure him
You got to take
because
away. No, you're right,
front
King. No, King,
runners.
you right. He had great teammates, but you got to like if you look at
Besides,
LeBron as
most
just
all-time great
individually.
player,
If you look at him
most
Bro,
all
individually,
you're
King, I'm
even
gonna lie.
putting in the 27 straight wins. You
most
don't think
all-time
that got
great.
to do with this super
Of
team?
course, no, of course it does. No, of course it
So
does.
you
Yeah,
Of course it
cannot
LeBron
does. I'm
playing on
not
a
do
great
taking
that
no
team.
credit
as
away
a
from the
LeBron
Heat,
playing on a
bro.
LeBron
great team.
glorified like history or
LeBron,
marking LeBron career. He had
no,
more help than anyone else in the league at the time.
Right, but
yeah,
right, you're
LeBron
right
playing a
about that.
super
I'm
team.
just
No one's
you're
denying that.
right.
No one's
But if
denying
you look
that.
at what he did
No
that
won't say I
year.
am.
If you just look at oh, I don't
If
fuck
I'm
that way.
doing it next to bro, if I'm doing it and I'm running from the front, I'm doing it next to two all-time great players and my whole team is good. I'm playing free
Mo,
basketball.
and most
That's what I'm
all
But you
time
saying
great.
still
right
gotta
there.
get credit to a nigga that's doing all that in season though.
Not
Like
amount of
Most
you
credit
can't
that
most
take
all
y'all want to
time
give him.
great. Most
Not the
all
amount of
time
credit
great.
y'all want to give him.
Bro, I'm not.
Most all.
Look, King, I'm not saying that's the
Bro.
best season I've ever seen in my life. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what he did that season was historical. That's it. He was that was a great year. That was LeBron's best. That's the best LeBron I've seen. That's all I'm saying, bro. No disrespect to the Heat. The Heat were amazing. They all went on the 27-0 streak. LeBron was playing free basketball, but he played the best defense. He damn near played his best offense. I'm not going to take it away.
but
I
that's
can't
why I
take it.
told you,
Bro,
Kurt. People
even with
gonna
your best
discredit it because
defense,
they saying he played with
LeBron
help.
had
That's
two
why I
players on
said
the
it started
team that
there.
was playing better defense than him.
Well, most all
Well,
time
him,
great
well,
players
him
play
as
with
an
help.
individual, well, him as an individual, that's one of his best individual seasons. Like, if you
That's
just
all I'm trying to
rate
say.
him,
That's his
like, if
best
we
individual season.
exclude his teammates and just go off him strictly, like him as a player,
Right.
then we'll be able to judge it accurately. But when we include
I
other niggas, that's when it's like, okay, you're taking away from what he individually is
I can't
I
take.
think
as
more.
You
as a
know,
player.
I
right?
think
All
You know
right,
more.
what's
look,
crazy,
look what
Kobe
you
Films?
can't use. You can't use the 27 game win, and you can't use his defense
Well, here's
because
my
he
thing,
can.
King. That's not. Hold up,
Here,
King.
why
Hold
you
up, King.
Yeah,
can't use his
don't bring up
defense?
the
He got
wins because that's
Shane
the team
Battier
thing.
Okay, I'm
and
not gonna.
Dwayne Wade
All
and
right.
Haslam
Bring up.
them. Like he's single coverage in the
But that's the
worst
second
players.
longest streak in NBA history, though.
Let's use let's exclude the champ. No. This is how you do it, right? Exclude the championship,
Second longest, the
exclude the
Lakers and the
wins,
Rockets.
and just talk about him as a player.
If we just talk about as LeBron's a player, he was
Just talk
he was the
about him
most.
as a
And that's
player.
He was.
Just
but
strictly
Hey,
that's
as
I
a
ain't
why
gonna
I
lie.
player.
just
Bryant
said.
said it. Right,
But
go,
that's why I
CJ.
said he led it. So talk about him as a player.
Just
He
a
Right.
led the
player.
league in box
That's how
plus
you keep it
minus.
accurate.
He led the
That's how,
league in clutch field goal percentage.
no, no,
He
no,
was
no, no.
top three in
CJ.
defense.
CJ. I'm talking about on the court, film.
Oh, he was the most
Like
dominant player in the NBA. He was
film.
the most
Like break
dominant player in
down
the
his.
NBA.
No, but I'm saying break down his game. That
Well,
way we could.
he created a lot of gravity in Miami. He played in the post more, and I think he he took high volume shots. And I think with Miami, he had more spacing, so the teammates hit 3 pointers at a high rate. I think he played better defense that year, and he switched more, and he made the game easier for players around him because he used to set screens for his point guards a lot and shade to the basket and
So
on
he
fast
became
break.
a better 3-point shooter, right? He became a better shooter. He worked
Yes.
on his post game. He
Right.
became a better defender. He was more active on defense, and he
More
was
active
damn
off
near
the ball.
unstoppable
And
attacking
he
the
didn't
paint.
have mental breakdowns that year.
Okay, so this the problem with a lot of basketball discussions, right? And a lot of basketball discussions, we talk about a lot of awards and we talk about the team. But we could just talk about an individual player and their skill set and
Okay,
what they
that's
bring to
fair.
the table. That way, we could take away all the narratives and just talk about him as a player and how he was the best player in the NBA.
Okay. I mean,
You see
the
what I'm
only reason
saying?
why I used the streak though, Kobe Films, is this nigga. I don't know, man. That nigga was
But if you
crazy.
bring up the team, people gonna bring up the team.
Right.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
fair. You ain't lying about that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can't, but this is what y'all doing, Kurt. That streak is because of that great team. You cannot give LeBron that streak. You can give him the
You could
streak if
definitely
it
give him
was
a lot of
Cleveland
credit though.
his
Yeah,
first
you
run,
you give him
even
credit.
if it was Cleveland his second run, because the way the streak come about, he never showed no examples of doing that before
Okay,
he
that's
went
fair.
to Miami.
That's fair.
Although he did
He went to
166 with the Cavs, but it's
But he
like
went back to back MVPs without Miami, so it's not like he's not capable of doing that.
That's what I
He just
kept
was
trying
on
to
a
say.
better
Like
team.
I was
Only
like,
problem
damn.
he
is
was
if we going
capable of
all right. So
doing
is
that.
we going to discredit? So y'all basically saying he just like he can't like he banished from any awards because the teams he played on like
Nah,
Cavaliers, Miami, like he don't get no credit for nothing.
Come on, y'all.
We didn't say that. We said it was unfair how the media did that with him, like giving him MVP for playing with a
Nigga,
stat
he
team. But they didn't.
they didn't treat everybody the
you gotta
same.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You got bro, hold up, bro. You gotta
They
definitely
literally
give
came
everybody
out
I
better
and
mean,
said,
recognition that
they
year.
literally came
gave
out and
Magic
said,
Johnson MVPs too
You
for that
have to
stat
hold
hold
team.
up. So who was
But
the
guess
MVP in
what?
2013? You have to tell me another player on. There's no if it was media, because I don't think that was
Kurt,
media.
literally said like they media literally came out and said Steph Curry and Kevin Durant they can't even be considered
That's
just because
true.
they
That
play
is
Yeah,
together.
that was
so
fucked. That
facts.
was
But I'm
fucked up.
telling you,
That's
bro, if one of
unfair
them
as
had an
shit.
impactful year, and one of them was not that impactful, one of them would have got MVP. I'm
Hold
telling you,
on,
that's how that shit would win.
But the
2013.
separation from
Never
2013,
KD and
happened.
Steph is not like
2013.
LeBron and Wade. Like we
That's why I
know who
keep
the
saying
definitive
We,
best
we just
player
read
is
the
on the
numbers out. We
team.
just read the numbers out. It
Hey,
was
what
a
was
bigger
James
separation.
Harden averages, if anyone know, in 2013? And
Who?
his team record?
Who?
James Harden. Anyone know
2013.
his team record?
And what
But this
year?
is the point. This is the
And
point
what
I want to
year?
make,
2013.
right? Look at the point I want to
Why are
make,
we
right?
debating this, y'all? This is about to make me mad.
No, look at the point I want to make. Hear this point now, Kirk.
It's crazy.
Right? So 2000, when we were going into the playoffs, that's the Lakers. I saw a video the other day. A lot of people were saying what team can possibly win. Even Magic says Toronto look good. No one says the Lakers, right? Kobe, I saw other thing. Kobe Flynn said it on this panel with Skapatek saying 30 steals and 30 I'm getting somewhere with this, and 30 blocks, right? So you obviously see that Kobe playing on defense propelled the Lakers to finally win, right? So the next year coming in now, everybody is saying Lakers is a great team. They're gonna win again. Kobe averages 30. Tim Duncan averages 21. And they gave Tim Duncan the MVP over Kobe.
What year was
So
this?
this was like
You talking about
03 or
01?
02 when Kobe,
Oh,
when
you talking about
Duncan win,
'02 and
Duncan win
'03?
MVP
Okay.
03, right?
Yeah.
So I think that year
So hold
Kobe
on,
averages
I'm lost. So
30.
basically, we just gotta count LeBron years
So
with LA and his first
look,
stint in Cleveland,
they
and
they
erase.
didn't they
That's
didn't
like y'all
give
want to just do
Kobe
that.
that MVP.
Which they
They
can't
didn't
do that.
give
This makes no
Durant
Nah,
sense.
you can't
That's
erase
how I'm
MVP.
somebody's
understanding.
award.
They don't give no other players MVP that was on super teams. Probably only Magic and I don't know Kareem
What
or
you mean?
whatever.
That's
But
not true.
You
Bird
who
say they only
else
know
too.
other
gave it?
players than the
Larry Bird.
nameplate of the player.
Larry Bird, bro.
Larry Bird was on a super team.
That team was the
Nah.
best team of all time. Oh man,
No, it
that's one
wasn't.
of the
What?
best teams of all time.
Hey, before
Kevin
Bird,
Hey, hold on,
McHale,
hold on, hold on,
Ryan
hold
let me
on.
Shares,
ask
and
you
Hey,
Dennis
something,
Johnson
hey,
King.
was getting busy,
hey,
bro.
Bro,
Kurt, you wanna know how good Larry Bird impact is? His rookie year, he turned a 29 win team to a 60 win team before Kevin
there we
McHale
go.
or
That's wild as
Robert
shit. I ain't
Bird
gonna lie.
There
got
we
That's
there.
wild as
go.
shit. That's wild as
Hey,
shit.
and bro,
Before any of them
Kirk,
got there, he did that for
Kirk,
rookie of the
the
year.
Lakers with Kobe
That's
beat 10
crazy.
out of 11 50-win teams. So sometimes it's the greatness of a player that propelled a team to
But
the
that's
to
what I'm
the
saying
level.
about LeBron. What the hell?
Not with Miami.
You can't hold up. You
If
cannot
he
say what
did,
you just
Kirk,
said and
if
then
he
take
had
away what
did that
LeBron has
with
done. That makes no
Cleveland,
sense
if
because
he
they're
had
still a
did that
team at
with
the end of the day.
Cleveland, bro, if he had did that with Cleveland, then yes.
That makes no. You cannot do that to him. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Like
The,
you
the
Well,
two
well,
cannot.
the
well
two
here,
You
the two
cannot take
teams
that
that I
away from
just named
LeBron, bro.
well,
were
What?
less
here's the
than Miami,
here's
except
the
for the
thing, right?
one main players, Bird
No,
You
and
that's
you
not
Kobe.
fair, bro. You cannot take away
you
what
Come
he's
you
on
done
now.
on
can't
that
you
team,
you
though.
can't you can't take away
The
awards, right?
'86
But
Celtics considered one of the best team ever, and
That's what
Larry
I'm trying
Bird
to
got
say to
MVP
him.
on
Like,
that
what are
team.
we? You can't take
but
away what
And the
he's
Not
2 years
but
done.
this
before
because
that,
of why Miami don't get considered as one of the best team ever.
because the results.
Exactly. The 86 Celtics got results and the team, the way they play and the teams that they beat. Bird was the main reason of all of that. Kevin McHale was good and them players, what's his name? And that's how you see our great players are just like Tim Duncan, Tony Parker
No, but
win.
they lost too,
Cornbread
though. They
won
they didn't win
MVP.
everything. They
You have
lost
to
too.
have players. Look, Bird, Cornwell, Maxwell, whatever his name is, won MVP.
That's
Tony
true.
Parker won
talk about
MVP.
Cedric Maxwell.
Greatness of
Yeah.
players make their teams great. It was Michael Jordan's greatness gave
So
4 6
King,
straight.
hold up, King. So take LeBron off that Heat team. They're not going on a 27-0 streak. They're not doing that. But I'm letting you know that they're not winning 66 and 16 games. They're not like they're not
Was
they're not
LeBron
going to
on
the
the
finals
was
that year
LeBron
without
on the
LeBron. Like
Houston
what are we
Rockets?
talking about?
Was
He
LeBron
was
on the
impactful
Houston
as hell that
Rockets?
year.
Was LeBron on the Houston Rockets when they went on their winning streak?
No.
And Shaq and Kobe team or you have other teams, Spurs, other teams that was better than them,
But you
right?
can't say what
Wait,
a
I'm
player's done
asking
for
you
a
a
team
question.
and
You
then you
have
can't
other
add.
teams
Y'all hear this?
When the Houston Rockets went on their run, other
Right.
teams in the league were better than them. Sometimes you never know. You never know if D Wade and Bosh would have went on a winning streak. You
Not
never
like that,
know.
bro. No, stop it, bro. See, that's no, bro.
Bro, I
Come on,
just
someone help
showed
me
you
out, y'all. Come on, someone
examples
help
of
me out, bro.
other
Come on,
team that
please.
did it. And I think
Let the
they
church
didn't
say
even have
amen. Come on, help
McGrady
me out.
healthy, I
What
think.
the hell?
McGrady
Well,
wasn't
well,
even
well,
Help
listen.
me out.
Yeah.
Well,
was
listen.
McGrady
Bro,
on
what
that
that
team?
don't make no sense.
When
You want to give
when
LeBron
you
credit at all? Like no credit? Like what the
when
fuck?
That's why I was
27
asking.
wins
Like
straight.
we got.
What the fuck?
when you
It's the team.
when you win
You
an
just said
MVP.
Larry Bird in the team. He just said
No,
Larry Bird.
I get what he's saying. And remember,
The
Kirk, when
level
I
of
told
players on Larry Bird team to the level of
Who?
players LeBron
Who?
had in the time that
Nigga.
he
remember
was
I
there.
told you, Kirk. Remember I told you there's going to be some people who, when they look at that, they're going to say, well, in order to win the MVP, you got to have a good record, and your teammates help you get a good record.
Yeah, CJ.
So
Yeah,
that's
you and
probably
CJ
what
told me that.
people. I think that's probably what people gonna stick to.
But
Like
you
when
still.
they
But hold up. But here. Okay, Posh King. I love all y'all, bro. Y'all my brothers, right? Y'all black men too. Come on,
Bless.
bro. Hold up, bro. Hold up, Posh King. You have to. So, and I think in anything in life, you have to be able to discern things. You have to be able to discern. Well, for real, you got to be able to discern the great team LeBron played on, right, and what he's done individually, and put it together, and you have a great team because of the players and of course of LeBron. You have to be able to discern. Okay, he was very impactful. That I could discern. Okay, LeBron. Like you could be like you could look at the team, be like, okay, like maybe he wasn't like okay. I'll say this to you, King. This is perfect because they played 4 years together. LeBron
Yeah.
in 2011 wasn't as impactful. What wasn't as impactful in 2013? That's a fact. D Wade was more impactful in 2011 to 2013. That's a fact. You can discern that. You can look at those seasons and say those are two different LeBrons. LeBron, you could be like that's the best LeBron I've ever seen from Cleveland. You could discern that. You should be able to discern.
But wait,
Okay.
2011, the finals was just such a polarizing thing. You're
And
telling me we
it
didn't.
was,
No,
and that's
hold
what I'm
on. You're
saying.
telling me throughout the season, LeBron didn't play well that year?
He wasn't as impactful as he was in 2013. No, he was not.
I don't really go off of numbers, but they were high flying and think they're gonna win
But not
MVP
like
and even
they was doing.
promise 8.
That's true.
So I know he folded in the finals, but I don't. You would have to tell me his numbers with comparison to both seasons, like the seasons, not the finals.
No, just take away
2011
the
is
finals. Talk
season.
about what they did because they didn't go on a 27-0 streak in 11. They didn't do that. But LeBron played better
But
in
what?
2013
But
than what he did in
y'all are
2011.
saying he played better, so y'all talking about numbers then. So I'm saying, what was his numbers
All right, take away the
compared to?
numbers. Just take away the numbers.
Take
I'll
away
look it up for you right now what he did in 2011.
because all I'm saying to you is sometimes teams just go on a certain amount of run and it's a less team than most teams, but they're just beating teams. Sometimes that can happen, bro, where teams go on a run. You feel me? Now, if LeBron would have come and did that with Cleveland, we would have seen the major like, okay, this is LeBron. What? Even if he went back to Cleveland and he had Kyrie and just Kevin Love, although that's a great team, you would have seen a bigger impact on that. But bro, you're
I
not
guess
gonna
he's
tell me
saying
when
he doesn't really know the
D Wade made a
individual.
conscious
You have to be able to
decision
discern that
to
though. But I
play a
got you
more
because they actually had very
supporting
similar
role.
stats. In
Bro, when I see
2011, I got you, bro. In 2011, LeBron, he averaged 26, 7 and
But the
7.
playoff where
He
everything
shot
different though. It's a
51% from
different
the field.
playoff.
He had 1.6 points steals. He shot 33% from the three.
Look
That's
at his playoff
2011.
numbers.
Yeah,
Look at his playoff
2013, what did he
numbers.
do?
2000. This is regular season, by the way, y'all.
Yeah, because
Look at
it's
his
a
playoff
regular
numbers.
season, 27
Actually,
straight.
very similar stats, but I think the
No,
record's
the
different though. I
playoff
forget.
gonna change. The playoff too.
Yeah,
That's
but
No,
true.
it's a
no, he
we
was
talking
saying
about
the
regular
27
season
straight in
or
the regular.
playoff.
So what you say, it's a similar stat, right? Want me to tell you the biggest contribution to that 27 win? Chemistry. That was 3
That's a
years
good
of
point.
them
That's a good.
playing
I'm not gonna
together.
argue that. That's a good point. That's
That's
a great
3 years
point.
of them playing together. D Wade lobbing up ball like it's Lob City to LeBron everywhere he is. They know where each other
No,
is
that's
at.
their second year.
Or their second, but they have chemistry. They have time playing together now.
That's it. That's their third year actually, because
Nah,
2011,
A
that's
more
2012,
straight.
2013.
contribution
That's their third year.
to clicking, to everything is just
Oh, you
clicking
talking
now.
about there? I think talking
Because
about
we
But if
know
you want to
each
hear
other now.
if you want to hear his 13 stats, I got you because it's
Yeah,
very
go ahead,
similar.
go
Like I
ahead.
said,
Yeah.
he averaged 26, 7 and 7 in 2011 on 51% shooting, 33% from the three, and 1.6 steals. But so this is similar. So he averaged in 2013 26, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 1.7 steals, 0 point, almost a block a game, but he didn't. and 56% shooting. So his field goal went up. And
Pretty similar.
his
I
3-point. It
personally
is
feel,
similar. That's a good point.
and that thought just come to
Similar.
my head. I personally
But he
feel
played.
just
But if you
like
look at
how
those seasons, he was You can clearly
just
tell
like
he was
how
more
D Wade
dominant though.
saw and realized, just like what Shaq did for D Wade. You feel me?
I ain't gonna lie, but that nigga was more dominant that year, bro. He was boy. That year was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, there's a reason why you call LeBron a top 10 player. That's why I try to point at what he's done too. Like, you don't just call LeBron a top 10 player and not point at what he's done. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was asking, like, if like, so nothing he do with Cleveland, with Kyrie and Love and Wade and Bosh count? Like, do we just count the years he didn't have a super team?
That's
That's why
fucking
I think they
crazy.
trying.
No, you can
But that's
count
why I
it.
think.
Here's the problem, DJ. This how I look at it. You can count it, right? But you have to ask yourself, is it more impressive than the player you're comparing, right? So
Oh,
you
I
can
see what you're
count
saying.
you
That makes sense.
That's fair, Kobe films.
to
That's fair.
avoid the hate and shit. You know what I'm saying? To avoid taking away everything.
That's what we said.
Yeah, you don't want to take away everything from, like, even though you might not like his move or whatever, you don't
We
want to
said it
just
was,
take away.
we said it was more
But if you
impressive.
count it though, ain't nothing like if you count now. You just say we could count it and we compare it to other people. If people bring that up, it's gonna be like kind of hypocritical.
What you mean?
All we said is more. It was more impressive to us that he did that to back 60-win Cavs teams, and he the main man than doing
Y'all
it
would
to
have a
everybody.
point if that nigga did not win and
Well,
he
they got the
played
right
better.
to their opinion.
He played
I mean,
better.
if that's really, if that's what they
Right, that's their
think.
opinion. You're right. He just played better though. Like you can bro. I don't know, man. You put LeBron. Let's say you put that Miami Heat
But
LeBron
they might
on
value
that
the
Cleveland team.
leadership. They might value the leadership that he had on the Cavs versus the leadership he had in Miami.
I mean, that's okay. That's fair, Kobe films. But I feel like if you put that LeBron on that Cleveland team, they're going to the finals, bro. Like one of them years, they're going. Like they're beating that Celtics team. Like that LeBron was different. He was like on some different shit. He was not having no mental breakdowns. He was playing clear.
He was up like 2 games. He was up like 2 games to 1 on the Celtics till he did what he did.
That's facts. He was just, but he had a mental breakdown.
Yeah.
See, the way I looked at it, I'm gonna tell you how I looked at it back then. Right? Back then, before he made that move, I was impressed by in real time. I was impressed by the Cavs, like winning
Hold on,
60-win games and shit like that. But after when he went to Miami, I didn't hate him or nothing. I just wanted to put him up there with Jordan. You see what I'm saying? Like
I agree
Jordan,
with you, Kobe.
Kobe
I
and
agree
those
with that.
guys. I ain't hate
Okay.
him. I still gave him credit for what he was doing. You know what I mean?
Right. Hell yeah.
Why did? Let me ask you a question, cause like how many mental breakdowns he had? Like why is he having these mental breakdowns?
Because he's over. So LeBron had
What's going on?
He had two mental breakdowns, right? And this
he
is
had one in 09, one 010.
I wouldn't say
he had
09. I
one,
think he just
he
didn't.
had one,
I ain't gonna
then
say
he had
09.
he had one in 2018.
I mean that. Okay, so nah.
When have you ever seen your franchise players throw his hands up and pout like a petulant child on the
That's
bench?
not a mental breakdown. That's just him being. That's just him quitting, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That's just him quitting.
So is he
That's not
is
mental
he a
breakdown.
mentally weak player? Like is he mentally
I
weak?
wouldn't call
And like
LeBron mentally weak,
I
but
would. If
remember the
there's
same
not,
thing.
that's why I was
Oh
asking, cause like it was. That's why I was asking. 'Cause I keep hearing he had mental breakdown, mental breakdown. I'm saying like, what do that mean? Like, is he just
Yeah,
getting
Kirk, you
shut
be OP
down?
on the mental breakdown.
Cause like maybe he's getting
It's so
shut
true
down.
though, bro.
Facts,
Remember,
What if he just getting shut down and they just
wait,
stopping him? Like that's
he
better. You better off saying that.
loses it when he gets hard, he folds. That's exactly what he does.
I'll say this though, Israel, the same way you said about Steph Curry, or I think you said this, the narrative that he wasn't clutch. That's the same shit happened to LeBron because LeBron was actually clutch before he started having them little mental breakdowns. He started having. He was clutch. LeBron is a clutch player, bro.
I think the moments just get too big for him sometimes.
Yes, because he overthinks. No, you're right. I totally agree with you, bro. The nigga overthinks, bro. Because 2000, well, I'll say this, man. 2010, I mean, you found out your mom's doing that. Okay, I understand. Maybe a little bit. But
Wait. That's a rumor, bro.
no, that's true. That's actually true. That's
Who
allegedly.
confirmed that?
Shit.
They got a video, like 50 Cent and Rick Ross. They got a video.
Not even that, bro.
Yeah.
Stephen A.
Nah, you can't rely on that.
That nigga,
bro. That's a real rumor, though. That's a real rumor. That's a
real rumor that was going around. But we don't
But
know
he's
how
a professional athlete, though. Like that's what I'm saying. He should be able to handle like
we don't know
stuff
how
like that.
is.
It's stuff that happened worse. That's why I was asking.
So let's just say mental. Okay, fine.
your mom taking back shots and shit.
Yo, man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. If I find out my team, I'm smacking dog shit on my teammate.
I ain't leaving the team. We might have to.
Man, I'm smacking dog shit out of him.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, it's a legit rumor. Like you heard it. Like I know you heard. We all heard it.
I think after 07, he just got into his head. Instead of just.
No, he was good 08 though. He was good 08. He was good 08.
No, I mean like he got like that's when like the doubt started to creep in after 07. Like if that shit would happen to anybody else, if that shit would happen
take the Celtics 7 games though.
7 games. When he took them 7 games with Miami,
I think the semi. No, in Cleveland when he took them
Is that
7
the year?
games.
You talking when there's the first seed, like when the Celtics
I think
was the
so.
first.
It's remember they first got together. LeBron dropped that 45 in Game 7, and
yeah, that's what.
Oh, that's 12.
2008.
That's 12.
So he was pretty. Like I'm saying, like he was a good. LeBron was a good. Like I'm saying, like before, like you just said, before he started overthinking, he was actually a clutch, good player. Like I give
You
LeBron
can't call somebody clutch though and say he missed.
Yeah,
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I disagree. I think he was learning.
when you a
along
clutch
the
person,
way.
you got a killer instinct. If you're mentally weak and fragile, you can't be.
I think
like,
he had.
No, but I'm saying like before that, he was actually he would hit clutch shots like
occasionally, but he's not a clutch player though. Like
But there's a difference.
No, LeBron's he's a clutch player.
But
But there's
the reason they count him as clutch because they factor everything. They factor passes.
Not back then. Not back then.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's not
But
true.
they
Go look at the list. They did list.
He hit game winners on teams.
No,
He hit game
no.
winner on Golden
Time out, bro. They
He
used
closed
to
out
do
Detroit.
lists
That's
on
not
this
clutch.
type of shit, bro. Like back
Well, he
in the
clutch
day,
based off of like the 5-minute mark, like
No,
not
he
clutch
had-
and saying like
he had clutch
game winning
moments back
last
then.
second.
That's being
like
a clutch
possessions
player. Is
type
having
shit.
clutch
No,
moments.
no. That's not the same as being a clutch player. He had clutch moments, but he wasn't clutch. He like there's a
Why
reason
wasn't he
why.
clutch? You gotta tell me why he wasn't clutch though. Like why wasn't he clutch?
He don't even
Because he
want to go to the
wasn't
free throw
because he
line.
would defer.
Like he be
Hold on.
pass.
He would
My fault. Go
defer
ahead.
a lot of times back then. He would defer. He would pass the like he was like people would ask him to take over. Like we were all watching. We'd be like, he was just passive. Like every now and then he'll hit a clutch shot, but that's why like when he got with Wade, Wade was more clutch. Wade was considered a more clutch player at that time.
No, he was. D-Wade was always more of a clutch player. I'm just saying LeBron is actually a clutch. He's not the clutchest player in the NBA, but he's a clutch player. I seen.
Okay, so
He had clutch moments.
LeBron has over like 3 hours of clutch.
I see what you're
Yeah, but you're talking about him for his
I gotta look it
career.
up.
I'm talking about
So
like
Kurt, I think it's
at that
it's
point.
two types. For me, it's
He's a
two
clutch
different
player.
types of clutch.
LeBron's clutch. I'm not- he's
It's
not
two
a
different
clutch.
types of clutch definitions for people. It's the final 5 minutes of a game, or like the close, and then it's like, oh, the buzzer beater type clutch.
Right.
Me personally, like when it comes to like the final minutes of the game, I don't think he's needed, to be honest. Because when it comes down to like the final moments, I think he has trouble pacing himself. That's why in like the fourth quarter, you'll see him like disappear a little bit.
I think that LeBron at a point in time he wasn't clutch. I'll give you that. But I think he's a clutch overall. I'm telling y'all, bro.
That's the
There is-
thing, bro.
what-
Clutch
what
that
hours
shit
are
don't
you
leave.
talking
It's not an on or off switch when you clutch. That shit stay on.
But
No,
what
that's
time
not
period are
always
you
true. That's
talking
not
about?
always true. That's not
Are you
always true.
talking about
What time period?
2012
true.
and before that, or are you talking about 20?
I'm talking
after
about,
2012?
bro. There is. I keep trying to tell y'all, bro. There is film on LeBron.
Bro, Kirk,
There
we
is-
watched this shit in real time.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
I've watched LeBron's whole career too.
No,
He
listen,
had
listen.
clutch
He's a clutch
moments.
player.
He not clutch though.
Hold on, watch this. Kurt, you
Now
said
you're not clutch when you hit clutch shots.
Kurt, you said 3 hours of film, right? That's
There's
3
over
hours
like
of film.
4 hours of him clutch moments on YouTube.
You know what? That might now watch this. That might be more film of clutchness than Kyrie Irving, but is he more clutch than Kyrie?
No. I think Kyrie probably got the same amount of film. No, he's not more clutch.
Kyrie got on 16-minute videos of clutch.
Yeah, but the problem is the time period that you're talking about. Are you talking about his whole career, or are you just talking about 2012 and back? Because if you're talking about 2012 and back, I disagree with that. If you're talking about like after that, yeah, he got more clutch.
I'm talking about after 2011. I'm talking about before 2000, before 2009, 10, to me, I ain't gonna lie to you, from 2009, 2009, 10, and 11 is where LeBron not clutch narrative came in, because he was actually clutch before that. To me, he wasn't the clutches in the league, but he was actually clutch. We're gonna have to disagree on that.
He was running away from the free throw line, though, bro. He used to pass that shit up. He ain't even want to go to the free throw line. And this is another thing.
That is true, but
he wanted Kyrie to take the last shot in the game. If you clutch, why not take that shot?
If you would said 2012,
he was clutch. He was clutch on Cleveland, though, bro. I can't say.
But why not him take that shot if he not clutch? If he clutch, that's what I'm saying. Why he drove the player for Kyrie?
Kyrie's the clutch. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Kyrie's the clutcher player.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Watch this, CJ. Watch this, CJ. Hey, if he
they don't sound right though, bro. A nigga clutch and another nigga.
PJ, this gonna show the mentality right here. Hold on. This gonna show the mentality. So when he was on 2018, I know it's 2018, but listen, that first game one when he had everything clicking, mid range, 3-point shot, everything was clicking. Right. When he had Steph Curry on him, why he didn't take the shot, but so he passed it to George Hill. Why he didn't take the shot? When he got Steph Curry
by LeBron.
You 6'9", Steph Curry 6'2".
I agree. That's not a clutch moment by LeBron, but I'm not gonna say he's not clutch because he didn't do that. Like
he ran from the moment.
But there's been times LeBron hasn't ran from the moment, though. That's what I'm saying.
And that's correct.
LeBron's not the clutchest player in the world. He's not the top 5 most clutches, but he's a clutch player. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. He's a clutch player.
I would say he's more clutch after 2012, but before that, it was iffy, bro.
Okay, Kobe fan, I see what you're saying. Then okay. If you want to say it was iffy, then I give you that. It was iffy. I ain't gonna say it wasn't. It was definitely iffy. I just seen LeBron hit clutch shots, and I seen him. I don't think he's the clutches.
Yeah, he's hit clutch shot. He's
clutch though. I ain't gonna say he's clutch. That's fair. It was iffy. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. That shit was iffy.
Hey, we can't forget how clutch KD was when he was with OKC.
I mean, KD's a clutch player though, man.
That nigga was clutch.
He want that shot though. Like LeBron do want the shot, but like you just said, when he starts overthinking, that's when that shit gets out the window.
I'll say Kyrie and KD are like two of the most clutchest players I've ever seen.
I think Kyrie clutcher than KD too.
Yeah,
Mr. Fourth Quarter.
Yeah, Mr. Fourth Quarter. Especially on the Celtics, that first year on the Celtics, bro. That's the most underrated year back. I'm sorry, bro. That year was crazy. I remember
De'Aaron Fox was clutch too.
Hey, Kurt, you know that first year with the Boston Celtics, he was actually in the MVP race before he got hurt.
Yeah, I do. No, I watched that whole year. Right. He's one of my favorite players.
Are you talking about the Celtics year?
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Brooklyn. Like when he was with Brooklyn.
He was a beast in Brooklyn. But that first year, bro, I keep trying. I'm not saying he's Shea. I'm not saying he's Shea at all. But he had like a Shea year, that type year. That year
his numbers went down, but his efficiency went up.
Oh yeah, Kyrie was the clutchest player in 2017, 18. He was the clutchest player.
He was a point guard.
Yeah, he was trying to play make and stuff. He was trying to play different.
Kyrie, that was the best. That was probably the best all around Kyrie I've ever seen.
That's when that media narrative started that the team played better without him. But once they went up against Milwaukee, he showed up. But on Jason Tatum, who they was hyping up, didn't show up. Or Terry Rozier.
I wish he would have stayed in Boston, though. Pardon me.
That narrative, bro. Why would I want to stay with a team?
Another reason why that narrative was there too, because them niggas went through the whole playoff without him and went to Game 7 with Cleveland.
7 with Bron. But
that happens sometimes, bro.
Sometimes you gotta think
here's the
next year though. With him, the niggas lost to the Bucks, so that's why.
And he's the only one that showed up, though. That's this bullshit. He was the only one that showed up.
He had a bad series that game. He had a bad series. I remember.
Everybody had a bad series. Everybody had.
That's what I'm saying. But you can't say he showed up if he had a bad series.
Like he
I mean, he
showed up
was
more than
there.
anybody
He
else.
was there.
I say, and the same people that were saying that narrative, this is the hypocrisy of. That's why I don't listen to the media like that. The same people that were saying that damn narrative, oh, they play one, a team not gonna play that better without they star fucking point guard. But the same people that saying they played better without Kyrie was the same people that said they would have won had Kyrie played versus Cleveland.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think the media was just mad because he left. He left Cleveland.
Yeah, I agree with you. How you say it's Israel, right? Israel.
Azariah, my first name.
Oh, Azariah. What? No, I agree with that too. But I'm saying the narrative probably got pushed out there because when they was in the playoff and Jason Tatum up his game, they went to a conference
Mm-hmm.
final. That's probably why like that narrative was like that. Because
What?
if a team advanced like that, it's gonna be. I think it would be for any player. Like whoever like star was out on a team and they get far in the playoff, they would have said about like any player.
That's why I'm glad Jason Tatum came out and said what real fans knew. What really messed them up was when they put Gordon Hayward back in the starting lineup and he wasn't like completely healthy. Like, cause we had Tatum in the lineup over him after he was hurt. So that combination, that's when Tatum and Brown showed what they can do, but they still was paying Don Gordon Hayward all that money. So it's like we can't throw you on the bench if we paying you like $100 million. But that kind of threw the team off right there.
And not to mention too, and you're right, because that's the problem they had. They tried with Kimball Walker, Isaiah Thomas, and stuff like that. But that point guard position is the problem they was having. Because if Kyrie was there while Jason Tatum and Brown was developing, they would have been a lethal force, especially in the East. It's just that
Yeah.
when they putting them narratives out there and people wanted to, like, I think Kyrie had friction with the younger players because the younger players wanted to play or whatever. But when you put him out there, and you gotta understand, Kyrie didn't even want to be in Boston. He just got traded there.
No, he said he was gonna resign, but doing
I
too
know
much
he
shit with
said
them.
it as he was there, but I'm saying how the whole thing came down. Like Boston gave up on Isaiah Thomas and they wanted Kyrie, so
That
it's
shit
not
was
like that
fucked
was
up.
been his destination if he was in free agency. Like he wouldn't have went there.
I ain't gonna lie, that probably was the most fucked up shit what they did to Isaiah Thomas. That shit was fucked up.
Right, man. Cause his sister had passed away too and all that.
He still played, but
But
yeah,
that's why that and another thing is crazy too. They traded him, and another thing when he got injured, they didn't try and pay him. So
yeah, 'cause that was a serious injury. That was his hip.
yeah.
That was a serious ass injury. That
But
just
yeah,
shows
he
like
was hooping that season. To be honest, he could have had more consideration for MVP for real.
who
The
Isaiah
year,
2017.
yeah, that year he averaged 28. Yeah, that year.
I ain't gonna lie,
Cause I
like
think
my fault. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say I was just saying he had a good season that year. Like that season was like a great season. Like, and I feel as though he is a good player. Just that injury messed him up, especially he already like a little player, so he ain't the more athletic player. So all his all his skill, all his game relied on skill and like movement and his quickness. But when he got that hip joint, I think that kind of derailed him a little bit.
Yeah, it did. I'd say Boston did a good chance of actually trying to hire him defensively. But I ain't gonna lie, that 2017 when they was in the playoffs, like if they wasn't like hurt as good as doing Boston was with Isaiah Thomas, but if Washington wasn't hurt, they would have eliminated them. Like that, I ain't trying to pick at Isaiah, but that shit was funny as hell. Like John Wall and Bradley Beal took turns because he kept switching on each of them, so they took turns cooking his ass. I was like, God damn, bro, I can't knock him because I do this shit too, but damn.
Yeah, them Boston teams were good teams, man. Just that they ran into better teams. But I think I think it's good that they got a championship because they all was right there. They just couldn't get over the hump.
Oh yeah, like somebody said something. I ain't gonna lie, I had to agree with it. Ever since Jason Tatum was drafted, he had a championship caliber team. I ain't gonna lie, that shit's crazy when you think
Yeah,
about it.
it's kind of yeah. That's
And that's the good part about his career. Like, and he's still like when he come back, I think he gonna still have productive like rest of his career. I think he could get another championship if they just keep Brown and like build around Brown, Tatum, probably Derek White too. But I just feel as though it's got to keep building and get better and stuff. That's all. But I don't
I
think they
wish
should
they
break
would.
the core up.
I wish they would have kept Drew. I don't think they should break the core up either. But it just seemed like as soon as Tatum got hurt, they just went into panic mode.
They wanted to get all Drew and Porzingis contracts though, like, and I
I get off
think
for it.
yeah, I would have kept Drew too because he was like the perimeter defender that they need. Like now, I think you gonna like lack on
Miss.
defense now because
I ain't gonna
it,
lie. It's
it
just thinking about that lineup: Drew, Derek White, and Jalen Brown and Jason Tate. That's a scary defense right there.
yeah, but that's I would have liked Porzingis to stay, but he couldn't stay healthy because I think Porzingis was like a big piece for them if he like stayed healthy.
Yeah, that was always his problem. Like when he played, I remember when Porzingis was drafted, and they was clowning Phil Jackson for choosing
Oh
Porzingis.
yeah,
I'll never forget
and
that shit.
nobody knew really not like knew nothing about him like that.
But it was a steal. Like injuries really set him back, but that was a steal of a pick.
Yeah, that was a good pick, but like the injuries, he was playing with Melo, so
It's hard playing behind
and then
Melo.
he played with Dallas too. That's the thing. Like he was playing with Dallas too. I think him and
I
Jalen
wish him and
Brunson
Luka,
and
him and
Luca
Luka.
and Brunson
And
was over there too. That's the crazy part. Dallas, like
I
they
ain't gonna
could have
lie,
had a little
Dallas,
run, but they gave up a lot of good pieces.
they give up. They give up. That's what I don't like about today's NBA. So they'll give up on a player after like a young player after 1 or 2 years. Like I don't like that shit. Like you got to at least
And
give
that's what
somebody
I
enough
s-
time to develop.
and that's what I said. In this era, it don't like you want to win now so bad. People don't give players time to develop because back then they gave players time to develop and
They,
find their own. But now it's so much movement and coaches that want to win now, and coaches can't really coach no more because they say too much or do too much. They can get fired. So I think the whole NBA like system is just different from like
what it used to be.
back in the day type. Yeah, so that's why I said people just probably gotta get used to it and adapt to it because it is generating more money for them because they're giving out these big contracts and stuff and getting all these new TV deals. So they
That's
they they just try to promote the offense and they stars. So that's why I think the competitive nature of it is kind of different because everybody already eating. So it's like what you really chasing is you not like everybody don't got the same goal. Like everybody not chasing the championship.
a lot
So
of players is chasing that bag. And just
right,
be honest.
and then you got franchises that don't got winning like franchise. So they just develop it. So it's like then the players coming out early, so the product like got developed. Like that's what I'm saying. It's all like a development. You just gotta wait, see how it
Like
develop over time.
years. Like I say, like that first breakout year, but when he was talking about getting the MVP, but they gave it to Jokic. I was on another stream. I was like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all looking at it now, but the Clippers gonna regret trading Shea and all them down picks. And then the next year, boom, they won a championship.
But they
Like
didn't want to trade Shea. Remember, the Clippers wanted to keep him, but Kawhi
Kawhi,
wanted Paul
Kawhi.
George. Yeah, because
That's
that's the thing. He wasn't
listening
a
to
win
Bryant.
now, so he wasn't. At the time, it's a good trade, but looking at it now, it's like probably one of the
At the
worst
time, I was
trades.
even at the time I was saying that's a bad trade. You know how many picks they gave up?
And them picks landed
They gave,
them good
they gave
players.
like 6 picks. They gave us 6 picks.
That's what I'm saying. Cause you got to remember at the time, Paul George, he was like
Was
coming off
top
that
three MVP.
hot, right? So it's like they looking at that and all like, all right, we about to win now. Cause them niggas choked in 2020, like that 3-1 lead. Them niggas scored like 2 points in the second half. I don't know how that happened, bro.
Hey, I said something, so I'm gonna see if I'm right if this shit happen. But I had said if Kawhi don't win a championship or at least make a finals, like with all these changes of rosters and coaches, his tenure in the Clippers is worse than KD with the Knicks.
But the thing about Kawhi's career though is he always gonna get credit for the Toronto championship. So everybody gonna always say like, yeah, he can win as a number one option. With that, so that's why like even him getting injured and all this stuff, people still like giving him a chance because they know what he capable of, like his impact on the on winning side. But
But he
I
barely
mean,
healthy at the time.
yeah, but
Uh,
I think how they gonna play it out though is they gonna load manage him more and stuff, and like just make sure he's ready for the playoffs because the Clippers got like a deep team. They are kind of older, but you can still like manage his minutes and his like his games. So they get in the playoffs, he'd be fresh already.
yeah.
I mean, I guess that's how his career gonna be now.
I mean, that's the only way it can be now with degenerative knees. And, and another one, I ain't gonna lie, I think they need to just blow that shit up in Philly. Just whatever doing bag of chip flavored chips you can get for Joel and B, take them bitches.
But I mean, at this point, people gonna give you something bad, but they're not gonna give you like a player that's like they. It depends though. They're not gonna like, cause they looking at the injury too. So like, they not even
And,
gonna take a chance on him at the point right now, cause he is coming off a knee, like a knee surgery or whatever,
and then the
like
fact he said
rehabbing
ain't
that.
gonna play he ain't playing no back to back games no more. That
That's
shit
what
was
I'm
crazy.
saying. So, and sometimes he's not even playing no games. So it's like teams not gonna want to take a chance on that. He a good player, like, but it's like him and Kawhi, two players that like really can't stay healthy and when they need to.
Man, I saw that stat. They said he only played 50% of the games of his whole career. That shit is crazy as hell. I would have let you
Who
go.
Kawhi?
No, Embiid.
Oh,
Like he
Embiid. Oh
played.
yeah, I remember he missed a couple of seasons from injury, like his first couple of seasons too. So like it been
He
like
played
that
like
since he came in the league.
yeah. Most people don't remember like when he was drafted, he came in hurt, and that's when they had like hella fucking bigs and power forwards and centers. That bro, that shit so far back. Most
They
people
had
don't even
Jaleel
remember.
Okafor and all that.
And he
They
could
like
hoop though.
they could hoop, but it's like they the Sixers like messed up because they had number one picks a lot of times too. Like they got Ben Simmons and Markel Fultz, but it could have been Jason Tatum or Don. You see what I'm saying? So
Donovan Mitchell.
they just they made the wrong choices. But at the time, you can't say it's the wrong choice because the player probably was better than the other player at the time. But that's how some drafts is. You don't know how the
And
player gonna turn out. Because
still not
Blake
worse
Griffin
than
was before Steph Curry. You think the Clippers had a choice again? They'll pick Blake Griffin.
nope. Hey, that's not worse than the
That's a
Lakers. That's not worse than the Lakers choosing Lonzo Ball over De'Aaron Fox, is it?
see, and De'Aaron Fox always took that personal because he felt as though he was the best. And that now it's laughable now because you look at D Fox, but Lonzo was injured a lot, so he a good playmaker and floor general. But I think De'Aaron Fox showed that Lakers should have got him because they got him. They franchise would have been
Way better.
different leading up to LeBron.
Oh yeah. Oh damn. Cause they got him. LeBron would have came in with De'Aaron Fox, and if they still pull that shit off with AD, De'Aaron Fox, AD, they probably would have been better in the long run.
Right, because you would have had De'Aaron Fox on like a minimum, like his contract wouldn't have been crazy. So you feel me? You could be able to like finesse that, but it happened. I mean, it happened the way it supposed to because Magic Johnson was piping Lonzo Ball up and everything. And I think Magic really liked it how Lonzo played because similar to him. So
Like
I think they just went with their feelings and all that more than analyzing who game was better.
And then Lonzo was like the darn child. He was born in Cali, so he had like that home advantage too.
Yeah.
No, that's putting like your personal feelings aside on what the greater good. That's what it should have been.
But Lonzo, I mean, at the time you look at it, he seemed like he was gonna be one of the point guards that like play the right way, impact the team right away, and be efficient. But I mean, his mechanics was off, his shot mechanics, so he had to shoot his whole he had to switch his whole mechanics up. He had to gain like more muscle mass, like so. It's a lot of
Yeah,
things that they ain't factor in when they drafted him. I think they was more so amazed with his playmaking ability and stuff.
yeah, I ain't gonna lie like that. I don't think I've seen some bad jump shots, but that jump shot was that shit was crazy. Like how he winded it
But
up.
that joint was workable for him in college, so I think
It was
I
yeah, it was
don't know.
working
It's
in
just
college.
like
It was in college, but you got to ask yourself like how his shot used to look. Like imagine him taking corner threes trying to do that.
yeah. I mean, in college too, you can cover it up like more, but in the NBA, like you playing the best of the best, so it's gonna kind of get exposed because they gonna like make you shoot
Pressure.
shots. Cause they
Kind
didn't
of like
let him shoot that. He was hitting the side of the backboard like he was airball. Like that looked kind of crazy out there for him.
yeah, it got to a point. Like it was sometimes where it was falling. And when it was falling, it was like oh shit. But then like he said it when he went to like New Orleans and he had met up with his shooting coach. Like they helped him tweak his form, but they didn't change it completely. But now it looks like now it's fluid. It's to the point like I can't leave you open now. That's why if he stay healthy, I'd love to see Lonzo Ball on like Dawn. I wish we would have got him in Dallas to be honest.
You
Oh,
talk about like instead of him going to Cleveland,
yeah, cause like
but
don't get me
I
wrong.
think they got Russell, so I don't know what, and they still got Hardy too, right?
And we got Max Christie.
I think what they gonna do is probably put Cooper Flag more on the ball a lot, but I think
Now Cooper might be out small forward.
see he came in a good situation because that's like a well constructed team and they got good veterans and good players. So that's like a way better situation than Ace Bailey going to Utah.
I'd say like at the beginning, everybody was mad. Fire Nico, fire Nico. I was part of it too. And now looking at it, I say Dallas won the trade because we got enough to compete right now and to compete in the future too with Dawn Cooper.
I mean, you could look at it like that, but it's looking at like you add like if you look at it like insight, like take a deep insight to it, like you got two dudes who injury prone for real, and Luca, he still gotta like like he probably got another phase to his game that he could like really, cause he's still like 26. So I think with Luca, they going like I think Lakers gonna be good over the next like couple of years because he like more of a reliable piece than AD. I feel as though Lakers just wanted somebody they could like build their franchise around. And
They
but at the
they
same
playing.
time, it was a crazy move for like the Mavericks to trade Luca, but it's different reasons, like more off the court shit and all that, and like it's deeper than what we think. Like you feel me? It's not just he ain't work out, do this and blah blah blah. Like they could try and like hoodwink people and say that, but it's more than just that.
I think I think that me personally when I saw the trade happen, like I think okay, this is basically the replacement for LeBron James. I'm just gonna be real. Because they play pretty much the same. To me, I've always said Luka's just a right-handed James Harden, just less athletic and way worse on defense, which is crazy. But it's still something. It's still potential for you to build around. But now you gotta literally like start everything back over.
It's
Like
just
what
fishy how they got that #1 pick. Like, I'm sorry, that shit was like fishy.
I believe you. Like you give up your franchise player, and all of a sudden, like we
Like,
was
what's the
low.
odds of that? That was like a crazy odds for them to get that #1 pick.
We had a low percentile too, and we still got it. I was like, oh hell no.
And
That's
y'all
why
was like
everybody.
a couple of games from the playoff, like the playing thing too, or whatever. I mean, y'all made the play, and then y'all just lose in the playoffs, something like that. Cause y'all could have made the playoffs. Like, I was 2 games away for the playoffs too. So I'm like, whoa, how they get the #1 pick? Like, what's the odds of that?
We couldn't make
You
the
can't say it's
playoffs.
a coincidence. Like, it's no coincidence that they got that the same year. I'm like, oh yeah, it's all this funny shit happening.
Now that shit was fishy as hell. 'Cause I was like, as soon as we give up Luca, all of a sudden we got the first overall pick. Nah, bro. Like that shit seemed rigged as hell. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah, like they can't even like shit like that. That if shit happen like that, that shit just kind of like suspicious to me.
Yeah, like when have you ever seen like a team give up like they franchise 25-year-old? Like he ain't even in his prime yet. That's why I'm like, nah, bro, that shit right there. But I ain't complaining about it
And
now.
right now, it's like at the end of the day, it is. I mean, Cooper Flag happy. I like he going to a good situation, so he don't got all the pressure on him. Like it's more pressure on AD like than him. So it's like I think what you even Ace Bailey in Utah, they could build up. But I think it's more pressure on him to perform like and impact the team. You see what I'm saying? Like with
Hmm.
Cooper Flag, he got more leeway to be like, all right, I'm just trying to fit in because this already a good team. So they're gonna always be like, oh yeah, he just adjusted to the game. So
That's why I don't even like when we made that finals run, and I predicted every series except for the finals because I knew what teams we could beat. And like everybody was talking shit, like we can't do this, we can't do that, like our roster is bad. And I was like, bro, it's not about the names that you have. It's like the specific players doing their specific roles. Because people were dissing PJ Washington, Gafford, and Lively until like all that happened. Now everybody switched up. That's why I'm glad that Dawn. Now people like we need one of your centers. We need Gafford. We need Lively. Trade one of them. I'm like, nah, we ain't trade nobody. We're gonna keep our bigs. That way AD don't gotta be the only big and he don't gotta tire himself out. And we're gonna build around that. 'Cause like Lakers, I don't think the Lakers knew that Max Christie was gonna be that good or show that type of improvement. But the fact that they got Max
yeah,
Christie,
he a great 3-and-D guy too, and he like he gonna knock down shots and all that, and
yeah,
he a good piece.
like that very first game, like I wish AD could have finished it. But that first game, I think everybody saw like, oh, like fully healthy Dallas is the problem.
Oh yeah, he was. Oh yeah, and plus they gave OKC problems. And another thing too is he it's all about when Kyrie come back too, because when Kyrie come back, and if he could come back like and
They
still
said
be
he might
like
be back early. They said he might be back early because he was already doing good, like on the time
yeah,
of the back.
so it gonna depend on how the team going throughout the season. Like they are a good team and they got like a fifth or fourth seed, something like that. He probably come back, but if they had like a crazy like a bad season, I don't think Kyrie gonna come back this year and force it. Cause
That's
I feel as though from what we seen from Tyrese, Dame, and Tatum, you should just like really take a like deep look at the injuries because you still got to think about the long run. Sometimes good to sit out that year, get yourself right.
I think Magic said him and Jordan was talking about it, and Jordan told him like they not going to training camp as much as we used to, so their body not completely adjusted to like the condition. And like seeing like mostly all these players seeing that many players go down with ACL injuries, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, that's why people was saying like it's about they be
doing them in the summertime, like that's their summer song. You feel me? But at the end of the day, if you coming to work and you in the NBA, don't cheat the game just cause you can cheat it. Like just cause you don't gotta go to practice, just go to practice. We need to go to like, and a lot of people don't rehab like the right way. They'll do half things and just like try and come back early. Like it's just stuff that they got like taking the context as their career at the end of the day.
That's
That's
why
why they
I'm
keep
glad.
getting injured and they keep trying to come back and play. But sometimes you gotta just sit out and get yourself right.
Yeah, that's why I was upset that Don KD rushed back in 2019. I was like,
Right.
they said Don they can win before you. Draymond talking all that shit. So I would have just stayed sitting down. But I knew he wanted that three-peat like badly. So
Yeah, and I feel like and they in the finals and it's like the series close and all that. So I feel as though that's the best time if he is going to come back for an injury. It's like it's that time. So it's like I don't knock him for coming back and stuff because he's trying to be
no,
there for his team. But
same with Hallie. I wish Hallie didn't come back and don't play.
the same thing. That's game seven. So it's like
I might never
you
get this
feel me? You
opportunity.
gotta take a chance on that because that's like it's gonna take a hit on your legacy. Put it like that, people gonna talk about like, yo, he should have played. Look how people say about Chris Paul. Oh man, he sold out. He ain't played game seven. But hamstring is like a crazy injury. You can't really play through it. But people looking at it like, damn, that's game seven. Like, you feel me? So they really
Yeah,
looking at it like, damn, niggas gotta go out there on one leg. But
like you really just I can understand it, but when especially after I had a thought in my mind, like once I saw it happen, I didn't want him to do it. But then a thought came in my mind. I was like, damn, Indiana might never make it to the finals again after this. OKC might, but they might not never. So this might be like a once in a career chance for him. Like,
I mean, it's. I think if you look at Indiana over like 20 years, they always been to the finals in every decade. So I feel as though they be having good enough to team. Even with the days with Miami, they could have been in the finals because they're the second best team in the East. But just like sometimes you run into somebody that's better. But I think they build good in Indiana and like they put the right pieces around. And Tyrese Halliburton is still young, so if they get, I think people gonna want to play with him more. So I feel as though they get, more piece, like another piece or whatever. They could probably still be like competitive and stuff because when Tyrese did, bro, when he in the playoff, he gonna have confidence every time. Just off that one playoff run. And they gonna
that's
always
why,
feel like they got a chance because he basically did like impossible shit. Like got like 5 game winners in one playoff series.
hey, I know Sacramento regret giving him up.
Yeah, but at the time, that's what I'm saying. Like at the time, it'd be like, all right, we got 2 point guards and stuff. Let me get somebody that could play pick and roll with like Sabonis was a good pick, but just like Sabonis, like OKC gave Sabonis up too. So it's like
And I forgot
they don't
about it.
get time, right? They don't get players time to develop, like you said, and that's why over time players like become better because they more seasoned and they more like aware of what's going on around them. And that might bite Rockets in the that might bite the Rockets because Jalen Green, because that was his first playoff. So if he come up to be a superstar and like successful, it's gonna be like, dang,
I
we
think
ain't won
that's
with
just
KD, and we lost our franchise player. So
they must got extreme faith in on Amin Thompson. They must got a lot of faith in him.
I think the coach feels though he could put the team in the best position to win, and I feel that they think Sangoon gonna be. I just think the team like they look at OKC and Indiana like, oh, they didn't have super teams, so I feel like we got good chemistry and we clicking on all cylinders. And Sangoon going like have a better season. they feel as though KD is the missing piece because Jalen Green, bro, he flamed out on
Not
them.
consistent.
Like,
I I don't. I haven't. I never watched Jalen Green until like last year. Like watching him play. Like a few possessions. I was on another stream and I said it. I said it, and they called me. They told me I didn't know basketball, but I saw a few possessions. I said, bro, I ain't gonna lie. He seemed like he young and dumb. Like like he just take dumb shots. And that's the first my first impression of him. Then I started to see it. I was like, oh shit, okay, he really do.
and that's the thing when it's your first playoffs and stuff, and you playing like a veteran good team that know how to like. Because you gotta understand, Warriors probably was that talented, but they still a smart team that know how to like take away the star best strength. That's a lot of times they used to do that with Westbrook when they played Westbrook. The Warriors like they made it. They wanted Westbrook to beat them, put it like that, because they know it's gonna be easier for them to win a game. Just like
Yeah,
Westbrook shot selection, decision making. So with the Rockets though, I feel as though Jalen Green, he just like still young, and that was his first playoff. So I feel as though he's going. That was like a growing pain. You're gonna learn from it.
I ain't gonna lie. Like this next season, I think those might be the best games. The Houston and Dallas. That's why I hope we meet in the playoffs. Because
But it's
each
gonna be
team,
hard Houston and Dallas because he like Dallas not in full strength, and I feel as though I think they had a better chance for strength unless Cooper Flag just had like a breakout season. But even with that, people if he had a breakout season, people still gonna be like, dang, only if Kyrie was here. Cause if him and AD start balling this season, people gonna be like, dang, only if Kyrie was here. But D'Angelo Russell, he not no slouch. Like,
yeah, most people forget D'Lo. Like when he first was drafted in 2015, he was known for being a good passer. He just became better as a scorer that people forgot about it. And I feel
yeah, I
like
think people took it. I think you know why, like his resume, like his career took a hit from that Nick Young situation. So people ain't really like took him serious, or they feel me. They look at him like a jokester and stuff. So I think he a solid player, but they look at him like he a streaky player too. Like he had 5 great games and then had like 4 bad games.
I think he after like he redeemed after he went to like Brooklyn the first time and he made an All-Star game. He took them to the playoffs. That's when he like everybody's like, okay, we can't forget he is like a number one, number two pick. But then when he went back to the Lakers, same thing happened. They did the same thing to him that they did to Westbrook. Made him the scapegoat. Like that's why I don't like. I've
I
never seen
think
nobody.
LeBron don't give his teammates confidence. Like I don't think he get them confidence. It's like, all right,
You
just
have to
work.
have that
I'm not going
confidence.
to teach you this work and do what I need you to do. Instead of like, if they make mistakes, pick them up or take accountability. Like, no, like you feel me? I think he just didn't like give people confidence because people was just not trying to mess up more, so play their game. They just wasn't trying to
I think
interfere
like
with LeBron got going on.
playing with Bron ain't easy. I think you gotta. I think you gotta already have that confidence and that thick skin when you play with LeBron. Because you don't like you already know like his fans is like going piranhas. They gonna blame you for any and everything. That's why I said
Right.
I've never seen a third option get blamed when you got two franchise players on the team and they choking. I've never seen that before.
And I think it's more so him just like not even them like I ain't gonna say like them losing like full like they still got confidence. But I feel that they don't want to make the wrong play, like do the wrong thing. They want to play off of Brian. Like they can't like they can't enhance their game or what they could do. They gotta play off of Brian's system. So I feel as though they gotta be more off the ball. Cause when even with like I don't really count Brian days because he's 40 now, but even with him playing with Luca just looked uncomfortable off the ball, and like playing off of Brian. He just didn't look comfortable.
It's different with Kyrie when Kyrie don't need the ball.
Right? He a better catch a shooter and better like he more like crafty. He
like him as just being a crafty player. He know how to like score in multiple ways. Like he crafty.
And I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna miss that duo. I got everybody I've seen Kyrie play with.
Who, Luca and Kyrie?
Yeah, that was nice. But
I
that
mean, yeah,
Luca, oh, go ahead.
I think. No, I said I think that was a good duo, but yeah, it was a good duo if you look at it, and that's why people mad because they just came from the finals and they'll like it. They would have just ran it back, but I think Mavericks. I don't know. That's why I said it's like kind of crazy that they traded Luca and they then Mark Cuban left them, so it's like he knew what was going to happen before it even happened because it's you heard about the situation like they trying to like sell the team whatever Vegas type shit like so it could be that's what I'm saying stuff off the court that's more so on the court issue. They just try to make it seem like it's an on the court issue like oh he overweight, he not doing this, he not doing that. I'm like
Yeah, I was
that
part
don't
of
even
it.
make no sense.
I was part of it too. I think it's just like I'm not gonna lie. I don't like seeing my star player after a game drinking beer.
Switch life
Like,
backstage, BJ. But I feel though he was doing that before and doing that hookah stuff before. That's why I said they used that like a scapegoat because I feel as though he was already doing that stuff. Because
yeah,
that's why he that comfortable drinking it. If you that comfortable even drinking in that like in that facility like right there, it's like that's a
boy,
norm. Like, that's what he do.
like, like beer. Like I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not gonna lie, cause where I'm in Denver, I'm not surprised if only Jokic do that. And people was getting on the Jokic for being like overweight. He slimmed down.
That's what I'm saying. Even in his like country or whatever, they do that. Like they party, drink, like they celebrate, like so they grown, man. I feel like as long as y'all performing on the court and showing up, I ain't gonna tell a nigga like tell a man what he could do or what not can like what not to do because he living
That's right.
life at the end of the day. It's a basketball.
I don't think me personally. I don't think him slimming down is gonna help his defense. I think defense is just like you gotta want to play
Effort.
defense. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's what I'm saying.
Like that's why that's one of my many gripes with Luca. You got all the energy when it's offense, but as soon as it's time to play defense, like your ass, I could put a statue on the court. That statue gonna drop 25 on you.
But I just think his foot speed, his foot speed not even like quick enough to stay in front of a dude that's going left to right, like north and south. So it's like his reaction time and not even like up there. It's like he could try to play defense, but it's still people that got quick steps and like they more athletic. So it's like you gonna have a liability because you 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 not a good defender. And you don't move your feet as good. Even if, like a point guard that's little, you gonna have a tough time because the point guard going like attack you on defense. So
Yeah,
I feel as though his offense so good that it's like it make up for his defense sometimes.
I'd say like you you can improve because as much hate as people give Steph Curry on defense, if you watch Steph Curry, he'll even though Steph will try, but it's more than just defense and just like having good lateral quickness. Steph got really quick hands. That's how he's able to
Right.
like pick pocket. He got some good hands and he got good like anticipation. So he can develop a little something, but I think they need to get some more defenders. I think that's why they got Marcus Smart over there. But they need more than that. Because that with Dallas, we was able to hide it a little bit, especially with all them bigs, so the on backline be more protected. But I
I ain't
think
gonna
late.
lie though. I like the moves the Lakers made because if Marcus stay healthy, he could be a big help on a perimeter defense. Like even if they need to bring Austin Reeves like in certain situations, like on the bench and put Marcus Smart in, he could stop them like
fast point guards and all that other stuff. But DeAndre Ayton and Marcus Smart, I think they good pieces if like Lakers really like utilize them in the right ways. Because DeAndre Ayton is a better fit than Jackson Hayes at center. Because he still can give you like 14 and 8
I'm trying to see how that fit is
and
going to play
protect
out.
them.
I'm trying to see because I'm not. I
He a
wasn't
better
too. I was
lob threat too.
in Jackson Hayes.
Yeah, like
No,
just off of him, like just off of his like being more stronger and more physical. I think like he gonna create more attention. Cause Jackson Hayes, he alright and all that, but he gonna like I don't think he a good rim protector or like
he's just a
defensive
good.
rebounder.
He's just a good
Yeah,
lob
like
threat. Like,
but he
regardless,
gonna be better in his role though, cause he can come off the bench. And I seen them working on his 3 pointer, so I feel as though he gonna have a like impact off the bench.
that'll be good because I ain't gonna lie. That last that Minnesota shit, that shit got ugly. I don't think I ever seen like a. Nah, I've never seen a coach like take take out your starting center, put it or play your like hold on team like the rest of the quarters after like the second half. That shit was crazy, especially a
But that's
40-year-old.
rookie mistakes as a coach because you don't got no adjustments or you wasn't comfortable with your adjustments. So I think JJ probably gonna learn from that and he gonna make better adjustments and everything and control the lineups better. But that's rookie mistake that that's why you can't just keep switching coaches every time because you need a system and a game plan so everybody know what's going on. But you keep switching coaches, you gotta think the effect it have on the role players and stuff, the dudes that's not superstars. Like they gotta keep learning new things and keep operating a new offense. So like, and then you get less time to do that too. Like you need time to build like chemistry.
Or camaraderie because you can't even put like a decent system in, but they LeBron do it to like escape accountability because you his
Yeah,
fans are always blame the coach, but I'm not gonna lie, I think they should have kept Durant. Like you
that's what
can't
I
give
think too. Like he was a good coach. Like he took it to the conference finals. He was winning games. Sometimes it's just like the players and coaches not gonna always agree on everything, but it gotta be a respect level there to y'all could work together and make it work. Like sometimes y'all gotta try each other's system. I like my way working, we're gonna try my way. My way working better. Let's try this way. So it's just about putting your ego to the side and all y'all focus on the same goal, like the championship. And I think
that's
Darvin Haynes was a good coach. Like it just that players just probably had a problem with him. And that's what my point of it's hard to be a coach because it's so
you
much
can't
you could do and say.
you can't coach without knowing your job being at risk because a lot of these players are super sensitive.
Look how Mike Malone got fired. He got fired right like before the playoff. That's like
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that shit right there.
crazy. And he just
That,
won the ring like a couple of years ago.
I think if I'm not mistaken, I think he was calling his players out in like the film room. I'm like,
You
shit,
see what I'm
that what
saying? As soon as he say something to his players, you can't out of there. Like they don't like what you talking about or like you out of there. So it's like how can somebody coach? They just gotta manage egos and just get game plans, but they can't coach nobody up or tell nobody what they really want to tell them.
that's
Cause
why
back in the day, coaching was based off of like, all right, he gonna give you constructive criticism and he gonna be hard. But at the end of the day, you're gonna be better after it. You're gonna appreciate it at the end. So you can't coach nobody and be hard on nobody or tell somebody like what they don't want to hear. It's gonna be hard on them. It's gonna be hard to coach. Even in
Yep.
college, they got the transfer portal. Dude don't like what you doing. It's so many college out here, especially if they're a good player. They going dip.
That's why I'm not gonna lie. That's why it's so many like fake narratives that I hate, and every time I get a chance, I try to disprove them. That's why I hated that LeBron never had a good coach narrative. I'm like, yeah, he had him, he just got him fired. This man he had Mike Brown, he had Paul Silas, he had freaking David Blatt was a good coach. He won multiple during like championships overseas. But he had David Blatt too. Like that's three. Oh, and Eric Spoelstra. That's four good, great coaches that he had. But he either left or he got him fired. Now, that's crazy to me. Like if a coach can't do his job, like what's the then at that point you might
And
as
the
well poach.
coaches, and look, the coaches that they say they're not good coaches. Mike Brown won a coach of the year with Sacramento, and Tyronn Lue went to a conference finals, and Eric Spoelstra went to two finals. So it's good coaching. It's just about LeBron wanting what he want and how he wanted to do it. So like JJ Redick, he handpicked JJ Redick. Like them dude was on a podcast together. Now JJ Redick an NBA coach. So it's like
And that's why me personally I don't got no sympathy for JJ because he was talking all that shit about Doc Rivers and I'm like and Darvin Ham. I'm like, okay, so what you gonna do? And now when first time we saw it, I was like, oh, it ain't as easy as it looks, is it?
and he figured that out in the playoffs because the thing he did, man, was like rookie mistakes, man. But that's on LeBron too for wanting him and giving up Darvin Ham because Darvin Ham got y'all to a conference final. Even though y'all got swept, he still game playing the right way for teams and y'all advanced. And I believe that year uh, y'all beat Memphis in the first round. So it's like Darvin Ham did his job. It's just that y'all didn't want to listen or play for him.
What happened was Darvin Ham did his job. He put them in position, but when it gets to a point where your star players got to bring you home. I watched
Right.
both of them. I watched both of them Denver series, and the games was winnable.
Uh
Like the
huh.
game, people act like they were blowouts, but no, they was winnable. AD
Some
and
fourth
LeBron.
quarters changed it, man. LeBron had like a couple of bad fourth quarters. That's what changed it. But the reason I don't always bring it up, like I kind of bring it up, but it's like LeBron older, so I kind of like lower the standards for him a little bit, as you want to say. But at the end of the day, they still got like stop dissing the players around him just because the team having a bad year. I understand that part because even with D'Angelo Russell and Westbrook, like even though it wasn't a good fit, they still can't like put all the pressure on the role players when you gonna get the credit to LeBron if he won.
Like I said, like I said, I keep repeating, it, but I've never seen role players get blamed over like the superstars. Like blaming a role, like okay, like earlier when I was talking about OKC, would you rather have D'Angelo Russell like in the starting lineup, or you'd rather have Andre Roberson? You'd rather have D'Angelo Russell. Like,
Facts. He gonna hit shots.
you know what I'm saying?
But
Like
then
the thing,
again, it's more so having somebody not even like Russell, like this a more 3 and D guy that can play good defense and hit them shots because Roberson couldn't hit them shots.
he
Like
can
that's
hit.
how the offense was hard to space out too because he could play good defense, but he can't and be good on the like transition and stuff. But when it comes down to the half court, you got Westbrook and Roberson on the set, like out there shooting. It's gonna be easy for defense because they're not even like really worrying about
When I hey,
dudes killing them at the deep range. They got athletes over there, so OKC was like a good fast break team, a good defense and rebounding team. But
when,
when it comes to 3 point shooting,
when I said that, they said I was making excuses. I said, "No, nah, I ain't excuse. That's just what it is. Like we can." Like the shooters that we did have, they were defensive liabilities. Kyle Singler. Oh my God, I remember what James Harden did to Kyle Singler. Kyle Singler, Anthony.
I think they was like sure liabilities at times, but they could still like hit shots and do other things like hit mid range shots, play defense, rebound
They
off the
couldn't play
fast
defense.
break, and that's why I think OKC had success because they did everything else right. So
Man,
and then
you
and then if you look at it, they was winning games and they could have went to the finals. It's just that
if you watch that
things
year,
happen, man.
I gotta look it up because I gotta go back and look it up because that year I think we was the team that doing like we blew like the most leads in the fourth quarter. It was a crazy ass stat. That's why I was
Yeah, I
like,
remember something like that too. I know what you're talking about.
yeah, because that's why when I was telling, like, no, we went up 3-1 because of Westbrook and KD. But we lost because of Westbrook and KD. Yeah, like
Yeah,
the team was
I think that was just a bad loss because it could have been KD and Bryant. And I mean, KD would have got like this thing how history would have changed.
I forgot who said it. I think it was one of the Golden State Warriors players. I think it was Draymond, but it was like if OKC would have won and they would have met Cleveland in the finals, OKC would have won.
I think Iggy said OKC is the best team out of Golden State. I think he said that. Iggy said that part. I remember Iggy said that part, but that is like it's Golden State said like Iggy said that like OKC was a good team, but I feel like you said it got exposed when they closed in on Clay D and like they wasn't like they don't gotta do hard closeout or really worry about the shooters as much because them dudes not like sharpshooters and 9 times out of 10 they gonna brick it.
Then it's gonna be on Westbrook to get them open. That I ain't gonna lie, like our best chance to win was Game 6, and like I was saying, we
Clay
was
had
focused.
that game, man. I think Clay had that breakout game would hurt them too. Cause
That's why I hate Rose. We was
how
focusing
much
so
he
much.
had that game again?
Hold on, I think like 36. Yeah, I think him and Steph had like
Yeah,
30.
like
Cause
yeah, cause I think he had like a court, like a 20-point quarter, something like that. But he was like on fire.
we it was a lot. We kept leaving him open.
That's why he call him Game 6 Clay.
That's when it started. That's when it started. I mean, he pulling up from the timeline, and I'm like, bro, don't give him that shit. I don't give a fuck how far it is. And then they'll try to pick up late, and he just boom, got your eye. And then what made it worse? Then Steph started to heat up. But that was our best chance to win like that at Game 6. After we lost that, and we were going to 7, I said, yeah, we lost, bro. I was at my uncle's house watching the game. I said, yeah, we lost.
Saying that would have been interesting because they would have won and played Cleveland. Man, it was like
Ooh. I've seen Kyrie outplay Westbrook, so that shit. I'm not gonna lie. I said
right,
like
so it would have been a
I said,
good fun, but Cleveland probably would have got the edge. It would have been easier for Cleveland, I think, matching up with OKC than it is Golden State.
yeah, cause I ain't gonna lie. I seen like a young Kyrie you probably remember this game. A young Kyrie in Cleveland. He outplayed KD and Russ at the same time. That's that missed the fourth quarter where he hit that doing clutch ass shot over Westbrook.
Oh yeah, what
Bring me to
Kyrie
that.
always had like it's hard to stay for Kyrie. So like point guards like Russ and stuff, they good athletes, but sometimes the defense could get oversight or like overemphasized because they athletes. So oh yeah, they athletes, so they good defenders. So Russell
I think
Westbrook, good athlete, but he's still like not the best on ball defender, or best like team defender. He take a lot of like how
he got
cornerbacks in
he
football
got too
they
much.
gamble for that interception a lot
Yeah, thank you.
instead
That's
of
what he
playing
did.
defense.
Like I said, that shit to Kirk. I said he gambles so much, like trying to get a
Right?
steal
Yep, he
and
do.
then leave him open. That was my that's one of the three main problems I had with Westbrook. That his fucking badass fucking shot selection and he always going 100 miles per hour. Like slow the pace down a little bit.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he gonna honestly he gonna get the credit he deserves because he gonna still put him in the Hall of Fame and stuff, and still give him like the respect he earned out of like playing hard and not cheating the game and showing up every time. But I'm just talking like people just be talking about like this is game like and how he like stop teams from like it's not like a winning formula and it's like you can't really like can you really like win that way on a consistent basis and his
You can't.
pace and elevated shot attempts and how he let the individual matches like get personal and stuff. So
Like
I think it's just the intangibles and the like IQ of his like the game that he lacks sometimes.
that's why I said I take. I'm not saying that they're better, but that's why I said I take Kyrie over him. Like the
Oh
fact that
yeah, for
everybody got
sure.
so the fact that everybody got so upset that when one of the dudes had said what Magic had said in the finals, they don't know I don't think they get or understand what Magic was saying. You just looking at like 45 points. Magic was saying like when he came out there, like when Westbrook came out, especially if you watch young Westbrook, like he not really like looking to get everybody involved. Like he just looking for his shot.
Right.
He'll pass the ball if he can't get a shot off.
Late shot clock situation. That's what I'm saying. That's what he be doing. It'd be late in a shot clock and it's pass off of force. Like if he in trouble, it's not like creating. Like he not creating. Like it just pass off of force. I think like he forced too much. That's what
He
I'm
he
saying. He don't know how, like don't talk like dial it down. He don't know how to do
he,
that.
he became a better passer when KD left, and he had the ball more in his hands. That's when he became a better passer.
But that's
That's
what I'm saying. It make it seem like that because even like you said, like late shot clock situations, he passed it or he passed it and the players putting the ball up right away. That's what I'm saying. And it's funny how you getting a rebound because a lot of times they box box out for him to get rebounds a lot. Like I'm talking about like when the game like sometimes it was a lot of times the game like kind of out of reach of the team and the prevent defense. So you collecting them stacks like just like in football, you in the prevent defense because the game kind of over. So the teams got like go all the way down the field. So you're not really playing tight or man up. And another thing is he getting rebounds as a guard. You at the free throw line waiting to get the rebounds. It's like
yeah.
that's what I said.
It's more sense for like your big, especially you the fastest player in the league. It makes more sense for your big to grab the rebound and outlet pass it to you. Boom, you down the court before down everybody. Easy. Like
Right, because at the end of the day, that's why I said over time that if you just look at his number, it's like, oh, he averaged a triple double. But you look at the run, his triple double didn't really translate to nothing. On top of that, he was like stat
I'm
pad to like a high degree to a point where dudes like Golden State was laughing at him
oh yeah,
for
cause he was
doing
chasing
that.
him.
Like,
I remember that shit.
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like blatantly. He even a lot of them seasons he's trying to chase them rebound and get that triple double or like I seen a couple of games he did that. So that's why I said when him averaging a triple double wasn't really based off him just like a Jokic triple double like impact on winning and he
Naturally,
got that off of him being effective and efficient, scoring. He got a low post like move. So his triple double was like way better
I'm
because
not
it,
gonna
it
lie.
translated to win. Westbrook got
I'm,
like the worst win shares of it, like from a superstar or MVP, whatever. So it's bad. I just didn't want to break it all down, but it's really
you
bad.
should,
And
you should, cause
like you
I ain't
feel
gonna
me?
lie. When you break it down, I'm be here. I'm trying to be here because when they brought up that, oh look, he averaged a triple double for like 4 years. Now this the one I hate. like whenever he gets a triple double, 70% of the time they win. Like, dude, that's how I know. Like,
Right.
I know you
Exactly.
didn't watch the season like that because it was games where he was one rebound away or two assists away, and we lost by fucking 15. You telling me if he had one more rebound, we would have won? Like, that's the shit. I'm like, bro, I think most of y'all didn't watch like this shit because I could tell he was that bad. Steven Adams would get out the way and let him get the rebound.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And I was trying to say that. That's why I'm like, yo, because I seen it. I just go off the like stacks of analytics and all that, the later facts out because we're gonna have our opinions, but the
No, I
facts
remember.
trump all that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So that's what
I
I'm all about. I'm all about like facts and because even analytics and stuff, they evaluate the player game and efficiency and what he doing on the court. So it's not like it's a dead stat. It's based off player performance and they teams. You see what I'm saying? So it's basing off their whole game. So we can have our tests, but we're gonna be biased on who we like. So when it come down to it, the facts gonna trump both our opinions because that's what we gotta go on. Because we just go off our opinions, then we could just start saying anything.
no, I ain't gonna lie. I remember it because like I got three, like my three favorite players. Kyrie's my favorite player, but I fuck with Westbrook and I fuck with KD. Like when he won, I'm not gonna lie. Me personally, and I got a lot of hate for saying this shit. He didn't deserve that MVP to me. No, I
That's what I
watched that
said.
season. I was like, bro, like I'm not gonna lie. That one to me personally, it should have went to James Harden, or it could have went to KD, or even
Right.
Bron.
That's what I'm saying.
It could have went to any
Exactly.
because you saying that you gave him this. Oh, he averaged a triple double for a season. I'm like, all right, cool. He did it three more other times. Why he didn't get MVP for that, or was even in consideration? What happened? That's how you know that shit really wasn't like legit. Y'all didn't take it seriously because he would have been in the conversation, or he would have done got it again for averaging. Like that was the first time a six seed had got MVP, if I'm not mistaken. Because Jokic got it as a six seed too. But Jokic, I
I
don't
think
know.
Kareem got one not making the playoff. Like it's outliers and stuff, but I feel as though when they got it, they was the like arguably like best players in the league. Like when Westbrook got it, I don't think it was like it was more so KD left him and
It
he
was just a
it's
statistical
like
thing.
more of a better storyline. He is more of a better storyline than he's the first to average a triple double past the merge or whatever. So I understand it, and he understood the assignment when he see he could get it. He chased the triple double because obviously it turned out good for him because now you could label him as an MVP and stuff like that. Even though we know the truth, like if you look at his MVP, he could say he like one of the worst MVPs when it comes to like the efficiency and his playoff performance, and it's
Yeah,
just a lot of stuff he got in his game that's like
that's
you be
why I'm
like,
glad
whoa.
when you read them numbers off. I was like, damn. And I watched the series, but I forgot how bad it was. Like
And
35%.
and that's why I say people gotta do. We could have our eye test, but at the end of the day, you gotta read the numbers out. Like I'm a numbers guy. I'm sorry. Like I like this analytical shit because it shows how good the player is and how good he is, the usage rate he have. If he a
And
high volume shooter and low efficient, like all
you,
that shit matter.
and
Like
you
you
heard,
a bad percentage in the clutch, like and your
and you heard,
negative
you
net
heard,
rating, all that shit.
you heard when
That's
they
your
got it.
joint? I think that's my joint, your joint.
That's mine. Let me just set my
Uh Kyle, I'm like, damn, my fucking headphone about to die.
Can you hear
What you
me
about to
now?
say though? Yeah, I hear
You
you.
can. Okay, but you heard how they got upset when I said Ricky Rubio outperformed Westbrook. They're like, he didn't outperform. I said, yes, he did. You can't just look at like the numbers and say that.
I can
So
see what you mean because looking at that series, like, I understand what you're saying with that joint because Ricky Rubio like controlled the pace more and he like was a big part of why the team was doing good too.
hey, I was
But
rewatching the they got the full games on YouTube. I was went back and rewatched the game.
And and right before tip off, the announcer said the same thing. He said, "You look at the numbers, you would think Westbrook is playing better, but Ricky Rubio's outplaying him." I was like, "Damn, I forgot. I forgot he
That's what
said
I'm
that
saying. The
shit."
numbers, looking at the numbers, that's why I say over time, the numbers could look good, but you gotta look at when they happen and how the game was going. And
And he
like
said that
that's why I said, because you just look at Westbrook numbers, you're gonna be like, oh, and then you're gonna just ignore the field goal percentage. You're like, oh yeah, he outplayed him. Just
oh,
the
that's what
team
I was
won.
gonna say. That's what I was gonna say to the announcer said at 36%. I'm like, damn, at low ass 36%. I forgot that shit was that low.
And then if you look at this the thing about gravity too, and why he don't create for others like as much. And this the thing, he he don't demand double teams a lot. Like it's not really too many occasions where he demand double teams. So when you playing basketball, you not like a threat in that aspect where you could single cover somebody and just switch unders and all that and go under the screen. It's easier like to stop
To
that
guard.
person and for the team to like the team not gonna be able to do a lot because you don't demand like double teams or people to like really think like, yo, should we go double team him off the screen or should we double team in the post? Because he's not a good post player either. So then he's
Yeah.
not a good mid range shooter. So it's a lot of stuff that you don't want to build your team. Like you had pick point guard to start your team with. You gonna pick a
Westbrook.
lot of point guards before him.
That's why I was one of the very first people to when I spoke about that OKC blowing the 3-1 lead. I was one of the first people to say, "Nah, we lost because one of the big reasons we lost, we had terrible floor spacing." After that, I started hearing more and more people say it. I was like, "Nah, it's hard. Like when you it's hard when your starting shooting guard can't shoot, and then your point guard isn't a good shooter neither. Your only consistent shooter is your small forward, so it's gonna be easier to close out and guard that."
And neither of them good catch and shoot guys either. So if they got it, if they not on the ball, like what if I'm they
That's
doing backdoor cuts and shit? So it's like you're not even spacing it. You just clogging the paint and stopping my
I tried to tell him.
half.
I tried to tell him that I was like, the only good shooters that we had, like they was liability on defense. They were like, "Oh no, look, DJ Augustine, Randy Ford." I like, bro, like you didn't watch
But
that
they
last
can't.
season.
But it's a this the thing too. Like what's glaring about me. Westbrook don't got. Do he even got like all NBA defensive team? Like,
No, I don't think so.
and that's what I'm saying. So it's like he not really the defender that we think he is. I think because he explosive, he athletic, or and automatically you think like, oh yeah, he a good defender. But breaking it down, looking at film and looking at him, he take a lot of chances and he not the best on ball defender. I mean, he not like a slouch, but it's like he not up to the part where you be like, oh yeah, he a elite two-way player.
I'd say like that used to piss me off, like because when you see him actually do like focus in on defense, you like, damn, bro, like the potential is right there. Like you really are like the best like all around point guard. But it's just your IQ. Like when you just be sagging off, leaving people open, like gambling for steals, like you hurting your team. And that shit used to piss me the fuck off. I'm like, bro, stick with him, stick with him. Oh shit, Steph Curry, boom, three, damn. That's why I used to hate. I'm not gonna lie. As I got older, I could understood why KD left.
Right, cause you just look at how that's why I say you could say Lakers did this and did that, but he went to two teams after the Lakers and they didn't even want to start him. And look at it now. The Denver Nuggets didn't even want to re-sign him. So it's like kind of hard for me to say it was just the Lakers because he's still like Chris Paul on the team before him.
I ain't gonna
So they
lie.
know how they know like his type of game. 'Cause a lot of GMs and stuff didn't like the type of game he played. They know that type of game is like
that's kind of like not winning basketball.
Like as many as the people that would be like, "Oh, KD left him high and dry. He just betrayed Westbrook." But look how many. I ain't gonna lie, but look how many teams he played with. How many Hall of Fame players he played with, and he still hasn't had as close to success as when he was with KD. Like that says a lot right there. Like, you ain't been back to the finals. KD took you to multiple Western Conference finals. LeBron couldn't do that. Kawhi couldn't take you to a finals. James Harden, like that shit's crazy when you think about it. So I think Westbrook and Chris Paul, but I think Westbrook, like they've been overrated. But once they retire, people will remember how good they were, especially like the excitement that he gave, like the
That's
electricity.
what I'm saying. Like the excitement, entertainment part take away from how like the player, because a lot of like this the thing. A lot of players gonna be more entertained than the other player, and the fans gonna like them more. But it's gonna take the value away from the players that winners and don't care about all that fame and just getting the job done. That's why now we like discredit dudes like Tony Parker and Chauncey Billups because they was winning, but they don't got the ultra crazy stats to be like, oh yeah,
Not,
this dude's a
bro.
superstar. But did what they need to do to win.
To me, that's a new thing that I've heard. I've never heard nobody say that Westbrook was a better player than Tony Parker. And you like, oh, he had Tim Duncan. Okay, Westbrook had KD, Kawhi, Paul George, James Harden, LeBron James, Anthony Davis. That's why I don't like that. Oh, what did he do as a first option? Like
That's
argument.
what I'm saying. Now Tony
Hate
Parker
that.
get like text for it because he didn't try to like go out the way. Even though he led like a lot of seasons with the Spurs, he led on the points, but he didn't go out his way to try and average 28 or 7 assists. Like he just did what he needed to do to win. That's why they're just successful.
You think? You think? Nah. You think any of like only like one person said they didn't know it until I said it. Like when I read off on Chris Paul, like his playoff record, like he blew the most 2-0 leads in NBA history. He blew a 2-1 lead, a 3-1 lead, and like he been out of all the times he's been eliminated in the playoffs, 6 times he was eliminated by a lower seeded team. And dude was like, damn, I didn't know that. I'm like, yes, he's a fucking choker. Why the fuck I want a choker? And Westbrook, like I said, Westbrook, as soon as KD left, you never went out the first round. So what good is all them triple doubles? Like at some point we gotta actually start, like Mon say, y'all glorifying losing. Like the numbers look good and everything, but are you? Is
No,
it
I
consistent?
call
Yeah.
out niggas like Westbrook and AI. I call them niggas out because at the end of the day, we like them niggas. AI coach will change you and all that, but we talk about basketball. A lot of people not going to pick them to start their team with. Like they do a lot of similar things, but I think AI more effective because he a better shot, like better passer, based off like passing it to him the right time and stuff, and like right situation. And he ain't had like KD or nothing in the early stage of his MVP careers, like MVP like stage. So I
The fact,
think
my fault.
now I'm just saying I was gonna finish off. I think Westbrook had KD and Harden and Ibaka. Like, he had good teams, but it's just like maybe they was hold back because of you. Like maybe they did win because of you. Like you could put it both ways. Like you could say they ain't had shooting, but people can say that too because KD left you when y'all was up 3-1. So that tells me that he don't even believe you like that.
When he, like I said, when KD left, he said like it was just me and Russ. But I know it's been times where like it's times where I'm like when I watch the game, I'm like, come on, get KD the ball. Come on, get KD the ball. But a good point guard, it's more like you. That's why I don't like it. You I'll just look at stat sheets, but you don't look at like how he got him the ball? Did he get him in like a good position? Like
Right.
Westbrook, like when Magic said that about Westbrook, like he was like strictly talking about No, fuck all them numbers. Like you selfish. Like how you play. Like you, it's like you don't want to pass. You only passing out of necessity. And like it took Westbrook a minute to get out of that. But like I said to Kirk, like after that 2015, where he just started averaging triple doubles and we missed the playoff, and KD was hurt. After that, I think he had it in his mind. I'm not finna be a second option no more. And that was like the downfall right there.
And that's the thing. And that's why I said he had to take accountability and accept like, all right, me being a second option will benefit the team more than me being a first option. So he got to understand when players better than him, he got to like play a different role. Like I know your ability. You probably got that mindset. He probably got that mindset like, yo, I could do what he doing. Like I'm better than him. But if it's beneficial for you to let KD do him, then let that happen because now when free agency came and he left, it's like you probably wasn't the only reason, but you was a big reason because if that was stuff he started with, he not gonna leave stuff. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But KD looking at like with me playing with you, like how could my game evolve? Like I can't play off you. You can only play off me. Like if I got the ball, what can you do for me? Like you don't really set screens. You're not a good catch and shoot guy. Like you don't come off pin downs. Like you don't spot up. Like I mean you stay like you spot up. They'll stay like in the far distance corner, but it's not effective because somebody close in on me. You're not gonna hit them shots on a consistent basis. So I
Real,
think KD look at all that.
yeah, and I think really like, especially like if you really watch, like okay, see, Westbrook and KD, when he don't got the ball, he literally just standing still, like outside the perimeter, he just standing still, making it easy for his man to play help side defense. I'm like, bro, at least move, cut, do something. And I think KD thinks about that too. So when he went to Golden State, he actually said that he was like, I wanted to play basketball the right way, which is what Golden State was doing. Like you said, he probably he knew Steph like years, like even when they was kids. But he saw like I can play off Steph. I don't need the ball to be effective. Steph don't need the ball to be effective. Steph is unselfish. Steph. So that shit, I ain't gonna lie to me. That shit was a match made in heaven when they teamed up. Cause neither of them
And a
took.
lot of thought too is KD like possessions and stuff too, because he an efficient scorer. So Westbrook turned the ball over a lot, and when the playoffs come, he never shot 50% in no series, bro. And as an MVP from 2000, he got the lowest field goal percentage in the playoff.
I never
And
knew that stat till you said it.
that's what I'm saying. It's shit that people gotta look at the facts to shit. And then when we having debates and arguing, we don't gotta put our feelings in it because we're gonna be like, oh, all right, that makes sense now.
That,
Cause
that's
that just describe your whole game for real. Like
that's why I wish like I thought about starting a channel, but because I was
I do
like,
too,
no,
but I be wanting to like, cause I just start getting in that, but I'm kind of like a private guy like that too. But I be trying to like think about shit like I could make sports debates and shit and talk about shit here and there on the side, like while I'm not on panels and shit.
it's just like if I did it, I wanted to actually like. If you ever heard of the YouTube B-ball breakdown, because like a lot of people they talk about shit or a game or a series, but I don't think a lot of people remember it. Like 2015 finals, LeBron.
Right.
I like, bro,
And
no,
that's
go ahead.
and that's a good point that you said that too, because that's why I sometimes like 'cause like this like now, we know a lot of shit that happened in history and basketball. We don't know every little detail to it. So when you look at stats and shit that happened and like analytical shit like and advanced stats and all that shit, like that shit help, bro. That help evaluate somebody's game and what they did and you have better understanding because it it show every aspect of the game. So that's why I be Hating when people like, oh no, don't use all that shit. Don't use all that shit. No, that break down somebody whole game and they affect like their effectiveness on what they doing. Cause anybody can have a high usage rate, but you gotta have a high efficiency too.
Yep.
And that's what people don't look at. Cause if you got high usage rate and low efficiency, your value on that usage rate don't really add up to winning. It's more so you just having the ball and like you said, giving people late shot clock situation or taking ill-advised shots or dribbling the ball too much. So and that's what niggas on like that's what all them niggas at ESPN on B-ball breakdown. That's how
Just
they
with the
break that shit down. What you think they do? Just go with the like, oh, they break it down. You gotta break it down with the numbers.
That's why I used to like
Fuck
watching
that.
P-ball breakdown. He was like, "This is a terrible play. Like you could have got a better shot out of this with that many set." I like that. That's why like now how the NBA media got people set up. Even they even got the people in the debate world like I don't like it, and I can see it a lot. Stats only good when it benefits you in your argument. Like
Right.
I hate that shit because like today when we talk about he was like,
SF
oh,
SFFM came up and did the same shit we did. And he like you feel me? That's why I'm
hey,
like, oh now numbers and analytical shit matter.
oh when
Even if I tell you this, he the only MVP since 1980 with a negative playoff net rating. So that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of shit that if you look at, oh yeah, he got MVP, got MVP. If you
man,
look at his career, that shit like he had a like I mean he had a like a good career, but I'm just saying like you look at based off him being a number one option and winning basketball and playing for a championship team.
that's when the goalposts get moved because when I said they were like, oh, when it's a film like, oh, he have the triple double for 4 seasons. I said, okay, for 13 years, Kyrie was a fringe 50, 40, 90. They're like, no, that's just numbers and stats. Like Westbrook was the first option, and I was like, okay, Kyrie is the first option in Boston. He actually got the first round. Westbrook didn't get out as the first option. I was like, bro, like you can't compete where you can't compare. Like, stop moving the goalposts because
Like
the shit don't fit your damn
he
argument.
got more turnovers than Chris Paul and Nash combined. Like it just a lot of stuff. If you really just say shit, it is gonna be like, damn, like this nigga really like
We overrated.
made.
I love Westbrook, but we have overrated him a little bit. Him and Chris Paul have been overrated. That's why I like
I think with Chris Paul though, he more like a reliable person where you could build a team around that he not gonna mess that like he not gonna make a mistake and mess the situation up. You see what I'm
like
saying? Like say for instance he had the like a great team, like a super team type shit. I don't feel like he gonna like mess the situation up. Like if you got a
man,
good team, he gonna make them better. I mean the results probably not always, but he gonna make that team better, just like Phoenix.
you heard me
He took it
earlier.
right to the finals
You heard
with Devin Booker.
you heard me earlier what I said when I was talking about Chris Paul, and I said I was like Chris Paul he either hurt or he choke, and they was like that's not fair. I said okay, so after he went 7 games with the state. And like he got hurt. I said, okay, so what happened the next year in 2019? And dude was like, damn, I completely forgot about that. I said, yes, he played. Like they lost in 6 games, and he played all 6. And he like, damn, I forgot about that. I was like, yes. What was the excuse for that one? Like it's just I think a lot of people forget certain things, certain series and games, because I think that's
Yeah,
why.
off the basis, if somebody like say Chris Paul top five point guard, I could see like people say, "Oh no, that's he not no top five point guard." But like if you compare him like certain people like you like compare him to like Westbrook or something, I think more people will pick Chris Paul over Westbrook. Or the simple fact Chris Paul can like help others around him and like create for others better than Westbrook, and I think he more like control the pace. Like that's what I'm saying. Pace of a basketball game really matter. That's why the Grizzlies like was successful because they always stayed in their own pace. But what hurt them is they didn't have the most talent. But with Chris Paul is, I think majority of the people will pick him to start a team around than Westbrook.
I think like I think most people I
But
think most of them don't know what they were saying. Cause you saying Luca and Shea gonna push Westbrook out of the conversation. I'm like, nah, they gonna push Chris
mm,
Paul further out of it too. Cause to me,
right,
Chris
and I can see that. That's what I'm saying. And you can see that too, because even with Chris Paul, he don't got the success. Like even if he a good smart point guard, or whatever, good floor general, he still had moments where he underperformed and gave up big playoff series leads or whatever with
P
the better team. Like I don't know who said, I think you said earlier he lost as the favorites a lot of times.
6.
So
He lost the low.
yeah, so
He been eliminated by the lower seeded team 6 times. And P5 like I did not know that. I said exactly. He choked too much. He
that's
lost
why I
them.
understood. But that's why I understood people I was coming from too, because I see the point he trying to make of cause you just look at Isaiah and Chris, like I see what he's saying. Like you just take away Isaiah reign. But it's hard to do that because that add to why he's so great, because the role he had and who he beat. But I could see the point he like how he looking at it like this as a player. You could probably like, oh yeah, Chris Paul, he just as good. Like he could handle just as good. He could shoot just as good. But I think what he was missing is the effectiveness of Isaiah Thomas and when you need to show up and how Brandon put it, when you can like become something different from just a pass and uplift your team. That's why I think separates certain people from Chris Paul because he can't like even with the Clippers, people relied on Blake Griffin to elevate his game to be an offensive threat because Chris Paul not really capable of doing that on like a superstar level with like the elite scorers and all that. Like it's some point guards that could score and pass, but
I think
I mean Chris Paul, he gonna still be a Hall of Famer. So I feel as though he gonna have a career we could be like, I mean, satisfied about. He gonna win a ring, but at the end of the day, he could still be
I think
satisfied.
I think a lot of people need to like understand like they got to simplify basketball sometimes. A player, like I said, well, I'm use that conversation I had with Rondo when I said I take Rondo over Chris Paul. A player can be more talented, more skilled than another player, but still not be better than another player. Like
This
Chris,
nigga in the comment, you see that nigga in the comment?
hold on, which one? Swagger.
Swag is chant.
Y'all don't know how to talk about Westbrook because y'all never really watch Westbrook game. Y'all go off what people say. Westbrook top 10. I actually watch Westbrook. I ain't gonna hold you.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Like I
I
watch
seen
play. Like that's why I could what I say about Westbrook. I say that shit confidently. Yes, I watch Ricky Rubio outplay him when doing he had Paul George and fucking Carmelo. Yes, I watch him be dumb and try to go into a shootout with Damian Lillard, and that shit backfired on him. Yeah, like
it's
don't
just even in the playoff, just like him having games where he shot 36, shot 38, 39, like all them first round exits, like it just the way how he played the game. It's like I know people like him a lot, and he got that energy, and he like a rough rider. You feel me? Like they like that mindset. Cause it remind them of like Kobe and Jordan, but mindset. Patrick Beverly got a mindset too, but he don't got the offense like Westbrook.
Kobe
So
had
just
IQ,
cause you
the mindset.
right, that's what I'm saying, and he not like picking spots on the game, like on the floor and all that, and know when to go, like and how to operate in the system, whatever. That's what I'm saying. Westbrook just he
Charge
a
angles.
good athlete. He a good athlete and good for the league. I mean, entertaining. But I feel as though when we break down his game,
Like
a lot of point guards gonna go before him.
Like I've seen like Westbrook. I know they used to always say he played angry. He played angry. Like playing angry ain't good because that causes you to make like bad decisions. Don't get me wrong. I've seen doing Kevin Durant get angry, and when Kevin Durant got angry, he turned into a flamethrower. That's when he was just like fuck it and just started pulling threes and splashing them. I seen Steph Curry get angry, but when Steph Curry got angry, like his play just elevated. Westbrook just charges at the rim recklessly. That's why I hate like when people like, oh, who's the MVP Westbrook or MVP D Rose? MVP D Rose is more controlled. Like
And
like
more wins, number one seed. So it's like it's different.
yeah, that's why like
And I feel as though if you, I mean, I mean, you could give him credit for the triple double, whatever. But I feel as though even that year, Harden could have got it like an MVP too. So it's like,
I think Hard. Yeah, that was supposed to be Harden first, and then he should have got 2018. But he was still like KD could have got it. It's just like the whole narrative behind it. Oh, he averaged a triple double, and then the storyline. That's why I said right after that he averaged a triple double like three more times. How come he wasn't like y'all want to talk about him being an MVP again after he did it more times? That's how you know that shit was just like a storyline. They changed the criteria of what an MVP mean. Me growing up, the MVP is the best player on the best team.
yeah, and that's why I say that like narratives get changed every year because it all depends who they want to give it to.
And that's why the year before last when they gave it to Jokic, I was like, nah, that shit should go to Shea. Like, nah. Me personally, I don't like players that play one side of the ball. Like I'm starting to be like, you can't be in my top five if you play one side of the ball. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean that's a good criteria to have because at the end of the day, you get more out the player that play two sides of the ball and could score good and play defense good. So I mean, I can't get mad at that. I look at kind of like just the impact on the whole, like, because sometimes people can just like be so good on offense that the defense gonna present itself off of matchups and how you play your point guard, or whatever. Because you can hide your point guard defense, but I see what you're saying though. Cause at the end of the day, no matter what, them as a player still like
I,
got
I,
holes in their game. Like they are good defenders, so I can't get mad at that.
I asked a Jokic fan that question when we talk about it. I said, okay, what is it easier to hide a point guard on defense, or is it easier to hide a center on defense? He said a point guard. I said thank you. So all the points you putting up, you still a liability on the court. So it's like Luca when they was talking about Luca with all his blow-bys last playoffs. I'm like, yeah, like you dropped 30, but you gave up 30 on defense too. So what good is it? That's why we need to start
Yeah,
like holding
Luca
players to that standard.
had a bad defense in the final. Like they was blown by him. He was missing assignments.
But that's the thing though, like he always been like that. Like people just not noticing it because it's on the grand stage, but he always been like that.
And to be honest, and that's why I was saying, like, even with him being like that, if you got the right team around, he going like they could advance and stuff. But I just think Dallas that wasn't like the real reason they gave him up because I don't know, it just was like
I
too
think it's like
suspicious for
some
me. They just
yeah,
came off the finals, so it's like
like why
I can see
trade
y'all
him?
had a bad season or a couple of bad seasons and stuff like that, but y'all was at the in the finals, like y'all lost, but I mean y'all was still in the finals, so it's like at least y'all could do is run it back.
And then they was making it seem like, oh, he might have a severe injury or No, it's because he's overweight. Like neither of those seem true now. So why did you give him up? That's why it seems fishy to me too. Just thinking about it.
Man, they never gonna say it.
What'd you say?
So they never gonna let people know. They gonna let people keep guessing.
Yeah, that's why it was fishy after that. Right after that, they got the number one overall pick. So I'm just gonna say that shit was weird as hell. But now I think I like us. I like a lot how this season going. And if BJ, I don't know if he on playback
Oh, playback. I don't. I don't know.
because I like I only go on like certain people panels and like actually talk. But I like this one. I like the
Oh yeah,
panel.
yeah, yeah. I
It's
go like on a couple of different genres depending on you feel me. What's the vibes like? Who it is? What's the top like?
yeah. That's how I know
But
that's how I know Elise and Moss and Freddie because I go from panel to panel. But I like this. I like
yeah.
BJ. People actually they don't use narratives. Well, depending on who it is, but they'll actually like talk basketball. Like actually break it down. Oh, and SFM. I know SFM too.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that's all it's about. Like when people can break stuff down, just point out your like your points of why somebody better, whatever. It's not wrong with that. But when people try to make up stuff and say stuff that's not true, that's why I got to a point where I'm like, you know what? Instead of all this ruckus and fuss, like let me fact check everything and just give you facts. So you debating with facts. It's like now you just being, you feel what I'm saying? So that's how you set the whole thing up right there. Cause you try to deny the truth about the player. You can't worry about where it's from because it's the truth. It don't matter if it's this or that. Like
And then
sometimes it's like you it's not the notion. It's like you can't say no numbers matter. Like sometimes numbers do matter. It's just like if you don't want to value that, you don't want to value that. But numbers and all that shit matters because they
man,
breaking the whole person game down. Like that box plus minus PER is a reason why the like top players and like in the front of that. So that shit matters. It's like if you just point that out and say that's all be all, that's different. But that's part of what matters on a player.
that's why that LeBron stream. I had said it. I said, how come numbers only matter when y'all trying to prove that LeBron the greatest? But when we talk about his teammates, y'all like, oh, they're better with LeBron because they won a ring with him. But when you look at the numbers, it's better. They're better when they're away from him. So it only matters when it's fit like your narrative.
Yeah, I think say the last part again.
I said numbers only matter when it's fit your narrative because when it came down to LeBron, y'all use the numbers like to prove why he's the greatest. But when we had that debate, does he make his teammates better? Y'all be like, oh, they're better because they want to ring with LeBron. But when you look at the numbers like you did with LeBron, their numbers are better away from him. So they only use it like when it fits their like agenda.
And that's why I be saying like it's just gotta be like a consistent thing because at the end of the day, it's always like a fact that people don't know that's out there that if you point it out, it could come to light and it probably change somebody's perspective on. Cause we already gonna like look at the games, but we need like
A stat.
when we look at yeah, when we look at the facts, it made what we're saying more validated because now it's like now I'm not arguing with my opinion. Like we're gonna argue with our opinions for a minute, but the
the facts separate the opinions, and that's why some people will be like, "Oh no, I don't care about that stat. I don't care about that stat." Like I can understand when you be like, if you be like, "All right, I can't value his stats as much as somebody that stayed with one team and playing with a good teams and other than somebody like going to a super team." Like I can understand that point. That's why I try to tell Kirk like they arguing because they don't value dudes that go to super teams the same way as dudes who stayed with a team and made them great. So that's why I understood what they was arguing. But I was trying to say like if that's the case, then I mean none of LeBron's super teams like awards he got valid because all you're gonna do is be like, oh yeah, he on a super team, so whatever he do don't matter. But I could separate the two and be like, oh yeah, he's still a good player, but he can still get
That's
knocked and downplayed because he ain't won enough and he lost 6 times. So I could still recognize that he a good player. Like
that's what me and Miles was saying when Kirk said that shit. He said he was like, it's more impressive to me when he did this with Miami, and me and Miles were like, wait, nah, it's more impressive that you had back to back 60 wins as the head honcho instead of like having a legendary season with two other
right,
franchise players. Like that's not as impressive as that.
right. And I understood. That's why I said when they keep going back and forth, Kirk was arguing. Oh yeah, he had this and that, and he did this and that. But some people not gonna value it the same because they're looking at it like, okay, the job easier for you. There's other players in the league that's playing with like no stars or even one star, and they don't get the same credit as you, and you playing with a super team. Like, of course you're gonna win. Like everybody around you helping you too. So I see what they're saying, but it's like what Kobe Bryant film said. When you compare, you could probably like, oh, all right, that's where you can like knock it. But at the end of the day, I mean, gotta count it. Just as the individual player, we just look at the player. Like he's still like arguably had one of his best seasons that year. So it's like we gotta count it.
Yeah, we count it. We just like to us, it's more impressive you doing it as the head honcho instead of like super teams. And then the fact that like if you're gonna be like, okay, that was a legendary season, which it was, then the fact that they don't even want to give like Steph or KD credit for their season, which was crazy. Like we got to keep it up. We got to keep it balanced though, because that's why I said
That's
like,
why I said the like whatever the value of who won MVP every year, it's like change up a lot too. Like it still be like consistently a little bit, but it change up like it's same factors, like same factors. But I don't know, man. That
you
it's
sound
it,
tired.
huh?
Say you sound tired. You on the East Coast?
Yeah,
Damn. Wait. What part?
I'm like on the like East Coast part, like close to like I don't really get like the exact, but like close to PA type.
PA. Philly? Oh, fucking. I don't know. I'm sorry.
This PA, I'm from there, but like I don't really like I don't live down there. I just like in PA now.
I'm from Georgia, but I moved up to Denver like some years back. So that shit's like a fucking
Oh, you
whenever
said from Florida?
no Georgia.
Oh, you said Georgia.
So when I talk to my family, I gotta forget I forget that they
What's the
like
different
two
times on like
hours
what's the
like
time in Denver
ahead
and
of
the
me.
time in Georgia? You heard me?
No, I didn't hear you.
I said, what's the time in Georgia and Denver? Like it's like you said it's 2 hours ahead.
Yeah, like they like 2 hours ahead of me. Right now it's gonna be 12 o'clock. It's 11:46 here.
Oh, snap.
It's
Nah, that
my brother came. My brother came and visited me, and he was chilling with me. He was like, "What time it is?" I said, "It's 11 o'clock in the morning." He was like, "God damn." I said, "Yeah, I feel like time moves slow here." He was like, "I thought it was like 5 or something." I said, "No," because they woke up at like 6 or 7, but it do feel like time moves slower here than it does in Georgia.
But it's just funny too. Like even if you like on video call with somebody like out the country and they like it's the morning time over there or whatever, and it's still so it just be like it just be crazy how the world work and shit, how the time zones and shit work.
Especially like when I be waiting to catch a
'Cause on the
game.
West Coast, yeah, on the West Coast, I know it's like it's probably like the same time too. Like on your like where you at, it's like around 11 probably.
Yeah, it's just like back home at home down south. That shit completely different. Like
But don't you gotta get like, ain't that's like a different experience? Like, don't you gotta get like used to that? Like, cause
the altitude.
it's like a change up with everything.
You mean like living here or?
Like just the time frame. Like if you go from one place that had this time frame, you go to this. Like that's like me going from the East Coast to the West Coast. See what I'm saying?
I see. Yeah, like when I first got here, it was kind of different. Like especially like getting used to the time, and I was like, I experienced the same thing too. I'm like, damn, it's like the days are longer, and then when daylight saving time, I'm like, damn,
Right.
it's like like everything seemed like super short or super long, and I'm like, damn. Then I say like it took me a minute to get used to the air pressure too. Like that, the altitude, like that shit right there took a minute. Cause
Oh yeah, right.
I came out here. I came out here and I ran like had a pickup game, and I play street ball, so I had a pickup game. And when I tell you, like when I started breathing hard, like my whole chest and throat just started burning. But they said like that's what happens like when you not used to it and you get up here.
Right, you gotta get used to it.
Yeah, like you'll just
And,
be my fault.
no, I was about to say that. I was just saying that's how a lot of stuff is. Like people come to new environments and stuff and new situations, whatever. They just gotta get used to the like time, the weather, the people. So that's just like that's normal shit how shit be. But I'm glad we had like this Westwood conversations because I
I feel
mean at the end of the day, people gonna like point out even if he was like this like undervalued or overrated. So it's like people gonna pick a side like it's gonna be even he overrated or he undervalued because people could point out reasons why he overrated. People could put out reasons why that he undervalued. So
and that's the
that's
thing.
why a certain player,
I
it's
feel
like
like
it's good to
honest.
talk about it.
I feel like being honest. Like even when you be honest, somebody gonna always accuse you of hating. That's why I was
Oh
like,
yeah, that's how that should be.
that's why I was like,
Cause
nah,
you could show them the facts and they still deny it. Like, oh no, that's not. Oh, you hating. So
nah.
that's
He
that's
he
how
he has
the
been overrated. He has been overrated. I ain't gonna lie.
based off like the based off like the stats they trying to put him in how like he got 2 scoring titles and stuff. And I mean he never cheat the game. That's one thing you can say about he didn't cheat the game. Like he a pioneer of the game, whatever you want to say. He gonna be Hall of Famer. He a MVP, but I think when you break down games, you compare them to people. That's when it get like, oh yeah, I won't put him over him. Like we could still say, oh yeah, he a good player and he gonna be Hall of Fame and give him his flowers. But I feel as though
But
if
that's
we got say if he a top 10 now, I gotta tell you reason why he not a top 10.
that's why I like that's why I don't like. I used to be one of those type of people. Like I used to just be like, oh look at the stats, look at the stats. That's why I'm like no. That's why I started telling people I like no. You can You can have a triple double and you can still get outplayed by somebody who has 25 points, like straight up. That's why I'm like, nah, like you just can't be like, oh, he averaged a triple double for 4 seasons. I'm like, okay, he did that, but how did that contribute to winning? He didn't get out the first
Right.
round.
I was about to say that too. That's what I was saying. 'Cause a lot of them triple doubles came off of when they was down a lot, or they not winning. So I feel as though it don't really hold the same weight.
If, thank you. You averaged a triple double. You had Paul George, who was third in MVP voting, and you get eliminated by a rookie. But you bragging about a triple double. Nah, bro. Like that shit don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah, that was a bad loss for OKC, man.
I
They
didn't expect that shit.
they should have. I mean, they could have got to the they could have got deep in the playoffs. They would have won against Utah. Never know
Yeah.
what could have happened, but them doing that was crazy. I'm like, dang. I'm pretty sure a lot of people thought. What was the series? Was the series was 4-2, 4-1?
I think it was. I think it was 4-2. Cause I
Because
was.
it depends how you lose too. Cause you got gentlemen swept. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, like I think he was averaging a triple double, but he was shooting like 36%.
That's
And
why I said, yeah.
Rubio was averaging like 18 points and like 9 assists. And I was like, yeah, even when I was rewatching the game like the other day, even the announcer said it. Like, yeah, he's you look at a triple double, you think he's playing good, but Ricky Rubio is outplaying him. I'm like, duh. That's why people like they just looking straight at the stats, be like, nah, he did this, he did that. Like that's casual shit to me, bro.
No, I remember that because he had trying to take it personal with Ricky Rubio and shit.
Yeah, that's when he got backlash at the press conference. He like, I'm gonna shut that shit down, and then came back out and lost the next game.
Oh yeah, they did. They beat 4-2. But Mitchell was hooping too. They said like they could stop him.
Yeah, but you got you got you got an third in MVP Paul George, Westbrook averaging a triple double, and your third option is Carmelo. Didn't none of us expect they was gonna lose. I didn't think they was gonna lose that one, or I didn't think they was gonna lose the one to Portland.
Right. That's why I said them niggas lost. Well, he's a number one option. Well, supposedly like the vocal point, the top two options of the offense, them niggas lost as favorites. And so I'm like, yeah, he lost to Portland. And what's the name and shit as favorites.
I think that's when like everybody started to realize that. To me, that was when I was like, okay, I think you have been overrated, especially like how you was acting, how you was playing, like you reminded me of like the low field goal percentage because I forgot the shit was that fucking low. I'm like, damn, he was in the 30s.
Yeah, the nigga shoot 30% from the three, 41%. But he that's what I'm saying. The playoffs, even the series you're talking about in the first round, Jones, he shot 30 like in the mid 30s. Like he didn't even shoot 40%. Like so that's what I'm saying. It's like a lot of shit we talk about hard and shit. I mean, only difference is what Westbrook being more aggressive. But you look at it, they know they neither of them got like real playoff success without K. Well, not I'm not gonna say hard. I'm just saying like in Westbrook case, like he don't really got no playoff success without KD.
Yeah, that's why. Even still, that like the only reason like I said, the only reason I said I would take Westbrook over James Harden, I'd rather somebody go out with an empty clip than somebody that just quit. Like when Harden had 9 points in that elimination game, I was like, oh fuck no, bro.
But sometimes your shit can jam.
Damn,
So
damn.
you
I ain't
so
never
that's
thought of that shit.
sometimes shit can jam. You be like, damn, this not the time. But no, I know what you're saying though, because that is a way you want to go out swinging. But you going out there emptying the clip, missing every target though. Like you're not even hitting your target.
Like, hey, when I want to be around when you explain when you explain that take that Westbrook is the worst MVP. I want to hear that one because that shit right there, it's gonna hurt a
Cause you
lot of.
got this look at this think about the last 20 years. Like this think about like the last 20 years. Cause I'm kind of just trying to put it in the frame from like 1980 and stuff. Or like I'm for real, I wanted to be like from the 2000s, but if you say worst MVP, they're gonna bring other people up. But if you just look at it, it's like who really a worse MVP than him? Just looking at everything.
Because
Cause
it was one.
AI,
It was
think about AI. He led his team to the championship, and I feel as though that's why I think, and he got scoring title and shit too. But I feel as though he impacted winning more than Westbrook. So even if he wasn't AI, he got the edge right there because AI got the like second worst field goal percentage from an MVP, but that one probably would be debatable and shit. But people gonna bring up, hey, AI last team had no one option farther than Westbrook, and he a better scorer, and he got 4 scoring time. You feel me? So it's stuff that they'll say like talking points they'll use for AI, but it's debatable with them too.
I think I might do that because because when it come down to like like top 5 point guards, like I think like when you doing debate, it's gonna be preferences with some people. But
Right.
some of the shit that I hear, like I never heard no. It's some numbers I want to look up, but I never heard nobody say, "Oh, Westbrook is better than Isaiah Thomas." I never heard nobody say no shit like that before.
And that's the crazy part. That's why I said it's people got to be more like even though we could be fans, you gotta be like more like even in the comments earlier, I was seeing you say, "Yeah, I'm a Westbrook fan," but you see how you being objective because you know the flaws that he got instead of being like, "Yo, he he turned it over, but he only turned it over because the person wasn't ready for the pass or like you feel me? Like instead of making excuses, you hold him to like accountability because at the end of the day, when you compare him to dude like top 10 point guard and y'all say he a superstar and he a season MVP, you gotta like compare him to the players like that got MVPs that's top in their position and that's like great
I'm,
players. So that's why I be looking at it. You look at all the players and just look at him, you're gonna look kind of side eye because he was like, hold on. Is he
that's
really
why when
belong at this table? Like, is he really like? You feel me? He type of dude that like 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 did something to his resume, make it look like he do this and do that and do this, but the whole time that shit not really valid. Like this nigga a fake doctor. He just got the fucking
he
fake
got the
master degree and all that shit. Yeah, like the
that's
fake doctor, like all that shit. So that's why I look at shit like from a different perspective because I look outside the box of things.
the reason I'm objective because I seen it. And when I talk about it, I'm like, nah, like
Right.
people
It's not
just
like we just looking at numbers and shit. Like, well, we
yeah.
just looking at niggas' numbers. We seen it. We just looking at the numbers to like got a full detail analyze, like analyst.
That's why
And that's what everybody do when they analyze players.
if you heard me when I first came in, the first thing I said I used to be a Westbrook fan. Now I'm gonna go ahead and start off with the problems I had with him. All right, first I hate that he did this. I hate that he did that. Like his poor shot selection. his lack controlling the pace because he always goes 100 miles per hour. I hate that shit. Like that was the main reason we lost so many fucking games. But like that's why I'm like, nah, I seen the shit, but y'all people they try to like simplify some shit when it don't need to be simplified. Like just because he a first option, that don't mean he's a good first option. Like that's why I constantly be telling people, I was like, bro, you could be a first option and your ass can get outplayed by a fucking second option. That's why when I say
For sure.
I've seen Tony Parker cook Chris Paul. I've seen Tony Parker cook Westbrook, and he ain't the first option
Right.
just because he got Duncan. That's not doing. Duncan ain't the reason he's getting these 25 points on us. That's him cooking the fuck out of everybody.
And that's the part about how you value a play instead of just looking at, oh yeah, he ain't doing this as much, but when it come down to it, they get the job done. And some players don't even get a chance to be first option, so it's kind of hard to even. Cause anytime you talk about Tony Parker, they're gonna bring up Tim Duncan, so it's kind
But
of even
no,
hard to like.
I don't think you. I think it was like 2 nights ago, and I was out, but I jumped in the stream, and I told SFM I hate that on second option argument. He said I hate it too. I said yeah, because if you use that first second option argument, then by that logic, you think Kemba Walker is better than Kyrie. And he was like, no hell no. I said okay, you use that. You use that. You think Kemba Walker better than Tony Parker because he did more as the first option, right? No, I say you see how dumb that
Right.
logic is once you use it.
And right, and they numbers gonna be better than Tony Parker. The simple fact he on a championship team trying to win. But that's why I said I know how to I value people for what they do for their team, or whatever. So I don't look at like, oh, he a second option. I just value like, all right, how good he was for his team, and they both impact instead of saying dudes robbers and shit like that. Cause at the end of the day, both both dudes probably great. It's just that whatever the matchup present itself for, they're gonna have the better game and
That's
better series.
that's fucking knowing ESPN talking points, Batman and Robin and shit. Like, that's what
Right, that's what
that's
I'm saying. Like niggas don't even like care about that. Like for real. Like even when we playing street ball, it's not like, oh yeah, we won a game. You get more. Like you feel me? We won. We all celebrating.
that's why I'm not even old. I'm 28, but when I hear like certain shit, like I was on another stream and wait, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm like the reason I don't tell my age because you
Okay.
debunk anybody's that say, oh,
Okay.
you ain't see this, you ain't see that. You feel me?
You can keep it, but so I'm gonna be like, I heard this shit. They was like, Steve Nash is a top five offensive player of all time. I was like, huh? They were like, yeah, like his passing and playmaking, it puts him up this high. I like,
I
bro, when
forgot
I
where I
grew
heard
up,
that shit from. I heard that shit too. I forgot.
and I
Somebody
said
did say
this,
that shit.
the only person that actually had my back was Mr. Moss. And I said, I was like, I don't know, bro. Like when I grew up, like offense is like we consider offense on
Oh,
how good you are putting the ball in.
You said Steve
No,
Nash was top five.
they said Steve Nash
Oh,
a top offensive player. And I said no. I
huh.
said how I grew up, when we judge your offensive bag, it's about how you put the darn ball in the hole. It didn't have shit to do with your passing. That was a whole different category. But it was
Well,
like
Steve Nash not a top five. I mean, he a good player, but he not no top five offensive player.
they consider your passing playmaking as part of your offense. And they were like, "Oh, what side of the ball is on? It's on the offensive side, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but we don't consider that shit. Offense is like how good you are is putting the ball in the hole." I said, "Y'all just make a new
Right,
definition of
and
shit trying to sound smart."
right, because he'll have to be a good scorer as well as a passer, because you got a lot of good passers that's great scorers. So just off of that. he not even like I don't think Steve Nash like even capable of like just giving you 40 if he want to. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's kind of levels to it. That's why I said they sometimes separate the past first point guards and stuff. Cause you if we talking about like top five hours of play, we look at like dominant players. You feel me? Not dudes who need players around them to be like effective. Like you still effective no matter what. Like you still can control the game no matter what. But I mean, he could. I mean, if you out of all the point guards, like top 10 or whatever, I won't care if somebody put him in the top 10, but not offensive players ever, but like top five offensive player ever. That's kind of like a stretch.
That shit, I heard that shit. I'm like, nah, bro,
No,
that's
I
not
did
me.
heard that too because I heard it. I just forgot where I heard it from.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I can't. I don't consider like your playmaking part of your offensive skill set. I don't. It's its own category within itself. But then they like they try to compare it to Magic. I said no. See, the difference is Magic can actually fucking score. Like, that's a completely Magic could average fucking 27 if he fucking wanted to. He just didn't fucking do it. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a couple of seasons. He averaged like a dub or whatever, 22. But he had a good team around, so he really didn't have to do all that all the time.
Like, man, it's just like I like BJ podcast because it gives me the chance to like actually like talk basketball and I get to like attack some of the narratives that I hear. Cause like that Kobe one, I was like, bro, y'all only do that shit with Kobe. Like he had Shaq, but you don't do that shit with Magic though. I don't like shit
And
like that. Like, go ahead,
I'm gonna
my
tell
fault.
you a reason. I'm gonna tell you a reason though, like, cause I was thinking about that too. It, it but either way, they had to do. If they don't do it with Magic, they had to do. I know what you're saying, but I think they looking at like Magic was clear cut best player because looking at the run, he got like 3 MVPs. I think three like Finals MVPs or whatever, and he averaged like the most assists in NBA history. So I think they factor shit like that and look at like, all right, they you want to talk about Kareem? He got a Finals MVP and a season MVP. So that's probably why they kind of separate looking at Kobe and Shaq because Kobe don't got no MVP or no no Finals MVP playing with Shaq. So that's probably why. And what? But I agree with you though because at the end of the day you can look at it both ways because if you do it like that, now you gotta say, oh, so is Kareem a Robin? Like you feel me? So
I
you
said
gotta
I
do
asked
it both ways.
here when the old head came in here saying, he's a role player. He's a role player. I like so Kareem was a role player. He was like, yeah, Kareem's a role player. I like, bruh, like
Bro, that nigga is saying Westbrook the best point guard. He just try.
I think that
I'm
raised
like, bro, just try to hear yourself, man.
the fucking. I was gonna ask him because this how you kill that. I was like, so if Kareem didn't get hurt, does he win Finals MVP? And the obvious answer is yes. He wins Finals MVP. That's why like one game can like literally change the whole perspective on who wins Finals MVP. Look at Steph Curry in 2018. That's why I'm glad he just came out flat. He flat out came out and said it. Like recently today, he said it. I'm like, thank you. One game can like change the whole dynamic of like who wins Finals MVP. But Kareem was gonna win it till he got hurt. So you can't say he's a role player. Role players don't win Finals MVP. Well, Iggy won it. Never mind. My fault.
No,
But
I know what you
Iggy
mean, but
different.
like it's levels to it. Like it's different from stars and role players. Like
My nigga said,
that's why I try to argue with him too, because he kept saying role play. Like he kept trying to put Durant on a level as like Robert Ory and Dennis Rodman and shit.
But
I'm
Dylan,
entertaining it because I'm like, all right, this nigga, like he want this one to be the talking point. Let's talk about this. Then fuck it.
yeah, but
That's why I was happy as shit when niggas came up. I'm like, yo, I'm happy y'all niggas came up because
but
I don't even know where this conversation was going at.
but he used stats for Westbrook being the best point guard ever. But when we was talking about it, I was like, what other role player have you seen with two Finals MVP or MVP, four scoring championships, four gold medals? You like those are just stats and everything. I'm like, that's why I kept calling him a hypocrite today.
They not just stacks, they the facts that happen. They're like what people not understanding is
That's
you
what I'm
read
saying.
something.
He
It's
never answered
facts.
that
Like it's not
question. I
nothing
said
that our opinion. We just laying the facts out.
he never answered that question. That's why I said name another role player that has all that. He said Shaq. I said Shaq don't have all that. He said Robert Ory. I said Robert. He said no. He said Scotty. I said Scotty don't have all that.
But
Like
that's
when
how
you
the base gonna get. Like that's how people gonna always like lose the base because they're gonna be arguing with their feelings and opinion and not bringing up the facts. Like they gonna be talking all that. Oh, these niggas analytical geeks and shit. Them niggas on some sports writing shit, whatever. But at the end of the day, our shit gonna be more violent and violent because it's facts that happen or factual situation instead of just saying shit and be like, you know what? Westwood was a clutch free throw shooter and a clutch shot maker in the playoff until you fact check and they gonna be like, oh no, that nigga was a clutch free throw shooter and he was like a bad clutch player, one of the worst clutch players in the
man,
playoff.
I learned a lot from I learned a lot from like today's podcast. I learned a lot of people don't actually they go by numbers or they just go by certain things, but they never watched.
I
Because
mean,
when I
sometimes it be biased opinions and shit too, or somebody like say for instance, we all got different favorite point guards. I got Isaiah Thomas, or you got Westbrook. Kirk got Steph Curry. We all go argue points about why we think the person better, but I just think it's about where if I mean people do it though they admit like they don't know so they blah blah blah. But I feel as though when the facts come out, it's like you will always lose the argument if we just argue and debate and then I hit you with facts. It's gonna always be like you can't like argue against it because it's the facts of it. You feel me?
yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, I was like, yeah, Westbrook. The real reason his jump shot started to fall because he dislocated two of his fingers. It's certain things that I say.
I didn't know how to respond to that though.
Yeah,
I really
yeah,
didn't know how to respond to that. That's why I was like, I don't know what to say about that, man. Cause
yeah. No, I say certain things. They were like, oh, I
anybody
didn't
could
know
say
that.
that in history, like for like anybody, any type of injury could say, oh, I I, I wasn't a good attacker at the rook. I got a leg injury, or I wasn't a good shooter because I got you feel me. So Shaq can make an excuse like, fuck it, I wasn't a good free throw shooter 'cause I had a wrist injury. You see what I'm saying? So it opened up Pandora's box to give excuses to a lot of things.
The only reason I brought it up, 'cause I was like, I knew some people didn't know it. I was like, yeah, but I know it's always been that question that people have. They like, damn, I never seen a jump shot disappear as much as Westbrook, and I'm like, no, this what
But
happened.
was it the left hand or right hand?
Right hand, because when he
Okay.
dunked, he used to dunk the ball so hard.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's why, because he used to like it will sound off like a gunshot sometimes, like oh, real
See,
loud.
reason I asked, cause now people got better argument, cause it was his shooting hand. You feel me? But if it's his left hand, now it could be a little like, hold on. But I feel like still with that, that's that's not that's really not like
As big as a factor.
yeah, like it's if you look at it, it's not like a big factor saying that. But I mean, if that's the case, that shit, cause I really don't know. I feel like they ain't making no excuses, blah blah blah. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess, cause I don't even know how to like respond to that. To be honest,
My
Cause it's
fault.
hard to respond to something like that if somebody say, "Oh, he's not a good shooter because it's dislocated John and shit." I'm like, damn, like a lot of players had injuries and shit. They can just say, "Oh, I wasn't on this." Or I beat Jordan because I was injured and shit. I was never this. That's why I really try to like stay away from it. But I give him the benefit of the doubt now.
Yeah, man. I say
Because
I
he
like
was
the
an 80% free throw shooter, so like that's why I could give him the benefit of the doubt. You feel me?
then drop down to 60.
Yeah. So like if you look at it like that, I could understand. Westbrook is a top 5, top 10, yes for sure. He's the greatest point guard athlete we ever seen. The best
I
rebound
agree.
guard
I
of all
agree with
time,
that.
but his effect on winning has.
Don't
But that's the
translate.
whole point for Venom. You just he a great athlete, but
That's
he
what we
not
be
a great
saying.
decision making or great like he don't got great shot selection.
That's
That's why shit don't translate to winning. Like his skill, he got the skill and like ability, but at the same time, it's about IQ. And
getting your teammates in good position to score and to win. He don't do that. That's why I said I would take Tony Parker, I would take Kyrie Irving, I would take Dolan. It might sound messed up, but Dolan, Shea really gonna knock him out of like like out of that top five, to be honest.
only thing that's stopping Shea right now, only thing that's stopping Shea right now is the longevity that Westbrook got. So nobody go to the disrespect and say, "Oh,
You see what rap guy said?
yeah, he took my job." I said that. I asked him that shit. He said
Yeah.
Embiid was the worst MVP,
Oh my
but I
god,
told.
thank you for reminding me of him.
But the thing about him is he was arguably like a top player in the league, and he had like a dominant season.
His
So,
season, so it's hard to argue against that season because it was legendary.
I
Westbrook, I
mean,
could
at the end of the day, yeah. So it's like people could debate them too. So I ain't gonna knock it, but
who's that said Steve Nash? Somebody said Steve Nash, but then I think that was you. That was like, nah, like he actually turned the whole team around.
yeah, because the first season, he turned it. That's how they value, like what you said. The it was like the most valuable player on the best team. Because I mean, he wasn't the best scorer, but I think he was the most valuable player. Would make everything go. And you gotta think the time frame of back then. That's why I said it's like a 20-year gap for like the voices are probably the same, but I feel like the thought process different. So
I think
at the time when he won 60 games or whatever and turned the team around, then he got the other one because Amari Stoudemire was injured, so he still went 50 over 50 games. So I understand why they gave it to him, but he never was the best player in the league like you see what I'm saying? Or
I think we should. I think if y'all do it, obviously the best season is gonna go to Jordan. Like that. That's gonna be obvious. It's gonna go to Jordan. But the
oh yeah,
worst
for sure.
season, but the worst, like that's a good debate right there. Because I do think it's me personally, I do
I'm
think it
just
might
I'm
be.
just a panel member, just like everybody. So a lot of people be taking this shit, Roger.
But nah, me personally, I think it. I think you got a good case for saying Westbrook because I didn't even as a fan I didn't think Westbrook deserved that MVP like that ass. I was like nah, like this a narrative MVP, and then afterwards I was
Like
like nah,
even with
y'all.
Embiid, John, it was like a sympathy, John, too, cause Jokic got that shit. So they like, you know what? Let's get the nigga one. Like, so that's what I'm saying. It's debatable on multiple seasons, but you look at who. That's why I say who look at. Oh yeah, so he got the worst field goal percentage and shit as an MVP and the worst play like win shares. You feel me? So when you break it down like that, it's gonna show like okay, who really was impacting more. Then you gotta look at Embiid efficiency and all that too, and how his team seedings was and what his impact on his team was. Like
That's
that's why I say all that factor in. But I mean, when we say who the like worst, I mean people gonna pull up people lows.
that's why I was like,
Like
that's
they
why
gonna
I'm
get deep into it. Like, oh, he shouldn't have got this shit. Like, hold on, shit, Kareem got the MVP over Dr. J. Like, it's a lot of shit that will open up. Like,
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if I say that take up here, they might send me death threats.
like Derrick
Cause
Rose gonna come up in the conversation too. Like, oh shit, he ain't got that shit. Like, you feel me? It's gonna be a lot of shit. Not saying
I
niggas
went back
didn't
and looked at his
deserve it, but
numbers. I went back and looked at D Rose numbers. I was like, oh, this shit, it's all right. It's nice.
but that's what I'm saying. Looking back now, it's like, all right, but at the time, it was very impactful and shit. And
Yeah,
you know, they was winning against like top teams and shit. So that's why I said it's gonna be like a nitpick situation if the conversation happen. But I mean, I'm pretty sure the conversation is gonna happen because you know it's a good topic to have. Who like worst MVP? But
yeah. So like, that's like certain comments. Yeah, because then you got to go and debate on like whose season was better,
because off
whose
the
was
top of the head, let's think about like who really it. Like you see what I'm saying? So it's like Westbrook could easily be the worst. Cause niggas could put out Steve Nash, they could say Steve Nash or whatever they want to do, but he last year to like #1 seed, top offensive rating. Like you feel me? Like he made everybody else around him better. So it's stuff that leaned into Steve Nash favor, and then he got back to back MVPs. See what I'm saying? So even if he got that one, he got back to back. Even like so, it's something
I,
that
I want to hear Maz like. Don't get me wrong, I agree with Maz when he said the one of the ones that Jokic got. I agree with him. I want to hear him explain it though, because I know he gonna go into detail about it. Because that's why I don't like the media and their narratives. Because after they gave Joel Embiid that sympathy one, they done took one from Shea. Because I felt like Shea should have got the other one the other year and this year.
but even with Jokic, John, like his team was dealing with injuries and shit. So that's a lot. Like that's a lot. That's the reason why they gave it to him too. Like Westbrook team wasn't injured. Well, they like they played like his players kind of was somewhat injured, but with Jokic, like Jamar Murray was like kind of injured, so that's why they gave it to him for real. Cause impact and he like a efficient player. That's the thing. Like he don't be the reason why his team will lose. You feel me? He won't shoot his team out the game. He won't make otherwise turnovers. And
Jokic,
yeah, and just naturally he could play defense and run protect because he's tall. So he not. I think he impact the game way more, and he not liability.
I think.
But like I said, it's debatable because people could point out, oh yeah, he was a low seed, and they just like say fuck the injuries, like he was a low seed, blah blah blah. His numbers not better than Westbrook and shit. They'll say all that. Like
I heard an OG say something, and I never forgot it. He said, "If y'all gonna give Westbrook the MVP for having like a low seed, like a 6 seed, then y'all should have gave it to Kobe in like '06."
I mean, yeah, they could have because he had like a scoring like output that's unmatched, and that 35 was like Jordan did that. The only person that did that shit before him until like other players did it. But I'm saying he had an argument, but like I said, the criteria changed year by year. So it, it's I don't know. That shit crazy though, man. But I'm about to take it down, man. I've been
This
paying
is
for a
good,
minute.
man. I'm finna step down too. I hope y'all go
Yeah,
live tomorrow.
yeah. This be BJ the host and shit. So he go live like mostly he
And
try to do it like every day when he can, whatever. So
I like the structure and order that he got with it. He'll let everybody get their point off.
yeah,
Don't ever.
and sometimes it could like that's why I say in debates like 'cause a lot of people complain, people talk. I'm like that's how debates be in general. Like you gonna get passionate, talk over somebody here and there, but at the end of the day, when it calm down, everybody gonna get their voice heard.
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah,
gonna get heard. And sometimes
yeah,
gonna be crazy days where people argue, spaz out. But that's the whole point of
yeah. But the
talking
podcast
about barb.
the podcast follow the host though. Like it'll be times where he on mute, and then you'll hear somebody talking, and somebody say something, and they be like, "Oh my bad, oh my fault." No, go ahead, no, you cool, go ahead. Like everybody don't. Some people don't mind taking turns,
Right.
or just like
That's what I'm saying. That's how it should be. Like it like it switched up. You feel me? Sometimes it be calm day. Niggas talk about real shit, or niggas just spazzing out, crashing out, arguing. But at the end of the day, that's all part of the business, man. Entertainment. Gotta bring entertainment too, and different perspectives. So
I'm
it's just about respecting everybody's opinion. That's all.
for real. I'm gonna wind down and lay down because it's a tape that I'm gonna talk about on if I get on the other podcast. Because I said it already, but I have to explain it. I said if you count the ABA stats, then Dr. J is over Kevin Durant and Kawhi Leonard.
And that's
I'm a,
crazy because that the NBA don't even count that, and that's why Dr. J get not because even before the merger, that's when Kareem got most of his MVPs, and the ABA wasn't merged to the NBA yet. So a lot of people bring that up as Dr. J fans too, because even a lot of players that was in the ABA, like a lot of they stuff don't count because Dr. J got like multiple MVPs and championships. So it's like it's hard. It's gonna be hard to like count that with the NBA because you're in a different league. You feel me? So they're not even gonna like do it like that. But people can still like value what he did in the ABA.
yeah,
Cause,
because
but they don't
like
value the ABA no more. That's the thing. They don't
but
value it. That's why it's getting disrespected because even if they don't count with the NBA, you can still be like, you know what? He was
the
in this league balling, but
the NBA
nobody really.
considered on adding like its records, but they said nah. I said, of course you'll say nah because if you say nah, yes, then a lot of you're gonna have to
It's gonna be a
redo
lot of uncomfortable
top five.
conversations. A lot of people are gonna get moved around. Like, hold on,
That's why I
Dr.
said
J. Now you're gonna be like, hold, Dr. J. Is he better than Larry Bird and Kevin Durant? You see what I'm saying? So it's gonna
yeah.
be a little
I didn't know he
like,
had.
hold on, is he
I
the
didn't know he had
GOAT? Small
championships.
forward? Like,
I didn't know he had
nigga,
championships.
Jordan looked up to him.
I didn't know
What
he
you were
had
saying?
championships. I didn't know he had championships in the ABA, and the ABA was better than the NBA at that point.
See,
So
and
that
you
kind
look
of
at
has
it
more
like that.
value.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I say, like, I could tell you look outside the box of things too. So when you look at it like that, now you be like, oh, he really better than a lot of people. It's just that they ain't count. And if you look at the ABA was like just as competitive, like just as good as the NBA. Like he still is playing. It's not like he playing overseas with less competition. Like he's still playing NBA level competition. You feel me?
Hmm.
So if you look at all that and factor that in, it's like I'm not playing against scrubs. And then when I came over to the NBA, I still was hooping and got a championship and was like top five in MVP voting and shit. One year he was number two to Kareem, I believe.
Oh
So
man,
that
and
shit translated to the NBA too.
I mean that fucking and Larry Bird songs are insane. Like when I said that shit earlier, I'm like, he
That's
turned his
crazy that you said that too, cause not to cut you off, I'm gonna look at a lot of like that ABA
yeah.
stats and shit too, cause I've seen it a lot, but I really like. I got really like really look at it again now because that is that is crazy that that shit don't count because they still play NBA level talent, but it's like that's not the NBA, so that's why they ain't counting that shit.
Yeah, I think they did
But
an
I
All
see
Star game where the ABA would play the NBA.
you said they had
I
did
gotta,
that, John.
I think so. I gotta look it up. I gotta re-look it up and see. But it was wild to consider because the ABA had more black people in it than the NBA.
That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So you look at all that shit, you be like, hold on. He probably played more competition and all that. Then you got a nigga that's 7 foot in the NBA, winning all these MVPs and shit, averaging 30. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like nigga got like 5 MVPs within like 7 years and shit.
Oh shit, fucking! You think that's the You think that first record I had mentioned about Bird was crazy? When I told when P5 said, "Oh, he had a super team," I said, "Well, his rookie year, he turned a 29 winning team to a 61 winning team, and that was before Kevin McHale, Dennis Johnson, or Robert Parrish got there."
What was their arguing? They were saying like Bird. Oh, you talking about what Isaiah Thomas beat them and shit?
Yeah, he was talking about Bird, and I said that. And another thing about Bird, so like I think it was like a 11 year. You know his three consecutive MVPs.
Right.
Like Larry Bird, his three consecutive MVPs in like an 8 year span. When he got those three MVPs, he was top five in MVP for like 8 years.
Yeah,
That
that's what I'm
that
saying.
shit's crazy.
Bird was the truth, man. That's why I said a lot of people, and you guys, a lot of people didn't probably put up the stats as everybody else, but they affected they impact on at the time was like how the team operated, how they what they needed. So that's why I say it's hard to compare eras because the game's different, and it was less 3 point shooting, different type of defensive rules. That's why I say you just gotta say who's the best in they era, like who dominated the era more. Unless you compare a player that's in the same era, you feel me? Because it's gonna be hard to not nitpick shit and be like, oh, if LeBron played back then, he would have dominated that single cup, like that single defense and whatever man to man defense. And
He
if
couldn't
Jordan
dominate
was
the
in this
zone.
era, he would probably dominate the zone. So it's like instead of going through them hypotheticals and stuff, you just say, all right, who dominated the era more? And if you look at it, it's gonna be Jordan. So that's why I said it's like easier to answer because people gonna always nitpick eras. No matter what you do, is you could compare players from different eras. They gonna always do that. Oh, he ain't play nobody. Oh, look, they was all slow. They don't know how to dribble, so it's gonna always be something like that.
Yeah, that's why they do it with Bill Russell a lot. Oh, I heard. Oh, he played Jim Crow basketball. Yeah,
But
that's
with
why I
that,
don't.
with that though, it was like before the merger, so it's like, and they had 18. So I think you could you could give people more like I know they played like they had like 24 teams at one time I think and shit too, but at least it's like a respectable number amount of teams that you competing against and you got
Um,
more rounds and shit. And then with
maybe
that, what'd you say?
I was gonna say like that, and the expansion team argument. Like a lot of people don't know. Like they were like, oh, Jordan played like with the expansion teams like was made. I'm like, Orlando was. I think Orlando was one of those expansion teams, and they eliminated Jordan. So what you trying to say?
Yeah, expansion teams all based off like what like they try and get that team in and all that. So over time the team will get better, but that's just the league. But I can't evaluate things where you got 8 teams and majority like it just is a different basketball. That's why I just don't even like kind of rank players under the 60. or under the like before the merger.
Yeah,
Like it's hard to rank them because, like you said, they ain't had the best players all in their draft for anybody. They had like no 3-point line.
to me, is
Niggas is
I said to
niggas
me
wasn't
the
even
reason
dribbling like that. Niggas would dribble with their back to people. Like you feel me? So it's like hard to say. Oh yeah, this like that's why somebody
okay,
said. I forgot who said it. They said Austin Reeves will kill that era. You see what I'm saying?
oh hell
That's why I
no.
said yeah, and that's why I was telling her. I'm like, oh yeah, so you feel like that about that era? That shows you right there why I don't rank that era. Like, I can respect it and all that, but when you ranking
To
these other
me, the reason
players,
it's hard.
man, we gotta be real.
To me, the reason it's hard to judge like back then, because I'm gonna use like I'm gonna use Wilt and Kareem for example. Like back then, they wasn't even keeping track of like blocks and steals, so they
Right.
numbers be higher than what they actually are, especially like
Facts.
Kareem.
And
Like
there's a lot of stuff, and that's what like a lot of sports, even with the NFL, it's a difference from the championships and the Super Bowl. You feel me? And I think to stay on the basketball topic, it's like, man, I'm on some sleepy shit. I don't know.
I'm not,
I
I ain't
don't
gonna lie, I'm
even
finna
know
go to
what
sleep. I'm finna go to
to-
sleep. I'm
Hey,
all
I
right.
don't know. All right, man. See you on the next one.
Next time.